Peter Obi had done to the politics of Nigeria is unimaginable. The damage that gentleman had done to the politics of Nigeria is unimaginable. Those who are praising Obi today will curse him at the end of the day. I'll tell you why. Never in the history of Nigeria has any politician been so bold to ride on the sentiment of ethnicity and religion. We avoided it deliberately because the national unity of Nigeria was more important than anything else and anybody else. Not that people could not have played on those sentiments or ridden on those sentiments to power. No, it was ready. But the danger of riding on those sentiments is that once you ride on that sentiment and you succeed, you have destroyed the unity, the fabric, the social fabric of our unity. You have destroyed it. Obi has successfully destroyed it. You know that the EndSARS game was actually to whittle down Ashwadu's politics and pitch him against the federal might. When they started the EndSARS initially, it was like Ashwadu was encouraging them until they started burning Ashwadu's property before it was clear to anybody that, look, you cannot be involved in a project and your property will be destroyed. If you observe, the beginning of EndSARS was our children from reputable homes gathering together and saying, look, SARS had been wicked to them, to the young, upwardly mobile young people.
Police brutality.
Police brutality. That was the concept. And that was when people like Fars, Davido, and all of Tiwa Savage, all of them, joined hands. Immediately they saw that coalition of young people, the people who really wanted to destroy Lagos, penetrated them. They were the ones that had arms, right? And we got a broadcast at that time, purportedly, Nnamdi Kanu,
the leader of the proscribed,
yes, saying, go and burn this place, go and burn that place, as if he was giving instruction of where to destroy.
What of a cosmopolitan Lagos? I represent it, I embody it. I see what brings us together as opposed to what takes us apart. And let us know, see, Lagos State has been in harmony for a very long time. What happens is politicians come and try to divide us. And I always say to people, let us be wary of a politician or politicians that only remember that they are Yoruba when it's time for politics. When Fulani herdsmen were making incursions into Oyo and into different parts of the southwest, and people like Sunday Igbo stood up, people like Rotimi Akeredolu stood up. A lot of politicians in Lagos were quiet. They played politics with it. They were quiet. When it was time for Amotekun, they were quiet. So many interests of the Yoruba people, they were quiet because they wanted an alliance with the North, right? So they put their political interests above the interests of their people. And then all of a sudden, it's time for politics, and they're reminding you that this person does not speak Yoruba, this person. With the Yoruba that they've been speaking, when they fired at young people at Lekki Toll Gate, did they separate the Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa? All the Agberos on the streets that are wasting their lives, young men that are getting on drugs and have been multiplying for years, do they go and meet the ones that are Yoruba and tell them, come, we'll give you rehabilitation, or we're going to get you off the streets, we're going to ensure that you're a more productive member of society?
Are you implying that the politicians fired at the protesters in...
I will say from what the army has said, Governor Sanwo-Olu invited them in and gave the order.
But he's been clearing that time and again. I imagine you caught the interview.
I mean, and then what the army said during the hearing completely goes against what he said. And you're CSO of a state, right? If you do not give an order and somebody just comes and is shooting like a cowboy, you should be on ground. As a leader of the state, you should say, you cannot shoot at my people. If you have to shoot at me to get through me to get to the people.
So you believe, even though time and again the governor has said, well, I didn't give the order in different ways, you believe that he still gave the order, and understanding how governance works, how the chain of command, not even with the police, with the military, you still believe?
I don't believe that a military setup will come and start shooting at people without carrying the governor along. It's not possible.
So
except it was a coup.
Order.
I believe that. And I also believe that he saw the bodies. I believe that he was at Reddington Hospital. I believe that he saw the bodies. And there's a lot of evidence on this. So all this gaslighting that they've been doing, we're just watching them. Because it's the same thing as they're telling us that the election was won by 10,000. when we know that we lost, they took out almost 50,000 votes in Alimosho and 20,000 votes in Ikeja. There's a lot of gaslighting, politics, and tokenism that is a hallmark of the APC government.
Dangerous.
On tribe and ethnicity is a politics that's doomed to tear a country apart. It is a failure of imagination. We can all appreciate our own identities, our bloodlines, our beliefs, our backgrounds. That tapestry is what makes us who we are. But the history of Africa, which is both the cradle of human progress and a crucible of conflict, shows us that when we define ourselves narrowly, in opposition to somebody just because they're of a different tribe or race or religion, and we ignore who's a good person or a bad person, are they working hard or not, are they honest or not, are they peaceful or violent? When we start making distinctions solely based on status and not what people do, then we're taking a wrong path, and we inevitably suffer in the end.
Hello, welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. On Saturday, March 18th, 2023, more than 7 million registered voters in Lagos State will decide who will govern over 30 million people who live in the Lagos metropolitan area. But the election of 2023 is different from any other before it. The emergence of Peter Obi and the Labour Party as a third force in the Nigerian political arena changed everything. Following the Labour Party's defeat of the ruling All Progressive Congress Party in the February 25th presidential election in Lagos, some have exploited the Labour Party's success in the state to turn the politics of 2023 campaign for governor of Lagos State into an ethnic fight, with the incumbent governor facing Labour Party's candidate and others. Some political operatives turned the contest into battle lines between the Yoruba and the Igbo. Tension is high in some quarters. There are threats and counter-threats. How did we get here? What are the dangers? How do we de-escalate the situation? Is Lagos on the path of becoming New York City or the old Kigali? Joining us for a debate showdown today is Dr. Franklin Obunweze. He will take on Chief Remi Oyeyemi and Attorney Ayo Totten. Welcome them to the stage. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Okay.
Hello to Remi, and Ayo.
Hi, Franklin. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing wonderful.
Hi, everybody.
Chief Yemi, Remi, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. So, like I told you before the show, we are going to give everybody 2 minutes to have an opening statement, and then we will go into questions. So let me start with you, Chief Remi.
Yeah. As far as Lagos is concerned, my concern is the fact that Nigeria is amorphous. Nigeria is not a nation; it's a country, but you cannot even call it a country. So it will be very beautiful for Lagos to become New York or the old Kigali, but at what cost to the owners of Lagos? Because no matter the way you look at it, even in New York, we know the owners of New York. We know the owners of old Kigali. So if we are going to give up Lagos to become New York for the interest of all Nigerians, regardless of ethnicity, for what are we doing that? For what is the gain for such sacrifice? That is the question that we have to answer. And that is part of the questions that people are considering in view of this election that is coming up. Nigeria is amoebic. It has no shape. It has no future. We have not even agreed that we want to be in Nigeria as one. So if we are in Nigeria as one, I should be able to go to Kano and live my dream out without any cause for fear. I should go to Enugu or Imo. I mean, with the kind of upbringing that we all have. I had an Igbo man as my guardian when I was in high school. He took me to Owerri on vacation. I've been to Kano, I've been to almost everywhere in Nigeria. But do we believe in Nigeria? Do we want Nigeria? If we want Nigeria, how do we want it? So if the Yoruba people are going to give up Lagos, what will be the benefit of that sacrifice? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Remy. Ayo, you're next.
Thank you, everybody. Rudy, thank you for having me.
It's good.
Well, what is happening now in Lagos is just a manifestation of the problem Nigeria has faced since independence, even before independence, since the nationalist movement. The fundamental problem with Nigeria is the mutual suspicion, mistrust, and distrust of its ethnic nations. That problem remained unaddressed. And Lagos happened to be the cosmopolitan, the center where every group comes to meet. So it's going to manifest one day or the other. And that is what we are seeing now. Because some people set a divisive tone for their campaign in this electionary campaign from inception. We will address that later when we get to the body of the issue. So what we are witnessing now is not strange to me. It is a problem that we have got to see. We want to pretend we have got to civil war of 3.5 years that we love millions of people. We have fought several fights. We've had issues. There will be pogrom here. There will be riots on this issue. So the fundamental issue is there. It remains. Mutual distrust, mistrust, and suspicion of all ethnic groups in Nigeria. As long as that suspicion is there and we are not addressing it, if we don't build a nation, each group will be comfortable in its element, will operate under their own chosen system of governance, orientation, nature, and nurture. We are going to continue to have this problem. And if you look at most successful countries in the world, look at Switzerland, by their first world civilized country by all standards. It's a confederation. So there's no tension. We don't have 10 rams drinking from the same bowl at the same time. The bowls are separated. So each drinking from his own bowl. As long as we have about 10 empty rams have to drink together, we're going to have a problem. As individuals, we do well together. Igbo, Yoruba, everybody, we go together, drink, do everything. You, Rudy, I've known you for almost 40 years or so. We've been friends for about 35 years. So we do well together one-on-one. It is only when it comes to corporate Nigeria that we have problem. So the issue is with the corporate structure of Nigeria itself. And with particular to Lagos, then we have to address why that tension is always there when we get to the body of the issue. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Ayo. Franklin, you're next.
Oh, well, Rudolph, listening to the two gentlemen confuses me a little bit because I don't even see a problem here. Why are we even having this debate? That's the fundamental question we really have to ask. Why are we having this debate? Remy made a very important point when he said, try to differentiate between a country and the nation. The major problem, I will always say, nobody has bested Achebe's articulation that the fundamental problem with Nigeria is the trouble with Nigeria's leadership. It's the failure of leadership to create a nation out of a disparate collection of tribes and, out of what Remy will call a country. And then the second point is, why would anybody think in the 21st century that somebody is asking the Yorubas to give up Lagos. This is a non-issue, that a son of Yoruba land is vying for governorship in Lagos, two sons of the same tribe. And then people are now bringing in ethnicity into it to delegitimize one. And then we call it politics in the 21st century. And then we are peddling this pedantic narrative to the effect that because he's married to an Igbo woman, he is no more a Yoruba person in the 21st century. And we forget that every major genocide in history started with such narratives. Look at what Hitler did to the Jews. I live in Germany. If you studied the history of the Holocaust, that's how it started. The Jews, they are our problems. And then when you label a particular group of human beings as your problem, you will start seeking solution to that. And what is the solution normally? To slaughter them. And that's what Hitler and his Nazis did. It was the same narrative in Rwanda. The Hutus are our problem. They have manipulated everything. They are in governance. They are at the toppest level. The Tutsis, sorry. We are the Hutu majority. It's our land. Why would the Tutsis take away everything from us? They labeled these people as a problem. And what happened? They saw the solution. And what was the solution? Started calling them, subhuman beings, and then ended up slaughtering them. We lost nearly 1 million human souls in less than 3 months. So this is the danger. So when somebody mentions the road to Kigali, Kigali happens to be the capital of Rwanda. And that's where the worst genocide in the history of the continent happened. And we are taking the same paths if we are not careful in the kind of narrative we promote. That's my submission for now.
All right, thank you, Franklin. So let's get to the substance of the issue, and I'll start with you, Chief Remy.
Yes.
How did we end up here in terms of the politics of Lagos?
Now, I'm going to be very, very honest, brutally honest, because at times people are very, very discomforted by the truth. Listening to my friend and brother, Franklin, you see, if you look at Nigeria, the most accommodating ethnic group is the Yoruba people. We are the most accommodating in Nigeria. Now, the fact that we are accommodating does not mean that we have lost the sense of our culture, tradition, and heritage, as well as ownership. So, when some people begin to say that Lagos, for example, is a no man's land, if you are not thinking along that line before, you begin to ask yourself, are you stupid by being caring, loving, and accommodating to other people who come to live in your land? You begin to ask yourself some questions. And then when you see some other people telling you your history, falsifying it, you're gonna be angry, whether you like it or not. Then you begin to think, what you have not been thinking before. You have to understand that it takes two to tango. For somebody like me, who have a nephew and a niece by Igbo woman, do you think I want them to be killed? No. But when some people begin to show what I would like to call putrid braggadocio, because we accommodate you, we believe that we are brothers, we believe we can live together, and then you start poking my nose, poking my eyes, that this place is no man's land. The reactions will be different. Because like Ayo said, if we do not take care of certain issues, then we are just deceiving ourselves. We have to sit down and address certain things. If we don't do that, no matter what we do, like Franklin said, delegitimizing a candidate for the other. That is where you see it. Others don't see it that way. And in Yoruba land, we have this proverb. gbogbo wa ò lè sùn ká kọrí síbi kan náà. That means we cannot all sleep and face one direction. So people have different ways of thinking. They have variables that influence those thinking. So we have to recognize that. And what will upset some other people might not even care about it. We have to take all those variables into cognizance. So we have to be very honest with each other. If you come to New York and you start behaving certain way, the law is there to take care of you. They will take you and keep you or either expel you from that place. So there are certain rules we all have to, live by. Certain ways of behavior that we have to live by to make everybody comfortable, not just the host, but even those who are visitors who want to live in that place. Everybody has to be comfortable. If you cannot do that, there's going to be crisis. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief Remy. Ayo, I wanted to expand on Remy's point about accommodation.
Can I yield to Franklin?
You want to yield to? No.
Well, yeah, because
I'd like to yield to Franklin.
Okay.
Yeah, around.
Okay.
Yeah, make it look like I will talk.
No, it's all right because I am taking issues. I'm taking my moments about submissions made by my brother.
Yeah, so me too. Okay. I'm taking some moments. I want to yield to you so I can talk after you have spoken.
Thank you.
Because myself, I kind of align with Chief Remy, as you know.
Yeah.
So
I
let
understand.
him talk so I can.
Okay. All right. Good.
Okay. So let me get on with it. Yemi made a point. He said that the most accommodating nationality in Nigeria is the Yoruba. I am taking issues with that because hospitality is I have traveled the world, and in every place I have been, I have met wonderfully accommodating human individuals, human beings, families, groups, nationalities. And that made me to realize that hospitality is a pan-humanic trait. You get it everywhere. You get it in the Yoruba nation, you get it in the Igbo nation, you get it in the Calabar nation, you get it everywhere. So making this comparison that you are the most accommodating is your perspective, the way you see it, which I can understand. Everybody pushes the narrative from his own standpoint. If we remember Paul Ricoeur, he said that no man speaks from nowhere, and that is the fact. So we have this trait as a human trait, and hospitality is a human. The Igbos have an adage that says, the visitor should not do his host in, and the host should show hospitality. That's the summary of that. The second point, you talked about the putrid, what you call the putrid braggadocio. You are absolutely right on that. Chinua Achebe, in The Trouble with Nigeria, made mention, because I know where you're going, made mention of that Nigeria has an Igbo problem. He didn't stop there. He even blamed the Igbos themselves for being noisy, being clannish sometimes, and showing what you call braggadocio. But what Achebe didn't go far enough here. Another professor, Professor Ami Chua, she's a Chinese woman. She lectures in the States. She wrote a book titled The World on Fire, where she discussed what she called market-dominant minorities. And she mentioned the Igbo there. And she mentioned the Bamileke in Cameroon. And we have this fundamental problem. Market-dominant minorities are always that way, just like the Venetians from Venice in the Middle Ages that were merchants. They come into money, they come into wealth. And money doesn't hide itself. And money puffs people up. Wealth and all one. So the Igbo have also this problem. I'm Igbo. I have to recognize that. And Achebe warned his people. This is what we should guard against. Okay? That noisy exhibitionism that almost every Nigerian today has adopted. It seems to be a Nigerian problem because we are very noisy people. So Achebe warned the Igbo about that. You are correct about that one. But that does not in any way justify the narrative we are carrying out in Lagos today to delegitimize Gbedebo Vivour Rhodes and his aspiration to become a governor of a state where he was born in, where his father, where the umbilical cord of his parents and ancestors were buried. It does not justify this narrative at all. This narrative is the stuff of genocide.
So, and why do we always come to this issue during political seasons? Have we ever asked ourselves that? Because what I have realized in Nigeria, Karl Marx was correct. It's a class thing. The politicians know themselves and they liaise with each other. They wine and dine with each other. They marry each other's kids. But once it comes to the political season, they play the hoi polloi, the hewers of wood and the drawers of water against each other. And we are killing ourselves on the streets. But they jump into their private jets and attend the same parties, okay, and go to the same vacations in Dubai. But the poor people who have not seen what to eat, whom their policies impoverished, are there on the streets killing each other. And we are supporting that with this narrative that doesn't lead any nation to anywhere. You are right that we really need to build a nation out of our country, but it has to start with all of us stopping, pushing, and peddling this narrative. I listened to Fani Kayode trying to, it was so brazen the way he was describing a human individual. It's a violation of his fundamental human rights to describe him, to make him, a persona non grata among his own people. So this is the narrative we should all eschew. Even if Nigeria is not yet a country, we have to, even the United States, 270 years, they are still working towards a more perfect union. Nigeria, how old are we? We are not even up to 70 years. We can equally walk towards a more perfect union, but we have to start with the narratives we peddle. It's pretty important.
All right, Ayo, you come next, and please, for our audience, there are a lot of questions about what do you mean? Remy mentioned accommodating. What does that mean? You're an attorney. What does that mean in legal terms, as far as people who are part of a nation?
Anyway, maybe when we get to question and answer, he will answer that by himself. But let me present my perspective. First of all, concerning the topic itself, whether Lagos wants to become New York or is on its way to Kigali. What I'm going to say is this. Lagos is already New York and more. By African standard, it's more than New York. Lagos is a city to over 20 million people. That is 4 times the population. That's about 3 times the population of New York at 8.something million. It is the 5th largest economy in Africa. It is it's not a major point because it is people's ancestral land. Some people owns Lagos, not New York. New York history, if you know very well, it was the Italians that first came there. Then the Dutch, they came around the Hudson River. It used to be New Netherlands, New York. When the British came, they supplanted them and changed it to New York. Huh?
New Amsterdam.
Yeah, New Netherlands. New Netherlands.
New Amsterdam.
It was New Netherlands. And you can check it out. So let me quickly give you the background to this.
I just wanted to correct one thing, that there were Native Americans who were here before all those.
Exactly, but they were not in New York area. Don't forget
they were everywhere. They were here. They were
listen,
on the island.
They were here. Listen, they were here, right? We can address that. And the issue is still here. They are still fighting. They've not given up. They have to create special law for them and special territory. You know that? So people's ancestry cannot be removed. But I don't want to jump. Let me just follow the sequence because I want the listeners to follow me carefully. So New York is more like a melting point. The population of the Indians become decimated by the invaders who took over from them because they became powerless. You understand that? Lagos is a Yoruba territory. Simple. It's an ancestral land by geographical, spiritually, by culture, by nature, by orientation, it's Yoruba. It doesn't share border with any other ethnicity at all other than Igbo people, the minority Lagosians. You cannot step into a niche of Lagos without crossing Yoruba land. It is completely encompassed by Yoruba. If you come there, this narrative did not start today, that's what I was trying to tell you. Obi as a governor, because he had issue with Fashola, said Lagos is no man's land. That is the phrase. Yes, he said it as a governor, sir. I can bring the report. You know this. Do you know that phrase has been the major problem? You see, like Chief Oyeyemi said, Yoruba people don't care. They just want to live and let live. They just want to enjoy their life. They really don't care. In the tradition of Yoruba, when they are going to bed at night, they deliberately reserve food. They always say when visitors are passing through in the night, they might need something to eat. So no Yoruba people family goes to bed without leaving something aside in case visitors come in the middle of the night. That is the culture. So that is why it's not only in Lagos that you have Igbo. Maybe I told you before, when my brothers have already left the house, they were all gone. I was still back home at Ilesha. I lived with Igbo. My father is a staunch Catholic man, Half Igbo boys who are traders in Ilesha come and live with us in our house. So part of my orientation with them, they teach me all kinds of trees and stuff we do as young people. So it has been there. The Hausas have lived with Yoruba people for over 500 years, trading, taking cola and bringing height and skin and stuff like that. But it gets worse. That thing that Franklin identified about Igbo people, because we are going to be honest about this, that braggadocio rubbing it in people's face. When you come to Lagos and say, look, nobody is stopping you from making your money, you are buying land. I know friends, if you want to buy land in Lagos, we got to go to Igbo people to help them process CFO. Nobody cares. But then when you keep telling them Lagos is no man's land, Lagos is not a no man's land, because it has its own history that is well documented. The Lagos, I will separate Lagos to two places: Lagos the state and Lagos the island, which was the federal capital. That ends at Jibowu when you cross that bridge. The whole of the other Lagos, Apapa, Ikeja, Ilupeju, we are all built by Chief Obafemi Awolowo with Western region money. All the first set of skyscraper in Lagos, the Western House, the Great Nigeria House, the National Bank Headquarters, Broad Street, we are all built by Western region, by the Western region investment, not by federal government. So all the satellite towns in the area, you see, when you come to the Yoruba people came and settled, you will see Ijesha Tedo. It was set up by Ijesha people, not the Highland people. Abule Egba by the Egba people. Shomolu is where the Ijebu first settled down. Ikorodu is purely an Ijebu city, simple. It's an Ijebu city that was encompassed into Lagos State, today's Lagos State. You cannot appropriate them and call them no man's land. You're appropriating people's orientation, ancestral land, culture, spirituality, and calling it is an insult. And this is what is causing this problem. If that's not being said, nobody will care. Nobody will be suspicious of anything. When that thing happened, when Obi started, sorry, let me finish this thing. When Obi started this campaign, and maybe he set the stone for all that, when he came to Lagos, he was going to the markets, Alaba, something. He started going from church to church because the other person has a Muslim. His campaign was divisive. People become suspicious. And when this guy came out, Gbedebo, the first thing I read from his what they gave out was Gbedebo is a Lagosian, proper Lagosian, by Igbo mother, married to Igbo wife, Nkechi. Nothing about his achievement, nothing about his work history, nothing about whatever he has done and achieved in his entire life. The narrative that was being sold to us was that Igbo. Who wouldn't be suspicious of that? So that can that's a divisive campaign that is not based on merit. It's mediocre. There is another guy in that campaign that you guys are not listening to. His name is Fusha Duarte. He's a Lagosian. Do you know he's married to Professor Alele Williams' daughter? His own mother is a mix of German and Ishekiri. Why did he not come out and start selling himself as I'm married to Edo, and my mother-in-law is Alele Williams, and my mother is Ishekiri? Because he has something on his resume. He's a chartered accountant who has worked with top accounting firms all over the world, who went to Harvard, who did very well. That is what you will see on his resume. He's a candidate of ADC. So he wasn't going along that way. So nobody was targeting him. That, okay, the Edo people want to come and take over. But when you come to us and started, your mother carry microphone in your market, started speaking Igbo, and people are releasing videos from saying we will take Lagos by force. We must take Lagos. It's must. We must take over. Those who want to get rid of us, those are the people that are creating the narrative. These people are the ones that want to start genocide. These are the people who want to create crisis. And they should not forget that Lagos did not share border with any of these people that are making this noise. And I doubt if those who have businesses and investment in Lagos are the one making these videos. I doubt it. And I doubt if they will support that narrative. So you have to focus on those people who are creating an environment, charged environment to people to be suspicious, and then there will be problem. There will be a rethink. A lot of people voted Obi and Yoruba people. They wanted Obi, a lot of Yoruba youth and stuff. Many of them have started doing the moonwalk back now, dancing back.
Do you have statistics to prove that?
Yeah, when they saw all this video coming that now Gbedebo is an image of Igbo who want to take over Lagos, period. That is the image that Yoruba people have. You want to know the Yoruba perspective.
Well,
and that's what
my brother, you know, sometimes, my brother, I don't want to go ad hominem, but sometimes we peddle information that are not facts at all. And that comes from, you know, I don't know how to describe it. First of all, this word, no man's land, that Lagos is a Yoruba city is a fact. I have not seen anybody, not even an Igbo person or Igbo man, coming to take over Lagos from the owners or ancestral or indigenous people that live there. It's even impossible. All we are dealing with is a narrative. Don't forget that. How can an Igbo man come and become an Oba of Lagos? He doesn't even know the tradition. He doesn't even know the language. It's a narrative, and it's a political narrative. Because this word, no man's land, I will want you to go and read the inaugural speech of Lateef Jakonde. When he was elected in 1979, he was the guy that used this word, that Lagos is a no man's land, where every Nigerian should come in and feel free and safe.
That is not true. Even before him, Mobolaji Johnson was trying to correct some people who were saying Lagos was no man's land. So it was not Jakonde who first said it.
But Jakonde used it. If thank you for helping me with tracing that history that Mobolaji Johnson said it. So if Mobolaji Johnson, who is a Yoruba man, said it, and Lateef Jakonde
didn't say it, he was correcting those who were saying it when he was governor of Lagos State.
Lateef Jakonde wasn't correcting anybody because it was in his inaugural speech. I could send it to Rudolph and he could put it up right now for the whole world to see. So Lateef Jakonde wasn't correcting anybody.
But when Pius Anyim
was being a statesman, Lateef Jakonde was being a statesman when he made that position clear. Lateef Jakonde was being a very intelligent statesman because he understood that Lagos as a capital of Nigeria then should be a home for all and sundry, for every Nigerian from everywhere, any Nigerian could. And you made mention of the famous hospitality of the Yoruba nation, which my best friend, Pius Adesami, was a Yoruba guy. Okay, so you made mention of that hospitality. And then you are falling for the same narrative that politicians are repackaging to bring division among people who have lived with each other for quite a long time in peace. It's the same narrative that happened in Rwanda. Hutu men that married Tutsi women started murdering their wives because of the narrative that is being peddled, which is political. Men that have loved their wives for quite some time stood up in the middle of the night and used a machete and killed the love of their lives based on a narrative. And this is the same narrative we are peddling. And that's where the danger lies. So if calling Lagos a no man's land is the only problem, you can call Enugu a no man's land. I don't even care. You can call any other place. Why don't you return the same narrative? You know, that's the major problem we have as a people. We don't think things through. And then we join in the very same thing. When you say that Gbedebo is coming to take over as an Igbo man, no, since this election started in Lagos, you say that? I have not heard anybody. I don't take kindly to somebody interrupting me. So, sir, Allow me to land before
But
you
you
can.
attempted to interrupt me when I was speaking.
So what I am saying is that
needed
since
to
this
correct that
election campaign started, I have not heard about the competence of this young man. I have not heard about the competence of Sanwo-Olu. Okay, the issues now is because Labour Party won in Lagos, and the majority of the people that voted for Labour Party in Lagos are Yorubas, and these are children, young people, old people, adults who are tired, sick and tired of what Nigeria has become. They wanted a change. We all want that change to happen. So the majority of people that voted for Labour Party in Lagos were Yorubas because they want something to be different this time. And APC is very much afraid because they know that this Obi wave is going to throw APC out because they've been in power in Lagos from ACN for how many years now? Close to 20-something years. The whole thing they are fighting about is the elite trying to cover the fact that Lagos has been a cash cow for a group of people. And they are now throwing the kitchen sink at a young man who they believe is going to take power over from them. And we are joining that narrative to create a problem between two ethnic nationalities that have been at peace with each other all this while. And then we are saying that Obi said it's a no man's land. Obi never used those words. I have followed Obi's campaign from the day he started till date. If you can show me where Obi said that Lagos is a no man's land, I will give you, charge me anything you want and I will give it to you now. I challenge you to show us that Peter Obi
are you done?
All right.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you.
Yes, I want to make 2 points. What's the name of our friend in Dibe?
Okay.
He wrote an article condemning Peter Obi when Peter Obi had a problem in Anambra State and women were protesting. He said they were the Yoruba women who wanted to topple his government. That's in Anambra, not in Lagos. That's what Peter Obi said.
Can you cite that article? Because I don't
have it right now, but
I never read about that.
You are interrupting.
You can Google it.
You don't
You
take
can
any
Google
to
it.
be interrupted.
Listen to me. You can Google it. And Idipe was condemning him that has he considered the possibility of him being on a national stage and this will not be used against him? That was the question he asked in that article. Now, that's one. Number two, frankly, you are not looking at history. You cannot forget your history no matter what. When the program happened in the North, I've interviewed Joseph Gaba. I've interviewed Emeka Ojukwu, God rest his soul. And I've interviewed Samu Bakwe. And I got so many perspectives from all of them. I'm telling you, when the program happened in the North, no matter the justification for it, that was heartrending. If I were Ojukwu, I would try to protect my people too. But when the war started, he faced Yoruba land until he was stopped at Ore. And there was no program against the Igbos in Yoruba land. What is the motive? That's number one. Number two, when Zik wanted to become premier of Western region, and he didn't even have the majority, they started lies, condemning Awo that he engineered cross-carpeting. And that was falsehood. And Samu Bakwe confessed to me in the presence of Chief Richard Akinjide and Chief Adisa Akinloye, former chairman of a national party, that it was a ruse. We demonized Awo because we wanted Zig to take over the premier of Eastern region from Eyoita. So why couldn't Nnamdi Azikiwe appoint some of his lieutenants who are in NCNC as premier, so that they could all align together to take Western region from Awo? What is the motive? And then when the war started, before they invaded Yoruba land, they said they called it police action. The war has not even started. Biafran planes were bombing Ikeja, and the plane was shot down. What is the purpose? there was program against the Igbos in the north. How come Yoruba land is the purpose, goal, or focus of attack? So we have all taken all this. We try to put them aside, and we try to be kind and accommodating to our brothers from the east. Despite all these things. So if we are now being suspicious, we have every reason to be suspicious. We have every reason to remind ourselves of history. We have every reason to sit back and say, okay, what is going on here? And upon that, you are now calling our land no man's land. You said it is politicians who are doing it. But the behavior of average Igbo man in Lagos testifies that. That is the attitude. That's what they say. So you cannot blame us. I'm sorry, Rudolph. Just give me a minute more. You cannot blame us for it because, like as Bob Marley said, every action is a reaction. We have been tolerating and taking all these things, but now we are getting fed up. We are getting suspicious. That genocide, nobody wants genocide. Nobody wants war. But the attitude that we are getting from those who have been kind to, that we have accommodated, is so negative and is so provocative. So you have to be very honest. Don't start accusing people who are carrying whatever narrative. You have to be able to say the truth that some people's behavior are very, very repugnant and unacceptable. Nobody can come into my house and tell me that my house belongs to nobody. I will fight that person. We don't want war, we want peace. But for peace to reign, everybody has to know his or her boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No, Rudolph, I really have to.
No, I know, you will, but I want to say something before you do that. For our viewers, in another 10 minutes, we'll let them in to get involved in the conversation. So, Franklin, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The point is that this debate has degenerated into an emotive one. I can understand that. I can appreciate where the Chief Remy is coming from. But the point is that it seems that we have swallowed a lot of propaganda on all sides, even the Igbo themselves too. And Remy, everything he has listed now, many of them are in the realms of that propaganda that has been
No. I feel disrespected. I feel disrespected by that.
You said I should know history. No, my brother, you said I should use history. And I'm using history to refute.
Yes. Is it a lie that Biafran soldiers invaded Yoruba land?
You made that point, and I heard it. And
is it a lie? I'm asking you. Answer that question. Is it a lie?
I'm gonna refute it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it a lie that Biafran planes bombed the Keja? Is it a lie?
You made your point.
Let us respect facts. You can disagree by expressing opinion.
Listen, my brother.
You are entitled to your opinion, not to your own facts.
It's not about opinions. You laid your facts on the table. So sit down and take the refutations. That's the way it works. So the refutations are very simple. It was a war situation. You are right. Biafran soldiers attacked were stopped at Ore on their way to where? To Lagos. What was Lagos at this point? The capital of Nigeria. It was where the commander-in-chief sat. So if you are making it as if to say the Igbos attacked the Yorubas, no. This Biafra was a republic fighting a war of survival against a behemoth, Nigeria. And the capital of Nigeria was Lagos. And you are saying that attack Yoruba land.
Who led our land without talking to us?
No. You're modeling the issues now. No. I'm not going to let that happen. And who led that force? A Yoruba guy, Victor Banjo. So how could a Yoruba man be attacking Yoruba country if it's not for a military strategic reason? So now the way you are peddling the narrative is as if to say that the Igbos banded together and say we are going to attack Yoruba land. No.
So why did Ojuku execute Banjo? Answer that question.
Well, no. This is another issue.
No. Why did Emeka Ojukwu execute Colonel Banjo? Why did he execute him? When Banjo discovered that he was being used, he refused to carry out that order and was executed. these are the reasons why we are suspecting the Igbo.
No. The point you're making, you are taking this. You are not.
No, those are the facts of history. No, you cannot change history. You can never change history.
The facts you are talking about are non-facts.
Let him
you are
respond
peddling narratives that are not even correct. If you ask why Ojukwu executed Banjo, only Ojukwu knows his reasons. The reasons they gave during the trial were that they were saboteurs. Ojukwu didn't only execute Banjo, he executed Ifeajuna, who is equally very close to Ifeajuna is from Onisha, Ojukwu is from Newi. They are not even a stone throw from each other. So Ojukwu executed Ahmad and and so many other people. So it was a war situation. The Igbos never sat down to say, we are going to attack Yoruba land. No, it was a military decision taken by the military high command then to attack Lagos, because that was where the commands were being issued out of to attack Biafra, so we can talk about the issues about the war, but that's not even the issue. So when you lump the Igbos and you say that an average Igbo man in Lagos behaves so badly, my brother, you are in dangerous territory, because it's the territory of genocide. The Hutus, we are saying the average Tutsi. Who is an average?
I'm afraid that the Igbos are planning genocide against the Yoruba people.
My brother,
they are planning genocide against the Yoruba people in Lagos because of their utterances, because of their behaviors, because of their attitude.
If you are in the Western world and you say an average Jew, let me tell you, they will throw the sink at you, because you are in the realms of danger. You are now stereotyping a people. There is nothing like an average Igbo man. It is, if somebody commits a crime in Lagos, that's why we have a country. Lagos is supposed to be a part of Nigeria, which is governed by the law. So if an Igbo man commits a crime, that he's an Igbo man doesn't play any role in it, he should be prosecuted according to the fullest extent of the law. And that's what we are saying. That's
not a crime.
You and I should start helping to build up this society that we want to see. But clinging to our ethnic robes, it is good. Barack Obama said it. We can be proud of our ancestry, where we came from. It's normal. That's what gives our lives meaning. But to lock up ourselves in these ethnic cocoons and see the world and every other person as being against us and being taken away what belongs to us is the psychology of scarcity. We should have grown out of that cocoon. And that's the only way a heterogeneous nation could function. Look at where we all are living. I live in Germany. I live in Frankfurt. Frankfurt is one of the most cosmopolitan towns in Germany. People come from everywhere and find a home here. And nobody, if I do something, if I drink and drive, the police will send me to jail. Whether I'm a black man or a white man, it doesn't matter. The Germans themselves will tell you that their laws are very strict. And that's the nation, the society we want to create, where the law rules, where it doesn't look at your face, where you come from, whatever gender you are, or whatever sexuality you express.
Mr. Franklin,
that's the land we want to create. So when you come out,
the law rules in Dubai, and everybody comes to Dubai, but everything is controlled by the indigenous, by the owners of the land.
By the law.
The law rules in Dubai. The
law rules. And that's what it should be. The law should rule. And that's what we want to see our society become. So because two Yoruba men are fighting for power, the Igbo should not be appointed as scapegoats for that.
They made themselves scapegoats. They made themselves.
The Federal Republic of Nigeria. The law gives him the right to become a governor wherever. If a Yoruba man wants to be governor of Enugu State, he should vie for that.
So that I can get zero
my brother, no. We should not, as educated individuals, we should not be falling into the same traps that our ancestors fell into and messed up Nigeria. And these are the things we are going to be handing over to our kids. But we live everywhere else and we want to be accommodated. But we cannot even accommodate ourselves in that little enclave of ours that we call Nigeria. So, but you and I, it is our duty to start correcting this narrative right now, to start correcting that and show that a new Nigeria is possible with us, with our generation.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Frankly, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say this, I don't want it to look like back and forth debate. I want us to talk on points so we know exactly what we are addressing at every point in time. The approach being taken by Franklin is a mix of denial and then playing the pastor. You're talking like you are, it's like you are a mix of denial with some sanctimonious preachment
Okay.
that is looking at one side of the story. Some of the points we are bringing out, you are not weighing them in like the reality of what is actually happened that we face in Nigeria. Most of the point we are raising, we are speaking from left to you, I, Rudolph, Chief Oyeyemi, that I know very well. Probably there won't be a problem. There is a problem because the way the ordinary people view these things is what we are discussing here. We can dismiss it. We can do some sanctimonious preachment and say, oh, we are supposed to do this. It's supposed to be kumbaya. It doesn't happen like that in reality when you are in my face. Maybe we can, maybe if it's happening in the East, you will see it better. But it's not happening there. Don't forget, Lagos is not the only part of Yoruba land that has Igbo people. If you go to Adekiti today, you go to Ilesha, you go to Ibadan. Ibadan is actually bigger than Lagos. If Lagos wasn't a city-state, Ibadan is the third largest city in Africa after Cairo and Johannesburg. It has a huge population of Igbo people. We have Edo people, we have Ijo people, we have Ikwere, we have Yala, we have Hausa. Why has it got to be about Igbo all the time? Have you asked yourself that question? Exactly. You see, and why about Lagos? They don't say because they say, oh, it was a federal capital. Even the colony that was declared in 1954 as federal capital was in Lagos Island, that little area, not area being run by the Western government, Western regional government. So if somebody want to base an argument on, oh, where they said that there was declared a federal territory in 1954, it is that area. And that has been the only problem. I don't see any other problem. Gbedebo, that's why I give an example of Funsho Duarte. Gbedebo is having a problem because he presented the narrative in his campaign that says he's a front candidate for Igbo aspiration in Lagos. The aspiration that has always been there. That's why I gave you an example of another candidate whose mother is Professor Alele Williams. That is the one that should be pushing that narrative because the mother is one of the first professors, women professors in Nigeria. They are Edo. There is a huge population of Edo people in Lagos. Even Edo people, they are laying claim to Lagos as well. Of course, they have very strong history with Lagos. He's not pushing that narrative. He just wanted to sell himself. He's not telling us where his wife came from or anywhere that. You see, I don't want to go back to Civil War era or what happened at that time. That is not what this forum is, according to but I want to base it on what is happening right now with regards to this election. This template for what is happening now is set by Gbedebo himself. So people are only following him. Oh, okay, this is what you want to do. And it has been amplified by other Igbo people. You cannot pretend that you have not seen the video or people holding meeting in Abia next to Cameroon saying we must take Lagos. You are going to take, who are they using to take Lagos? Gbedebo. So why will you not query him? And he's putting that on his face too. He's putting on that attitude. So people are querying him because of that. He set a divisive template. So you have to properly place the blame. Who wants to create a problem for ordinarily peace-loving people? It is those who come to that territory and start challenging the rights and authority of people in their own ancestral land. That is what we should be addressing. Don't dismiss it. That, it's not happening. It didn't happen like that. You can say it that much here, but the facts are not pointing to that. This issue of no man's land is all over the internet. Just Google Lagos no man's land. You see the Obi, you see the responses to him from different people and every other people. It's not a secret. And I think part of what Rudolph is saying is we should find a way to de-escalate it. Denial will not de-escalate it. We need to admit faults that, okay, you are at fault here, this at fault here, and then use whatever influence we have individually and collectively to stem it down so that it doesn't go to Kigali. It probably won't be Kigali because Lagos is just that little place completely surrounded by Yoruba people. So, and these people don't like to fight. They just want to party and live their life. even a goat, when you pursue a goat to the wall, is going to turn back at you. That is just a fact. And I think our conscience will speak to us about the attitude of Igbo people in Lagos. They should slow it down. That's my point.
All right,
Okay.
Franklin.
Okay. I am a trader in words. Words are very powerful.
Absolutely.
And the words that we use in this debate, they are, because I could see that, like I told Remy, when you say the attitude of Igbo people is stereotyping already. Because I cannot imagine that a German could stand up and say the attitude of Jews, or even an American could say that. But we use that casually without even knowing the implications, that we are condemning a whole nationality of over 50 million people to that simple stereotype that we are building. And that's what I have seen across board. I am distinguishing. So when you say that I am being dismissive, I'm not dismissive of anybody's feelings or dismissive of a people's aspiration. But the point lies in the fact that, one, we agreed that Nigeria may not be a nation, but is a country. And this country is governed by a constitution. And we are no longer governed primarily by the traditional authorities. We are governed, there is a state that is superimposed upon all these traditional authorities. And this state, we have a constitution that is imperfect, we know. But this constitution says that every Nigerian citizen has a right to reside in any part of this territory called Nigeria.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And we are here debating still that people's ancestral lands, that these other people should behave not according to the law, but according to how the hosts like.
That's not correct. That is not correct. That's not correct.
Okay.
I don't want you to reframe what I said in such a way that we lose sight of the point. I don't want to argue back and forth, please, like I said. But then I don't want you.
That's what the debate is all about.
Look, I'm a trader in Wales, so I'm an attorney of over 30-something years.
Well, let me make this point.
So I won't sit down here and allow you to reframe my narrative.
I'm not reframing
so that you can reach a
when you have you will have the time. You have the time to
look
refute.
At America. Let me tell you something.
You will have the time to refute. You are now taking over my reputation of your reputation.
Do you know the financial sector of this country? Most of the funding have come from the Arab country. Do you know that real estate property
I am not discussing the United
does
States.
not really belong to them?
My brother, I am not discussing the US. I'm discussing
I want to give you an example of what I'm saying, just in case you didn't get it.
Your examples.
You
but let me
say,
finish my
when
point.
You get to United Kingdom, people buy properties in United Kingdom. The money doesn't belong to UK. You understand? But if you go there, that will, because I have investment here, we control the risk property sector, we control the financial sector in America, the Arabs, and you want to dictate in America that is a no man's land against the culture of America itself, you'll be shown the way out. That's what I'm telling you.
And what is the culture
and America is the largest democracy in the world. We are following their constitution. You know what happened to Chelsea when they went to war with Ukraine? They snatched Chelsea away. It's an investment that shouldn't be touched. But because Russia had problem with Ukraine, another brother, which is against the interests of United Kingdom, they took Chelsea Football Club away from them. That is protected. Self-preservation and enlightened self-interest is a fact of life. The Yoruba people in ancestral land had every right to protect their interests against external aggression.
You are right.
Be portrayed. Yes,
you are right.
I
agree with
what
you.
I'm saying is that we want to address issue, right? Or we want to dodge from it. This thing it didn't start today. It didn't start today. It started before this campaign. It has always been there. But you don't want to address this, you want to dodge away from it, then this
I am not dodging. If you listen for a second,
it where we are wrong.
No. If you listen for a second, you will understand that clutching at those straws that we clutch at whenever we are discussing, dialoguing about such issues is not going to help us in this debate. Relax, my brother. Just let me put the points across what I was doing before you got it.
Don't reframe. Don't reframe anything I said. Just react.
My brother, you don't set the rules of the debate. The moderator is there.
No. This is my own comment. I don't want you to reframe.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, Ayo. Let him speak.
My brother, okay. So the point is, the Yoruba nation, I have not seen anybody from any part of Nigeria rise up and said, I am going to take over Yoruba land. Even the Igbos doing their trades there. No, but if anybody is saying it, that you ask yourself, does the person have the power to take over somebody's ancestral land? Or does the person have what it takes to do that? Or is it just a market women gossip? Apologies to women, it's not anything. It's just a way of talking in Nigeria. Is that what it is? If that's what it is this what should be riling a people to be using and packaging other human beings as subhuman in the way they are being addressed? So when you say the Igbo, why must it be the Igbo all the time? And that's what I'm trying to remind anybody using such terminologies, that we are now in the territory of genocide. Because it starts with such narratives.
I really don't know about that. You are escalating it now. You want to put fire on
yes,
it.
I want you to see how dangerous
people are going.
Rudolph, please, you are the judge here.
No, that word is heavy. You have
here
consistently used that word.
At least keep quiet. Let me make my point.
Consistently use that word in order to drive a point. And I'm against you using the word genocide, except you are planning one.
Ayo, give him the chance. You respond to him when he's.
Yeah, no.
I listen. I thought I listened
because
to you.
we say the issue has always been with Igbo people. Have you ever seen the Hausa people in Agege? They betrayed over 500 years in Yoruba land before the Igbo people came. Have you ever had that issue?
You are using those words.
Have you ever had it with Calabar people, Efik, or Yala people, or Ibibio, or Ijo? Have you ever had it? This coalition has always been between Igbo in Lagos and the Yoruba people. That's the fact. I just give a statement of fact that you cannot deny. Then you are trying to, you are escalating it. And
my brother, I thought you were a lawyer.
No,
I thought you were a lawyer.
In the realm of genocide. Come on, you are being an alarmist.
My brother, I thought you were a lawyer.
Hold on.
No, stop that. Slow down, frankly. So we all know how to use words. No, I can escalate your word. I can take just one phrase out of your word and create something out of it that you will not like.
Okay, Ayo, thank you.
We are both trained in the use of phrases and words. Please.
Okay. My brother, if you get all
just
of your
use plain your language to drive your point without trying to create.
If I put you, I thought you're a lawyer.
Don't create a narrative.
But no, my brother. No. This is not a debate anymore.
This is the internet.
This is being
this
childish.
Forever.
You
No, I will not allow you to frame
childish.
me up. It's not going to happen.
My brother, stop. No, you've done your part. Let me do mine.
Okay.
Stop. I thought you were a lawyer. If I put somebody like you on the dock, I will send you to jail if you are facing a criminal.
How will you send me to jail? I
will
be the one to send you to jail.
Hold your emotions.
All right.
Come on. The point is, you are still using the symbol. You said
you cannot be putting words into somebody's mouth. Express your own view. If you are talking of genocide, are you planning one? But actually, the way I'm thinking now, I'm suspecting that.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
I thought this was a debate. I thought they know what I do. My job is genocide prevention. That's what I do. That's my work. And I am telling you, I'm giving you pointers to when it starts. I thought that you checked out the guy you're going to debating with. I am the director of genocide prevention at the Christian Solidarity International in Switzerland. That's my job. So when I tell you when genocide starts, how it begins, I am telling you from a perspective of what I do, my experience, my studies. So you don't sit down there and tell me, am I planning one? This is how it starts. Tell me that the genocide against the Jews, the Holocaust didn't start with narratives that lasted over thousands of years. We are calling the Jews money grabbers. Even Shakespeare wrote it in The Merchant of Venice when he painted Shylock as a money grabbing Jew. And that sank in the minds of Europeans. And we saw the apogee of that creation of otherness in the Holocaust that murdered 6 million European Jewry. Did we not see that in Rwanda? We had the same narratives of calling the Tutsis, cockroaches, and subhuman beings, that they are our problems. Where it landed Africa today. Is that a fact that you can deny? And then we are using throwing the same terminologies about these people. Once you start using the word these people, you have gotten into the territory of stereotyping them. And when you say, why must it be about Igbo people all the time? Have we had problems with the Efik? Yeah, I'll tell you the reason. The reason is very simple. Because the Igbos are what Professor Amichua called the market dominant minority. They are always on the move. They trade. And it's always a fact that traders, merchants, have always encountered problems where they trade. It's normal because they come into money, they come into wealth. And this wealth sometimes generates a kind of unease in a society. We understand all this. So, but that does not mean that I should allow you, both of you, to be throwing around this same terminology that has led to fundamental change in societies across history, even in our world today. And when you say Lagos, Lagos, why must it be Lagos? I will tell you why. Ancient Rome was the capital of a whole empire. Every road led to Rome. People came from all over, from Tunisia, from Africa, from to the Caspian Sea, came to Rome, and they became Roman citizens. They stayed there and made Rome great. United States that we all flock to today. People came from everywhere, and it became a melting pot, governed by the rule of law. Although the American Indians were eliminated, some are put in reservations today, but this society is being governed by law today. And what does that tell us? Can we borrow a leaf from that on what we can make of Nigeria today? Can we leave a little bit of our ethnic cocoons and see the other as my brother, as a fellow human person whom I could build a society with? So if you call that preachment or sanctimonious preachment, let it be. Societies become great with diversity. It's not only a unilateral, no unilateral society has survived. Diversity, even at the genetic level, is what makes us human and ensures our survival as a species. So when we sit down here and argue from the perspective of they must leave that for us, don't forget, Lagos was a Nigerian capital. Everybody that was Nigerian flocked to Lagos as a capital. I can understand the Yorubas don't want to lose their culture. I will not support them losing their culture. That's why I will even urge the governments to implement policies and save so many monuments that belong to this beautiful nationality and their culture. But if we start excavating ethnic xenophobia only when political seasons come, then we are in for a very terrible time ahead of us in Nigeria. Politics should not be used by this class that has taken away everything from the ordinary Nigerians to divide people who have been neighbors all this while, people who have lived their lives with each other together in peace. Why must it be during political season? Have we not? That's what makes the white man a little bit, progressive. They study the reasons for why things happen, but we don't. It's only in political season that we remember that Igbos are the problems with Lagos. But after politics, Tinubu will fly to see an Igbo man in Imo State, and then Obi will fly to see a Yoruba man in Lagos. And they will be dining and whining. But ordinary people have already killed themselves. A market was burnt in Lagos a few days ago. Who did that? We don't know. So these are the things we really need to guard against. We live in other people's societies, other people, and there we are very happy. Why did we run away from our homes? Because the law doesn't work there. But where laws work, we live there and enjoy the proceeds of those societies. Why can't we urge and why can't we fight for the establishment of the rule of law in our very homes where we came from? That's all I am arguing for.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. So what we're going to do now is that I'll give everybody a chance to round up before we take questions, because there are a lot of people who want to get involved in this conversation. So I'll start with you, Chief Remy. Go ahead. You're muted. Hold on, Remy. Let me see if it's okay. You have to unmute yourself from your end. It's not from my end. Okay, good.
Now, what was the question?
No, to round up, or respond to him and round up, and then we take
Now,
questions from.
I have maybe just 2 or 3 statements. The best way you can begin to solve the problem is to be honest with each other. Each group should be willing to accept responsibility for the role they have played to get us to this point. When Nnamdi Azikiwe told Sardauna that we should forget our differences, Sardauna told him, no, we can't forget our differences. We must respect it. So if you are not ready to respect our differences and our views, then we are not ready for Nigeria. That genocide that you are yelling about, God forbid it happens. You have to be honest. You have to be sincere. No hypocrisy. We have to sit down and be very brutally honest with each other. There are certain boundaries some people cannot cross. We have to respect each other. Disrespecting each other will lead us to war. I'm telling you the truth. So my own is that if we want to solve the problem, we want to move forward, we have to start by being honest and sincere with each other. Thank you.
All right. Remy, can I come back to you just a minute so you can add to your conclusion? I want you to, can you give our audience an idea where you see Lagos 200 years from now? How you think it will look like?
I'm not a prophet.
No, yeah, but you can look at, just imagine how you think Lagos will look like 200 years from now.
Well, 200 years from now, it depends on what we do now. Because, like Franklin was talking about genocide, if you keep rubbing people's nose, poking it, wiping it, it will get to a point they will react. It is a nature of man to do that. And if that happens, it will change the dreams that some of us will have for Lagos. So, but if we are able to prevent it, like you said in the rider for this program, it may become like New York, but what we are saying is that whatever becomes of Lagos, the owners of the land must have a say and control over it. You don't come there and tell them they amount to nobody and their ancestral land is a no man's land. It's not going to work. It's going to lead to a very serious consequences. So if you can nip this in the bud, it will be very fantastic for us.
All right. Thank you, Chief Remy. Ayo, you're next.
Yes, thank you. Let me quickly react to that similar lecture that Franklin was giving. Look, we are all trained in this act, and I've been out there on this stuff for a long time. Rudolph will tell you from way back. You see, what you are trying to do is clever by half. I'm so sorry to use that language. We are called together here by Rudolph for us to discuss what is going on, a current issue that has been there for decades. And it has become escalated of recent, and he wants us to talk about to de-escalate it. Now we are trying to tell you, as Yoruba people too, their perspective, the annoyance. At the moment we mention what that annoyance is, you dismiss that and you pretend you don't see it, and you say, oh, your people are not in danger of genocide. You don't want to address provocation. Even the law has provocation as a defense. You do not want to address the fundamental issue that we are raising. Oh, your people is not that. You say you Igbo. You said these people use these people. Is that the issue we are talking about? Semantics. You people, they don't use that one. I heard that all the day on the street. But when people don't have something to say, they use it. Why did you call us you people? Why did it? But we are addressing very serious matters here. You know, that could lead to loss of life, really, which is a fact. People are annoyed. They feel challenged on their land, and we are trying to reiterate some of those things. The utterances that is getting people annoyed, and try to bring it out in an intellectual manner so that we can address it in a robust manner. You are now trying to reconstruct the narrative. To me, oh, now you are being threatened by genocide. Me? Want to threaten genocide to anybody or who? I mean, we that all of us here, we are approaching retirement age. We are only looking for posterity. Our children to have a place they can call their own. That is what we are doing here. Do not reconstruct my narrative. I'm just telling you what the annoyances are. From being a lawyer to Gbedebo Yoruba of North America for several years and their legal counsel there, I know what people discuss. I'm in touch with my base. I'm in touch with several other Nigerian groups, and I know what the issues are. Left to me, Nigeria should have a referendum and decide whether we want to go our separate ways or we want to live as an autonomous unit within the context of Nigeria. That is where I stand. What we are discussing here is people's annoyance. But the moment we raise it, why people are annoyed, oh, You want to kill my people. Is that what you guys are saying? Come on now. This is not a kindergarten class. We are all too wise for that. Don't reconstruct my narrative. Don't put it out there. Because it won't solve the problem. It will keep escalating it if we are not willing to admit. If you tell me that, okay, Yoruba people too, they have this tendency, and that might be annoying the Igbos. I won't take it that you are stereotyping my people. Actually, stereotyping is scientific. When they culture something, it's another word for stereotyping. When they say, when police do sampling of certain behavior of areas or something, it's another word for stereotyping. Even that's how science works. Either it's culture, how they are likely to behave, how they respond. When you do clinical trial, it's stereotyping, but you can put it in the negative context, depending how you want to use it. So please, I want us to address that clearly. I'm not recommending genocide for anybody. I'm talking about people's perspective, and it's either you admit they are doing it or not that you are reconstructing the narrative. No, it's called red herring. It's diversionary argument. I'm trained in that. I'm doing it for 35 years as an international lawyer. And now, to round up, like you already said before people ask questions, I want us to go back, and do some introspection as a people. Like I said earlier, one-on-one, I've never seen Igbo people and friends dragging anything. They probably just have fun together, read together, share books, enjoy life together, help each other. I've seen a lot of that between Yoruba people and Igbo people. But the moment we talk about Nigeria, there's a problem. The unit interest trumps, then becomes a problem. I've told you why Yoruba people are annoyed. They are not mad at any Igbo people for whatever reason. I've never seen that because they've thrived the way they want in Yoruba land. We don't see a lot of people Yoruba go to Igbo. Even Yoruba hardly go to Hausa. They are live and let people and they are more comfortable. When they leave Nigeria, they are going to London or America. You hardly see them. I'm not saying they are not Yoruba, but they hardly go. And when you come to them, you are their friend. But if they have reason to complain, we need to examine that reason very well. They don't like wars too. So they are not likely to kill anybody or go into any genocide tomorrow, but they fight silently. So let's go back and do introspection. If there's anything you want to say about Yoruba people here that is causing tension, you can say it. Because when we are talking about this narrative now, we have Baba Fenifere Adebanjo, holding Obasanjo. They were holding Obi all over the place. Say Obi is who they are supporting. They want Obi. That is not likely to happen to a Yoruba person from Igbo people. It's not likely to happen. Yeah. So I'm just telling you the character of a people. That is the truth. That is the character of a people we are talking about here. And everybody will do whatever they want. The sentiments should be out, but the one that concern the collective, that I know it is that no man's land thing, and the words that we take over Lagos is a must by all means. I've seen it in videos. Some people are accompanying those videos where they are saying we must take over Lagos by all means. Those are the people that are preaching genocide. If you say you must take over, you are using log, conquer, take over Lagos. If you are using those words, you are the one that is directly saying you are going to suppress a people. So that is, as a person who works on genocide, those are the statements you should be worried about, not language like you people. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Franklin.
Well, thank you, Rudolph, and I thank the guys on the panel with me today. I shouldn't forget to lay that fact out there before I make my concluding statement. I sincerely loved what Remy said about to diagnose what the problem is. We have to be honest and we have to be sincere. I am glad I studied philosophy, and in epistemology is all about theory of knowledge. And then there you realize that nobody speaks from nowhere. Like I quoted Paul Ricoeur earlier. I understand they are speaking from their perspectives, and I'm speaking from my own perspective as well. And that's why we are debating. We lay our cards on the table so that the other can see where the other person is coming from. And then maybe we can, in a Hegelian fashion or in a Socratic fashion, come to a synthesis from all the theses and the antithesis that we have put out here. Rudolph, you asked a question to Remy. where does he see Lagos in 200 years? I would want to take that up as and try to do a little bit of an analysis. The trend I'm seeing in 200 years, Yoruba will still be spoken in Lagos. But most of the kids will have parentage from every other part of the world, one Yoruba and one from another place, because the intermarriages are increasing, as I can see. And we are all witnesses to it. Tinubu himself married an Ishekiri woman. Viva Rhodes married an Igbo woman. Femi Fani Kayode, who is now propelling this narrative that is dangerous to society, was married to an Igbo woman. So there will be a lot of intermarriages, and there will be a culture. You know, Lagos is cosmopolitan, and it allows for that. People come together. It's a melting pot. People come together, and when people are close to each other, they fall in love, they get married. That's what sociology has shown across time. Okay, so that's where I see Lagos in 200 years. And if we get a good leadership sometime in Nigeria that will lay the foundation for good citizenship, for people to have a sense of belonging, that they belong to this country called Nigeria, and then decide to work towards uplifting this country, that we may see a nation where the son of Gbedebo or whatever, nobody will ask him, what are you doing in Lagos vying for governor? What we are doing today, which is ethnic atavism of the worst kind. So I see a Lagos that will be a beacon of hope for all Nigerians, because Lagos is biogeographically blessed. We have a seaport there, Lagos, the lagoon, and everything. So it attracts trade, businesses, and that's why we see businesses coming to Lagos from the times of the slave trade. So Lagos will keep being that if our governments make a policy that ecologically save this place and doesn't let Lagos be washed away into the sea, and if we keep on a cultural openness that allows us to dialogue with each other and come to an understanding that we are human individuals, human beings, and not let base ethnic sentiment destroy what could have been a very beautiful country. When Remy said that it will be called Lagos a no man's land, Peter Obi never said that. This is a statement of fact now. Peter Obi never called Lagos a no man's land. There is nowhere, there is no evidence to that. I can vouch for that because I have researched that and I have not seen any to that effect. And when Remy said that Peter Obi said that Yoruba women wanted to overthrow him in Anambra State, Okendibe, who is my friend and brother, never wrote that article, and he never made that assertion. Maybe Remy is referring to something.
I will get your email from Rudolph and then forward the article to you.
Okay, I will greatly appreciate that. So, but the point is, if anybody says that that Lagos is a no man's land, Lagos is not a no man's land. There were people living there before the white men came, and there are people still living there today. But I would like to see, if somebody calls my home a no man's land, the person is just talking. That wouldn't even mean anything to me. So the Lagos, I am saying now, if this is what the bone of contention for Ayo, because I don't believe that every Yoruba man sees this as his bone of contention. If this is a bone of contention for Ayo, I am telling you, my brother, Lagos is not a no man's land. Lagos belongs to the Yorubas. We accept that, and that is a fact. But the accident that brought us together as Nigerians has made it imperative that every other Nigerian, when Lagos became a capital, that every other Nigerian could go to the capital city because the British did a number on us. The number they did on us is that they localized everything in a place. And every other person that wants the favor from the government comes very close to where the favor is. And we should not lose sight of the fact that Lagos had better infrastructure than every other state in Nigeria put together, except when Abuja was built. And business and trade goes to where infrastructure is that supports the business. So that every other Nigerian and the majority of the people that do trade, the Igbos, that they will move in droves to Lagos is imperative. And that there will be skirmishes with the locals is normal. But what intelligence teaches us over time is that we could peacefully resolve those differences. That's why the law is important. That anybody who commits a crime in Lagos faces the law. If we are able to build a country where that becomes the case, we will not be sitting here arguing whether Lagos is a no man's land or not. The people that own Lagos know that they own Lagos. and nobody. I don't see an Igbo man coming to take over Lagos from them. Gbedebo Rhoses is a son of Yoruba land. And for me, he has absolute right to vie for governorship anywhere in Nigeria. Whether the people vote for him is another thing. But that he has this right and that he should not be delegitimized because of where he comes from, this nativism and this nationality or this patriotism, false patriotism that we carry about. We should remember that patriotism happens to be the last refuge of the scoundrel. I will end my point here. So when we say the word, the character of a people, there is nothing like a character of a people. Stereotyping the people is absolutely wrong. Stereotyping is wrong everywhere. People could say it used to be the scientific way. That's why African Americans are fighting the police, because the police stereotypes African American. When you catch a thief, you will say he's a black male, and that was used to lock up over 1 million black males in prison today in America. We know it's the remnant of slavery. So, and that's why we are fighting today, that we should stop stereotyping each other, because stereotype and xenophobia is the shortest route to genocide. And what is genocide? Genocide happens when xenophobia gains political power. I am done.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank Ayo, Chief Remy, and Franklin for a wonderful debate. I wish we could have more time to engage all of you. But we're going to now have our audience join by giving them a chance to ask questions. And when I call you, please go straight to the question so that we have time to get more people in. I will start with you, Sho. So the question could go to anybody, any of the...
Good evening, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening to the three gentlemen who've come to speak to us today. Listen carefully. Quite interesting debate. I'll probably come back, Rudolph, to share my view, because you said this is for questions. But the question I have for my Oduduwa brothers is: do our political elite, the Yoruba ones, the Tinubus, the Akeredolus, the whoever, the who and who of the Yoruba political class, do they share your view? And do they share it at all times, or does this come up every 4 years? Because all I see is Tinubu ambition was carried on the head by Ojius Okalu, who's fighting to be the Senate president. Tinubu has no issues with him, at least not in public. So we see these people get on very well. There's no issue to us, the common men, of them having this issue. Tinubu doesn't fear that Lagos is going to be taken away from him. Well, not until he lost the election in Lagos, but he doesn't seem to share this, at least not in public. Probably you know more. Do you think our political class care? Do you think they worry like you care about it? Or is this just something divide and rule that we've seen time and time again? Thank you.
Well, Ayo, please allow me to answer this. Go and Google my name, Remy Oyeyemi. I've probably written more articles against Tinubu than anybody in Nigeria. I've done that. Go and Google it, because internet does not forget. Why do I do that? Because I don't believe in his political ideology. So, but when the campaign season started, and I saw the kind of attacks against Tinubu coming from the Igbos, that's what gave me the reason to support him. Because I felt it's unfair. I wrote on my Facebook page that we should treat every candidate equally. So if we attack Tinubu, we should be able to see what is wrong with Obi and see what is wrong with Atiku. And Atiku was my former boss. I know Obi very well. Myself and Peter Obi, we won Atiku's campaign in 2018. We went everywhere together. So I know the three players very, very closely. But I did not support any of them until I saw the unfair attacks on Tinubu coming mainly from the Igbos. Then I read some minutes into it. So as I'm talking to you, I don't think Tinubu shares my view. I don't think he likes me. And I don't want him to like me. But I do things that I believe in. As long as I believe in it, I'm all on it. So I can even tell you, though that's a speculation, that if he gets there, he's not going to do anything for Yoruba nation. And I will not be disappointed. But the truth must be told. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. So if we are criticizing Atiku, we must use the same criteria for Atiku, for Obi, for Tinubu. That's just it. So I don't think he will share my own view, and I don't think he will share your view either. But I can speak on that.
Thank you, Chief. That is the irony of the whole thing. The question asked by show is the irony of the whole thing. If you Google my name to Ayototin, some of the first thing that will pop up are some of the write-offs I did against Tinubu. So it is not about the political class, because the political class is just an interest group that cross all over the place, for their selfish interest. They are not about the people. And that's why I keep saying that this issue predates this political season. It has always been there, and it's an issue we can address at our own level, not for politics. The fundamental problem I know is the structure of Nigeria itself is fundamentally defective. No two countries like Nigeria, and no country ever structure Nigeria will ever succeed that is not dysfunctional, if there is any. And it is by that analogy that I made, that you have a bowl and you have 10 FT rams drinking from the same bowl, and you don't expect them to lock horns. They will. That is why Canada has different constitution for different speaking area. Switzerland have different constitution. Germany has 6 constitutions. You see, every functional country in the world, they find a way around allowing their different interests, either religion or ethnic, from locking us. In India, with over 1,000 ethnic groups, they try to create their state along the ethnic lines. So contiguous one can agree and form a state together. So they have something in common against them. So there's no tension. If Abuja is decentralized, it's not too much power or warehouse for stolen wealth, there will be so much problem in Nigeria, because we are not fighting for that power, the ultimate. A Nigerian president is probably more powerful than any other president, because head of military, head of INEC, head of CBN, head of everything. It's the constitution. It's a constitutional dictator, a Nigerian president. And because of so much power concentrated in Abuja, everybody wants to go there. It becomes a problem. Oh, that person must be my people. That person must be my people. It is our turn. And they forget about we, the people, the original we, the people. I speak from the perspective of the ordinary Yoruba person on the street, not those people. I can assure you of that. I have no interest in any of the political party and I don't even believe in political party, because they're always crossing all over the place, jumping and jumping and jumping. I just look at people at every point in time. While they were doing APC primary, I was for Shibajo, because I know he was already positioned for that position. He works in National Rock, is brilliant. If I don't like him, I will say no. So I thought they should have given him the ticket. He did not get the ticket. I look at the 3 leading candidates. I did my assessment. I don't think it's fairly okay for power to go back to the north. It should come to the south. Iwe will be antecedents as a governor. Tinubu and Obi probably have 8 years as governor. And Iwe, Tinubu's antecedent. Corruption I discount, because they are all corrupt, and I have my facts that I can prove. So, but when you look at policy matter, I just say, okay, this guy, this thief will still steal our money anyway, but it's good when it comes to policy issue. Obi, I don't really think I like what came from Anambra. So it's not based on any sentiment. That is just my personal assessment. I might be wrong, and I'm willing to admit that I might be wrong on that. But I don't want anybody, because this man, Tinubu, that you guys are talking about, this chief that made me and myself, we have written so much against him. And it's on the internet. The internet don't lie. You guys will find it there. So it's not about him at all. It's not about his presidency. It's about how to make it better for the rest of us. be hardworking. And those of us in diaspora, we want a home we can go back to. So that is what we need to start working towards. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Sure, thank you so much for that question. Let's go to Mo and then go that way. Mo, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you all. Listening to what the guests have said, and I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed that at this time we're still saying certain things. We shouldn't. Even when we have it in ourselves, we can restrain ourselves. Sometimes we have to chew on words before we say it. This idea of grouping people, the Igbo, by the way, Igbo has no plural with S. Igbo is Igbo. Just like my Yoruba friends use Yoruba. I never heard them use Yorubas. It's Igbo is Igbo. Thank you. So that should stop. Obunweze said it very clearly. We should stop it. Not just for Igbo, for Yoruba, for Hausa. Growing up, one had Hausa Fulani. Now we have split it without knowing. It has become Fulani and Hausa. So we have to educate ourselves every time. Let's try to temper these things cruelly. I can give you a lot of examples of people. What we're saying now about Lagos shouldn't be out there, but people are using it for their political gain. It is understandable, but let's not fan it. If somebody said that Tinubu is from Osun as a political leverage, that's fine. That's a fact. If you say that, what's his name, GRV, his mother is Igbo, his mother, that's okay. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is when you act on it. When you use it to tag people what they are not, then you are looking for trouble. Again, Remy, I don't know if you remember me, since 20 years ago, we went through some of the things you said. I wrote you personally. I published your work at Kony.com. And I tried to correct you that the invasion did not have anything to do with the Yoruba. Ojukwu was reluctant to do it. Banjo, and so I have and the man died. So Inca said it all there. Don't quote me. Read the man died. He, Banjo, Ifajuna, Abam, they planned it. It was the third force. They planned to take over, kill Ojukwu, kill Gowon, and then restore Nigeria. Ojukwu, Soka did not hide it. When he got to Ore, he called Obasanjo, who was part of the team. That's why they are still fighting today. So Inca and Obasanjo, the problem dates back to the fact that Obasanjo walked out and started working with Gowon, feeding him the information. Banjo was not stopped at Ore. Banjo stopped at Ore because Obasanjo said, you cannot come in with Igbo soldiers in Lagos. We have to prepare the ground. Meanwhile, they were forming the second division. So Biafran soldiers went to Gbedebo, to Auchi, to all over the place because they didn't want to leave Ore. If they had left Ore, they would run over Lagos in the next few days. Like I wrote in my book, that was when Biafra lost the war. That stretched them thin. They didn't have much. And they used what they have to invade, to give Banjo. Ojukwu wrote a letter. It was documented to Banjo, who is his best friend, by the way. Remember, he was locked up in Enugu for trying to kill Ironsi. That's why he ended up in Enugu. So we know this history. Please stop giving the idea that the
that
Yoruba...
is not the narrative given by General Pajowa. General Pajowa's narrative, who actually he was the one who led the war.
I'm not. Let me finish. Let me finish. Pajowa did not lead anything. Let me tell you the story.
If you read General
Mutala that did the pushback, it was Banjo that led the force. So Inca's book is there. I have it here. And the man died. Let me leave it to you. Okay, look at it. It's here.
I have a copy and I've read it.
Read it. And Banjo of Soinka will tell you he was in Enugu to recruit what's the poet's name? Pius Okibo, who was his friend, who said, my head is not, I'm not doing it. And then the kid, Nzog was supposed to lead it, they killed him. Okay? So Banjo, it was never anything planned to take over Yoruba land. I understand somebody from Benin, from Midwest, arguing this issue because they were taken over and made into Republic of Benin and Major Koko took over. Yes, I understand the Midwest. That Western campaign was a mistake from my own perspective. but then hindsight is 2020. So I understand what you are saying. Let us not say that again. You see, when you group people that way,
is better left alone. Ogamo,
exactly,
you know,
just leave it alone.
That thing you are saying is written. You know, Juku said they will take over Lagos. Yoruba will come and negotiate with him. I have
no way. That is please. Ayo, you are a lawyer. You have said so many things here that is absolute false. Okay, please let's leave it at that.
Mr. Mo,
it's not true.
Remember, I think Rudolph remember.
He said Yoruba we have to negotiate their freedom from him.
Ayo, hold on.
There was nowhere. Let me finish that. Okay. When I finish, I'll leave you guys alone. When I finish, please, Remy, please stop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go
what you are saying is absolutely false.
It's not false. That's the truth.
What exactly?
Will you please stop? There was
what is false?
Invasion of Western region is false. West was not invaded.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that already. I didn't know that already. It's in Igbo State.
Oh, sure. You see? That's why I can't interview with
you. You say that the invasion of the West is not possible. Number one, you are here. You just said
I live in Lagos. Atenju Osho was attacked by Ojuku's bomb.
Rudolph, could you stop these guys, please? Let me talk. Just mute them. Just mute them. I can't chase after every mad dog. I can't get where I'm going.
You are peddling falsehood.
Okay, hold on. Stop them. Stop them for a while.
Hold on,
for a while. I'll just now tell you story that I know.
Let's
okay, so if I want to, I walk away from it. You said they bombed Ikeja. Yes, Johnny bombed Ikeja. So bloody what? It was a war. So you want to? I don't know why you keep saying it. As if
Ayo, hold on.
As if the bombing of
the civil war issue will bring a lot.
Hold on,
then let me educate you. Just wait. Just cool down. Okay? Fact is fact. If they bombed the Ikeja, and it's true. They killed people in Asaba. The first victim was Babangida's father-in-law. It's a fact. They bombed churches. Egyptian air pilots with Russian illusion fighters bombed marketplaces, refugee camps. It's a fact. So stop saying this idea like even people met at night and say, oh, let's go and bomb the Ikeja this morning. It didn't happen. It was a wartime. So leave it alone. Cure yourself of this hate that you peddle around. We talked about this 20 years ago. I don't know why you still carrying it along and hurting yourself. Let me move on from that. Just about that. Read Wole Soyinka. He will tell you about the third force. Okay? He tell the truth. Now, this is the clearest form of exhibition of identity I've ever seen. You cannot talk about Lagos in this way. We know why Lagos is there. We know what it represents. Let's not fight it. Like Rudolph said, in 200 years, if we come back again, we will not even recognize Lagos. It will be so changed. The level of intermarriage going on is so high, you wouldn't even believe it. If you look at Davido was born a US citizen, born in USA. His grandmother is Igbo. His mother is Edo. He's one quarter Igbo, one quarter Yoruba. His wife is Igbo. When he has a child, that child is still going to be Yoruba, right? We know these things. So why are we killing ourselves? What we're going to find out is, let's find out how we can make this thing work. First is this, the rule of law. If we have the rule of law, Dr. Bumole said it right. When we have the rule of law applying to everybody, there will be peace. When you get up from your house and go to Born and Labor Market, you go to jail. And somebody will not do it again. That's what it takes. Rule of law. Another one is this. Lagos is not the best of places. When I came back to Nigeria, I was serving in Lagos. I said, no, send me anywhere but Lagos. They sent me to River State. I didn't like it. I went to Kaduna. I served in Jaji and I enjoyed it. The best years I have of my life. I enjoyed it. Nigeria is a great place. Nigerians are great people. Nigerians don't. The Igbo and Yoruba do not have a problem. They never. My best friend in high school, he's a Yoruba man. Go to Enugu, you see a senator, Yoruba woman running for the Senate under one of these small parties. It's not a problem. The first mayor of Enugu, an Hausa man. What are we talking about? Lagos, Mbono Jike won from there, Zik won from there. Who made Zik? How about Macaulay, a Yoruba man? We don't talk about good things about ourselves. Victor Laye, what is Sango Molanke in Igbo? That's what unites us. When I came back, I said, well, that's to Shina Peters. They don't ask you if it is Yoruba is singing. They love the music. Look at Kiss. The kind of music they sing. Nobody knows what Buga is, unless you tell them it's Yoruba. Okay? Look at everybody coming together. Lagos should be high life. The moment who goes to the market to sell, just want to go there, come back, enjoy life. Yes, if it's loud, so bloody what? If it's the no-noise zone, tell him to shut up. Lock him or give him a fine. So let's not do this to ourselves. It doesn't help. One good thing we have to do, because if that's something Ojukwu said, he said we have to stay slightly apart so we don't get burnt by the friction of our togetherness. Lagos is becoming too oppressive. Transport, everything. What we can do in Nigeria, no, we will test power, apart from rule of law, is to decentralize the airport system. Let's look at, you land with Ethiopia in Lome. You have to land in Lagos before going to Enugu. We are in ECOWAS. Why don't you fly from Lome straight to Enugu? It's about an hour. You have to land in Lagos, a few minutes, then take off again. Let's have a seaport open. Port Harcourt, Calabar, Warri, so people can import stuff and export stuff. Why don't you have a rail line between Ibadan and the Ogoja across Enugu Onitsha? These are things we should be talking about. It will bring love, peace. It will bring prosperity. It will expand. In the next 100 years, all of us here won't be here, definitely. We won't be here. New people will come. We don't even know who they are. When the Benin came to Lagos, which they call Eko, on their way to Accra, to Akan, Ghana, they call it a camp. Their worries, the Jebus, the other people have been coming and going. So please, 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 guys, please, guys, let us find it in ourselves to look for those things who unite us. They said, Zig said, let's forget about this, and Tadona said, let's, I'm saying, let us embrace and use our diversity. Let it strengthen us. Let us find a way to use it. Let's not take time to open up old wounds, to open up things that we didn't even understand. We can study history, but not here. Here is what do we do to prevent Lagos from being what we don't want. Please, please, guys, if there is anything you will accept from me today, please stop saying Igbo people. Igbo people. Igbo people do not meet. The Igbos have never had a leader in my life, and I'm old enough. We never have a leader. Azikiwe was not a leader. He was made by a Yoruba man. Zik was, Ojukwu was more Yoruba person than Igbo. Ojukwu didn't even speak Igbo when he was made a governor. They're pure Eko boy. Then he was born in Zungeru. So please, let's understand our Nzogu. Kaduna Nzogu doesn't even speak Igbo. He spoke their dialect because that's what a speaker to people who know him. Never lived in the South. His name is even Kaduna. So please, 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 we can do this. We can leave the next generation something to remember us by.
I'm sorry, I'm going to leave very soon. If you are not timing,
yeah, I'm leaving too. You have the day.
You said I'm ignorant. I consider the get already. We are loonies. That Rudolph will mute us. It's all here. You are talking like
I'm not doubting
critical. And that is the problem. You wrote all this kind of nonsense here. You call me a loony. You say we are loonies. You just not to move us. You say we are ignorant. You use some kind of plastic words. And you're not talking here like you are being reconciliated. It is people like you that is causing problem between us. People like
you. Thank you.
You are lying.
Then take people like me away. I'm telling you the truth. The truth you want to hear.
He's a loony. Rudolph, please stop him. Rudolph, block him. Why are you saying that? And you are an elderly person. I don't want to sit there and listen to this nonsense. I want to listen to those who are
at the time you were behaving like a lunatic.
You are an elderly person. You said you are holding up. You are not behaving like you are holding up. How can you use so much abusive words? You put it down here in writing. I've captured everything, and you are now talking like you want to preach peace. You are being hypocritical. You will leave this forum now and go and say there's one Remy and Nayo that are abusing Igbo people. That is what people like you do. That's a shame.
All right. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, everybody. Let's go to Ngozika.
Good evening, Doc. Good evening, everyone in the studio. I followed the shows from the time you started. I was in the audience typing away at my own comments. So let me quickly ask my question. Can we ask more than one question?
No,
Or
one,
is it just
please.
one? Okay.
One, yeah. We'll
But
have a
we can
lot.
come back later. We can come back
Yeah,
later.
later on, yeah.
So I am hoping Mr. Ayo or Mr. Remy will answer me this question. So first of all, thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time to come to this show. Really, 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 we need to do more of this. So I want to ask Mr. Yemi, Mr. Remy, or Mr. Ayo. Mr. Franklin said it. He kept referencing genocide, and he did that because of the narratives Mr. Ayo and Mr. Remy were pushing out. They kept using certain words, and he told them clearly that because of the work he did, he knew that these were pointers, that this is usually how genocide starts. They tried to misconstruct what he said, and he tried to tell them exactly what he was saying. So I want to ask Mr. Yemi, did it make you uncomfortable when Mr. Franklin pointed out that you were making narratives that fuel genotype? Did it make you uncomfortable? And how do you feel to have found yourself in such a position? That is what I want to ask.
Hold on. Remy, hold on. I think you are muted. Go ahead. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Number one, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. I just felt Mr. Franklin is very hypocritical and dishonest. Why? You see, the Yoruba says, tí ò bá sí iná, kò ní sí èéfín. There is no smoke without fire. All these things that have been happening is because of certain things. All these reactions by the Yoruba people on the street is caused by certain things. Instead of Franklin to address those things and say, okay, how do we address those things so that there can be harmony and progress? He was dancing all over the place, not addressing the issues. And I think that's hypocritical. You can talk about genocide all you want, but some people are fueling it by their attitude, by their utterances, and by their actions. So all of us can decide to be ostrich, bury our heads in the sand, and pretend. But we have to be honest with each other. We have to be brutally honest. So I'm not discomforted at all because, well,
Please, I just wanted to point out that, sorry, Doc, I just wanted to point out that Mr. Franklin did speak to your grievances. He did point out, you said, Mr. Ayo did say that the people, the masses, the feeling among the Yoruba masses was that the Igbos were calling Lagos a no man's land. That is their grouse. And he said, and I quote, if they called Lagos a no man's land, Lagos is not a no man's land. Call their own place a no man's land. It is a narrative. So we shouldn't go to war because of narrative. He said that. So you saying he was dismissive of your grievances? I do not get, because he did act. Unless you have another grievance that you did not say on the show, do you?
All right.
Is that a question for me?
Ayo, you can weigh in if you have anything to add to Ngozika's.
The thing is, I choose my work carefully, and I feel no regret for everything I've said here today, because you wanted the truth, and I'm here to speak the truth. And a reflection of what we are discussing here is happening as we speak. Look at the comment section. You will see this is more like a Biafra forum now. You will see the way they are hauling insults. You know, the moderation I've been on many fora, like this on Zoom or something, participated. The moderators too will try and monitor what everybody is saying. Whoever is being abusive to panelists is either censored or removed. Of all the comments here, 99.9% are abusive. And 99.9% of them are against myself and Chief Oyeyemi. And that is a sample of what is happening on the street of Lagos. You see it here right now. The language they are using, fake lawyer, made in lawyer, shut up, victim, they are loonies, they are crazy. Is this an intellectual forum? Rudolph, are you reading the comment section? Did you see it there? That is a reflection of what is happening on the street. You know, some bunch of wayward and uncontrollable people. And they are making the rest of other people who are intellectual, they look bad. So why would I want to regret that I'm saying what I'm saying when it's right here being proven? Everything I've been saying is being proven by the comment section. Go through it. None of them is talking anything intelligent or intelligent contribution being made in the comment or raising issue that is historical. All they are saying is they are just abusing the rest of us. Oh, look at he's stupid. Stop that, Ayo. He's a loony. He's crazy. He's a fake lawyer. You yourself, you'll be ashamed of yourself. Look, just look at it. Do you think if you present this thing in a video now and present it to neutral people, say in Kenya, and you ask them to read, and they know the orientation that 99.9% of our audience are Igbo people, and what they are doing is assaulting and insulting your guests that you have invited to come and participate because you want to listen to their perspective. And that is what they have done. So and that is a reflection of what you've seen on the streets. So the case already speaks for itself. So why should I have any sense of remorse? Now, if I react now,
but you did not answer my second question.
If I react to this kind of nonsense that is being written here, will frankly now say, oh, I'm being genocidal by referring to these people that, can you see these people? I will now take the word. When you start calling people these people, is genocidal. And that is what we are saying. If you cannot, this is an intellectual forum. If you take about 3 hours of your day, for me, Friday is a prime time. I'm doing for old friendship's sake that Rudolph is to me. Friday is prime time for me. I do a lot of work on Friday. And I come here, I know it's a very sensitive topic. I could have avoided it because I told him why I avoided something has invited me to. When he started this, he told me about it and invited me the very first day, but I wasn't able to make it. And the other one I cleverly run from, I told him why. And this is part of the issue now. It's here. Well, because you have to talk of already biased audience that are not ready to listen to you. At least you can make a constructive criticism or argument against whatever I'm saying that you don't like. One, don't try to change my narrative to something I did not say, because this is internet, it doesn't forget. Two, don't just start making caustic, abusive comments. Try and be intellectual a little bit if you have anything in your head. Showcase it that, okay, don't come and put abusive nonsense here and start attacking people. And that is what is happening on the street. When people protest, there is a siege from somewhere. They call themselves, you see it on Twitter, you see it on Facebook. I have over 20,000 followership on Facebook. I see that. So when I engage people, what do you mean by this? When I see that they are uncontrollable, I started blocking everybody. You don't have to follow me, go away. If you want to intellectually engage me, I'm willing to engage you. But if you want to come to my wall and abuse me, it's easier. I delete you, period. So I don't have that power to do that here, but after go through everything here and see what a reflection of what is happening in Nigeria is. Thank you. Right, like I told you, I can't stay the rest of the 3 hours.
I know.
Very soon I'm going to leave.
So they didn't answer my second question. They didn't.
Oh, sorry, Ngozi. What was the second question?
I said you. Okay. Sorry. I was asking the.
You already started, but I want to get to other people because we can.
Oh, please. So sorry about this. I just wanted, because they keep hammering on this. He said that Mr. Franklin is being dismissive of the issue, which is the grievance, and which he says is the base for provocation, and which could lead to a genocide. I'm just trying to align everything they said to frame it in one question. So I was asking him, I was telling him that I did follow the show, and Mr. Franklin did address the grievance. Is it that particular grievance, or is there something else? Is there any other grievance he wants to tell us that he did not mention that is fueling this narrative that Mr. Franklin is pointing them to stop using? That is just what I'm asking. Is there any other grievance that you are not telling us, or is it the one he has already addressed?
Well, you might think he has addressed it. In his concluding statement, he did say very nice things expected of an intellectual, but the core is the denial when you deny that Obi did not say Lagos is no man's land, or that it's not being said by people who shouldn't be saying that. People on the street can say anything they want. You understand? But when it comes from certain quarters, it may mean something more than that. And this thing has been persistent. It's been an issue. It's all over the internet. So the issue I have with Franklin is trying to say, oh, it didn't happen that way. No, that is not true. Those deniers, those facts we cannot bring together here. I'm ready to take the challenge up for everything I've said there. If anybody wants facts, I argue with facts. So you can reconvene this thing as long as Rudy is ready to control the people. I'm going to bring, we will share our screen, you know, and bring up facts. So we compare facts to facts. That's how I work. That's the nature of my job. Right. So there's nothing I'm saying that I cannot prove. So that's why I said it's not admitting it. It's nice for you to say, oh, we shouldn't be doing this. We should work together. And myself, I identified that fact that one-on-one, we really don't have problem. If we enter club today, you are buying drinks for each other. Most of the people I probably see when I go tonight are my Igbo friends in the area. So who cares? You will know that we have firework here on the internet today. But on a Nigerian corporate issue, it's going to continue to happen that way. And we need to admit those things first that is happening. If you don't admit it and you now concentrate on reaction, when you don't talk about the action that causes the reaction, that is not only dismissive, it's like dodging the issue, and it's not right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Rudolph, I have something to ask you.
Okay.
When we were on the Nigerian village squad, do you remember the piece I wrote about Ojukwu?
I know there was something. Yeah, I don't remember details.
When he promised that he will write a memoir when I interviewed him. And when, because I was involved, came out, I was totally disappointed. Because there's some gray areas that he needed to clarify for posterity. I've read almost everything available. I don't think I've read everything, but almost everything available on the Civil War. But I believe that we can always learn from the mistake of our elders. In fact, I don't need anybody to convince me that what the North did to the Igbos was wrong after I listened to Joseph Gaba live, and then I interviewed him. So I don't need anybody to convince me. Now, the point is this. All those kids, I will call them kids, writing on the comment section, they don't know what they are talking about. When I wrote about Kanu, what I wrote about him, no Igbo man has ever written it. No Igbo man has ever written it. The article went viral and everybody loved it. And some Yoruba people were even asking me, why are you writing such a thing? I'm a very objective mind. Very objective mind. You may not like my position, that is okay. But as long as I believe in it, I'm not going to change it.
All right.
But the bottom line is this. And that's what I want Franklin, my friend, to do. No matter how beautiful, how logical, how reasonable your pleadings, your sermons about what we need to do is, it will not work unless we address the causality. We have to address it, though. You guys may not like it, but we must address it, because if we don't address it, we keep coming back to the same issue.
And what are these causes? What are they?
Exactly. You cannot come to my land and start showing braggadocio, telling Oba of Eko to go to hell, telling us that Yoruba land is a no man's land, telling us that, okay, we have bought all your property, we gave you money, I went to use it to drink beer or whatever. Even if that is true, I don't know if it is true. So coming to my land, to my house, to insult me, to disrespect me because you think, because you got some money and you bought land. What I mean, you built houses. What is a house? Anyway, I don't want to go into some details. Let me just leave it like that. But the bottom line is this: unless we address the issues, the disrespect of Yoruba people in Lagos, or any other place. It's going to lead to crisis, whether you like it or not. You have to address that. If you are not ready to address that, whatever you say, all the preachments is nonsense. It's like putting water at the back of the calabash. It's not going to enter.
Thank you.
For us to have peace, I'm sorry, Gary, just give me 30 seconds. For us to have peace, let us be honest. Let us come together. Like I told you, I have one niece, one nephew, whose moms are Igbo. Igbo was my father's caretaker for 25 years in Ilesha. For 25 years. Charlie, Rose, and Stella, I see my brothers see tomorrow. They took me to Owerri for holiday. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm not biased, but we have to say the truth. And the truth, most of the times, is uncomfortable. If you don't address the issues, forget it. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. I have to promise our audience that we have to have part 2 of this conversation because we don't have enough time. ABK is joining us from Nigeria. I would like him to speak, but Franklin, respond first, and then ABK, you speak.
Oh well, yeah, because everybody threw in Ayo and Remy threw in a lot of things together. This is why I said we should watch the words we use. For example, Ayo made a very important point when he said we should address the causes of all these problems. And he mentioned braggadocio as one of the things that Igbos do in Lagos that shouldn't be. He mentioned telling the Oba of Lagos to go to hell. I wonder who said that. And he mentioned calling Lagos a no man's land. And then he mentioned disrespect for Yoruba people. First of all, it will not be dismissive of me to say, I am trained in law like Ayo. I have not seen anywhere where braggadocio is a crime or whatever it is. I have not seen that. But it is cultural sensitivity for Igbos living in Lagos to respect the owners of the land. That's what I would advise my brothers. That's what Chinua Achebe even talked about in Trouble with Nigeria. That the Igbo man should stop the noisy exhibitionism that attracts the envy of others is what the Igbos must do. It's cultural sensitivity. It may not be a crime, but for peaceful coexistence, the Igbos must learn too to respect the people and not rub their success in their faces because it gets people angry. We are all human. I understand that. On that point, I believe that Remy is correct. I wonder who told the Oba of Lagos to go to hell. That is even an insult under our constitution. That person should be taken to account.
They've said it on this platform. They said it on this platform.
Here on this platform. Here. Then that person is not. That person should be removed because you don't insult people. I live in Germany.
He was cheered on. He was cheered on when he said it. He was cheered on.
Cheered on by who?
One man, the one you say in your platform about people.
Okay, so let me finish. The point, I live in Germany where the first article of the constitution is that the voted mentions is unantastable. It means that the dignity of the human person is inviolable. If you insult anybody in this country, in Germany here, you will go to serious jail time. And that's what I should think. Respect for each other's dignity is a sine qua non if we are going to build a functional society. Another point, calling Lagos a no man's land. I told you, when Ayo said that I'm denying a statement of fact. My brother, you are a legal practitioner. I can deny a statement of fact. It now lies on you. You asserted, you must prove to bring evidence to the contrary that what I denied was wrong. You said that Obi called Lagos a no man's land. And I said, Peter Obi is nowhere on record that Peter Obi called Lagos a no man's land. There are others that have said it, but Peter Obi, no. And I am denying that because there is no evidence to that effect. And I will deny that tomorrow until you give me evidence to that effect, and then I will change my position. That's all I'm saying. So it's not hurting you or hurting the Yorubas when I make a statement of a fact that could be verified. Peter Obi never said that, and we should not put it in his mouth. If somebody came up tomorrow and told me that Awolowo said that every Igbo should die, I would say it's not true because there's no evidence to that effect. And that's what intelligent minds should do. About disrespecting the natives anywhere, it's not done. So the Igbos should learn to respect the Yoruba. The Yoruba should equally learn to respect the Igbos. We should respect each other as human individuals, human beings, because that's what we are. Underneath our skin, we all, it's the same red blood that flows. We don't even know who a Yoruba man is. If you skin him alive, you don't even know who an Igbo man is. An Igbo man will walk in a hospital where a Yoruba man comes to buy things, to take treatment. The same may be the case. I was in London sometime, and I had to visit a friend in the hospital, and I got in there, Yoruba doctors being so very proficient and attending to people courteously and being very professional. And I was so very proud to be a Nigerian. But I will come to my country, and we are here arguing whether a Yoruba and Igbo man should live in peace together. And this is what upsets me. We should step over that and then pave the way for the future generations to teach them that we could build, let me give you guys a secret. I am in so many fora where white people make decisions about the world. And many of them believe that the black man cannot even think. And we are giving them evidence to that effect by the way we treat each other in Lagos or in Nigeria or any other place. We treat each other worse than animals could treat themselves. And I will tell people that nobody will respect an African until Nigeria becomes a first world nation. What are we doing to build Nigeria, make Nigeria a first world nation? By going into our ethnic cocoons? That will not do it for us. We will respect our diversities because there is power in diversity, even at the genetic level. But we have to rise above those petty ethnic atavisms that we clutch to, and then build a nation where law will rule, where merit should be the case, where people should respect each other because they are human beings, not because of where they come from. That's the only case I'm making in this debate. And let it be known that wherever you are commanded, not even by nature or nature's God, but by the fact that we are human, to respect the other person. And that's why, even though I'm debating in a very hot manner with Remi Oyeyemi and Ayo, I have been with Remi since Nigerian Village Square started. I was in Kwenu.com since it started. I started with Pius Adesami, my bosom friend, until he died. So we can rise above our pettiness and create a country that could serve as a beacon of hope for every African everywhere. The black man has suffered. We were sold into slavery for 460 years, and we are still fighting about basic things that are not even necessary. It's time for Nigeria to rise, and we can only rise if we create a nation where ethnicity will never be the basis of judging anybody's character. Martin Luther King Jr. said it, that he wants a nation where his kids will not be judged by the color of their skin. I want a Nigeria where my kids will not be judged by the ethnicity they came from, but by the contents of their character. That's what every Nigerian should aspire to. And that's the case I'm making in this debate.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me go to BK. BK, don't go, please. I know you hardly do you say something. Go ahead.
I have to leave.
Yemi, you have to.
I'm here.
Okay. Okay. BK, if you have to leave,
Doc, can I speak?
Yeah, you can speak. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead, BK.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen. I think this conversation has been very interesting and a lot of emotions. Two things I have to say here. One is that the issue of what is happening in Lagos here is quite troubling. And I don't think as a collective, the Yorubas and the Igbos have any issue. On individual level, yes, there might be some. So most of the grievances here, apart from the Lagos and no man's land issue, which have been an age-long debate, most of others are actually just social media gossips. So on this election, what is really fueling this crisis here? There are two things. One, the social media, which encourages this mob culture. And two, politics. The politics here is, there are two parties, major parties, the APC and the Labour Party. Both of them, whether we like it or not, are driven by ethnic sentiments. APC, you know, the southwest part of the APC is ACN. We all know it's a regional party. And their campaign had already based on this whipping up regional sentiments. That is how they've held the southwest for all these years. They now came in Labour Party, which is now being propelled by majorly by Southeasterners, which we say Igbos, majorly. So there's this clash here, which is creating this unnecessary tension. Each of these parties want to hold on, the APC want to hold on to Lagos, the Labour want to dislodge. And both of them are coming in, pushing the agenda, using their own, rallying their base. The Labour Party base, which is the Igbos, the APC base in the Southwest, which are the Yorubas. So until we begin to see politics as a call to service and not really this do or die thing, this thing we exacerbate. I'm afraid to say so. It will definitely exacerbate. We see a lot of talks about this Igbos being too noisy and the rest, Yorubas being lazy. These are just things that are said for political sake. If you say the Igbos are noisy, yes, like they said, they are business. They are business there in Lagos. Yes, these things are about to happen. But as a collective, there's really no issue. But when we begin to use this little difference at individual level, we elevate it to seem as if it's a collective. Igbos meet somewhere and decide to do this to Yorubas. Yorubas meet somewhere and decide to do this to Igbo. This is inevitably, this is where we're going to land ourselves. So to the issue here is, how do we actually de-escalate this tension? That is the point. That is the point that we should be discussing here. You can see the panelists and most people have already seem to have dug in to already held positions, and nobody is willing to yield. And if that's how this discussion will end, if intellectuals here cannot really discuss and come to an amicable resolution, okay, this is the problem and this is how we're going to solve it. If we fail to do that here, what's going to happen to those in the streets? You don't expect any better from them. So here we need to see that politics. Doc, please let me just make this point. Politics is the issue. Which you tone down the ethnic rhetoric we use in our politics, especially in these two major parties that are contesting for Lagos. And because the PDP, or you can say everything about the PDP, but one thing about them, one thing about the party, it has been built around this national consensus. Maybe I might be wrong, but I feel that's what I feel. It has been built about this national consensus. But this APC, I cannot say the same of them. Labour Party, I cannot say the same, at least for now. And that is what is driving this unnecessary tension in Lagos State. I think if we can see how that can be de-escalated, I think gradually everything might come back to the way it used to be. And the two ethnic groups can continue to live together in peace and harmony within a prosperous Lagos State. I think that should be a way that should be something that should be considered as a part of the resolution of this issue that's happening in Lagos. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Ebike.
Thank you, Ebike. I like your contribution.
Yeah. Okay. Any of the panelists, any comments? Any of you have comments, or we go to the next person?
Yeah. Well, the case I wanted to make, he made excellent points on the issues of this being all about politics. I always say that the political class are there interacting with each other at another level, and then they will send their streets and their surrogates to be making trouble. It's about power, and we have to know. Now, Chomsky made it very clear. Power is a very violent institution, and unless power is controlled by the sovereign is the people of Nigeria. Okay, and these people should be allowed to elect who they want in a free and fair manner, which has not been the case in Nigeria at the moment. That's not the issue I want to get into. The Labour Party seems to be the new bride. And it's not about, I don't think that the Labour Party has an ethnic constitution. The only thing people could say is that Peter Obi being an Igbo man, that this may be the very first time an Igbo man has actually made a dash for the presidency. But the majority, the bulk of Labour Party supporters are Southwesterners, Yoruba young people, and people from the Midwest. They are the bulk of the supporters of Peter Obi. You could equally see that Peter Obi doesn't have the support of his home state governor. And the state governors in the Southeast, many of them don't support Peter Obi. We see that Hope Uzodimma is an Ogo, he's an APC man. So if we are looking at the demographics that are supporting the Labour Party, These are the youth population of Nigeria across board. I never in my entire life dreamt that Peter Obi will win Nasarawa State. But these are the things that are happening. So we have to, APC issuing being a merger between ACN and the ANPP then, yeah, I can understand that. PDP have their, but PDP seems to have been skimmed out of the equation. Now the Labour Party seems to be the new bride. So the APC in Lagos is considering the Labour Party as an upstart that should not be allowed close to the corridors of power. You see that in politics. But what I want Nigerians to do, that we could play a politics that is devoid of this kind of narrative that could lead us to the brink of a very terrible situation. We could play, APC could tell Labour Party to go to hell for all they care, but don't walk on our primeval fault lines like ethnicity and religion. These are issues that where people close their eyes and then go to war, shut off their wrist, and then go to war for nothing. So this is what I am pleading, that both parties, both politicians should hold their dogs in check, pull them back from this peddling this rhetoric, this narrative that is causing problems everywhere. They can attack each other on the issues. That's what politics should be.
All right, thank you, Franklin. Okay, so let me now go to Madam Echo. She came here first before anybody else. I'm sorry, CM and one man. We just have to go after Madam Echo, then CM, one man, and then we go to the rest. Go ahead.
You see, I'm really ashamed today. Those of you that have lived your year, you are about to go. And what you are leaving for my children is hatred and bitterness that started with our great-great-great-father, and they didn't use it for anything. That's what led us to where you are today. I want to ask all of you one question. How many of you make a decision when you wanted to come to this world that you want to come through Yoruba, or you want to come through Igbo, or you want to come through Hausa? How many of you make that decision? Then secondly, how many of you make a decision to choose the state you want to come into this world to come and become? How many of you? So I'm so ashamed of all these elderly people that are quarter to go to the grave, leaving hatred and bitterness for us. I never knew that our constitution has changed to make the woman to be the head of the family. So that when an Igbo woman marry a Yoruba woman, automatically the child becomes an Igbo person. If that is the case, I think all women should go and change their name to their father's name, so that our children will start bearing our father's name. Because that is what all these men have come to this public to tell us. And we are going to take it with all gladness. Because you men, you have nothing but disgrace you brought to our nation. You've taught us nonsense. And you are making our children to fight each other for no reason. I beg una. Make una leave me and my children alone. Una dey hear? Leave me and my children alone. Let us fulfill our destiny. You people have already. Mr. Woman, in your show, you talk about the Igbo with impunity, and you come here. You are talking of what? Let me tell you people, if you people won't stop this nonsense, you people are doing. All of una, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, we go cut una come out from Nigeria. Make una dey una own, make we dey our own. Una call una self the majority, and yet you people are our trouble every blessed day. For how long? For how long? I am from Urobo. When Yoruba people want to make me look stupid, they go tell me, say, Urobo Wado is Urobo Wayo. How do you judge this? Then when they use the word, though, they will turn it to sexual immorality. That and have sex. Those are the things you people throw in my face as a Robo woman. But you know what? I don't allow it to define me. What I allow to define me is what is here. So all this nonsense, stop it. There are only 2 tribes in Nigeria, and until we get into our head, we won't stop this nonsense. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. And in the tribe of the oppressors, they marry themselves. They go to party together. We are not qualified to be in their midst. The only thing that qualifies us to be in their midst is to become political thug or carry umbrella for their wife or their children. That is all we are qualified for. And we come here and put it to us. Stop it. If you don't want to stop me, leave me and my children alone. We will marry each other. We will fight for each other and will fulfill our destiny. Because you people, you are the element that the oppressors are using to divide us. During politics only when they are coming to use my children as orange, that is when they come and sow the seed, either religion or tribe. I refuse that for my children, and it will stop in 2023, whether you people like it or not. We are tired of you people. Leave us alone to fulfill our God-given destiny. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam H.O. I don't know if Remy, Ayo, or Franklin, any of you, if you want to respond to her, you can. Otherwise, we'll move on to.
I have no response.
No, there's nothing to respond to.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Franklin.
Oh my God, Madam Mama H.O., that was powerful. I have never heard someone so passionate. Everything you said, I agree with. The politicians use us to divide, and then they will go to their enclave to enjoy the proceeds.
They don't.
And that's why today Nigeria is still a laughing stock of the
I have
world.
to speak for myself. Nobody uses me. Nobody. Okay. I say it openly. I can say it anywhere, anytime, any day.
Talking of you.
Hey, madam.
I am talking of Nigeria youth.
Madam.
Nigeria youth that they
allow me to say my own.
I am talking of Nigeria youth.
Madam, allow me to say my own. When you said your own.
Nigeria youth that they have turned to kidnapper. I am talking of Nigeria youth that they have stolen.
Madam, I was not even talking to you. I was talking to my brother, Franklin. I'm saying that nobody.
You have lived your life.
Yeah, Madam H.O.
alone to fulfill destiny.
Madam H.O., thank you.
Yeah. Can you tell her to allow me to say my own?
Yeah.
I'm only responding to Mr. Franklin. And I'm saying, and I'm repeating it. Nobody uses me. Nobody. No matter how rich you are, you cannot use Remi Oyeyemi. I'm saying it and I'm beating my chest. So I follow what I believe.
Now?
I follow what I believe and I do what I believe in. So please, thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Okay, thank you, my brother. I was using us as a generic term. Politicians use those they can use, excluding Remy. So, and then they, at the end of the day, is power for themselves. I was making a point. The point is, 60 years after independence, we were like other countries that were colonized by the colonial masters. Malaysia, for example, Singapore, Korea. Where are these countries today? When we started, our GDP was greater than theirs. But today, Malaysia is a hub of production, manufacturing. Singapore is the financial capital of Southeast Asia and one of the first world nations. The Koreans, Samsung started as a fish company, and then they are now electronic giants. But where is Nigeria? We spent $10 billion at a Jokuta still. Jokuta is not functioning until today. Do we have infrastructure, roads? Where are they? But almost every politician, Nigeria is the only place where the richest people are not industrialists or entrepreneurs, but pastors and politicians, these two P's. Nigeria is the only place in the world where these two classes of human beings are the richest. Other societies, we see that the merchants or the industrialists. In Germany, the families that are wealthy are the old industrial families like the Krups and all the rest of them, or the new people that got into the dot-com era and they made a lot of money. But in Nigeria, if you're a pastor, you go hammer today. If you're a politician, hey, it's taken us for granted that you will be rich. Any politician that is rich or goes there to make money is a rogue. And that's what we allow, because they divide us and we cannot come together with one voice to say enough is enough. And that's the danger that Labour Party with the youth demographic poses for these people today, that they are running from pillar to post. Is because of that. The politicians know. Because for the first time, you see a man that tells us, if anybody has seen me being corrupt, tell me, come to the public, I will stop campaigning. Nobody has ever taken him up on that challenge. If anybody has ever seen me take 1 cent from public purse, let the person come out, I'll stop campaigning. I know they give sheshe. If I am in the car, they can only buy gas. This is the first time in the history of our country that a politician is saying that. And that's why the youth found him interesting. And they are following him. So the old guard know that if this guy gets into power, he will remove our mouths from the trough, from where we've been eating, because politics has been a career for them. And that's all this gang up about taking over and then not taking over. So that's why they're using this narrative. And then we should be intelligent enough to understand that. I'm done.
All right.
Rudolph, quickly. Let me just say this. I think we have been all over the place. Rudolph tailored the topic towards this election, what is going on in Lagos right now, and that was what I was prepared for. It's not that I'm not prompt I cannot address some of these issues, but if we continue to discuss all the problems of Nigeria, we won't leave this place today. My own thing is this. Nigeria is a fundamentally defective country. That's why it's dysfunctional. Our foundation is wrong. There's no country that is built in Nigeria that is working. The politicians are using that divide during election, but the problems are there because they are fundamental to be exploited by whoever, either in business, in politics, and whatever. Emotional fat operations and being partisan is not going to solve that problem. At the intellectual level, at least, we have to be honest with ourselves. It's not about preachments. It's not about this is what we are going to do. It's not going to happen if we don't give solution, practical way to do it. The people talk about change of mindset. Human beings are the same all over the world. It is the system that whip people to line. We have to use a working system. And that number one thing is we need to decentralize Nigeria. The thing that makes us fight is that Abuja is the warehouse where all the stolen wealth are taken and they divide it. Let each region go and develop at their own pace. That is my picture of Nigeria. Regarding this particular issue, that fundamental issue is being exploited, and no politician is better than the other. Obi can be saying if anybody call me a thief today, I will do that. It's depending on who is listening to, because a lot of people are calling him that he puts the state money in his bank. He went and invested in the brewery that is invested in. That is in America, he will be in jail. So he can be preaching that to the Marine, not to some of us who know how this thing works. So don't try to exonerate him. It's part of the clique. They are all thieves. As far as I'm concerned, they can sue me. So I discount that when I'm addressing corruption in Nigeria. I discount it and look at other things that people bring to the table. That's the way I address my issue. With particularity to Lagos, which is this issue, of course, there are competing interests in Lagos. Politics will always expand and escalate it. What we need to watch out for is how we address it and what our people say. Utterances, it's not even about the ability to even carry out what you are saying, but the fact that you are saying it can create a lot of problem. And that is why I made that example, practical example that is happening as we are speaking here. I believe whoever is creating 3 hours to come and listen to us talk is interested in something tangible. If you create 3 hours to come and attack people and keep making comments. He's stupid. You make like 100 comments. Everything is abusive. Why are you just wasting your time? Is it not better if you are sleeping? When you are napping, your health is good, and you are using that to abuse and just wasting your time. They who don't care. You understand? So if that is happening here, imagine what is happening on the street, another forum. And that's in social media, you know how it works. It generates and
please, I'm doing something.
Emotions will fly, and it keep mounting the problem that we are trying to solve. So let's package as a people. If there is a way we can do it, keep pushing a solution that we can all brainstorm about how to restructure Nigeria. Whoever becomes, we have a president-elect, we must have something we want to push for the whoever is coming in. And so this is the problem of Nigeria. People are reacting to how they feel. You know, Igbo people feel they are marginalized. Yoruba people, they are threatened on their ancestral land. Hausa people think if they lose power, they have nothing in Nigeria again. There's nobody, and our Mama Echo that is speaking now, our own problem is that they are corrupting our Yoruba name, and she wants to beat the rest of us. So we have a problem.
My own problem is Nigeria.
You say because you don't like that one.
Because I know that tribalism like una. You know, yeah, and they call them my Nigeria children. But my day here, they talk of Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. Leave my children alone.
So anyway, as I was saying, let me round up. So I don't take too much time. So what I think we can take away from here, Rudolph, you know most of the people here, form a think tank team of Igbo and Yoruba. The people that you know have word and can reach out to people. Let's brainstorm. Don't bring nuisances to that meeting. Bring people who have something in their head to contribute.
Now,
let's sit down.
You see your language.
And then, yes, that's my language, ma'am. If this is being directed at you, if this meeting here is being directed at you that you're fighting because they said you robo, you blow down the internet.
Okay, and you know what I'm saying is this.
Put people bring a think together. Okay, how do we address this issue?
Allow him to make his point. Allow him to make his
general one like this. Then we can compromise. I'll come out with a paper. Okay, this is what we have discussed. Let's push this to our people. Okay, this is what people think from this perspective. This is what people think from this perspective. This is our recommendation. We can do it at our level. We are that to reach out to people, reach out to both sides, and have a compromise. That will be my own takeaway. That will be an achievement for this meeting, so it doesn't go to waste. You can come for the next time. If you call me for the follow-up on this, I promise to come, because we might leave some issue unattended. So that will be the takeaway. See how you can build on this with the aim of finding solution, rather for all of us to come here and do emotional bat operation and then go away. It doesn't help anybody. I don't want to waste my 3 hours doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayo. And let me say, before we continue, let me say that I really appreciate, people don't know, I'm friends with everybody, we say for many years. So it's not like I don't know these people. And it's also important to Ayo, I like your solution, what you suggested. And Remy can remember on Nigeria World, we actually ended up meeting each other and talking about the issues that we used to fight over online when we are writing. For you, Aya, let me just point out that because I think maybe you've not been on this platform. I've invited you several times. One of the things you do when you are a guest is you ignore what is going on in the comments section. You don't do that. You don't look at it while you're speaking. If you do that, that would be like and of course it happens to everybody. It's not just you, so it's not personal. I get attacked there all the time, but it shouldn't let that worry you. And I don't have the ability to moderate what's going on there while paying attention to what we're doing here on the. So that's the point I wanted to make. But Remy, you wanted to say something?
Yes,
I'll get
I
to
just
yeah.
I wanted to piggyback on what the suggestion by Ayo, which I think is very, very fantastic. There are some things, Rudolph, I will not tell you on this platform. When we meet, the way we meet, I will talk to you about it. Because you are a brother to me, not even a friend. So, and then somebody will say, okay, because Igbo and Yoruba are fighting, I should go and kill Rudolph. They must be crazy. They are very, very crazy. But what I wanted to really talk about is this. I did a research. Anybody can do the same thing. The United Nations have indices of development. And on that list, there are 189 countries. Nigeria was number 185 on that list. So when I look at the list, I wanted to know what the first 25 are doing very well, that the last 25 are not doing at all. So in my research, reading about all of them, I found out that the first 25 have three things in common, which the last 25 does not have. They either have one of it or two of it, but they don't have the three of it. What are the three things? They speak one language. They have the same faith. And they are from the same ethnic group. Where the country is not of the same ethnic group, we have dominant ethnic group that is about 65 or 70% of the entire population. They speak the same language, they are of the same ethnic stock, and they practice the same faith. Then when you look at the last 25, they don't have any of these, any of the three. I mean, sorry, they don't have all of the three. They have one or they have two. So in the suggestion made by Ayo, maybe we can form an intellectual think tank that will bring something meaningful out. So that we can look, okay, because I don't want war, I have to be honest with you. I can't kill my nieces and my niece and my nephew because their mother is Igbo. I can't do that. Am I going to be fighting against Charles? If Charles speaks Ijesha for you, you are going to be surprised. We all grew up together. His dad was my guardian in high school, and he was the caretaker of my father's house for 25 years. So we have to prevent, because there is no way there is going to be war that won't kill those who are beloved to us. So what we need to do is to prevent it. Recognize the fact that, okay, there is a crisis, and these are the causalities of the crisis. We bring ourselves to address it and provide solutions. And the suggestion by Barrister Totin is very, very fantastic. And I know that Rudolph can coordinate this. So that's what I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. Franklin, then we'll go to CM. Local, we have to follow what other people came in. We can't just jump to you. I know.
Just sorry. Actually, let me say something. Actually, it was supposed to be Bamayecho before me. If you remember, I was there earlier on. The system kicked me out and brought me back. I'm
okay.
just
all right.
If you don't want me, I can wait.
Also me. I was kicked out too, please. I was kicked out.
No, I know when you came in. I was supposed to be after Bamayecho.
Yes, you came before me. Local, you came before me.
Thank you.
So who came last? Who came last? Who came last?
The man on the cap came last.
I've been calling in and out. I've been kicked out like 5 times. So that's why I've been raising my hand.
All right.
Okay.
Franklin.
Okay, what I wanted to say is that the suggestions are beautiful, but we have to know that there are a lot of high-level discussions going on between Afanifere and the Ohaneze and all the rest of them. And there have been some, they have coalesced into a lot of committees that are working on the handshake across the Niger. We may not be seeing the results of that at the moment, but that doesn't mean that such things are not going on at so many levels. But the more, the merrier. The more, the merrier. If people could start talking to each other, like I always say that, talking to each other. If the moment we stop talking to each other is the moment we start fighting each other. So, and it's not necessary to build a society. That's why the French created parliament, palais, where people go to talk. We talk it out. They can scream and shout each other down in the parliament. That's what happens in a debate. But at the end of the day, what happens in parliament remains there. and people go to construct societies that will carry and embody their aspirations. That's what I want to see for Nigeria. We are too talented of people to spend. We are spending our time attacking each other because our talent doesn't find expressions anywhere. Our government doesn't create the platforms necessary for us to actualize the talents, the latent talents in us. And that's why Franz Fanon said it. If you read that psychologist, The Wretched of the Earth, his opus magnus, he said, if suppressed fury fails to find an outlet, it will go in and devastate the oppressed themselves. And that's what is killing us. We are spending time battling Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba because our talents are lying fallow. We are not utilizing it. There is no opportunity. Let me tell you, give Nigerians 24-hour power supply today. I will tell you, Nigeria will become China in the next 20 years. The people don't want you to give them money. Create the platform. Nnamdi Azikiwe said it. The motto of his West African pilot was, show the light and the people will find their way. Nigerians are that talented. We can always find our way. Just give us the platforms. You will see these issues of tribe will disappear in a night. Give us good water supply. Give us good roads. And, I will always talk about infrastructure of integration. I live in Germany. While I was a student, I was traveling from Frankfurt 4 hours. I was on the train. Go to Berlin to chase a girl and come back. Party hard. Come back. Until we have that kind of infrastructure where a guy in Lagos can go to Enugu tomorrow morning and eat, point and kill, and go back to his base, we get to learn and know each other's culture. We get to see each other the way we are. That is infrastructure of integration. But we don't even have functional roads or rail. We don't. The airplanes are for the rich. So these are the things we should start tasking our governments to create for us. Achebe was right. The trouble with Nigeria is not tribe. It's not the Hausa, the Fulani, or the Igbo. The trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of leadership. Leaderships do it across board. Remy gave an example of countries that have made it, and what about Canada? In Canada, we have the Quebecians. Now they want to get out. Okay, they speak French. The other side speaks English. But these guys are highly developed because they are infrastructure and they integrate. So once they raise their voices, what are you raising your voice for? There are things for you to actualize yourself within your own space. And they are not a confederation. It is a federal republic. So we can, if we give examples of why Nigeria is not working, it's not working simply because of leadership. It's not because we are different. Because Americans are different groups of people. Everybody gets to America and becomes an American, Italian American, Nigerian American. Why are they not fighting and killing each other because of their tribes? It's because that there are infrastructure of integration, the government functions, and there is the rule of law. These are the things we should battle to create in our own society. And that's the only thing that can scaffold our development. Without that, we are not going anywhere.
All right. Thank you. CM, please.
Well, I think the question I prepared for 3 of them, one each, Oyeyemi, Ato, and this thing. Well, I thought it has been overtaken by events, what I've heard, but let me just put it across. I know it might not matter anymore. Chief Remi Oyeyemi, you are now the Owa Oboku of Ijesha land. Will you summon the Igbos living within the Ijesha land and tell them who to vote for? That is your own question. For Ayu, first of all, let me give you this impression. It is not that the Yorubas are carrying Obi high, like Chief Aya Debanjo is doing. I commend him. Ekweme did it for Obasanjo 1999. All over the southeast at the same podium, just like Doyo Okupe was following Obi. So it has been like that. But the question I want to ask you is this. The word accommodating, do you think is derogatory for any tribe to use it against any tribe in Nigeria where they find each other? That is for you. Then for Franklin, given what you know, the exposure and everything you've had, do you not think that the incoming government should, as a way to de-escalate tension between Ndi Igbo, probably, and their host in the north, and Ndi Igbo and their host communities in the west, do you not think that one of the priorities of the incoming government, whoever it may be, is to go and put infrastructure in the east? At least, even if 100 Igbo people will like to go to the north or south, let's say it will not be 30, 70 will be back, and then so that to de-escalate this tension of you are here, you are not there. Thank you.
All right, I think that's good. Chief Remy, yeah, you want to take A with us?
I think it's pause. Yeah, I think network.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to Ayo Yones.
Yes. Regarding the word accommodating that was used by Shipo Yebi, it could have. I think he has addressed it once, and I can maybe, since you asked me, but it wasn't me that used the word, I will have said hospitable, and it's a fact that Yoruba people are very hospitable. It's cultural, Some areas you can't stay there, It's just a fact. It's a state of fact. I don't want us to go back over what we have already discussed, but the point is, generally, Yorubas are hospitable people. They don't disturb anybody, and we can see that from the history of Nigeria. Now, regarding holding of hands and people, when you said Ekweme held Obasanjo's hand and took him all over, yes, that is true. But who else would it have heard? He would have heard Falai if he wasn't holding Obasanjo, because there are only two Yoruba in the something. And Obasanjo was not
It was even sorry. It was even an Igbo man that stepped down for Falaye so that he can be two Yoruba contesting.
That part even is not correct, because what happened was that they have an alliance that if Falaye's party presents the president, the alliance will present the vice president. The moment Falaye has been presented, what is chief? The woman, he changed the something. It wasn't presented as the vice president to Falaye for obvious reasons. You cannot have both candidates from the south, so they gave it to Umaru Shinkafi of the north through that alliance. Because of that, Igbo voted the Senate, the National Assembly, and everything according to the alliance. When it comes to presidency, they voted against Falaye for Obasanjo. Falaye was, for me, this is a personal opinion, better by miles than Obasanjo, seasoned economists of international repute, and that was the candidate of Yoruba. Obasanjo was candidate of Hausa. Obasanjo himself lost in his own polling unit in that election in 1999. So I won't see it as something done for Yoruba people. It is just the same way of voting along with the North. So I don't want us to go back there, because some of the issues will be open wounds that we are trying to close. And regarding some of the things Franklin said, Canada operates like there's very little difference between federalism and confederation. Canada operates like a confederation because they have their own constitution. They are autonomous. Just like Germany, you live, your autonomous region have their different constitution. So that's what we are preaching for Nigeria. You are talking about getting infrastructure. How are you going to get there when you only spend about 10% of your time on pulling ourselves down? This ethnic tension started before pre-independence. We spent about 85% of our time on the fallout from mutual suspicion. So only about 15% of our time is spent on the business of governance. Most of our developmental issues are addressed from ethnic prism. It is our turn. It's our turn to now call everything to the north, where Buhari got there. Oh, south and stuff. It just there now. It's our time to chop. Nobody is thinking about that development. And as long as we still have that fundamentally defective structure, infrastructure is not coming anywhere. It's not going to drop from heaven. It's a system. A bad tree doesn't produce good fruit. We have to address the fundamental problem with Nigeria first. You know what the East is capable of doing in manufacturing. If they have the full autonomy to bring in whatever they want to do their own light, everybody will attest to that ingenuity. I know what the Western people can do. Even the North, with the arable land of farming, they can be the basket food for Nigeria. They don't even have to, we don't have to plant food in the South. Look at America. You can cut some states that are specialized in agriculture, New York, financial sector, Idaho, potato, Florida, orange. Each can specialize and leverage on their areas of interest. These are some of the things I expect we will discuss when we have the think tank, so that nobody is left out. Every part of Nigeria is viable, but the fear of unknown that if we start this thing, will my region suffer? As we are able to present the plan and allays the fear of different region that, if these people go, waiting I go chop. If we are able to do that, Nigeria will develop. Like if the West is developing, East is developing, South is developing, Central is developing, then the whole country will develop. But if we keep a system, the infrastructure is not going to happen because nobody is monitoring anybody. It's our turn. Instead of all of us shouting that this president is misbehaving, we will now refer to when Jonathan did when Buhari was doing his thing there, putting everything in the north, everything. When people were shouting, they will say, what did Jonathan do? Didn't the people from Southeast and South take over the government and run in 90%? We fight justification. We use that which is not working to rubbish that which is working, because we find justification in our own ethnic experience. So the best thing for us to do is to find a way to create an enabling environment for each region of Nigeria to develop at its own pace. That is only where we can have development, because the system is not calibrated for development. It's calibrated to fail as it is right now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Aya. Franklin, you want to say something?
Well, no, well, I was asked a question, so that's what I wanted to address.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right? The question he asked me.
That's true.
Yeah, was whether it wouldn't be meet for the government, the incoming government, to provide infrastructure in the Southeast so as to mitigate the migration of Southeasterners to every other place. Sociology shows us that it wouldn't. It's not necessarily about infrastructure that people migrate to where markets are. Okay, so if there is market anywhere, you will see people who are a market dominant minority going there to apply their trade. I wouldn't want any government to concentrate only on the Southeast. That would be too nepotistic of me to make that a case. Buhari tried that with the North when he told the United Nations to only concentrate on the North.
Wait, I didn't say that though. Is that?
No, I wasn't talking to you.
No,
I was asked the question by the man that asked you. Yeah, go ahead. So when Buhari told the UN to concentrate their relief efforts in the North, a lot of people may misunderstand it, but I can understand it because that was the Northeast was being ravaged by Boko Haram and the insurgency and all whatnot. So I wouldn't advise any government to only concentrate on the East. Nigerians always shoot themselves on the foot. You are not doing a people a favor. As a government, you don't do your people a favor by providing infrastructure. You are doing yourself as a government a favor, because if the people have the infrastructure to help them in being productive, they will pay taxes to the government, and the government will use that to develop the country. And then as a government that you are credited with developing your country so very well, your party will always be returned to power. But we leave the basic things and then we fight over irrelevancies. No analysis has beaten Achebe's analysis. It's not about because Nigeria is created on a defective structure. No. How are countries formed? Either by conquest or that people have been living together, or, that's the way it is. What about those countries that were conquered? And they evolved to become good and great societies for their citizens. What made that possible is leadership. Leadership is the factor that pulls every other resource together to create a viable human society. That's what it is. It's not because we are different or because our structure is defective or because the British roped us together. Our problem is that our leadership has always failed. If somebody brings in the argument to say, yeah, if Goodluck Jonathan did it, and then we will try to defend our tribesman. Let's remember when Murtala Mohammed came to power in 1975, the very first thing he did was to institute a war, a kind of war against indiscipline. Murtala Mohammed ordered that each civil servant that is not on seat by 7 a.m. in the morning, the time that work starts, will lose his job. People thought he was joking. And then he went to the Federal Secretariat and sacked a few people because he was there at 7. The next day, this famous Lagos traffic disappeared and people were on their seats at 7. Excellent leadership. It's not, I'm supporting a military junta, but that's what leadership is all about. Achebe said, it's the failure of leadership to rise to the responsibility of personal example. That's the only trouble with Nigeria. Our leaders are not personally responsible. We make the laws, and they are the ones to, first of all, break it. You will see a judge in traffic, and his policeman will be kicking every other person's ass so that he will jump the queue. Personal example. That's what leadership is all about. It's not necessarily voting a politician from my tribe. No. A man who is competent, a man who has integrity. That's leadership. Achebe has not been beaten by anybody in his analysis to that effect. So anybody that wants a solution to Nigeria's problem, Achebe gave it to us in a simple pamphlet. The Trouble with Nigeria. I have it here. Every Nigerian should buy that book and read. Every other discussions we are holding, we have already been given the solution. If we find good leadership, Nigeria will be great tomorrow. Until we are able to come to that point where we can say, I don't care where he comes from. Can he deliver? Many of us Nigerians living abroad and working in many companies today, they don't ask, where are you from? They say, can you deliver? By your application and by your interview, you say you can deliver. They give you the job. And that's why those companies are soaring. You will see many Nigerians across so many places doing beautiful and excellent jobs and delivering. People never ask them, are you Nigerian or are you a black man? No. So when we do that to our politics, our problems will disappear because the leadership will be responsive to the needs of the people because they are competent. They know what to do. They have the vision. Leadership, leadership, leadership. That's our problem. And we don't seem to be getting it right in this cycle. That's where my fears are.
All right, thank you. Ayo, can you hold off? Okay,
Yeah.
let's get one more question in,
Yeah.
at least, because it's something urgent. I want Peter to go next. Peter, go ahead.
Let me unmute. Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening. Wow, it's a wonderful conversation having this evening. I'm so glad that we could sit together and talk about our problems and see how we could fix it. Well, I don't know much about this tribalism issue, though I was born in the old Bendel, come from an Igbo parent, married to a Benin lady. So I understand this tribal tension I would normally have because sometimes even among my people, they sometimes refer like, oh, you married outside your own tribe. But I grew up in a home where my father taught us properly that you should judge people by their character and not actually by their tribe. So coming to Europe, I live in Europe, I live in Spain, I'm an English teacher. So I find it difficult sometimes when we that are living in Europe, you have integrated into the European society. You see how they do things. You are a black man in a white man's world. You know what racism is. We have far-right politicians rising up all over Europe. You know how hard it's going to be for black people. Because in Italy, the far-right group has just won the election. And that's going to be hell for immigrants because the immigration laws are going to be heavier. The chains are going to be heavier on them. Even right here in Spain, there's a political party called Vox. And these people, one of their agenda is to reduce immigration and deal with immigrants. We have this all over Europe. And when it now comes to our own country, we're still dragging for little tribal issues. That this one is Yoruba, this one is Igbo. Look, it's the same thing everywhere. By the grace of God, I've managed to travel around. And I could see that if a white man stops you, if a policeman stops you, he doesn't know if you are Yoruba, if you are Igbo, if you are Senegal, if you are from East Africa or North Africa. What he sees is a black man. And it's so painful that we that have lived in Europe, I thought we were supposed to be the ones educating those back home and try to teach them that we shouldn't be microscopic in our thinking, that we should make it broad and see the greater picture. If only Lagos develops, the whole country is still poor. If only one section of the part, if only one part of the country is developed, what happens to the other part? We are not thinking as a community. We have individual and tribalistic mindset, and this is going to be a problem. No country will do, even in Spain, they have little tribes among them. It might not be obvious, but they do. The Basque region, they don't speak Spanish. The Catalonians, they don't speak Spanish. The Valencianos, they don't speak Spanish. They have their own languages, but this culture, it is interwoven into the fabric of the nation, and they have one law, just like what Mr. Franklin said. In a place where the rule of law works, everybody abides to the rule of law. Everybody abides to the rule of law because the law protects everybody. It protects the indigenes of the country, of the environment, and it also protects the foreigners that are in that environment. So I wanted to ask our panelists, the brothers on the debate team. You guys that have lived in Europe, why do we find it? We know we have our tribal issues and everything, but why do we still find it difficult that we still argue as if we haven't left the shore of Africa in our minds? Please, I would like to know, why are we so interwoven in this tribalistic mindset instead of looking at the bigger picture of a bigger Nigeria? I see people that push for IPOP. I'm an Igbo guy, but sometimes there are things they push that personally I don't accept. I don't accept that it should be this way or it should be that way. But when you now say Igbo people or Yoruba people or Fulani people, so sometimes you don't put people in the same category because of some few set of that particular group. So why do we find this issue of tribe, even if we have lived in Europe, we've lived in America, we lived in some other places where we see that these people, actually, it doesn't matter where you come from. Why do we still struggle with these things? That's my question. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you, Peter. Who wants to go first?
On the question that Peter raised, and I will address part of the leadership issue that Franklin raised too. You see, leadership itself is a product of society. The kind of leaders we are producing now, they are not imported from a planet called Pluto, the downgraded planet. They are from amongst us. It is because bad trees don't produce good fruits. If we retain this system, it's a rent-seeking system for carpetbaggers. You will continue to produce bad leadership. There's no shortcut to it. You are not wiser than America. Even America, that is just a melting point for everybody, not people who are still fiercely protective of their ancestral lands. They created autonomy for their states. Each can operate within it. That's why they are functioning, not because there's a leader. Look, let me tell you something about Muritala Muhammad example that Franklin made. Muritala Muhammad, in those 6 months, single-handedly destroyed Nigerian civil service. While he got there, he sagged. Nigeria still had some elements of sanity when he came in. He sagged all the experienced hands in the civil service and started replacing them with novices and so on. That is the end of Nigerian civil service. They are the most corrupt than the politicians till today. The railway system in Nigeria was functional. It was Muritala Muhammad that sacked all the experienced and the people that train people because he's mad. He was doing this soldier fire brigade, and he destroyed Nigeria with railways forever. Some people recommended the rolling treatment for Nigeria. I said, if you bring a rolling to Nigeria, it's going to be an exercise in wasteful bloodletting. Because the moment the other person is there and we still retain this system, the system will overwhelm and suppress him. They are not stupid in Switzerland. Canada is not stupid. Germany is not stupid. Britain, that put the contraption called Nigeria together by creating autonomy. You see, it is simple. If you have a house and you have 4 children, if you put them in a dormitory, 4 of them, there will be fights. Yeah, who put this bucket here? How did my pot get over there? Who put that pants here that didn't remove it? But if you break that same dormitory into 4, and this one is responsible for his own room, then you can properly apportion blames. That is the problem with Nigeria. And I've used the analogy of empty rams drinking together in the same bowl, and then their horns are touching. They will lock horns. You can't bring leadership to run a dysfunctional system. If we are talking, yes, you need a leader to bring, but you first have to identify the problem. That is when you identify the kind of leadership that can cure it. The leadership Nigeria needs is not a Rawlings. And something doesn't affect Nigeria. 2 months after, they will rebel against you. the kind of hand that will work for Nigeria is a Brezhnev, Gorbachev, Mikhail Gorbachev, the one that have the audacity to create autonomy in Russia. Yeah, they had a problem shortly after, but they create that region, and those countries are functional until today. You know, India didn't come to independence as there are now about 4 countries out of the old India, and they're all doing well. 2 of them are world powers, nuclear world powers. You understand? So it is not, we have seen it work in other places, especially a country like Nigeria. You see, when the British put people together, they are smart, the colonialists. They cut a part of this, join it, do cut and join, and put everything together that will never work. So they can be able to identify the point to exploit for their own gains. That is what we are having. We have not been able to sit back and recalibrate. Not even the British had the audacity to give us the system we have. Don't forget, Nigeria came into independence with 4 constitutions. And there was healthy rivalry, as bad as you may think it was. There was healthy rivalry between the regions of Nigeria. Awolowo went and created one national bank. Oh, why can't we do this to the East? They put African Continental Bank in place. The bank told the northern people, they thought, whoa, this thing is working in the South. They created Bank of the North. That was healthy. University of Ife, that happens to be one of the most beautiful campuses in Africa, was not an original concept. It was because they created Nsukka, University of Northern Nigeria, which is Abu today. It started as just of Northern Nigeria. They later changed it to Ahmadu Bello. When they came, there was no university recommended for the West. That was Awolowo said, okay, we are going to build our own thing. We needed a university. That is competition. So there is something they were learning among themselves. You know, that, okay, this region is doing this, let's try it, let's try this, let's try it. So that energy that we are channeling to fight ourselves now, he wants to take my land, I'm not taking our land, now we get money pass. We will channel it to develop our area, to showcase that this is what we can do. And because we don't want the East to beat us in the West, we are competing. We want to see what we can steal from you. The North is looking at that, okay, what model are this guy using? Can we borrow from it? That is how we are going to develop. Because as long as we are waiting that when we die, we just go to use Koboko to straighten up Nigeria, it's not going to work. It is the system that will now bring out the leadership we want, and then will give us the leeway to develop. And that system is concentrating on their own development pace, so we can have healthy competition. And that is why all the countries, I can say it, all the functional, the best run countries in the world, even, do you know that China has some autonomous regions? As terrible as China is when it's not the issue of governance, China does have autonomous region in China. It's a fact, incontrovertible fact that we see in the books. So that's the way I look at it. And the moment we have that, we won't have to worry about somebody want to take my land again, somebody call something. No, we wouldn't even have to worry about that. We have other businesses to deal with. Right now that we are using just 10% of time on business of governance, the rest we use it on big crane and try to pull each other down. No, Igbo man must not go there. That Hausa man must leave, we must fail. It's our turn. We won't have that again. And that is why we are not concentrated on development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Franklin.
Oh, well, okay, Rudy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, well, I have a kind of misgiving because a lot of people are waiting to ask their questions, and it will be quite unfair to them because if I start talking, I will take a lot of time. To be quite unfair to all of them because they have been waiting patiently to participate, and I would like us to give them time because I wouldn't want to counter what Ayo said. Ayo made excellent point. But we have to remember that leaders made countries like Singapore. Singapore is just the product of Lee Kuan Yew. Leaders made countries like Turkey, Kemal Mustafa Ataturk. So, and we have seen that. It doesn't mean that leaders must be one man. No, leadership at all levels. We have Lagos, for example. Lagos generates a lot of money. What has the leadership done? Major cities like Lagos have metro systems, subways. But we have not been able to do that kind of, so which means our leaders are still at a level where we have not, where we don't like still. Why aren't the states competing among each other? Because we believe, you use the word that is very instructive. You call it many rams drinking from one bowl. Why should we drink from one bowl? Why can't the states compete among each other, utilize their resources, build their human resources, and from there generate taxes and then develop themselves?
They don't
But we are
control
not
the
even doing
resources.
that.
Exactly what we are saying.
So if we are not even doing that, so who tells us that if we break apart, that the regions will start doing that?
No,
we are not doing that now. The states are not even doing that. So
do you know that the region don't control their resources? I like the example of Singapore that you made.
My brother, I
what
agree
was
with
Singapore
you.
like when it was part of Malaysia?
I agree
Did
with
they make
you.
it until they break away from Malaysia?
Yeah, but
Singapore did not succeed or disaster its own autonomy. So
Yeah,
it produces its own leadership based
making,
on. You see, the example you use is actually against your point.
No, it's not against my point. Okay, if you say it's against my point, what about Turkey? Did Turkey break up from anywhere? Or can we say when it's evolved from the Byzantine times? The point I was trying to make is that leadership is
can I ask Mr.
fundamental. Without leadership, we cannot attain anything. Even if you break apart from anywhere and the leadership is dysfunctional, nothing will ever be attained. That's just the point I'm trying to bring across to you.
I don't say anybody should break apart. That's
All right.
not the point at this point.
Okay. All right, let's try. I like
Dr. Rudolph, can I ask my question, please?
Yeah, hold on, Maxwell. Hold on. I like what I know that everybody wants to ask question and go, but I like what he said in terms of we have to get to the questions. So for our guests, please make your answers fast so that we can get to many questions. So what I will do is I'll give people a chance to maybe 2 people will ask questions at the same time, and then I'll come to you guys so we can run through a lot of people. Loco, you are okay. Let me go to someone in driving. Just consideration purposes. Oh, he's gone. All right, Loco, you are next.
Doctor, you sound like God damn my side, eh? You want to
I wasn't the one that kicked
you. Sound big. You sound. All right. Thank you everybody for coming here. I like the way we do this. If we can be doing this all the time, right? At least it will still be bringing our head back to where we were going, back to like, I think we need to be together, rather than going far from each other. For me, my anger is this, right? Amongst all the speakers I've been speaking here, nobody here has thought about history. To like before all this, independence, like 18th century, 15th century, were we not related before now? Did we not come from the same ancestor? At least I'm from Edo State, right? Before I left Nigeria, like I'm a civil engineer. I used to go to communities, doing state and federal government projects. You understand? Like my company then. And if I go to the villages and meet the Igbos, the Ezes, the kings there, if I tell them I'm from Benin, most of them show me the picture of Oba of Benin, and they start giving me lectures, how they are related, how the same ancestor, how this and that. Both go far in the east, far in southeast, southwest, and even south, where I'm from. You understand? I can see that, that means if we are related in this manner, like we have the same, not too far, I'm not talking about 1000 or whatever. You understand? Before, like not too far, like we are close to, we are related. But I see nobody's even talking about like Chief is at least Chief you should know about maybe tradition more than I do. But to the extent as a Benin man, I know at least to the extent I know some tradition, and I know that we are related to the Yorubas, we are related to the Igbos, even the Obi of Onitsha, even attested to that, how they are related to the Benin. You understand? So if you are related in this manner, why do we see ourselves as different people? These politicians up there, they know what they are doing. Tinubu went to Ilumelu's house yesterday, and they were hugging each other, almost kissing each other. Nobody was talking about go there and tell them that Igbos want to take over Yoruba. Tinubu really want to slap you first. What are you talking about? Because they have the same interest. What is our interest? Why can't we see that? Okay, yeah, you can do something for me, I can do something for you. What is the threat? You want to take over? What do you have that people want to take over? Your government have been using your head, taking over your head since they have been enjoying with their children flying abroad. You can't do anything. Is this very poor man like you that is struggling the way you are struggling? You want to say no, is this, is that? And I ask even Oga Ayo and Oga Yemi, whatever. I've seen some rhetorics that some Yoruba boys are doing because of election, whatever. How many of you have even come out to condemn those Yoruba people that even saying that kind of rubbish? How many of you have come out? Because you come here and say, yes, it's not good, but at least in your post, in your small power that you have, how many of you have come out and condemned those talks, those kind of nonsense rhetoric that people are doing, trying to incite violence? Because for me, you're like, there's no point in setting it for this. Arrest those people, use them to make example, but you will not do it because it serves your own interest. You understand? So my question here, just to allow somebody else to say something, because I know it doesn't ring bell for me now. It's just like, please, please, Ayo, Chief, you are a chief. Unless you have gray hair. Franklin, please, I go verse for una more. If una no one tries, like, bring history back to these people. Look, we are more related than we are. Let's stop using these politicians' gimmicks to separate us. It's a game that they've been doing for years. That's why they separated Bende to Delta and Edo. They also divided rivers to Bayelsa and rivers. They also divided Cross River to what's it called, Akwa Ibom and Cross River. They did it in the east. They did it in the west, just to divide us, make them use our head. We not get sense. Why can't we just see that this is the fact that this people are trying to do, and we are falling for it? And we also we go school. I mean, make some talk about man go the first.
Don't vex. Thank you so much. You guys hold on before you answer. Let's get Mohammed in too, so that you can then get it too, so that we'll get more people in. Mohammed, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Doc. So I'll just try to. I have a question for all the three guests here. So I'll just try to be brief. I think I'll start with Chief Remy. So you mentioned that you did an analysis of the top 25 countries and the last 25, and that you noticed some sort of ethnic, religious, and language homogeneity in the top 25, and the last 25 did not have. It just popped up in my mind at that time, like where would the United States fit there, and where would Somalia fit there? Because like the same religion, the same language, the same skin color, the same everything, but I think a failed state, but the United States the opposite. So that was my question to you, I think. And then to Ayo Totten, you mentioned about the need to have like regional entities. So into how many composite parts do you think Nigeria should be divided? That's my question to you. And then to Franklin, you mentioned that not just you, but many people mentioned that the Nigeria's problem has always been the issue of leadership. If we have a good leader, that the problems of Nigeria will go away. But what I noticed and what I observed is that wherever you take a sample of Nigerians, the problem that you see at the leadership level in the country, you see it exactly there. I'll just give a quick example of in my university days when we had these Nigerian student associations. We donate money like $100 per year or something, and then there's this factional leader. This one is Yoruba, the other one is Igbo. They are fighting for 3 months. We don't know who the leader is. We gather $15,000, but then after 5 months, it's $3,000. Like the tribalism, the religious, everything is there. Like whenever for those people abroad can attest to that. Just gather group of 100 Nigerians and give it the composition of the country. You have Hausa, have Fulani, have Yoruba. You see the same problem that you see from Tinubu and Obi and all this. So is there more to it than just leadership? That's my question to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very good. Thank you. All right. So who starts? Chief. Let's start with Chief Remy.
I will answer Mr. Muhammad's question, but I want to respond to Mr. Loco. Now, you are asking that how come were we not related before all this so-called nonsense that we are fighting about? You have forgotten one thing. At that point in time, the history that you are talking that we should talk about, nobody is controlling everybody. Everybody is in his own territory, living his own life the way he wants. So at that point, it was easier for us to be friends. But now, the equation has changed. So whoever is the president wants to lord it over somebody in Anambra, or somebody in Oyo State, or somebody in Kaduna State. That is why we are having crisis. It is against the law of nature. Look, when even slaves, when they were enslaved and they were dominated, they were rebelling. If you read the histories of the slave rebellions, because no man wants to be enslaved. Every man wants to be free. They want to live free. So there was no part trying to lord it over another part. So at that level, we were able to respond and to relate very well. We have Yoruba people who went to Mali to do business, and other places all over Africa, and came back home. The same thing with the Hausa people. So we have to recognize that fact. You see, I've been preaching tribalism, and I will tell you why. Tribalism is nature. You can't fight against nature. Even here, you know, I was watching, I think MSNBC yesterday. Come and see the way they are analyzing the issues and why Donald Trump is creating the kind of havoc he's creating. Actually, they use the word tribalism. So we all look at America, or America is different. It is not. Why do we have Chinatown, Germantown, all over the places in America? Man naturally gravitates to where is comfortable. What we need to do with tribalism is not our problem. What we need to do is to recognize the differences that we have, respect it, then come together to find a meeting point. And okay, you are an Igbo man. This is your culture. Okay, I don't want to touch that. You are a Yoruba man. This is your way of life. I don't want to touch that. You are a TV. You are a whatever. That's what we need to do. But the more we try to throw away tribalism, the more problems we're going to have. We have to do an analysis, an anthropological analysis. Then we will understand ourselves. Why should I make Loco to behave like Ayo? Why? Why should I make Ayo to behave like Franklin? Why? We have to look for the characteristics or idiosyncrasies of our tribes, ethnic nationalities. Then come together.
Let me understand you properly. I'm sorry. Is anybody infringing on anybody's traditional value?
Because if you are controlling me from Abuja, why should Abuja decide which university my son should go to?
Is there any of them in Abuja? Is there anybody in Abuja? Is there not a man that's in Abuja?
It doesn't matter whoever is in Abuja, whether it's an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, or a Hausa man. What I'm saying is that we need to be free, to be in control for our destiny.
But those people are friends. Those people are friends. Those elites, they are friends.
It doesn't matter, my dear brother. I'm telling you what is important. They are friends. Yes, they are friends. Like, okay, myself and Rudolph have been friends for almost, I don't know how many decades now. But the bottom line is that we have to recognize the truth. The truth is that we are different in some ways, and we have to respect each other. And I thought Franklin hammered on that point. We have to respect each other, recognize our differences, then find a way to come together, to work together by recognizing our differences and then knowing that we have to work together to survive as a country.
But the issue of somebody saying because your mother is an Igbo and your father is a Yoruba, you cannot rule over me. Is that it has nothing to do with all what you're saying?
It is the part of the fear of being dominated. It is real.
I think it's political.
I wrote something on why the North should break away from Nigeria. If they have people who can think very well, North will be one of the most powerful countries in Africa. And it can happen to Igbos too. It can happen to Yoruba. It can happen to any ethnic group because every one of us have their own strengths. We should not be saying that we should jettison what we are. It will not work. It will not work. We have to respect nature and then find a way to recognize it and work around it and make sure that we are able to cooperate so that we can have progress and prosperity.
Okay. All right.
Now, to the question by Muhammad, please, can you remind me your question again?
That where in your list of best performing 25 countries?
Oh, yes, I remember.
Somalia.
Yeah, I don't have the list right there, but I think Norway was number 1, but US is among the first 25.
Sorry,
Somalia actually, as at that year, was among the last 25.
Sorry, the point of my question was that Somalia, a country that has religious homogeneity, ethnic homogeneity, skin, like everything.
No, it's not
But then
homogeneous. No, it's not homogeneous. Do you remember John Garang?
No, I'm not familiar.
John Garang fought a war for almost 30 years. He's a Christian and he's a Somalia.
Yeah.
No,
Fighting the Muslims in the north.
Sudan, South Sudan.
Oh, South
South
Sudan.
Sudan.
Okay.
John is from South Sudan.
Oh, John. Okay. Sorry.
So the point I was trying to make in the question was that sometimes I think we have many dividing lines, but the lines that we choose to give strength to, it. For example, I know that, for example, in Somalia, you see two black people. One of them will tell you he's Arab. One of them he will tell you he's African, and they're killing themselves over that. If an outsider saw them, no one will even care about the difference. So I just gave like that example just to illustrate that point.
Yeah, my brother, it still goes to the same point. Fear of being dominated. Some people even have the fear of being enslaved. Look at Morocco when they were winning the World Cup. One of their players, no, we are not winning for Africa. We are winning for Arabs. That is identity thing. We cannot do away with it. What we need is to recognize it and manage it. To dismiss it and say it is wrong, it is stupid, tribalism is this, is that, is arrant nonsense. It's arrant nonsense. Let us recognize, okay, this man is different from me. I'm different from him. But we want to stay together. We want to be brothers. Okay, let's give and take. That is the way the world works. Give and take. So we give and take, then we have a meeting point. Then we work on the things that unite us because we have agreed. And the respect will be there. That is the way we can survive. But if we say we should dismiss it, I'm an English-shaman, I like my dialect. I'm not going to give up my dialect to speak Hausa or to speak Igbo. Why? I'm not going to do that. And no self-respecting Igbo man should give up his own language to speak another man's language. Same thing goes with all the ethnic nationalities. Remember Wazobia? Did you guys remember Wazobia? When people were suggesting it, the minorities, who are even more than the majorities, refused it. And the thing did not work. Who's going to give up his own language to speak another language? We should recognize our differences. In recognizing our differences, we can come together. Okay, this is what I can do away with. What do you want to do away with? So that we can work together. We have to be real. There is no room for fantasy. There is nowhere in the world the British have, they are complaining that, okay, they want to control their own area. The Scottish, all of them, they have been together for I don't know how many centuries.
Question, please.
Westminster, thank you. You see? So these are the realities of life. We cannot wish them away. What we need to do is to confront them frontally, look at our differences. If you can work together, if you want to work together, if that's our decision, okay, let's give and take. So we give and take, and then we work together, and we'll be better for it. Demonizing tribalism can never work, and we will never have progress if you continue on that path. That's my own conclusion.
Thank you.
Question, please.
No, hold on.
It's been kicking me out. I've been coming in and out all this while.
Yeah, but Ayo, you're next.
No, it's me.
Oh, is that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's me.
I mean, you guys will respond.
Ayo has taken his own question. It's me.
Oh, okay.
No, it's me. I've not taken my question. Mohammed asked me a question.
My question is for Franklin, Mr. Franklin, please, so that he will answer.
Okay, Ayo, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mohammed, thank you for the brilliant questions that you ask because they go directly to the issues. You see, right now in Nigeria, let me start from that. We have 6 regions that we've, admitted in principle. Everything is done based on those regions: Northwest, North Central, Northeast, Southeast, Southwest. So, in principle, we have agreed that we have 6 regions. And if you look at these 6 regions very well, they have at least some measure of homogeneity and cultural interdependence in those areas. So we can start from there. It doesn't end from there. We can go further. Why this is important, and in order to bottom what Chief Remi or Yemi is saying is this. The question you ask him, you give an example of homogeneous society like Somalia that seems not to be working. So why should we go there? Now, I will ask you, tell me one country. We can tell you several. When you refer me to Somalia, I will refer you to several. Switzerland, Norway, all the Scandinavian, even Japan with dominant tribe and everything that are working. So Somalia could be an exception because when you have you put like 20 together, 18 is working, 2 is not working, then it's an exception because overwhelming majority is working under that principle. India have a lot of tension along religious line. So they created for the Hindus, India, Pakistan for the Muslim, Bangladesh, I think a Muslim too. So, and it reduces the tension. You understand? So here in our own situation, I don't know of any other country like Nigeria that is working. We are the state will go to the federal every month to collect allocation, and we have states that are supposed to be controlling their own resources, grow at their own pace and develop. You have to wait at the end of the month and then go to federal government to go and collect alawi. How would that ever work? Tell me one country like that is working, and I will give up this argument.
Sorry.
None. It has never been replicated anywhere. No country like that. So Nigeria is not going to work. It's not going to be an exception. If anybody can tell me a country like that, where the state will now go to federal government and collect alawi every month based on what federal government declare. We have a federal government that is so huge, and does nothing. 50% of our total receipt go to federal government. The state has to share about 36%, the rest go to the local government. And then what happens? The federal government created a lot of redundant agencies with overlapping duty that does nothing. They are just gateway to siphon money. These are money that will be used in regional development because those people are closer to the people. Here, where I live, power belongs to the counties, equivalent of local government. They do whatever, most of the things that we want, even the road construction that our politicians used to campaign. Yeah, you construct this road. Who campaign with road construction? Those are routines. It's a department in local government that sees to those roads is done. You cut it on A, on B, on C, on whatever. Local government chairman does all that because he controls his own resources.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think you missed the point of my question. Also, to the respected chief, also, I never intended to come across as someone who dismisses tribalism. And in actual fact, I agree with Chief that I would never give up my language for anybody's language. I'm a Kanuri person. Like I mentioned to Rudolph before, I've never spoken one sentence of Hausa to any member of my extended family, cousins, nephews, nieces, father, mother. Never, ever. I've never done that. So that's not what I was trying to communicate. I was just trying to give like a counter example to it's just homogeneity will not solve the problems. And in the case of Nigeria, honestly, what I think is even if we divide, let's say into 4 or 6, I just think the problems will just come down to those 4 or 6 regions because the people fundamentally they will not transform overnight simply because now they're in Oduduwa land or they're in Arewa land or something. Like thieves are thieves. People are people. Like all these things about states and boundaries. And so that was what I was trying to say. But to your point also,
people don't change. Human beings from Cape to Cairo are the same. Let me tell you something. If you leave America, if you create a kind of system you have in Nigeria,
I just want to add one more thing to your analysis.
They will be worse. Let me tell you something. Why do Nigerians come here and excel and obey red light? The system works. They change. Our students will be bright. They go everywhere and excel. Because they live it's the same Nigeria. It's not that they are different. They don't go back to their mother and get recreated. Listen to me very well. So it is the environment that shapes human being. Environment will shape you, whoever you think you are. Mindset don't change. Your environment will shape you gradually. That is how system works. You see, I'm not saying we should divide. If you create is it not the same Nigeria that was rivaling Malaysia, China? Do you know what is different? That was the time the regions have their autonomy. They were able to perform. Yeah. So now that thing is no longer there. The states are calibrated to fail as it is.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, I'm not taking a position. I'm not.
It depends on federal governments. Wait, Mohammed. It depends on what the federal government says they make. If federal government say, "Oh, we only make 100 billion this month," we have taken 52%. You guys think it doesn't matter if it's 500 billion. It's whatever they declare. So we have a lot of waste that should go into plowing back into the system. You have to address that. We have given you an example of the ones that work. Yeah. Give me an example of one in Nigeria that's ever worked.
Sorry,
Rudolph, let me ask this question.
I'm not trying to argue. Just one thing. So your answer is basically 6, right? 6 regions. But what I'm trying to say, for example, in the Northeast where I'm from, someone from Bauchi and someone from Katsina, like people like, I know that in the politics of Nigeria, in the South, for example, there is Southeast, there is Southwest, and there is Igbo, Yoruba. It's the difference is stark and it's clear. But in the North, I can tell you, nobody thinks like that. I'm from Borno State. I'm Kanuri. I had to learn Hausa. Like I did. That's not my language. But I can tell you, there's no difference whatsoever between, let's say, someone from Bauchi, Northeast, and someone from Katsina. Nothing, like just nothing. On the level of the people, there's no difference. On their political choices, there's no difference. Just go and see the voting patterns of those two places. So if you divide them along those lines, at least for the North, it doesn't make any sense. Like someone from Bauchi and someone from Katsina, someone from Borno and someone from Sokoto, like there's no difference. Like although we don't give too much credence to language up in the North, and I can tell you that's why you will see Tinubu will pick someone like Shatima, minority Kanuri supposedly, but then he will defeat Atiku in the Northwest where they are dominated by Hausa Fulani. Like in the South, you struggle to understand. For example, I pick an Igbo man, but then he trounces a Yoruba candidate. He trounces Tinubu in the Southwest, for example, because in the North, like really for us, Northwest, Northeast is just constructions politicians use. You go and ask average Northerner, they don't even know what that is. That's what I'm trying to say. So I just wanted to add that to your analysis. I'm not trying to argue with you, actually. I'm not taking a position on divided Nigeria. I'm just trying to ask you, like, since like you feel passionately about this, what is the vision that you have? For example, like, is it like Northeast, Northwest? I just told you, Northeast, Northwest doesn't exist. It's just imagination. Okay, North, South, like, but then you have Southwest, Southeast. So is it into 3 or 4? My question was a practical question. If you wanted to do it today.
We have operated on the basis of that regions for the past for over 20 years now. We have had those in principle. We have referred every time we are talking in discourse. You always ask Southeast. You want to tell me you have never had it? You have never tried it, you cannot condemn it. Because what it creates is that bring government closer to the people. If it is not going to work, if there's nothing like Northeast, what do you think Nigeria as a whole will work? 200 million people. You have to bring governance to unity. You have to bring it down and give them a measure of autonomy. That is the only fact that you cannot controvert. It is an incontrovertible fact that this thing is working. You see, it's like science. You bring science, you do random sampling. Okay, is this working there? Is this working there? So that is the only way to present the argument. We have seen this thing is working here, 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 and here. It is not working here. So what you need to tell me now is, oh, this country is like Nigeria and it's working. Give 1, 2, 3 examples. I just give you the one that all the civilized countries that are functional are decentralized government. Now give me a counter argument. So it doesn't matter. You say Bauchi will never work. You never tried it. How did you know that?
No. Okay. So 6. I get your answer. Like,
the fact is, it's working.
All right. Ayo, let's go to Franklin.
Like I said, okay, we spend a lot of time in that. We draw the questions and repeat ourselves in different words. So if we could just make it short. Mohammed, your question is superlatively brilliant. I wouldn't know if you really want me to answer that because you have already profiled the answer yourself. If I am to, I'm an Achebe student. You asked me about Nigerian leadership problems. Why is it that when Nigerians, even abroad, if they come together, the same tribalism we see among the political elite and the same thievery That's how they practice. We practice it in our small corners as well. Well, Achebe said that there is nothing wrong with the Nigerian character. There is nothing wrong with the Nigerian climate, and I believe that. Because these same Nigerians that you see in their small covens perpetrating the same crimes that they can get away with stand in queues to board buses or airlines abroad. I will give you an instance. I was flying from Frankfurt to Lagos on one occasion, and we were in the plane. Everybody filed gently into the plane. But once the pilot said it was 2 minutes to land, you saw Nigerians standing up to go to the toilet, and they were cautioned, don't go to the toilet, and they started fighting. The other one told them, I will show you who I am. Just wait, make me land. I will show you who I am. The same Nigerians that filed like gentlemen in Frankfurt, 2 minutes to landing in Lagos, started telling the other, I will show you who I am once we land. And he flipped out his telephone and started to make calls because he was in first class trying to use the toilet. And he was telling the other guys, wait for me there. There is one idiot I will teach a lesson. Nigerian character. So, but there is nothing wrong. What makes people or mass a people is the structures and the laws you put in place to guide and control human character. We are bound to go to excesses, okay? But in areas or in countries where the law rules, you know that the law, if it catches you, it will be merciless. It will be blind to whoever you are. People respect the law. In Germany here, while I was a university student, we were taught at school, if you stand on a red light and you cross, if you are caught, you pay 35 euros. But sometimes if a child is there and you commit that crime, you will go to jail. Because they don't want you to corrupt the next generation. Laws are very important in guiding human character and behavior. There are certain things we use to control, crowd control, architecture, for example. Okay, so it's simply the rule of law, and where people, and the laws have teeth, sanctions. Laws without sanctions are nothing. In Nigeria, we have beautiful laws in our statute books, but they don't have teeth. Okay, because of the very same thing. But we don't make examples of the higher thieves, and then if you can make example of the lower ones. So in China, if you are corrupt, they cut off your head. In Japan, nobody will tell you to commit seppuku or suicide if you are corrupt. But in Nigeria, a guy will wait for you. A guy will be taking a leak in front of your house. And then you will look at him through the window. He will be staring at you. You say, man, I know peace. He is urinating against the wall of your house. You will catch a thief in our country. The thief will start challenging you. I be the first person with thief. And we will crown him a chief at that. So the laws don't have teeth. So that's not about the character. It's about the laws created by a society to regulate itself. If we apply them in our setting, I believe things will be all right with us.
Thank you for your answer. So,
why does Germany have 6 autonomous regions?
Germany have states.
Bundesländer. Why are they autonomous? They are not being run by like Nigeria. They are functioning because they already decentralized what will create problem. You are talking of after effects. They didn't create fundamental problem. You see, obviously you are talking, the system is working because they address those things that will distract them.
You may be right. You may be right on that. But the issue, Germany practices...
Sorry, Franklin, 1 second. We have used 4 hours of our time today discussing ethnic tension. We'll probably be discussing...
No. Point of correction.
Yeah, you probably thought Nigeria will go to space if you don't have that tension.
Point of correction. You made a statement of fact. Germany practices is a federal republic of Germany. What we have Bundesländer, states, just like we have in Nigeria.
Just like states,
it's exactly the same structure that we have in Nigeria.
Have their constitution.
But the problem is, no. Well, just listen. We have Bundesverfassung, one constitution for Germany. Other state laws are state laws like we have them in Nigeria.
It's constitution too. No. They are not. They are constitution. Please, okay. Franklin.
My brother, I live here and I work
has
here.
Its own constitution.
Wait.
They have their constitution. I know that for a fact. Here in America, all the 50 states, each of them has its own constitution. In all the 50 states, your constitution is only selected cases that go to U.S. Supreme Court. You have your own constitution in every state.
Germany is not like the US.
Autonomous. And
Germany
it's the same in Switzerland.
People could Google and see for themselves. People could go to Google and see for themselves. Germany is not like the US. The point is that Germany practices the same federal system that Nigeria practices. In Nigeria, we have state laws, bylaws, for example, and then you have the inconsistent laws.
Okay, let's put it like this, Franklin.
My brother, sometimes you let me talk. I don't take it kindly when people try to interrupt me.
Let's
so,
cut it short.
No, let me say something.
At the state is Germany autonomous
No. You've been
Rudolph, do your work, please.
No, you hold your peace, and then let me make a point. The point I'm trying to make is very simple. Germany practices the same federal system that Nigeria practices. If ours works the way it should work, we wouldn't have a problem. But ours does not work the way it should work. Our laws don't have teeth. We give a pride of place to corruption and corrupt people. So this is what leadership should do. Make sure that the laws apply, irrespective of whoever is, and again, the structure of our federation was corrupted by the military. There, I share your point. And this is what it requires. When leadership comes in, good leadership comes in, it will decentralize all this and then make sure that each state that we practice. That's why people say true federalism. Let us practice true federalism. It will solve a lot of problems that we have.
We are saying the same thing now.
All right, thank you, guys. Let me go to Maxwell and the priest of Prince. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I want to appreciate the barrister Ayo, Prof. I don't know, they call him Douglas, my prof. I'm a student of Professor Franklin, and he's the reason I'm on this program. And Chief, too, I want to also appreciate you so much. And my question is very simple. Prof, you've written so much, and there's so much to learn under your timeline. And I take home one major lesson I will never forget in my life. You make your teaching through religion, you sweep through politics, through philosophy, it's endless. And you were teaching me something about bread. You said that, I was asking you, Prof, what's the business between Jesus and bread? You told me that everything Jesus was doing was about bread. And Prof, the bread is the ocean. If I look around my room, anybody living in Nigeria, look around wherever you are, if you're not in Lagos, every item around you came through Lagos. Every item around you got to where you are, only through Lagos. Maybe a fraction from other ports.
River State.
Prof, you talk about leadership being the problem. No. It has gone beyond what Achebe was saying. They have now weaponized it in a negative manner, that you get the power and weaponize it against the other. Prof, what you are seeing in Lagos is fear. The Obi movement was not, they never expected what they saw. There is a fear on ground. Tinubu lost. He did not lose by that percentage. They know the reality of what Tinubu lost. Those who voted against Tinubu were Yoruba people enslaved for years. There is no problem between Yoruba and Igbo. There's no problem. There's no problem between Igbo and Fulani. There's no problem. Prof, is the rule of law, like you have said, is leadership weaponized in a negative direction? See, we all have our fears. You see Yoruba people struggling around it. They don't want to embrace it. I want to ask the learned colleague, Barrister Ayo, if Lagos Seaport is shut today, because we know there are a lot of water bodies around the whole of the South, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Rivers,
Warri,
Abia, Anambra, we are very close, nautical miles to the ocean. I want to ask Barrister Ayo, if we shut down the seaport, because I'm trying to help Lagos. Lagos is not any wonderful place to be. I grew up in Kogi, schooled in UNN. I believe that Lagos is hell for me. I can't go to Lagos. But there's a reason you see Igbo people in that hell. If you shut down the seaport in Lagos today, as I'm speaking to you, that there is a law that shuts down the seaport in Lagos today, Lagos will be a game reserve. I tell you. You will see mass exodus of people away from Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Cross River, Calabar. that you don't see anybody building Lekki. Lekki will die. It will be Lekki will become OGRA.
Okay.
You will not have your ancestral land to yourself. You will be the one begging Igbo people to come.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah, you see,
so,
that comes to what we have been saying. That comes back to what we have
but Barrister, please, I'm coming. Barrister, please, I'm coming. Okay. Because we want to address the fact that Igbo people are disrespecting Yoruba people. They don't love you. We married together. My best friend today is a Yoruba person. I have a Fulani friend. No Igbo person will wake up one day and start looking for Yoruba person to disrespect. If the seaport in Lagos is shut today, Barrister, you will have your Lagos to yourself. And all the struggle is about the bread Doc talks about. That bread, that ocean, that access, that control. The question I'm asking you is, what is the Igbo man doing in your Lagos when he has a sea?
Yeah,
what is the Igbo man?
Let me answer that. I'm happy you say all these things. You see, this is very good because you answered your own question. And this is what we'll be talking about, decentralizing Nigeria. Lagos itself is breathing under the heavy yoke of that port. You see what happened in Apapa? The gridlock. Who do you think bears the brunt of? The federal government has neglected Lagos. They don't plow back the money. The money goes elsewhere in the country. It's Lagos government that pays, that clear the mess after everybody. It is the interest of Lagosians, of Yoruba people, that there are ports in Calabar, there is port in Warri. I know international ship has been betting in Warri and Port Harcourt. Let them take the ship there now. Lagos doesn't like the kind of problem that the port has brought. Do you know like how many people enter Lagos every day and what that government has to deal with? As we are talking, maybe about 1,000-2,000 people are planning to come to Lagos. When people reach a dead end wherever they are living, they are coming to Lagos. We don't want that because development is not evenly spread. So that's what brings us back to the issue of decentralizing. Do you think the South-South, wait, Marcel, you have been muted, but I want you to listen to me. Do you think that the South-South and South-East will not be able to develop their own port if they have their autonomy? Did you know it was Tinubu that created levy free zone? He got federal government approval because inland waterways belong to federal government to create free port zone. Lagos is building his own port. Apart from Tinkan, as we talk, is building his own airport in the same area. Why are they not doing that in the east and south-south? You are saying you're Lagos. What are your governors doing? When the Lekki Free Sports Center is being built, when that airport is being built, you know, they can come together, get a fiat of federal government and develop the ports. Because Lagos doesn't like the burden in Lagos. Lagos is, like you said, Lagos is not a good place to live. Even the pollution alone. The whole of that Lekki axis, in 15 years, it will probably sink because we don't have the money to do what is required. Between 15 to 20 years, the way that thing is going in Lekki and all those axes, because it's already below the water sea level, anything can happen there. So Lagos is not even conducive for him. Not Lagosians, not you, not me is happy with it. That is why we need a centralized region. A decentralized power. Let the region concentrate. Let them have the power to build their own port, to create their own power. That's what we are saying here. We cannot be waiting on Abuja to come and do everything for us. Federal government have no business in talking about educational policy. That should be in the realm of local government. Our federal government will be supervising how people are admitted into secondary school. They call it unity school. What bullshit is that? So it's not just the port. We don't need this thing. Lagosians don't want it. They want people to go. So the sea, do you know what the sea will be if those containers are not coming there? It's not going to be a village. It's going to be developed to tourist center. When we were growing up, you walk like 2 miles to get to that sea. Beautiful white sands. The whole of coast of Ondo. Ondo State has the largest coast in Nigeria. Beautiful beach. Right there. Nobody's talking about it. We are the second largest deposit of bitumen in Nigeria. Are they touching it? Do you think it's only affecting Igbo? No. The gold in my hometown of Ilesha now, in Chinese just go to Abuja, they will collect license, they will come there. The whole place is being degraded as we speak with mining of gold because they don't care. They just want to carry their own gold and go away. So that thing you are talking about does not have, that is why we are talking decentralize it. See, let each and every one of us control our resources. So you don't have to blame me that is because we have not been at center. That's why they are cheating us. Go and do your own. Let's see who is better. That is simple what we are saying.
All right, Franklin.
Well, I let the people ask questions because I have exhausted what there was no question that was directed to me.
All right.
I've already answered that. So let the people ask the questions.
All right. So
I think okay. Maybe Ikine.
No. Okay. Should I ask questions?
The prince.
Yeah.
I should go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So, from every indication, I have listened from the beginning when this program started. It is clear that the barrister Ayo and Chief have made their stand clear that they want to opt out of Nigeria. That being said, I want to ask Mr. Prof, looking at leadership, vis-a-vis the situation Nigeria is right now, do you think that a quality leadership could change? Because you said something about a structure. Would a quality leadership bring about a structure that will bring a new Nigeria if that is the route you want to go? Or should a quality leadership bring about a structure that would devolve Nigeria into what it was in the 60s? Will that work out so that all this bickering and all this phobia about other ethnicities should, go away? Thank you so much.
Okay. Should I take a go at that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. If you understand the
Rudolph,
psychology,
I'm not going to participate again. I've been saying I wanted to say something for the last 20 minutes or 25 minutes.
Okay,
You have
sorry,
not
you
even
can go
allowed
ahead.
me.
Oh,
You can go ahead.
We
You can
didn't
go. I'll take a back seat for you. Go ahead, my brother. It's okay.
Remy, you are in two places. You are here. So we didn't hear you. Sorry about that.
I have no idea about that too.
All right, go ahead, Remy. A chief, the only chief we have here. How can we do that? Go ahead, Remy. You are muted now. It's not us that did this now. You are muted. We can't hear you, Remy. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You muted yourself again. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. There are issues I want to touch before answering that question. You see, the calibration of Nigeria into 36 states is a very, very bad decision. If we are going to have the division of Nigeria so that we can have either confederacy or federalism, we have to go through plebiscite. We have to do referendum because maybe there are some people who wants to go with the Fulani in Sokoto or the Hausas in Katsina. You should allow them to decide that. We should not allow people to decide for others. Whether you are a big ethnic nationality or average ethnic nationality, we should not decide for anybody. We should allow people, because the Constitution says we the people. It's a lie. A lot of you know that it is a lie. So if the Constitution says we the people and the people never contributed, this is just a constitution from the pocket of Abdul Salam. So why are we having problem with it? Because we did not contribute to it. Our feelings were not reflected in that constitution. That's why we're having problem. So what Mr. Muhammad was saying, if the people in Bauchi wants to go with a northeast or go to the northwest or north central, they should allow the people in Bauchi to determine that through their own referendum. One of the problems we had, the Kwara people had a referendum that they wanted to go with the southwest. Tafa Balewa and President Azikwe frustrated it. So if we really want peace and progress, we should allow people to be the determinants of their own destiny. They should be the captain of their own souls. That is one. Number two, how you have addressed that issue, it's not compulsory that we should use Lagos Port alone. We should diverse. I mean, if we are still going to be in the same country, we should diverse in true federalism. For instance, let me give you an example. When President Clinton was the governor of Arkansas, Jimmy Carter was the president of the United States. They were both from Democratic Party or Democratic Party, and they had disagreements. Jimmy Carter was going to deploy the U.S. Army. Then Bill Clinton deployed his own National Guard too to counter them. That's the same country, the same people from the same party having serious disagreements. That is federalism. So that's the kind of thing we should champion. People should be able to have what they need at their local level. Like I said, what is the business of federal government determining the high school my son will go? What is the business determining which university my daughter will go? It is all nonsense. So we need to decentralize. Like the gentleman was saying, that if they leave Lagos, it is not true. Because if everybody go back to their place, then Lagos is able to breathe. It will even become more prosperous. Now Lagos is choking, it's killing everybody. So let everybody go back to their base and build their base. But the only way we can do that is decentralization. We have to get real. We can't continue to deceive ourselves. Somebody said that some of the behaviors of the leaders, we find it on the followers. Yes, because the followers are frustrated. All the I don't want to call it a revolution, because to me that is not the true definition of revolution. All the things that obedience are saying, the movement they are having, is a reaction to to all this kind of corruption in a way. They're just going about it the wrong way. But the bottom line is that for us to be able to make any progress, we have to be honest and deal with the real issues. Lagos is choking already. So if you have ports in Warri, in Akwa Ibom, and people can spread out, it's not going to be better just for Lagos. It's going to be better for everybody involved. And if we decentralize, like Ayo was pointing out, we build a port in the east, we have it in Kaduna or whatever. We can do it with Baranja and River Benue. We are going to be better for it. Like Ayo was pointing out, we build a port in the east, we have it in Kaduna or whatever. We can do it with Baranja and River Benue. So that is my contribution, and that is my answer to that question.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Chief Remy. Let's go to Franklin to respond, and then. Or you don't have any. I can go to Kene and Ife.
No, I
was here before Kene and Ife.
I thought I was talking before before Chief Remy came in to say that he didn't, and I said let me yield to him, so that after that I could answer the question posed to me by the priest, the guy that was driving.
Okay.
I wonder if you want, but I'll be very quick about it.
Okay.
Well, it's very simple. He asked me that I have been harping on quality leadership as the solution to our problem. You don't need to believe me. Read Achebe, read anybody who has ever given a serious thought to the Nigerian problem or to problem of development anyway. Even the people asking why countries fail or why nations fail. You can never underrate the impact of leadership on the evolution of human societies, And then he said, is that going to bring a solution to all the bickerings among the tribes? Yes, it will. Because quality leadership will make sure that the society is governed by the rule of law. And that's when we find justice. St. Augustine made a point when he said, What is a nation? What is a country? What is a people? What is a government without justice but a band of robbers? And that's what it is. So, and then if we look at the psychology of scarcity, that's why people bicker when there is unfairness, when there is injustice. Not only human beings. There are experiments that show that monkeys, if you give one monkey 2 pieces of vine, 2 pieces of what is it called?
Banana.
No, not banana, whatever, banana, and then give one to another one instead of 2. The other one will react violently. And we are mammals and we are primates. We share almost the same genetic makeup with monkeys, and they know what injustice is all about, and they react violently to that. What about human beings? So you see, societies where people bicker a lot is where resources are very scarce, opportunities are scarce, there is no accessibility, there's no level playing field. But people become relaxed in a society where they know that the playing field is level. If you read John Rawls, when he's talking about whose justice and whose rationale, you will come to see he's talking about level playing field for everybody. That's what Nigerians want. Nigerians don't want a government that will stuff them with money. No, give everybody equal opportunities. That's what Nigerians need. So, and this is what justice is all about. Giving to each what his due is. What is your due may not be what my due is. The people in Lagos, their due is that is their ancestral land. We could give them difference for that. That's justice and fairness. Okay, so this is what leadership does. It provides the vision. It holds the society. It holds itself to account and holds people that it gives jobs to account, and then makes sure that the law carries sanctions and has teeth. So this is what leadership does. And a society that governs itself by the rule of law creates an equal playing field for everybody, and bickerings will go. Because if I know that if I steal, I will get punished. Likewise, the Yoruba man that steals will get punished. We will not be quarreling. If I know that if I insult somebody because he's a Yoruba man, that I will go to jail for that, we will not be quarreling. But it's because nothing happens. There is a reign of impunity. Nigeria is the impunity republic. That's why we are bickering and quarreling and fighting over rent and things that are not even we are not supposed to fight over. This is where leadership is pretty important. That's why I believe and I share Achebe's views that the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of leadership. If we don't get leadership correct, we will never get any other thing. It's the leadership that will look at Nigeria and say, hey, this country is too big. Let us a little bit decentralize it. Only leadership can do that. Nothing else.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we can't discount leadership. No, I mean, of course. But what we are saying is that no matter who the leader is, if you don't have a system to work it, you fail. I don't care who you are. What
leadership creates systems.
One man doesn't create. Okay, exactly. But you have to understand what kind of system will work. You can create. You see, we have different leadership that work for different people. Ronnie work for Ghana. Gorbachev work for Lee Kuya work for Singapore, and it's different models.
I agree.
What do we need in Nigeria? What kind of leader do we need? That's what we should be discussing.
A leadership that has vision and understands what Nigeria needs, and is ready and has the courage to work for that.
Exactly. Now, what does Nigeria need? You see, what you have expressed, I'm sorry.
Good leadership.
What you have expressed is wishes. You are talking of the ideal. If wishes were horses, beggars will ride. You are talking of the ideal. You are not being realistic. Oh, we should do this. Human being, this is what Nigeria needs. How do you get there? Now, we are trying to identify the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue that we can identify Nigeria is its composition. It is inherently defective. So, what should a good leader do in Nigeria?
How is Nigeria inherently defective?
Sorry, can I come in if this is a conversation? If it is a conversation, then I'd like to come in.
One man,
please join the queue. Please join the queue.
So, how is it fundamentally defective, the composition of Nigeria?
Because I've said it over and over again in the course of this debate. Because we have 36 useless states that goes to Abuja every month to collect alawi. No government ever function like that, ever. None existed in the whole world.
But that's not composition. That's not composition.
No, give me one country like Nigeria, one country that is run Nigeria that is successful.
Well, I can't give you that example because you are making a case.
Okay, let's do question and answer. So
no, you are making a case for composition. Composition is the people that make up Nigeria.
You see,
there is nothing.
We will never get anywhere if we address it like this. Let's do it one by one. Question and answer.
Then we define our words and terms.
Give me
and then
one
understand
country with
what
good
we
leader.
mean by the words and terms.
Franklin. Give me one country with good leader that is functional, that is calibrated like Nigeria. That is the leader that makes it so beautiful. Give me one.
No country is calibrated.
No country like Nigeria will ever work. You see, for a leader to work, you must have a system to work with.
No. You asked me a question and then you superimpose it upon it. Words
but you said no. You said no country.
No, I said no two countries are the same. No two countries are the same.
Yeah, we are talking about system.
Each country has its own autonomous reality, and its leadership of that country addresses that.
We are discussing in abstract. We are talking about
because that's what
federalism.
Okay.
Federation. Those are not. It has been employed. You see, these are analogies that have been formulated over centuries that have been adopted by countries. We have re-federalism in America. We have re-federalism in Canada. We have in Switzerland. We have all over the world, and they are functional. Nigeria calls itself a federalist state, and it doesn't have federalism. So, us, the state, will now go to Abuja every month. Where is our Alawi? It's an abnormal. It's an aberration. It's never going to work. It has never worked anywhere. I don't care who you bring. Wake up Mother Teresa and pair it with Nelson Mandela to come out.
That's not even my bone of contention with you. My bone of contention with you is about composition. Yeah, composition means the constituent, the people that make up the country. There is nothing defective about Nigerians and the way we are made
Not
up.
Nigerians.
Yeah. So, but no. What you're arguing for is the fact that we ourselves, we allowed the military create these states for us. It's not the composition of Nigeria.
It has been
composition
created.
Are the people
so let's
that make
address
up
solution.
Nigeria the way it is.
What would you have done?
States are the structures that we are operating at the moment. That is dysfunctional. Everybody agrees with that. But we can change that. This is what good leadership, once it gets to power, will say, this structure is unwieldy. We cannot afford it. It's
you agree that
it's not working, or it's dysfunctional, or it doesn't fit us.
Okay.
So we can sit down and change it. A good leader can say, let's dialogue. Let's have a dialogue of the nationalities.
It cannot be back to what you've been saying. Let's have areas of disagreement. No, let's talk about what we have agreed about. You don't have to what we are saying. What you just said is referendum. You have just said that this structure is bad. You have agreed with us. You just said
no. I didn't agree with you. I said only good leadership could put that in motion. Good leadership can come in and say, look at this country. I have looked at it. The way it is constituted, it cannot work. So let us do something to that effect. Only good leadership would say, hey, Nigeria is either this situation or this structure we are operating is too costly. We cannot afford it. So let us do something to change it.
If you have a leader who doesn't believe in that restructuring, the leader will fail. It doesn't. The personal goodness of anybody.
You're now discussing an abstract. If hypotheticals.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking when I talk about good leadership. A leadership that rises to the responsibility of personal. Let's start with personal example, for instance. A leadership that is not corrupt. Because we are talking about structure. We are not even talking about how much Nigeria has generated as a country over the years that to power our development.
Is the system
we are stolen through corruption, through the fact that leaders are not responsible. So we are not even talking about the massive funds that Nigeria has generated as a country that has not been used for the welfare of the people, but we are stolen and dumped in non-bank accounts in abroad.
If I can do it.
So these are issues that arise in the course of such discussions, and we have to take cognizance of them before we can arrive at a solution that will fit our problem and solve it.
If you create
the problem, I'm sorry, the problem can never be solved unless we involve the subject matter. And who is subject matter? Me, you, we, the people. No matter any solution you bring, even if a leader comes with a revolution who is visionary, if the vision is not bought into by the people, it will fail. It will fail. You have to remember every time that what we need to do is to get our people mobilized. Do you want Nigeria? Yes or no? If they say yes, how do you want it? Then the people will now vote for people who represent them to carve out a constitution for them. If we bring a visionary leader whose vision is not accepted by the people, it is going to fail and we're going to go back into crisis. No matter what you do, in Yoruba land, we say that Aki Faori Leyin Olori. You don't bash somebody's head behind him. Everything we are doing here, if we do not allow ourselves to consider, to give due consideration to the people on the street, their feelings, their desires, their dreams, their aspirations, we are just working in vain. No matter what we bring to the table. So we always have to remember that.
All right.
And there are ways we can do this. Referendum.
Thank you, Chief Remy. Thank you so much, Franklin. Thank you, Ayo. We are going to. I want to know how long you guys have with us.
I've got to go.
Okay.
We are already overstayed.
Ayo.
Sorry, I came here because of Franklin.
Hold on, guys.
You are owing me money. You are owing me money.
Yeah,
because of you, I've not been able to see some of my clients.
No, hold on, guys. So they want to go. I want to make a decision. So the decision I'm making is that I want to say that we allow the people who are already here to ask their questions. You know, nobody comes in anymore. So be quick so that we can get to everybody and then round up. I can hear you, Ernest.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I actually come here not to ask them any question because your guests today are really, really provoking my anger, but I'm not here to ask them questions. I'm actually here to make some comment and maybe applaud Dr. Franklin because I think he is the only one that stood out, today. Mr. Ayo asked a question that he made a comment that leadership is a product of the society. Yes, leadership is the product of society because Nigerians were not getting it right before, until now. Nigerians are waking up. They are trying to do the right thing. So I believe that they should be given that chance to choose the leader that they want to lead them. And this is in contrast with what Mr. Remy is saying when he stated that the Yorubas are fearful. They have this fear of domination. I don't know the Yoruba that you are speaking for, because the good Yoruba that I know are not afraid of any human being. They are not afraid of anything. It is only, let me use this word, Dr. Damages, please. I'll be very kind today. It is only the criminal among them, or the criminals among them, that are being fearful of domination. Because the true Yoruba people that I know are very accommodating. These same Yoruba people, when the Igbo people left their villages and come to Yoruba land and asked for land, the good Yoruba people sold their lands to the Igbo people. Is the significance that we are accommodating people. But for anyone to come here and try to give bad name or bad image to Yoruba people is something that I really, really feel very sorry for that person. Some of us own properties in Lagos. You cannot come tomorrow and ask me to abandon my property and go to my place. I paid for it. I gave you money when I paid for that land. It's so pathetic that most of us are in foreign land today, own properties. What if, for people in the United States, for example, what if the American Indians ask you to leave and go back to your country? They are being fearful of you. They have this fear of domination. Go back to your land. According to Mr. Remy, go back to your land and develop your place. Chief, Mr. Remy, you should show us an example. Please, I will not address him as chief, please. You don't tell me what to say. I know chief when I see one. Please. No, I know chief when I see one. Please, you don't tell me how to address anybody. His name is Remy, and I'm very kind enough to call him Mr. Remy, showing that he's an elder, right? Please. Allow him to express himself. In our place, if we have taken enough from a king, we tend to put basket and put the king
that's your
in his place.
Though, not your land.
Hold on,
that's
please.
the conversation.
Dr. Damages,
it's your place.
Mute this man, please. I'm not here for you. If I'm here for you, you will know.
No, be as you are in your place, but not in Yoruba land. That's
please. I'm really trying to calm my nerves. Please don't provoke me. Please respect yourself.
You're a hair trigger anyway, so let it be. Let's hear you.
Please. If everybody should be going back to their place to develop, we should start showing the example. Leave the United States that you are, go back to your Lagos state and develop it, or to your village and develop it. Now, what actually triggered me to call in was when Mr. Franklin responded to Dr. Franklin responded to Ayo's argument, stating that some Igbo people, or maybe he didn't mention Igbo, but there's some people said that the Oba of Lagos should go to hell. I was one of them. And Dr. Franklin responded by saying that those people should be arrested because they are causing that statement may cause unrest in the society. But I was one of them that asked the Oba of Benin to go to hell. I even said that Oba of Benin was a nuisance. And the statement, there's a principle of causation, cause and effect. You cannot threaten an entire ethnic group and think that you should be accorded any form of respect. In 2015, the Oba of Lagos, in his bid to please his paymasters, the APC criminals, threatened the entire Igbo nation or Igbo community in Lagos State that if they don't vote for APC, that they will be thrown into the lagoon. Did you not hear that? To understand that the very APC that he was speaking for disassociated itself from that statement. A lot of well-meaning Nigerians asked the Oba of Lagos to apologize to the Igbo people. Till today, he has not done that. So the likes of me will always see Oba of Lagos as a nuisance, and he should go to hell until he apologized to the Igbo people for making that threatening statement. So that is aside. Recently, just give me one more time, please. Let's address this thing because it's really getting annoying. At the age of 40, 45, 50, 60, if you are not speaking for the truth, if you are not calling for peace, then something is definitely wrong with you. Check yourself. Now, this is it. Every political season, we'll start seeing Igbos being threatened in Lagos State. Only Lagos State. Only Lagos State, and you've not sit down to ask yourself some questions. Only Lagos State. And who is the architect to this problem? Tinubu. Tinubu is the problem. Recruiting is arborous to attack and kill Igbo people. Every political season or campaign season. After this election now, everywhere will be calmed. Then we are all loving, peaceful people. But once it is election period, the lives of Igbo people are in danger. Just during this election now, presidential election, we saw a lot of them threatening Igbos. Even the police were patting them. And I wonder, are we actually part of this country? If you are calling for secession, this is not the way you call for secession. This is pure wickedness against the Igbos. Recently, the spear market being maybe literally owned by the Igbo people was set ablaze. Over 200 shops destroyed. A life was killed. Many were injured. And the likes of Mr. Ayo and Mr. Remy did not condemn that. Maybe they did elsewhere, but I didn't see them condemn that here today. And you are saying that we have no right to choose who we want to lead us. We reside in Lagos. We own properties in Lagos. And by virtue of that, we have every right to elect who we want to lead us. Don't we have such right? All these things that you guys are beating about, trying to, play some smart game, is not going anywhere. We are not leaving Lagos State because in Onitsha, in Igbo land, we have a lot of Yoruba people. We have a lot of Yoruba people in Igbo land. We've never threatened them to leave. We've never threatened them to leave. In Enugu State, Soji Salah Street, please mute this man, please. Soji Salah Street is owned by a Yoruba man. He owned a lot of houses on that street. No Igbo person has ever threatened them to leave Igbo land.
Okay.
Why must it be us all the time?
Can I thank you?
Tinubu's wife is from Ishekiri.
Let me respond.
Can I thank you?
I think you are very, very disrespectful, and you are a very pure hypocrite. And I would let you know, number one, for you referring to me as Mr. Oyeyemi is very, very disrespectful. I'm a chief, and that chieftaincy title, I didn't buy it with money. My efforts were recognized, and they gave me that chieftaincy title. It is part of this putrid and insulting, disrespectful behaviors that are annoying us. If you have properties in Lagos, don't you meet people there? Don't they have a culture? If you are cultureless where you come from, must you bring your cultureless attitude to Nigeria? I mean, to Lagos? What's wrong with you? You have no respect. You are so hypocritical. Okay, before the king of Lagos, Akiolu said something. What caused it? You are the one who talked about concession. So he just came out from somewhere and said, okay, this is what I want for Igbos. What did the Igbos do? You are so hypocritical. If you analyze it very well, he was reacting. And you come here and start, vomiting nonsense from your mouth. Come on, man. Anybody wants to respond to him can respond to him.
Okay, thank you, Chief Remy.
Okay, now it's my turn to say something. Now, listen. Hey, guys, we have to calm this rhetoric. We really have to calm this rhetoric. This rhetoric doesn't all go well for a peaceful coexistence across board. We may be thinking that we are representing our individual anger the way it comports to us, but we may be doing a great disservice to mutual understanding going forward. Now, listen, about what the Oba of Lagos said, that was in 2015. We all heard it, and then we made the appropriate condemnations. And then, you demanding that Ayo and Chief Remy disavow or condemn whoever, that was not a topic of today's discussion. It was a debate and something like that. So we cannot import what doesn't belong to a situation and then impose it on them. It will be unfair to these two brothers of mine. But our rhetoric, we should be bridge builders. That's why we traveled out. That's why we are more educated than those on the streets fighting these battles. Words are powerful. Words are so powerful that so many religions made word their gods. If you read the Christian Bible, John chapter 1 said, in the beginning was the word. And at the end of the day, he said that the word was God, because words are very powerful. We can use it to create, and we can use it to destroy. So if we don't watch our words, brothers, we are going to be in serious trouble. And that's why I always analyze words and then point out rhetorics that are not so very wonderful. So everybody should calm the temper a little bit. We are debating. Debates are, if you watch the Oxford debates or Monk debates on online, you will see how beautiful they are. They are fireworks. But at the end of the day, it doesn't cross that threshold where we carry anger and annoyance and then insult each other going forward. It doesn't work. It should not work in a civilized society. And I believe we are all mature, gentlemen and civilized men. So at the end of it, I would like us, old boy, if Remy says that he's a chief, that's the way he wants to be addressed. That's the way you should address him.
Okay, Chief Remy, I salute you, sir.
Yeah, so that's the way it should go. And then it's but that's an individual respect. We respect people across board. And then Remy, my brother, Chief Remy, you have to calm down. Okay. So and then let us take the discussion very further down.
The conversation was going on very well. We are all learning from each other. Nobody knows everything. And one thing I wanted to point out is this. All of us here, we have families. Do we agree with every member of our family?
No, not at all.
Exactly. So we're not talking of a larger society. So what we need is understanding. Not come here to disrespect me, because even if I'm older than you, I owe you respect.
You're right.
I owe you respect. So you don't just come here and just talk to me anyhow. I don't really appreciate that, but that is over now. So let's move on.
Chief Remy,
Rudolph,
Chief Remy,
why
you
can't
owe me.
one man, this
You know,
one man speak?
you
He's
owe
been
me a
trying
keg
to
of
speak
palm wine.
since.
Once
No,
I
they're
meet
going
you,
to silence me because they don't like to hear what I have to say.
Let the
No,
one
no,
man speak now.
no, we said that everybody will speak. Everybody
He's
here
been
will
trying
speak.
to speak now for over 2 hours.
Yeah, but
Yes,
we follow.
Have
it
we
doesn't
recognized
like
him,
to hear
please?
what I have to say, so
I
he
don't
will
want
silence
to
it.
feel that some people are being discriminated against.
No, no,
Let
I'm
him
not
talk.
Biafran, I'm from
Ayo,
Oyala, so
Ayo,
that color says.
Let him talk, I beg, Rudolph.
All right, one man. Ayo says you should talk.
All right. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, Rudolph, for having me. I only really came on really because of Franklin, who I'm hopeful to address, and I hope I have the space to address him. And I want to ask you a question, Franklin, and I want you to address it. So I don't want to hear what Voltaire has to say. I don't want to hear what Jorgen Habermas or I'm asking you. You've already set the backdrop with all of the books you've used to line your backstage, so we know what you're projecting. So I'm asking you frontally, not Achebe, not Voltaire, not Confucius, you. So I'm painting you a scenario because really what's led us to this space is a guy called Chinedu Rhoses Vivour, and I only call him Chinedu Rhoses Vivour because that was on his campaign poster when he wanted to be senator just as early as 2019. Anybody can Google it, you'll see it's all over the internet. So this conversation really comes into play because a guy called Chinedu Rhoses Vivour, who cannot speak a lick of the Yoruba language, he is aspiring to be the governor of Lagos State. And that doesn't sit with the culture. It does not sit with the culture. Whether the rights and wrongs of it, we are Yoruba people and we're of a particular way, and it does not sit with the culture. The Nigerian constitution, whatever, it does not sit with the culture. That a person that cannot speak an ounce, a lick of the Yoruba word, but fluent, by the way, in Anambra dialect of Igbo, it does not sit with the culture. So it does not sit with the culture. And all of this pushback now that Lagos is no man's land, it's a narrative that comes from your quarters, and we have heard it endlessly, and we have heard it enough. So I think people conflate the Yoruba mild-mannered Omoluabi way as a form of weakness. And the biggest fool alive is the person that conflates the Yoruba mild-mannered ways, because we are I don't know if you know why we call ourselves Omoluabis. That's a civilized person. The Yoruba language is too nuanced to translate directly into English, but the sum total of the Omoluabi philosophy that underpins the Yoruba ideology is a civilized person. So don't conflate that civilized manner as weakness and then come into our space. We accommodate you. We give you the fat of the land to live fat, and then you tell us that our land is no man's land. Lagos is Yoruba land, though. It has an Oba who sits on a throne. Lagos is Yoruba land. So there has to be clarity on that. But the question I really wanted to ask you, frankly, and like I said, I'm not asking Confucius or whoever, I'm asking you. So please don't philosophize and no straw man, you. So don't give me any straw man narrative. If an Igbo man called Muyiwa or Kafo wants to be the governor of your home state, wherever it is within that region, does not speak a word of Igbo, has all of his leanings and affiliations are is maternally Yoruba, paternally Igbo, Muyiwa Okafo, who wants to be the governor of whichever state in the east, knowing, as we all know, how insular and clannish that region is. Will he even get to the first step to buy a form? So that is to you, Franklin.
My brother, I will really push back because the questions you just bundle up a lot of overgeneralizations that are quite untenable, and then push them as a question. If you're asking me a question, you should have to come at me like an intelligent man, because that question at the tail end of it sounded less intelligent than I expected from you.
Well, yeah, address it nevertheless.
Listen, I gave you time to talk. Allow me to now address your question, because it's so very unnerving and annoying to address me this way. I am not a guy that you will just So you can address the people so very clannish and insular. You know how insulting that is. That's the most stupid thing I've heard
Is that
today.
not the general
Listen to
perception of
me.
the
No, no,
region?
no, 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 no.
Is that not how people say that region?
I will choose, allow me to talk. I will choose not to answer your question. I can do that. You don't call a people. I spent a whole part of 4 hours here trying to make people realize how dangerous it is when you use certain words. And then you sat there to call my people, knowing how insular and clannish. What can be more stupid? What impudence? You stood before me to tell me that kind of rubbish and you want me to take it lying low with you. What kind of nonsense is that? Is it because that we sit down and talk like Nigerians? I've been the guy, I've been an apostle of peace. And then you dare address me this way. You dare not do that with me. I am too intelligent for that. And then you are telling me to abjure myself, not to philosophize. Did you pay my school fees? You ask me a question, you tell me how to answer it. What impudence. Nigerians, you guys have a lot of effrontery on you. You don't do that kind of nonsense. At this age and level, before the whole world, you are addressing a man like me in such a manner. I have been respectful with everybody here today, but you dare not do that before me, or else I will wash you down, because I know I can do that. I'm capable of doing that.
well, you go and
yeah, you asked me a question, and then you remain quiet, and then stew in the misery, and then let me take your question for what it is. You asked me a question. Because a guy is named Chinedu, he could not speak it. What are the constitutional provisions for becoming a governor in Nigeria? Did you ask yourself that question? And then a man like you is peddling this pettiness, this clannishness in the 21st century. Other countries are advancing, but your thing is, because it's our culture, he doesn't speak Yoruba, but his father is Yoruba. So he's no more. Do Yorubas inherit property from the maternal side? Is Yoruba land a matrilineal society? And then you are very proud to delegitimize a fellow human being because you say it's not our culture. Is it written anywhere in Nigeria's constitution, in Lagos constitution, that before you become a governor in Lagos, you must speak Yoruba? Is it a constitutional requirement? If it is not, why are you? It is. Why is it? I stand to be corrected. I don't know. If it is,
yeah, no, let me correct you then. It is instituted in the Lagos State statute books that Yoruba language is the second official language of that state, and it's the language of governance every Friday in the state parliament. Okay. So that is an understanding you don't have, okay, and more to it, probably Chinedu does not either.
Okay, thank you very much. Did the law say it is a requirement for becoming a governor of Lagos State?
Thank you for that.
I asked you a question. Did the law say, did this Lagos bylaw say is a constitutional requirement for one to become a governor of Lagos State that this person must speak Yoruba?
Well, I've already answered that. They conduct parliament in Yoruba language, so it's implicit
you said
that you
made
must
a
speak
point
the
here
language.
that Yoruba language is too nuanced to be translated into English. Every language is too nuanced. And that's from my philosophical basis. Philosophy gave me that idea. Every language. That's why in Spanish, there's a that translators are traitors in every language because languages are nuanced. So there is nowhere, even Lagos State bylaws doesn't supersede the Nigerian constitution. So, and it's not a constitutional requirement that somebody must speak a native language to become a governor of a state. Until you guys make that a law, I don't see anything constitutionally prohibiting this guy from vying for governorship. I am not saying that people should vote for him, but he has a right to be a governor. He has that
You've
right.
not addressed my question, though. I invited you to reverse it to your homestead and see and know your people as you know them.
I'm not afraid of questions. I deal with it every day of my life. I'm not afraid of it. So relax, my brother, and then listen to the answers. In my home state, if it happens, I don't care. What I care for is a man who is competent, who has the capacity to give good governance to my people, wherever they are. That's what matters to me. Where he comes from, who his father is, I don't give a hoot about that. It should not be playing a role in the 21st century of our considerations of who should govern us. Those who are my brothers that have governed my state, what have they achieved all this while? Those that are from my own neck of the woods that have governed Nigeria, where have that left us? Are we a first world nation? No, we are not. But we are still clinging to the same atavistic tendencies that left us where we are. And then we are then proud of that. And then you will be so very proud of that stupidity that you will sit down here and call the people clannish and insular.
Well,
no, that's the generally well-held perception. It's not news to you to hear them describe clannish. Am I saying something you've not heard before? Is it breaking news to you that people consider the Southeast clannish and insular? You know that as well as I do. That's the widely held belief.
And you are living in England says a lot about your personality and character. More than anything else, that an educated man like you holds such a perception. I should go and return my school fees because it's useless. I am sorry to tell you that. Rudolph, I'm out of this discussion.
All right. Thank you.
Well, and
Rudolph,
can I have a say because you gave people enough time to speak, but you're not giving me.
You are spoken now. You know I spoke on your behalf. You know,
let me hear from Ayo.
I asked Rudolph, to let you speak. Yeah, he may have not been able to present what he wanted to present. I don't believe anybody is challenging Gbedebo, from legally from being a governor that is not qualified to be governor in Lagos State. It is the narrative that is the problem. And what I think is the major issue with most people that are against him in Lagos is the presentation. He has been presented as an Igbo candidate. That is the presentation. The first write-up that came out about him only celebrated his Igbo heritage. They said he is a proper, I saw the short write-up, proper Lagosian. I don't know, he's not a proper Lagosian. Of a wife of over 200 years, with Igbo mom and the wife married to Igbo in Kechi. And that's why I gave the example of Funsho Doati, who is also a Lagosian, married to Edo, Professor Alile Williams' daughter, whose mother is a Shekiri. He never put any of those on his resume or for anything. He just put plainly his resume. And people become apprehensive, especially with the tone that the presidential election has taken. So I can excuse people. I can see people's annoyance. Why people say, oh, okay, this is the agenda. And then video upon video keep coming out. We must take Lagos, we must do this, we must do that. So that is the apprehension. And that remains in the realm of public opinion. People will still vote whoever they want to vote. It's not a legal issue. People can go ahead. I'm not going to take it against anybody for being apprehensive about him. If we break down his father is from Lagos, it has no meaning. Because at the end of the day, we all came from somewhere. His father is not from Lagos. I put that on my Facebook. That
Mr. Ayo, can you just have Mr. Ayo make clarification whether or not it was Vivour himself and his campaign that released that resume, or was it some third party? Can you clarify?
I don't know, but that was the only thing being distributed across. I didn't say anything about it. He did not.
Please.
Yeah, Dominic. He never disputed it, and he didn't put anything to the contrary out by himself. Everything, I've never seen anything about his campaign that tells me what job he has ever had in his entire life.
Who does he own to make clarification?
I heard that he went to MIT, he's an architect, okay, but I don't know what job he has ever had or any project he has ever executed. So I take issue with that kind of narrative. I'm not voting even the ADC candidate that has good resume, put everything there neatly, because there are so many other dynamics. But I'm just saying about that particular candidate, why people are apprehensive is you presented yourself this way, and some people are also reinforcing that.
Rudolph, you did not give me the chance to land. You gave everybody else plenty enough time.
No, one man, you had enough time. Dominic, hold on, okay? I want to get Ify to ask a question. We have to end in another at least let the guest leave, and then we can have a wider conversation if you guys want to.
Rudolph, the reason why I rejected was I wanted the Ayo to make proper clarification whether or not it was how Vivour presented himself, or if that's what third party used, because he keeps putting it out as how Vivour presents himself. That's why I wanted to make
okay. Let me ask you a question, Dominic. Do you have anything that Vivour himself put out? Do you have anything?
I don't have anything. I don't even know who the man is.
Okay. That is the only thing in the public face. Is the only thing I can attest to that I can talk about. And he never disputed it. That is the only narrative being sold. How can you ask me to vote for a person because his father is from Lagos?
That is untrue. That is untrue.
I'm only pointing out that
you have his Igbo. You are pushing a narrative, a very sensitive narrative.
I'm
and
only
you think
saying
other people will not react to it. No.
I'm only saying that
this kind of discussion is like you are holding somebody else to the back and you are telling them not to talk.
All right.
When they
All right.
talk, then you use it against them.
Hold on, everybody.
That won't be fair. That won't be fair.
I'm only saying that I don't know this gentleman, and if I'm listening to him for the first time, if I'm hearing you about this man for the first time, and I'm hearing it from you, the way you put it out is this is how this man represents himself. You're not being specific about whether or not it was him that released.
But you are not able to tell me what he has presented. Okay, let somebody who knows. Dominic, let somebody who knows tell us.
Let's go ahead after we go and Google his man.
What he plays out.
That's a straw man argument, by the way. That's a straw man in logical fallacy.
Gbedebo has
of cosmopolitan Lagos. I represent it. I embody it. I see what brings us together as opposed to what takes us apart.
If you have been in a campaign before,
see, Lagos State has been in harmony for a very long time. What happens is politicians come and try to divide us. And I always say to people, let us be wary of a politician or politicians that only remember that they are Yoruba when it's time for politics. When Fulani herdsmen were making incursions into Oyo and into different parts of the Southwest, and people like Sunday Igbo stood up, people like Rotimi Akeredolu stood up. A lot of politicians in Lagos were quiet. They played politics with it. They were quiet. When it was time for Amotekun, they were quiet. So many interests of the Yoruba people, they were quiet because they wanted an alliance with the North, right? So they put their political interests above the interests of their people. And then all of a sudden, it's time for politics, and they remind you that this person does not speak Yoruba, this person. With the Yoruba that they've been speaking, when they fired at young people at Lekki Toll Gate, did they separate the Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa? All the Agberos on the streets that are wasting their lives, young men that are getting on drugs and have been multiplying for years, do they go and meet the ones that are Yoruba and tell them, come, we'll give you rehabilitation, or we're going to get you off the streets, we're going to ensure that you're a more productive member of society?
Are you implying that the politicians fired at the protesters
I will say from what the army has said, Governor Sanwo-Olu invited them in and gave the order.
But he's been clear in that time and again. I imagine you caught the interview.
I mean, and then what the army said during the hearing completely goes against what he said. And you're CSO of a state, right? If you did not give an order and somebody else comes and is shooting like a cowboy, you should be on ground. As a leader of the state, you should say, you cannot shoot at my people. You have to shoot at me to get through me to get to the people.
So you believe, even though time and again the governor has said, well, I didn't give the order in different ways, you believe that he still gave the order, and understanding how governance works, how the chain of command, not even with the police, with the military, you still believe?
I don't believe that a military setup will come and start shooting people without carrying the governor along. It's not possible. So except it was a order. I believe that.
If you can
I also
use,
believe that he saw the bodies. I believe that he was at Reddington Hospital. I believe that he saw the bodies. And there's a lot of evidence on this. So all this gaslighting that they've been doing, we're just watching them. Because it's the same thing as they're telling us that the election was won by 10,000. When we know that they took out almost 50,000 votes in Alimosho and 20,000 votes in Ikeja. There's a lot of gaslighting, politics, and tokenism that is a hallmark of the APC government.
Dangerous.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. I just I wanted to, at least for those who do not know, I know that most people don't know the candidate we're talking about. And we have to round up. Unfortunately, we can't get everybody who is here now because I know that some of the guests, they have to go. So I'll just let Ify and Isimele, two of you, to ask questions. I'm sorry, Uzo, I can't get everybody. Then we just round up. We can have conversations after they leave, the guests. Go ahead, Ify.
Isimele, go ahead. Go ahead. I will speak after you.
Why me? Why do I have to go before you, princess?
To respect the other that I pissed you off, so I have to apologize.
No, you didn't. No. One love.
Like 2 minutes right now, Rudolph.
I'll wait for you, my dear. You didn't piss me off. No.
It takes a lot to piss me off. I'm so passionate, so I'll wait for you, darling, please.
Okay, good evening. Dr. Franklin Shifremi and Dr. Ayo, I think he has gone or so. Okay. I'm so disappointed that we are sitting down here after 63 years of independence, still talking about tribe and who is going to be a governor and all that nonsense. That is so disappointing. This is not what we should be talking about. Who owns Lagos and who doesn't own Lagos? That is so sad. I thought we have moved past all this. We are talking about how we can develop Nigeria and move forward. 63 years, we can't even hold election. Free and fair election, 63 years. 63 years, can somebody tell me what we have achieved as a country in 63 years? In 63 years, we don't even have education in that country. In 63 years, we don't even have lights. In 63 years, we don't even have good roads. In 63 years, we don't even have no security. In a country of over 200 and something million. And we are sitting down here talking about who is Igbo, who is Yoruba, whose father and mother is this. I partly agree with what Shifremi said, and this is the topic we've been talking about since after election, if you remember, Papu Doka. I have always been a fan of disintegration because this one Nigeria is not working for us. We've talked about moving down to regional government. Let's try something else, because if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, we're still getting the same results. I said it over and over again on this channel that maybe 5 years or 6 years from now, we're going to celebrate Buhari for doing nothing. And we have so much hate among us. I have never seen this hate before in my life. I am just sitting down here listening. What is coming out of our mouth? I agree. We can never be united, no matter how much we try to patch ourselves. It is not possible. Let us be honest with ourselves. It's not going to work. My cousin is married to a Yoruba. My best friends are Yoruba. I've said it on this channel. I am a typical Nnewi girl. Our tenants are Yorubas. We don't discriminate against them. What is wrong with us? 63 years. I'm afraid to go home. I can't even visit my neighbor because there is no security. 63 years. Can somebody tell me what we have achieved?
Can I tell you?
Tell me, Mr. Frank.
Is that the question? Because
yes.
I really need to go. I really need to be at another appointment.
Yeah,
and I'm
go
waiting
ahead.
for the two ladies to make ask their questions. So if you guys could save me a little bit, please, I will be very glad.
All right, Ismail, your question, so that he will go.
Okay. I'm using my phone and my eyes are going gradually because of age, as you guys can see. I'm trying to stare at the screen to call out your names respectively. I believe in respect, so please don't feel disrespect if I don't mention your name. I do respect you, obviously. I can see vividly that it's only Mr. Franklin that is present.
Yeah.
The other two gentlemen had left because maybe they think women don't matter. If you're listening, please, we matter. Come back and take questions, please. Like you have given the other men chances. We have voices. This is disrespectful as well. This is marginalization in another way, okay? Thank you. So my question is, I wrote it down. You see the way I'm breathing. I'm heartbroken. I'm trying to, bring myself together in front of my foreign friends to proudly pride myself as a Nigerian, because we have been described as intelligent people. But in this public domain, the way we are behaving sometimes, especially today, is proven otherwise, and I'm highly ashamed that we are giving relevancies to things that we call precious, but to other tribes, maybe it's not precious. We are not embracing one another. We thrive in divisions. So my question is it possible to go to the school of life and academics to get educated and graduate as an illiterate?
All right, thank you. Franklin.
Okay, first of all, I will take Ife's question. Your question is, what have we achieved after 63 years? 63 years for a lot of us is a generation. A generation is gone. But in the life of a nation, it's not a long time. The Americans fought even a civil war, 270 something years for the Civil War. When did America start becoming the giant that it is today? It's after the Second World War. It's not even up to 70 years ago. Okay, it took time. Countries evolve. Societies have these teething problems. They are parts of who we are as human individuals. So it's to be expected. If you look at Europe, Europe has thousands of years of history. There was a 30-year war in Germany when the country was reduced from 18 million to 4 million people. For 30 years, they were killing each other. Europe was never peaceful until 1945. From its history, it was war every other year. So these teething problems that we see in Nigeria, anybody who has studied societies will see them. They are there. But what the benefits that we get today is the fact that we don't need to repeat the mistakes that others made. You know, we can learn from them and make our own societies better. Like, I will always point at leadership as a major problem because leadership directs the way a society moves. That's why leadership is very important. Leadership is not even with the scepter, iron scepter. Moral leadership does a lot. You see the way people are following Obi today. You see some people online tell you that I wanted to jump the queue. I couldn't because what will my principal do if he's in this case? That's what moral leadership does. You saw how many people this guy mobilized into the electoral system. People want to follow him. Leadership is, one guy was at what is leadership? He says, when Barack Obama walks into a room, everybody there has the urge to stand up and follow this guy. The charism that he embodies, the moral authority, that changes the society to a very great extent. Because if you study Freud, you will come to see we look up to our parents, authority figures. They influence the way our lives evolve, and then we can never discount that. So we have to be patient with ourselves. I don't think, and I don't believe that there's anything wrong with the Nigerian character. I don't believe that there's a problem between the Hausa, Yoruba, or the Igbos. I told my IPOB brothers that they should go to hell with that argument that the Fulanis are our problems. No, hell no. The Fulanis are not our problems. The problem is that we have a dysfunctional leadership that when somebody commits a crime, his face is looked at before judgment is passed on him. If we are able to get that right, every society went through all the teething problems that we are going through today. We will arrive there, but it will take time. Our generation may not live to see it, but we should learn from the Chinese who learned to plant trees that they may never live to harvest. So we have to make development plans, long-term development plans. Where do we want to see Nigeria in 50 years, in 100 years? The Germans, after the Second World War, started rebuilding their economy. They called it a 50-year project. And in that 50 years, what happened? Germany became the economic power of Europe. They planned. It's a conscious plan. Development doesn't come by accident. There are a lot of mistakes made along the way that will be made along the way in our own case. But we really have to be patient with ourselves. Saying, oh, we have to break up because we cannot live together. We have not tried a lot of things. We have not even tried actually to live together. We are still entertaining our fears, fanning the embers of those fears. And our politicians are smart. They will come and use those fears to tear us apart. At the end of the day, they will go and attend each other's weddings together, partying in the same clubs. But we are here fighting and killing each other for nothing. That doesn't make any sense. We can get Nigeria right. I believe that we can get Nigeria right. People say, well, some people will tell me, some of my white friends tell me that Nigeria is too big. You have a lot of people. You guys should stop having kids. And I'll ask them, what about China that has 1.3 billion people? Our population is a huge resource that we could use for our development. Our diversity is a great strength that we can use for our development. So that's why I am impatient with anybody who is too petty to be peddling tribalism, be he IPOB person, or be he a greater Yoruba nation, or be he an Arewa person. I am too impatient with such people. Our problem, I would dovetail into your question. Our problem is not that we train, how did I write it down? Our problem is not hate. Sorry, if you said so much hate. Our problem is not hate. Our problem is ignorance. Because if we know, he who knows will always lead he who doesn't know. So if we come to the realization that we are all human beings, that we are all equal, and that's what the law should do. We should all be equal before the law. And
our mindsets.
And we should get, and once we get to that point, development will just happen. Development is at the end of a process. I wrote an article titled, "It is Philosophy Stupid." It's on my Facebook wall. I wrote it about 4 or 5 years ago. I was coming in from Vienna. I was at the train station. The train station was so perfect, so functional, that was built for human beings. And then I remembered Murtala Muhammad Airport in Ikeja, where whenever I get there, I feel like crying. And then I was thinking, why is it functioning? A train station is more beautiful, more functional than our international airport. Why is that the case? It's not because of the people. It's the way, it's philosophy, the philosophy of governance that we have evolved over time in Nigeria. And this is where education is pretty important. How do we educate people? What's the curriculum of our education? It's still colonial. And that's why our leaders treat us like colonial subjects. Everything our leaders are doing today are what the colonial masters did to our fathers. So we have new Franz Fanon called them white, black masks in one, white faces, black masks. Our leaders have colonial mentality and they treat us as such. And then we fight each other like they played us against each other. So these are the things that we have to start thinking for ourselves. So that's why when somebody tells me stop philosophizing and stop quoting books, I will tell the person that that's damn ignorant. That person should go and educate himself and read. Reading opens your eyes to reality. You can cross universes by reading alone.
I do read, actually, just to correct that. I do read probably as much as you do.
Dr.
Yeah.
Franklin,
Sorry, can I just say one last thing before?
You didn't answer my question, Doctor.
No, everybody. Thank you so much. And
my question.
We have to let him
some other time.
It's been 5 hours of sitting there, no break. We didn't take any break. So, Dr. Franklin, thank you so much for joining us.
Let me greet Dr. Franklin.
Yeah, he can see you.
I don't think I've had any opportunity to discuss with him. Hopefully, sometime in the future.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Franklin, and we thank Ayo Totten for being here, and also Chief Remy Oyeyemi for being here. When we come back, we take just a few break. When we come back, we dissect what happened today. And Franklin, thank you so much for being here. So let's take a break.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We take a break, then we come back, and then we dissect what happened. And of course, I know, as we always do, you guys have a lot of things to say about what happened. So while I'm looking for my my friend Magic. All right. Yeah. So we take a break and we'll be right back.
You and this Majek Pashek. Play something else.
He's the only one that is not copyrighted.
His network television debut.
This
is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Pashek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's region when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right. Thank you so much for hanging in here, everybody. Wonderful. I know a lot of people wanted to get involved in the conversation.
I still had the floor when you stopped me.
No, you didn't. You go with the floor.
I did. I was engaging with the chappie, and then you stopped me in midstream.
Yeah, because you had enough time. So what I will do now is I will hand it
for everything else. So
Dominic and Show, please, can you anchor this? I'll come back later and
all right.
Yeah, and get people who have not said anything to say something. I'll be back.
Just like me. I didn't finish my question before Dr. Franklin interrupted me.
Okay. Dr. Franklin left though. He left.
Franklin, please.
I can. It's fine. Sure, do you want to anchor?
It's my turn though.
No, Dominic, please anchor because I'm just using my phone. When I go upstairs at some point, I would probably use my laptop. Then I can support you. But for now, you carry on.
If he asked a question, it's me asked a question. I joined afterwards. I haven't asked any question, but the panelists have left. So I'll make a few comments. Then you show. Then Odogu has to talk, and then I'm guessing CM. Were you here before, or you just came in?
Listen, I've not been saying anything. I've been here since. I've not said anything before the Dominic came. I've been here.
And Uzo hasn't
just jumped in.
All right, Uzo,
okay, let me speak now. So I thought you called me. You said CM. I thought you called me.
It's just acknowledge that you are here.
Because I'm still fresh. I'm still fresh. So I'm still fresh.
Yeah, you were here before.
Okay. You were here before. Sure was here before. So it's my turn. Okay.
It's not that called me. Okay.
I hope both the three Ayo, Franklin, and the Chief will be listening to the to this. You know, I was listening when they are talking. Man, I was like, is there Nigeria we are looking for? When you see them speak from the beginning of the show, man, you're going to. If I'm a virus, I'll put virus on this computer. When they start speaking from the beginning of the show, I was listening to three of them. I was like trying to now one slap. I'm going to dash all of them one. Take it home because they can't come on they can't come on the national. I'll call this national TV. This is the best national TV that we have now. I'm beginning to
international TV.
International TV. I'm going to talk something that makes no sense. That how can you say something cannot even say to your son or daughters how to live their life? Then you come here to say it. I was so embarrassed when I heard them saying whatever they're saying. People grow annoyed. Like what the comment section, man, they be like, what's going on here? But surprisingly, before the middle of the show, they became to start laughing. I said, who are you guys even deceiving? You know, so I stand from the chief side, my own from the chief side. They say chiefs are he say he's a chief. Yeah, I respect him, but the chiefs are the mouthpiece of the gods, you know. They speak truth, not only the truth. But everything he's saying is just like the same thing a boy in the street will be saying about Igbo does that, he did this, that, this. Doesn't matter. We're trying to learn from them. That they are all of them. They are all elders. They have some like me, some of us. But when they speak like some people that don't even like. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know the end they are coming from. If they exist or what's going on in this world, you know, they don't know what's going on in this world. Dr. Franklin tried to like. Another one is like he tried to modelize the whole topic, the whole thing to make him 6 piece. But the way they are firing like one man came on board. See how we have seen his own people that fired where he fired. He want to go the same way they are going. But on my own side, if this is what the Nigeria are looking for, I don't think there's any Nigerian at all. I don't think there's Nigeria at all. And Show came on board trying to direct them. No, Show was boiling. When it come the first time, Show threw some bullets. Now, like the bullets, you know, like they're just wearing bulletproof. They don't want to even listen to what somebody is saying. They are there dragons that something that doesn't make sense, you know. For me, some of them that's also I don't know if educated literate, that's what I call them. They may have whatever they have, maybe their daughter or whatever they are. Is that way they give their patient pew, or is that way they judge their case in the court? I don't understand. You know, from my own end here, I would say, man, if this is one Nigeria we are looking for, I don't think this double Nigeria is possible, because if we can live in peace in Lagos, marry each other, then we'll come online, we'll deceive ourselves. Not deceiving ourselves since we are deceiving people. That's what they're just doing here, come here to deceive themselves. You know, I'm angry with the chief. I wanted to tell him, be a chief, be an elder. You should cool down. Not when you have an insult from somebody, you give at it. My problem is that what is the difference between you and that person insulting the other person? Somebody insulted, you are insulting back. So all of you are all the same thing. I used to tell my friend, that when I went to Ashawo house, call the person Ashawo, what do you want her to do? Are you not Ashawo yourself? So somebody that's insulting somebody, all right, somebody is insulting you, so need to cool down and teach him why he should change from his old ways. You fire the person back with the same insult. You know, I was here looking at the comment section, attacking 99% of the comment section are Igbos as well. I said, look at this man. Anybody here, I look at the name, they're not Igbos. You know, that's the only thing I saw there. They are like, they should go and learn. You know, learning is not only when you come and speak too much English, as if English put on the table. That's just my own, you know. We should try to get it right. What we are saying doesn't make sense here. We just come here that, you know, they just come here to just do whatever they want, you know.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Show. Odogu left. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just trying to unmute myself. So I'm just going to go back to the actual topic, because that's what I was going to touch on earlier, but because I was trying to respect Rudolph's, laws or rules to say just ask one question. After I asked the first question, and after I saw how people were going about their question, I just thought maybe I should have just shared my thoughts then, because it seemed like no one really stuck to the plan. So the plan, the topic is mostly about Gbedebo Rhoses Vivour of the Labour Party and the Igbo candidacy, and would Lagos be New York or Kigali? Like someone rightly said, Lagos, is not like New York, but it's like the New York of Nigeria, if you want to put it that, because everybody from everywhere comes to Lagos to do business. My only issue, and I've had a lot of people say, on this show that I come to look for the likes or something, accolades of the Igbos. I said, how does it translate to money? I'm not even one of those people that say, I went to my best friend is Igbo. I don't have one Igbo friend. I have 4 friends. 4. I know a lot of people, a lot of acquaintances. I have 4 friends. I've not made a new friend in the last 25, 30 years. I don't like friends. I don't carry people. I have 4 friends. 4. They're all Yoruba boys. I went to school with a lot of Igbo boys. I still see them from time to time or talk to them. But
So when people say you're looking for likes, I'm not looking for anything. I just try to be objective. Because in the case of this Lagos thing, it's for me, if I was to, comment on it, you can't eat your cake and have it. They say that the Igbos are braggadocious in Lagos because they bought land and bought houses. Maybe you should stop selling your houses and land to them. Hold on to them. Your parents went through a lot to build those houses, to own those lands. You hold on to them and stop selling them for a quick buck to go and do whatever with. If you're selling them to invest, it's a different thing. But if you're selling them and you're not, see, the house I live in, I own it. Before I got married, when I was renting, 2-bed house, 2-bed flat, whatever, I had people who live with me in the UK, boys who came from Nigeria to study and people, between issues, they live with me. They had issues, that's why they were living with me. They couldn't even afford to pay a penny towards the house keep. So they couldn't dictate to me how I run my house. The minute you start selling half, a quarter, and you start sharing the bills, then they tell you, I can come in whatever, I can go out whenever, I can have a party when I like. Maybe if there's a place where they hold the elders forum of the Yoruba people in Lagos, maybe someone needs to tell them to instruct these young men and women to stop selling their parents' properties. And maybe some of these issues will reduce. When you say people are braggadocious, so because I'm trying to get to the bottom of it if possible. So you're saying the Igbos come to Lagos to do business and make money. So you people that they are doing the braggadocious for, are you not doing business and making money? So if we're both making money and we're both okay, how can you be braggadocious to me, except you're not making money yourself? Except you're not making money. So Igbos are loud, okay, who cares? To me now, one Igbo person can tell me he's loud. E-money is like 1 billion times richer than I am. But it can't be loud to me because it doesn't bother me. I can afford everything I need with my hard work. So your braggadocious does not bother me in the slightest. You can make noise, except it's become nuisance. Then I can report you to the authority to say, my neighbor next door is always doing patio. But that you are driving a car, you can drive a Ferrari and a Bentley. I'll drive my BMW or my Mercedes. It's not as expensive as yours, but it takes me to where I'm going. So all this inferiority complex needs to be addressed as well. We can't just shift the blame and say Igbos are loud. They are obnoxious. They are braggadocious. Go and walk. When you're busy, you see less of somebody who is braggadocious. The people who are working hard in Lagos, the Yoruba boys in Lagos who are working hard, they don't have these complaints. You hardly find them complain about this braggadocious nonsense. It's the people who don't want to work, just want freeloaders. They are freeloaders, most of them.
Thank you.
And you see, I come here and I say some people are educated Agberus. Don't let their certificate or their fake English accent bamboozle you. I live in England. We don't speak like that. We do not. The queen that died, her children, the king's English, they don't speak that nonsense quarter accent. Nobody speaks like that in the UK. Nobody. I find it funny, like, sorry, is this a bad slash or your accent, after some English breakfast? What accent are you speaking? To bamboozle who? God bless Professor Franklin. He put that guy in his place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Come and just spew nonsense. So, sorry, quickly, to speak about Gbedebo Rhoses Vivour.
I have to give extra time to whatever.
Sorry, just speak on Gbedebo. Gbedebo is a Lagosian. They were able to produce his heritage, to show his heritage, his lineage, up to 100 years. Tinubu is not from Lagos, and that's not a crime. He's from Osun State. Ambode's father is from Ondo State. His mother is from Ekpe. So Ambode is from Ondo State. The current governor is from my state. He's from Ogun State. His deputy is from Ogun State. Speakers of Assembly, State of Assembly in Lagos is from Ogun State. Obasa, these are all Ogun State people. But the only time now, apart from Fashola, that you have a Lagosian, not that it should matter, but if you start it, be ready to finish it. Now that a genuine blue blood, if there's anything like that, Lagosian wants to be governor, you have an issue. When my brother, Mr. I can't remember his name, Ayo, the lawyer, when he said, there's an article, I like the way someone questioned it. Did he put it out? Was it put out on his behalf? Even if he put it out, you know what? I won't fault him because the boy knows that he is a Yoruba man. You can't take that away from him. His father's name is Olawale. He doesn't get more Yoruba than that. So he knows that my Yoruba base is secure. Now, I know there are a lot of Igbo people in Lagos, so I would show them and tell them that, oh, I'm one of you, I need your vote. It's election season. The boy is campaigning. You put your best foot forward. What is wrong with him saying, I'm also Igbo, by the way, just in case you didn't know? And I keep asking these people, when Tinubu's grandchildren, Sheyi's children, when they get old and they want to contest as governor for Lagos, these same people will be gray and old. They will still be campaigning for Tinubu's grandchildren. But guess what? Tinubu's grandchildren, through Sheyi, their mother is part Lebanese, part Igbo. So Tinubu's grandchildren are Yoruba, Lebanese, Igbo.
Even Sheyi, his mother is from Ishekiri.
That's what I'm saying. No. Sheyi is not Remi's son.
Remi's children. I don't know if she's
I
one
know,
that
but I'm saying Sheyi's children.
Sheyi is away match. Sheyi is away match. That is the difference.
So what I'm saying is
first away match.
What do we know?
No, I'm saying so. Sheyi's children, when they get old, they will contest for governorship in Lagos. They might, but nobody would say they don't speak Yoruba, and their mother is half Lebanese, half Igbo. These same people campaigning for Tinubu, Tinubu's grandchildren will rule their grandchildren. It's a fact of life. They won't have an issue with it. What's wrong with Gbedebo? They said, what experience does he have? What was this current one doing before he became governor? And Ify, just one thing to you. You said, what have we achieved? Please, every day you wake up, pray for Peter Obi. Pray for the obedient and appreciate us. Have you seen the governor of Lagos? Governor of Lagos is now going to the shopping mall and licking ice cream with the people.
They will kill me here.
Sorry. Governor of Lagos is going to the shopping mall, licking ice cream with people, acting like he's a human being. But for the last 4 years, you couldn't touch them. They were so distant from people. See the movie actor, what's his name? Desmond Elliott. He's not giving them transformer. All of a sudden, they are working, and this is what opposition should cause. When the opposition is active, the citizens are the benefit. Because everything Sanwo-Olu is doing right now, it is Lagosians that are benefiting from it. When we have active opposition, the citizens will benefit. So any obedient has been voted in on the wave of Peter Obi that does not perform, you can bet that APC has learned what opposition is. They will be on their tails, which means those guys will perform. Who benefit? The citizens. And this is what people don't get. We would be the beneficiaries if the system works, if the people we appoint work. But they are so hell-bent on, it must be my person that... I couldn't care less if it's not Peter Obi. Give me a person that will do the job. I just worry that Tinubu is surrounded by sharks. That's my only worry. If he performs, I'll be very happy.
Okay, thank you, sure. You took like 10 minutes.
Sorry, no vex. As a moderator now, moderator.
As moderator, look at this. Okay, Rudolph, Uzo has stopped. So right now it's me, CM, Lexi, and BBC left. Well, I think CM has stopped.
So let me talk.
See, I think CM.
Which one be CM? Right? No, I have something important to say. What are you talking?
Okay, well,
I have something.
Dr. Rudolph, it's not fair. These people have gone second round. I only made just one sentence or so. That's not really fair.
Even me, I was caught.
Rudolph,
you know,
I actually had to say thank you and goodbye to all of you.
Second round of what? That's second round of what?
Rudolph, I can't moderate the show. I can't moderate the show.
I thought it's my turn.
I don't have the requisite.
Oh yeah. Okay, you know what?
So,
Dominic, if you sure, are you leaving? I can add Dominic now. I can get Dominic back.
Me, I'm leaving. See, I came back from work. I wanted to talk to Franklin and Chief Remy, but they left. So
I just want to round up my thoughts. It won't be long.
Big.
Okay,
I cannot play big jacket, dog boy. Rudolph.
All right.
Okay. What I have in mind is that the ethnicity kind of card we're playing is not helping us to grow. And most especially, you see people that have gone to the four walls of schools as academics and then the walks of lives. Their mindsets are so archaic, and then they speak they speak vocabularies. They even create vocabularies of their own to use it to intimidate others. And when they use these vocabularies, when you check, it has no meaning. They want to sound even more Oyibo than they are. When we are supposed to be true Nigerians, how can we say we are true Nigerians when we display this sort of disgraceful attitude publicly? You should there shouldn't be any bitterness. When you can compete positively. I can see, okay, from the panelists, what did I learn today? Some arguments were constructive, whilst another part of the argument is kind of attacking and destructive, like competing. Who is gonna I don't know what it is, but there is this kind of negative energy when some ethnicities come together. They lose their sense of communication and they start vomiting kind of nonsensical words. This competition is quite, it was clear between the panelists, ended up turning the session into arguments, and that's not why they were here. Trying to, when you see pink, you call it purple. When you see something bad, you try to defend it. Gbedebo is a full Yoruba man. And when I first heard about his name from one platform being described as Okechukwu or Chinedu Rhodes Vivour. And I'm like, how can an Igbo man go all the way to Lagos and wanting to be the governor of Lagos State? And then when I went to make research on his campaign slide, I saw his full names, just like the way you will fill out your full names when you're filling forms. There is no shame in you laying out all your names so that people will know who you are. You cannot deny your originality and your identity just to become a governor. That is who you are. You can't hide it. So from that day, I kind of my respect for certain people, specifically someone like one man who comes to divide. And I can't even stand to listen to his platform anymore. I used to go there a lot before, but the way I was bullied and attacked, I stopped going there. And it turned out to become a tribal platform, a Yoruba platform, that when you are from another ethnicity, you go there, you're a bit welcomed. Maybe, okay, they want some voices from a different ethnicities, but as soon as they start, you are going to be like one person in the midst of sharks, and then you'll be swallowed. I was forced to stand my ground. I was forced to raise my voice the way I shouldn't. And then in the end, you'll be tagged as aggressive. Oh, here we go. The yam heads, the Igbos, the name calling. We should stop all this. We should stop it because it's not beneficial. It's not feeding me. It's not feeding you to be the way we are attacking each other. It's nonsensical. It's not worth it to come online and fight. If it's not going to be productive, there's no point coming online. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
It's me now, man.
I'm next now.
It's me.
Okay, go ahead, CM. Go ahead.
Okay, so on this Gbedebo issue, there's something I want to educate the panel on. They said the APC in Lagos made two cardinal mistakes. Number one, they thought that making everybody to believe election is a fight between the Yoruba and the Igbo. Number two, believing that anybody that is not Yoruba in Lagos must be Igbo. They did not understand the basic sets of people who are against them. This include their Warris and the Yorubas who are indigenous Lagosians, Danfo drivers and conductors, car owners in Lagos, irrespective of where they come from, especially those that have been scammed by LASMA and VIO, graduates who are working as Uber driver, Keke driver, Danfo and conductors in Lagos. Anybody who has ever lived in the Western world before coming back to live in Lagos, Aworis and Lagos indigenes who are doing Agbero work, graduates who are doing Agbero work, some members of other tribes who live and do businesses in Lagos, people who do business in a market and have allocated spaces outside the sun that they are forced to pay daily instead of shops, people who do business in the market with their own shop. This is where 90% of Igbos belong. People who have shops on the street that local government will lock and charge them 25,000 or more once they open their shop every day. Okada riders, up to 70% of them are Northerners and Muslims. people who were shot at the Loki toll gate on 20th October 2020, people who lost family members at the Loki toll gate, people who have brought properties in Lagos for donkey years and paid for everything requested from them without getting C of O. So in other words, these are the people that voted against Tinubu. It is not in Igbo. Igbo votes alone cannot defeat APC in Lagos. It is a sort of a cocktail of all the votes of other people who are either doing Agbero work, Tinubu is charging them, either Tinubu is using them to do a tout or so many things. So it was just a case of the entire people of Lagos against Tinubu. It's not Igbo vote. So it's even more Yorubas voted against Tinubu on 25th than in Igbo. So people should not take it out on Gbedebo. And these are the same people that will vote for Gbedebo on the 18th. So in all these things we are saying, it is not right for people to just feel that Igbos want to take over Lagos. Igbos are not interested in taking over Lagos. Rather, what Igbo want, if they see port in Port Harcourt and Calabar is working, I bet you 80% of Igbos in Lagos will go back to the east, because there is no sense in a ship coming from China that will pass the South African coast, come up to Cameroon, pass Calabar, pass Port Harcourt, pass Warri, then go to Lagos. Then you now look for trailer to transport it again back to Aba, which is near to Port Harcourt. So these are the reason. That is what is holding. And again, if the airport at Enugu is made international, or the one at Yoka, which will be not built with all the standard runway, if they give the APs license to fly from London to Oka or Oka to Johannesburg, after all, he went from Abuja to Johannesburg to rescue Nigerians, 6 hours flight. Why can't he fly from Oka to Johannesburg? If he's doing all this, Lagos will decongest. So Igbos are not interested in taking over Lagos. We take it like the way the white man see Africa as a white man's grave. We don't so much cherish coming to live in Lagos. We want to stay in our land, but we need, when we say seaport, the seaport at Apapa and Tinkan was built by federal government money. If federal government can use that same money and help the East, that's okay. That's what we are asking for, fairness. We are not asking for anything. We know that Tinubu is building another seaport in Lekki. That is Lagos owned, but let us get out of our federal allocation the way they used federal money to build Murtala Airport. Let them use federal money to develop Enugu Airport exactly as Murtala Airport. Everything we end is as simple as that. Overnight, people will leave New York and land in Enugu the way you leave Atlanta and land in Lagos. As simple as that. This thing we end. So I don't want, when we want to do this, people will think that Igbos are so much interested in coming to live in Lagos and start to squat. No, we don't need it. We don't. As a person, I studied that. I did my undergraduate at Idiaraba, the medical school there. But I cannot. If I go back to Lagos, go back to Nigeria, I'm going to Ezinifita, Agwatalo, Anambra State. That is where I'm rushing to. Because we will suffocate in Lagos. I don't like it. We have a family house in Lagos. We put it up for sale for a year now. Nobody is bringing close to the asking price. But I want to sell and go back. That's what we are saying. So people should take it easy. We are not interested. The modern Igbo of my generation that have been abroad, we don't want to go back to Lagos. We left Lagos to abroad. We want to go back to the East and start a Western view of life. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Dominic.
Okay. CM, have you finished? Sometimes I wonder if it's the CM internet that is giving him problem. So let me not go there. A lot of points.
Okay, no, I finished.
Good. Okay.
CM, your network don't good though, because before your network, they do Nigeria style for us.
But I thank Okija work. So if you get a talk issue, contact Okija.
I'll try to keep it simple, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. And Rudolph, feel free to cut me off, because I feel I may go for, because every once in a while, like, people start all this ethnic which can be a little bit unnerving, because when you see through the fallacies in people's arguments, it just drives you crazy. First of all, the first person that came to my mind is if there's a Yoruba man, let's say, an indigenous Lagos man, let's try to make it very granular. A man who's a worry, he can trace his generation in Lagos for 10, 15 generations, however many years that is, right? And his mother is Yoruba, father is Yoruba, but for some reason, because he's in a cosmopolitan city in Nigeria, he doesn't speak Yoruba. Would anyone still bring up that argument of whether he's authentically Lagosian or authentically Yoruba? That is the first question I want. That's the first question that came to my mind when Franklin and Chief Remy and the rest were talking. And then Show made a good point of Tinubu is not even from Lagos, and yeah, that wasn't challenged. So, when people make these arguments, I'm always like, when you go back in time, go through history, go through the precedents that have been set in the last couple of years, you see that some of these arguments people make is just based on pure ethnic bigotry, and people don't realize it. It is natural. Everyone always wants to go back to what makes them who they are. Right? The Igbo man wants to talk about his Igbo-ness. The Yoruba man wants to talk about his Yoruba-ness. No one thinks about what is good for the public. This is very simple. If somebody does not want to vote Vivour because he doesn't think Vivour should be the governor of Lagos, that's simple. So all this argument of whether he's Yoruba or Igbo is a moot point. Let the Yoruba man or Igbo man go and vote. Let people vote genuinely based on what they want. Don't come on social media or go in the news and be peddling hatred and ethnic bigotry. Let the people of Lagos decide who they want. It's very simple. The one thing that is unique about Lagos, which many people tend to relegate, is Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. It was the capital of Nigeria. And so by its nature and by its history, you end up having a cosmopolitan politics. It is very simple. That's why you end up seeing someone like Vivour. That's why you end up seeing people who are whose father and mother are Igbo, but they're able to run for things in Lagos. So it's only natural. So trying to compare Lagos and other places that have always been indigenously homogeneous is like comparing apples and oranges. You can't compare Lagos to Anambra State. You can't compare Lagos to Kaduna State. You can't compare Lagos to Borno State, because besides the colonial era, those places have always been homogeneous with whatever ethnic group that is there. And so naturally, if a Yoruba man goes to Anambra State, the Anambra man will not vote for the Yoruba man, not because the Yoruba man is Yoruba, but because they are used to voting for people like themselves. They've always been almost homogeneously Igbo the entire time. But if you go to Lagos, it would not work there, because most people have been mixed. There are many tribes there. So the culture there over many, many years, whether a Yoruba man in Lagos likes it or not, you can't compare it. For years, at least 100 plus years, let's keep it that way. For 100 plus years, it has always been a cosmopolitan city. People have always voted not based on ethnicity, but based on competence. And so trying to remove that in this month, because Lagos is no longer the capital, the way I see it, let me try to keep it short. The way I see it now is because Lagos has been cosmopolitan for a very long time, and its politics is heterogeneous and cosmopolitan. Now that it is no longer a capital and it is more of a state, you start to see this Yoruba nationality trying to pull back Lagos to be back to where it was, which is a Yoruba enclave. But nobody is talking about whether we need to go back and maybe all those resources that were used to develop it. Nobody wants to talk about whether Nigeria, other states should benefit to get the same kind of benefit that Lagos State got. And so it always a headache for me when people try to compare Lagos and other places. It doesn't make sense. You can never compare Lagos and other states. It can never happen just based on Lagos history. If you want to vote Vivour, vote for Vivour. I don't even know who he is. If you want to vote for somebody else, vote for somebody else. I want to stop all this comparison that doesn't make sense.
Can I ask one question?
Bigotry will not take us anywhere.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry, I was rambling a little bit.
No, you are right. But question, Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Dominic, question. Is there anywhere in the Constitution of Nigeria that said that for you to become a president of Nigeria, you must be speaking all the languages?
There's nowhere in the Constitution that says that.
That's one man constitution. Only one man has a constitution.
There's no Constitution. Even, I don't think in the Constitution. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rudolph. I don't think our Constitution even has an official local language. It has English as the official language of Nigeria, even though some Nigerians don't speak English. right? Somebody made a point of Lagos bylaw, not because remember Nigerian states don't have constitution; they have bylaws, right? Someone made a point of Lagos state has the law that the language of politics is Yoruba, but he never said that to run for election you have to speak Yoruba. Because I'm pretty sure there are Yorubas who live in Lagos, who are Lagosians, that cannot speak a word of Yoruba. I'm pretty sure just like
I have
Igbo,
a question.
cannot speak Igbo. Does that disqualify them from running as governor of Lagos? You know, this is just ethnic bigotry quoted in academics, and it's one of those who are educated, who are just spouting such ethnic bigotry. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
All right, thank you.
It's quite sad, man. It's quite sad.
Thank you, Dominic. So I'm at a loss. Where are we? Who is next? Should I take it from here?
So Adewale has not spoken. Ndubisi has not spoken. Ovie has not spoken, and
I never speak.
But Maito, were you here before?
You joined. You just me and Ojo first come here. You jump me, go the see of.
It's my turn.
I'm
only
mentioning people
who have not. Chance
it's my turn.
I advocate for.
I want question, please. Question.
Mama Issue, I love you too. It's my turn. I came before
only telling
Adewale.
I have not spoken. I am not jumping the queue.
Mama Issue, I love you too.
All right, let's go to Ndubisi then.
I have a question, please.
Okay.
Let me finish.
I first you
come. Good evening.
Not trial.
Because I come to this platform to. I'm here. I always come to this platform to learn. So I have to ask a question on something I do not understand. Is it true that Gbedebo Rhoses Vivour speaks fluent Anambra Igbo, and he doesn't speak Yoruba Igbo? He doesn't speak Yoruba at all. No, it's true. I want to know so that I can know. Say he speaks fluent Anambra like me.
No, is that relevant to this conversation? Is that relevant to this conversation? We can always leave that up. Is it relevant to this conversation? Is it relevant to what we're talking about?
Doctor, it's my turn to speak.
Hey, we're talking about Rhoses Vivour now. It's not Rhoses Vivour we're talking about.
Doctor, it's my turn to speak.
He speaks.
CM, let me.
Okay.
CM, let me speak.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and do it.
Okay, I greet everyone in the house. Well, I listened to the three panelists. I joined at some point. Then the argument was heating up. The two gentlemen from the Southwest were saying their own, and the Dr. Franklin was equally trying to call a truth sort of that by saying that we should deviate away from the issue of using some ethnic words that may spark trouble. And he's right. Though later everybody calmed down. But there was one thing I kept hearing from Mr. Remy, from Chief Remy. Chief Remy keeps bringing us back to history, and those history are those kind of narratives that usually sow seed of discord among us, which are not really good. Then there was a time the doctor tried to counter him, like when Dr. Remy said, "Oh, during the Civil War, they bombed Lagos, they bombed the Ikeja." Somebody who don't know what really happened during the Civil War, we think that so Igbos really, since it has been long been planning this thing to take over Lagos, and these are very wrong narratives. These are during wartime. So I don't know. For me, like I've said it here before, I was born in Lagos. I'm a Lagos boy. I can claim to be a Lagos boy. If you see those who were born in Lagos come and contest for a position, I'm qualified to go and contest for a position. But we lived very peacefully. My part of the first food I knew how to eat was amala and begiri and other kinds of Yoruba food. The same thing with my friends. They come to my place, I go to their place. So we should try to come to play down on this ethnic divide, so that, because all these people who are saying all these things outside are mainly people who are largely illiterate and uninformed back home. That is why somebody can rear them up to go and burn shops or attack some other person. And if not for the fact that, I don't know how to put it, maybe some people intervened, that attack in Akere, that is, I know the place very well. That was where my area, that's my area as well. I grew up in that area. That place, the attacks, if not that maybe somebody calmed them down and order, maybe what they wanted is for people to retaliate, and then the trouble will start. And this will not take us anywhere. We shouldn't be saying, bringing in ethnic and religious divide in our discourse in today's Nigeria, that we want to be like some countries in the West and maybe Japan. It's really not good. And I feel pain when I see some elders across the divide bringing in all those sentiments. They're telling the younger ones that this is how it is. We should continue this way, and it will not lead us anywhere. We should not be doing this to ourselves. Let me stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ndubisi. Adewale, you're next.
Look, I'm heading out.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
You need me, just text me.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all very much.
All right. Adewale, you're next.
Hello, Dr. Damage. To see everyone again.
You came when everything was calm and.
No, I was driving earlier when I saw the gentlemen that were debating. So I saw the topic. I was just not interested in it. So I switched off. It wasn't. To me, it's just something that is not debatable. I think is the what brought this up is the fear. You know, Hurricane Obi was sweeping the southwest and it landed in Lagos. So, and people are going to bring all sort of, some nonsensical argument that doesn't really have base when it comes to politics. Everybody knows that guy is a Lagosian. But, if you want to criticize him based on the policy that he put forward, not to say that he's not a Lagosian. And as far as I'm concerned, I was sitting down here listening to everybody talking. Dominic raised one point that, you can't compare Lagos State with every other state. I agree with that. But, Lagos State is like a state that like a basket where you keep putting all sort of fruit in it. Whether we like it or not, whether Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo, everyone that lives in Lagos pay taxes. So if you live in Lagos and you pay your taxes, you pay your due, sometimes you're also qualified to leave. But we have this culture that is kind of like limit our growth. I'm glad that we're having the discussion altogether as well, because in the Constitution, Nigeria Constitution, as long as you're in Nigeria, you can contest anywhere, any part of the country. But we have a culture, the culture that makes people see other people as not one of them. It is, to me, is limiting our growth. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the day that we will see a white man contesting for a public office in Nigeria. We're all in abroad, right? So if you're abroad, every time we see the name of Nigeria coming up, we don't care whether that person is Igbo, as long as that name sound like Nigeria name, we praise and that's Nigeria doing great, making us proud. So how come when it comes to our internal domestic issue, we're always saying that I don't look like Dr. Damages or Dr. Damages doesn't look like me. Yes, I may have a big head, but nevertheless, we still belong to the same family, right? So it's nonsensical to me, and that's the reason why I didn't tune in to watch the debate. But, our culture is so... today, you go to some places that will warn you not to marry from certain areas, some certain states. Why? Because, we have this myth, that's been passed down from generation. These people should not associate them with them. And I'm talking to you now. The only person that I see in the studio that kind of his name sound like mine is Show, I guess. Others are not from Yoruba land, but I'm tuning into an Igbo man's show, right? So to me, it's just not what should be talking about. I think it stems from the fear of Hurricane LUP coming to the southwest. So, and I sometimes we need to, education is the key. We, people that actually I'm a pro Yoruba man. I speak Yoruba very well, and I speak Yoruba language to my kid. But the fear of losing your culture, your identity, is real. And some of these things that people, probably maybe comes from that fear, losing of identity. And to me, the guy is Yoruba, whether he speaks Yoruba or not speaking Yoruba. But now we have kids in Lagos that, we are forcing them to speaking our language. Before we used to say, speak English, although you don't know how to speak your English. But now you are forcing your kids to speak your own language. So I think that's what it comes from. But I have friends that speak Yoruba more than me, and their names is Uzo, and their names is Chinedu. So what do you call those people? To me, it's not something I want to draw put more energy into and all that.
Adebo, let me ask you. There's something I wanted to get the panelists to comment on, but I didn't get a chance. There's something about Abuja now. So we're talking about Lagos. Lagos was in the past, but there's a new city called Abuja that is out there, and it's being transformed. And there are issues like this in Abuja because the real people who were moved out from Abuja, they are now complaining. And it's not just about Abuja. Even if you go to the capitals of the states, I don't know about states in the western region, but I know that in my states, if you go to the capital, the place they say this is the capital, people complain that the people who are from there are not the ones who control the government in the state or even in. So these are things that are very, very common across Nigeria and even beyond. So, but I wanted to, that was why I was trying to get them to think beyond today, to imagine what it would look like 100 years from now, 200 years from now. Can we stop what we are looking at? Can we stop the advancements? Maybe people are fighting for something that they can't really stop. And if you stop it, what will it look like? Let's say you stop these changes, transformation that are natural, that are happening, what will it look like? Those kind of questions.
If I may speak to that, here in America, you have some indigenous people that were in America before European came to take their land, right? So, but the government find a way to identify and at the same time respect them and resettle them. But nevertheless, they are still part of the society, part of the United States of America. So somewhere like Abuja, which is more or less becoming like Lagos now, uh, you know, like I said earlier, culture. We have people that were there before. Where do you put those people? Are you going to eradicate them and say they are now original Abuja people and all that? But as long as the government put program in place that identify and respect the culture of those indigenous people, I don't see them having issues with you know because the country is growing. It's better we embrace our diversity than to limit the growth to ourselves. To me, it shouldn't matter. People of Abuja or places like Lagos should be, government looking at it and identify, uh, their culture, who they are. By the same time, it's becoming more like a color purple, right? We can't deny that. But at the same time, education. When you tell people, look, you have your land, you have your culture, you have your identity, and this is the program we're putting in place as far as policy is concerned, so that I'll be able to celebrate you, celebrate who you are. I think people will be able to be educated and have a peace of mind. Not like somebody coming to steal your resources and take it to another state. After all, it's still within the country. But it's a good topic that should be interrogated and talked about. But me, you and I live abroad. Our level of understanding is different from someone who is living in my village right now, who doesn't believe what you and I believe now. So how do you educate people like that? So I think the government needs to do more as far as orientation is concerned and let them see the beauty or in diversity and having other people. I grew up seeing people from in my village, people from all parts of the country. So today, when they come home, they are still regarded as the son of the soil. But there are some things like becoming a king, becoming the chief, even that is still an hot topic. But it's high time we start looking at it as it's no big deal. If you come to take my land, and I'll come to your place and take your land. It's as simple as that. Let's just keep grabbing everybody's land. The way I see it. So, unfortunately, we are not yet there. So that's what I'll say about it.
All right, thank you, Adewale.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Echo, I think I'm going down.
It was my time before you kicked me out.
Me kicked you out?
Yeah, you put me in the prison and brought me back.
Not me. There are other people who can do this. I'm not
okay, I think somebody did.
Not me.
Well, it was my turn, actually.
Okay, all right, Kenny, go ahead.
Okay, this is it.
You dey down. You dey claim my tongue. Now me dey up. Why you won't come find
no verse, Mama Esho. I be your son.
You for take permission first.
Okay, Mama Esho. Allow your son to go.
Okay, make we do Igbo now.
No verse. I wouldn't do that. Sorry. Just I needed to go. So we are talking about being fearful of our ethnic group or tribe going extinct. The truth is this: whether you like it or not, your tribe must go extinct. Be you Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. Let's tell ourselves the truth. For example, where I come from, some 300 years ago, no living soul was there. So we came from nowhere and occupied it. I think something is giving the feedback. Now, if we're talking about Yoruba, Lagos State, for example, some people claim that Lagos State was originally owned by Awori people, and Awori people are from the Benin Kingdom, right? But today, it's owned by Yoruba people. And whether you like it or not, in 1,000, 2,000 years coming, maybe, Dr. Demeji say, in 100 years coming, but I'm projecting more, Yoruba will live, and you may even, if there is anything like a reincarnation, you'll be surprised that when you come back, a different ethnic group from nowhere will occupy Lagos State. Where I come from, the Igbo land, you may be surprised that one language that you've never heard will occupy that place. We are on a transit. We are going to leave. Others are coming. As big as New York, there was a time that New York was just like an island. But today, New York is filled with human beings. Come back 500, 1,000 years coming, you may be surprised that New York will be filled with trees or a different kind of people occupying New York. So this is it. We are talking about being fearful of people taking over our land. The Igbo people that I know, in the olden days, they don't sell their inherited land. For example, if you inherit a land from your father, you don't sell it. Some people tag it as an abomination. And I think that measure was to kind of limit the, our people going extinct, right? But it is not holding water today. We are selling inherited lands, like they are selling it like tomorrow, no day. Let me put it like that. Just as the Lagosians are selling their lands now, selling it to whomever that can foot the bill. Now, this is the truth. In Lagos State, even Tinubu's wife, Tinubu himself, as some of us know, is not from Lagos. His wife is not from Lagos. His daughter-in-law is not from Lagos State. The current governor of Lagos State is not from Lagos State. In Igbo land, for example, in Onitsha, if you know Onitsha too well, the owner of the business school in Onitsha is a Yoruba man. Nobody has ever asked him to leave because we are fearful that you take over our land. If you go to Enugu, you see streets named by Yoruba people, like one Soji Salau, owned in the entire, more than 60% of the houses in that area is owned by that man, and nobody has ever been scared of him going. So the earlier you understand life, the transient in life, the better for you. You are not going to live here forever. You are not going to be a Yoruba man forever. Your children that you are fighting for the land for might come up tomorrow and sell it off to a Benin man or to Hausa man. Hausa man will live there and have their children will occupy the land. Hey. So whether you like it or not, the earlier you begin to tell yourself the truth, be accommodative of people, allow people to live and interact with you, travel out. See, somebody was saying that some of us are educated, illiterate, and I begin to agree with that person. You leave your original Yoruba land or Igbo land, you go to US or UK, probably there you bought your property, live there with your own children. Your children don't even speak Yoruba, they don't even speak Igbo. And now you are in UK or US fighting for your people back home to kick others out. What if yourself is being kicked out? More than 201 languages, African languages, has gone extinct. And we are here crying for tomorrow that we are not even sure if we will see. The earlier we begin to use that education we acquired in classroom to live as normal human beings, the better for us. Or else we will be living in agony, hatred, jealousy. I cannot buga because I bought a house. I cannot buga. I bought Mercedes. I cannot be happy with my small life that is not even insured, because you may feel jealous. Go to downtown now, you see small boys playing with a Ferrari. Nobody is jealous of them. Nobody is fearful.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much. All right, Madam H.
You see, those two Yoruba men, let me be forced to use that language. First of all, this one called barrister. I have never come to this platform to identify myself as Urobo. But I was forced to use it because the language the Yoruba uses against us. I use it. But when he wanted to retrace my word, he picked only the word Urobo. And that makes me to see his mentality of tribalism. When I talk about my children, I mean the youth as a whole. We are first of all human beings. Then two, none of us, the time our papa and our mama want to do gigolo, we not tell them, say, make them born us for one state. The time when Pale won't go look for wife, we not tell them, make it go marry Male for one tribe. Then why are we now headache for the crime? Even I call her like that, when Pale and Male commit. Then today I come sabi say, for Yoruba land, now woman they get pikin. Now make Gbedebo become Igbo because he won't contest election. All this why? Now papa name is the BL. He can't reach the day when my pikin won't shine. Because now the Igbo woman I get pikin. My sister when I come from Igbo, take my hand, Jare. Change the name of Gbedebo to your papa name. Make we solve this problem. What is wrong with us? I can't even find and say, Barrister Ayo, no, but no, you day. And see the bitterness and hatred from the one they call chief. Una don't live una life. The one way not pay una, una take divide una self. Una can't wake up with una calabash face. Una won't come make my children, when be digital children, make they call the inherit this una bitterness and hatred. I reject them 100 times for my children. Make una carry una hatred and bitterness. Enter Kosi, go to the grave. My children, they are be liberated. Some of them, when they carry, they talk. Come on, Yoruba, now not they teach children, no. Igbos, now not they teach them. Now they teach them Oyibo. Person like me, when they grow up for my village, you know, in those states, my papa tell me, say, English school, Vanak, Urobo, inside house. Now they see Sabi speak small Urobo, but all of them, hey, they. How many of them they teach speaking language? How many they teach? You people are not teaching them. Culture, una throw away culture for inside breeze. Breeze don't carry and go America. America, they go our place, go they learn our culture. And we throw away. And we there, yeah, they fight. And Yoruba people, now one for now, una use una crow eye, take they sell land, omonile. Una sell them finish. They go help una build better structure inside. Hey, with the fear they are taking over. Chineke, not be the same head. When per leg, God give Igbo man. Not be they give una. They tell una man not build house. Why una even they sell land? If not be longer throat of laziness, one I get for na head. When be say na money, one I go there do all one bed. Eh? Man, I go see them for Isaleko. They go only stay for one room. But on party day, they go wear lace when they use 150,000 to buy 1 yard. After the party, they go take and they sell ekpa and guguru for street. Tomorrow, when I go say, Omo Igbo, orale. Omo Igbo use money buy land. You use your money to buy lace. Take and cook jollof rice begiri, all of it for weekend. Then at the end of the day, you are crying. I beg, make una leave my pikin Gbedebo alone. Because any of una when you come cross boundary, my niece I go take and kneel down, and una sabi say the only thing when I sabi they do when he reaches this is not to invoke. And when I dey invoke, some people say you dey cause. Make una not let me invoke again, and you're more Yoruba. And let people go and vote their choice. Where they come there? I won't know. Maybe now stop this nonsense. The world has passed us behind. Can't you guys see that we are still operating in the 60s and the real world is in 2023? We not even fear say that they can't take over. And for the Obodo Igbo when you even day, did they address you as a Igbo person? Did they address you as Yoruba person? Did they even address you as Hausa? I mean, where did they address you? Not be black. The real battle is between black and the people who call themselves white. But the good news we say, none of us choose the color when we want to come into this world. That is why me and my children, we are queen, we are king, we are prince, and we are princess. Any other definition one and give to us, we dash you now. We are smart, we are intelligent, and we are hardworking, and we are resilient. And me, their mama, the remaining time when I get for this world, now to make them the Elon Musk of Africa, to make them the Bill of Africa, to make them the Dangote go just they flow like water, because we get to overtake, which the Bible tells me we can overtake, because overtaking is allowed. So therefore, all of now when one remain for our village of Yoruba, of Igbo, not drag my children follow, because if you do, I go fight you like a wounded lion. I'm going to talk for now with that.
All right, thank you, Madam Mama Icho. Ovi, I think you're next. I'll just go in that order. Ovi, you're next.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, brethren. And my Konkozea partner, Uzo, I see you on that red. Amana. Yes, I actually listened to the debate, so we say, a chunk of it, but off and on after when people started asking questions. But one thing that first crossed my mind was, finally, Fulani go retire. We go retire that Jay-Z. It's going to be turned to Yoruba and no Masla and Igbo people and all that. That's the next thing we are going to be, the story we are going to be hearing for the next 8 years. So I think as they argue, if you feel like them they watch, you could just sit down as usual, put toothpick for mouth. they laugh. They laugh at us, right? Well, that's the first thing that crossed my mind. Then there's a book called the Fourth Turning. Fourth Turning dissect pretty much the history of generations. It was focused on America anyway, but I can't just help but to see Nigeria from that realm. Why am I saying this? We don't fight civil war now. That's about 57 years ago. The people that fought the civil war, actively involved in fighting the civil war, now those people, they govern us since that time up to date. Now, they are going to hand over to them, Dr. Rudolph said, to this set of people that were debating we were debating earlier, and then be the next in command, because even Tinubu left now the age of people that fought the civil war. So when I see them, they argue about Yoruba, Igbo, this and that, I can't help but to feel sorry what is ahead of us for the next maybe 40 years. Because by the time this generation will fight war, civil war, we nobody tell us why that war was fought. Up to now, they nobody tell us. And they were able to work together with the next generation, which are those people we are arguing, debating, to take history out of our classroom. There's a lot. So they are arguing, and you can tell an average Gen Z, they have no idea what they argue about. That's the only thing that gave me hope. Say, okay, maybe after all these people don't pass, the generation that will come before us will not tell all these things because they don't understand what they talk. So if you look at the next set of leaders who are coming, how they argue regarding of Yoruba, Igbo, and then you will say, okay, what is the hope? Where are we headed? And we think the saddest part is when Rudolph asks them a question about how they see Lagos in the next 200 years. They were blah, 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 blah. And I think Dr. Franklin said, in the next 100 years, it's very short that you see they speak Yoruba for Lagos. And I was like, are you sure? With the way the discussion you guys are having, with the way the country is, are you sure in the next 100 years, they're not going to just the way, with due respect to Mr. Alexandra and Show, you guys were going back and forth in the comment section about one man's English accent, another person's accent. How are we sure in the next 200 years, those Nigerians that will be around, they will not be arguing who has the best Cantonese accent, it's Chinese accent. Because that is what is ahead of us. I mean, Lagos, again, now coming back to Gbedebo, Boyana, Igbo, Mayu, whatever is it, another. Lagos was supposed to be a model for other states, and indeed the country at large to follow the development that is changing in Lagos. But instead of us to be debating who has the best idea, who at the time, Oga was saying, Oga the top of the comment section was saying, na machine will govern us in 200 years time. That's a possibility too. So at the time we go the debate among these governors who's coming to govern Lagos, who is thinking futuristic time, who's thinking about AI, about robot, the next thing that is coming, but with the debate say, oh, they're not for Lagos, it's not Lagos, it's not this, it's not it. This is also, now, remember divide the country into two. Let's come out the northern. This is us. Lagos is supposed to be center of excellence when it comes to education. Most futuristic states. The whatever you quantify Lagos, that's what it's supposed to represent. That's supposed to be the most educated part of, if not Africa, as my the Yoruba tribe always claim to be the most educated people, not just in Nigeria, but Africa. But look at the conversation we are having regarding the leadership of that part of the world. It's embarrassing. But we go to blame our leaders. Now they produce them. They are part and parcel of us. We are going to be the next set of leaders. Guess what? This is the best we have. Until we admit it, We are not going anywhere. The set of leaders we have today, the set of Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, whatever, those are the best we can produce at this point. Let's face it. They are not strangers. We can see clearly the debate. These are intellectuals, people who claim to they are lawyers for decades. People will look up to shape our democracy, to shape the future of how we should go. Just look at the conversation we are having. I was ashamed that we'll be debating, I think now Yoruba people get Lagos now. In 200 years time, who tell us now we go to Lagos, Nigerians go to Lagos? Are you sure are not going to Lagos not going to go by Chinese or Americans or Russians? What is the guarantee? We they argue, say who get Lagos, who get Lagos. Guy, people were in Lagos before we get here. Guess what? Millions will come after we are gone. We not go carry the land go now. The land go chop us, and then they go bury us, they go chop us, will become manure to the next people that will come. Maybe that place in a desert, they go be in 200 years time. But things that doesn't make sense is what the intellectuals. So, what are the elementaries that we thought every day are debating about? Do we ever think about that for once? If we claim to be educated, what we debate about is, oh, this man is not for me, this man is not for me. But what does he even have to offer? Nobody cares. But we can destroy Buhari because he don't do anything for us. Why don't do anything? Why would I do the same thing these men are doing when there's so many materials to carry out successfully? Why Tinubu no go read the election when we are there to help him do it? Why would I do different? When it's easy for me to rig election to gain power, why would I even think outside the box to develop my state? When all we talk about is who do this, who do that? So it's as if we're not even learning from anything that happened during the election. We don't learn anything. We know that's why I say we should pay attention. We are not learning anything from what happened during the election. These people rig election, they use a rig election. That is not, it's not even their problem. Guess what? 4 years time they'll do it again. 8 years time they'll do it again.
Sure.
Now that's what we always make. Don't make noise. That's all we can do. Because we're not thinking critically.
Sure. Can I disagree with Ovie?
Yeah, just 1 second. You're next anyway. So Ovie, next 30 seconds. Yeah. Oh, okay, you're done. All right, thanks, Ovie. That's thought-provoking. But so CM's got a rebuttal, so CM is going to disagree with you, but you might not get the chance to answer him immediately. But CM, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Ovie, given after EndSARS of 2020 and what is on the force, the political force that is propelling Obi, I bet you the leadership will be different. I'm saying this because since Nigeria began, we've not had a leader that could be elected the way the type of platform Obi is enjoying. If you check the vote that gave Labour Party Lagos State, it's not Igbos. It's mainly Yoruba vote that did it in Lagos because one, most Yoruba people do not like the grip Tinubu is having on Lagos. That's a fact. Yorubas do not like it. They're embittered that a state like Lagos, ruled by Jakonde, developed by Jakonde and the others, they weren't doing all these things Tinubu is doing. So they don't like it. They use the opportunity, seeing Obi and combining forces with non-indigens. They have to vote for Labour Party. That's one. And that is what is going to take place for Gbedebo. Not because of Gbedebo is so outstanding, but the fact that they want to remove Lagos from Tinubu and his cronies so that Gbedebo will be the first governor that Tinubu did not put in power since 1999. That's one fact. Then if you bring it to the national level, Obi coming, remember the first saying, do not vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Obi is more interested in how to reduce poverty, mainly in the northern Nigeria, because of agriculture. So to that extent, the leadership will change. That's what I'm telling you. The leadership we normally see that is mainly prebender, in which what you will grab, that will change. But I stand to be corrected. I'm not to be, but I'm trying to sort of tell you, do not have that hope that things will continue the way it is. No, there will be a change. And this Obi coming in will bring the gradual change, because people will now say if Obi can be elected without spending money, it's not a money bag. Anybody can win an election. Remember in Enugu State, two drivers, because they were a Labour Party, go to the Southeast. People that ordinarily couldn't have won a councillor, they just joined Labour movement and they were all members of Federal House of Parliament. In Enugu, I think it's about 90%. Only one person out of 8, 7 are from Labour Party. They're all brand new. In Anambra, the same. And I think in the different places. So things have changed because a lot of this election, Nigerians in the diaspora, they've never taken interest in Nigerian election except now. Most of us living abroad have to tell our people that this is the right thing to follow, irrespective of money. And they saw Obi as a rallying point. So to that extent, there will be a change of leadership. It might not really be exactly clear cut as I would have loved it, but there must be a shift from what we normally get from all these class of 66 that are ruling us up today. Let me stop here. So,
all right.
That's where I'm gonna.
Thank you, CM. So naturally, we go to Kolapo. Kolapo, you're next.
Okay. Hi everyone. The talk of Lagos, no man land, Gbedebo is Igbo, and lots more going on. Who is fueling all these stories? There has been a man in Lagos who has been holding the knife for over 24 years, and he's been cutting the yam, and the yam is Lagos. Now, he has seen that there's probability that I'm going to lose this knife. Somebody else will take over. Jandor of PDP is contesting as well. But based on the last election, the presidential election, they've seen that Labour Party really stand high chance. That's why they are attacking Gbedebo now. They are not saying, they are saying next to nothing about Jandor or other aspirants. Now, because people are gullible as well, some people are buying it. Yeah, it's Igbo, it's blah, blah, blah. And the kind of people they can sell it for are people that are actually, that are not very, that they can't see, they can't differentiate between their left and right. I will say none of us on this platform will buy that. Let's say the election that just happened recently. People believe they really get for Tinubu. It wouldn't have been possible if they do. I did think the margin is so wide. I know of a lot of people, even on social media, we both condemn Tinubu together. But on the eve of election, they say, I'm voting Tinubu. I missed all like 5, 6, 7 of them. I was like, what's going on? I had to put one of them in conversation. Why did you change your mind? He said, it's Yoruba. If you think of the whole thing, we will not put Obi still Igbo. Maybe we do better. So there's a lot of people like that in Nigeria. Now, people that came, if you look at Oshun, Oyo, Ogun, Tinubu flood that place, landslides. Despite the fact that some people knows he has nothing to offer. It's not a function of being educated alone. I know of a lot of people that are well educated, but that mentality is still in them. Some of them even live abroad. Lagos is more or less like a mega city in Nigeria. It can be compared to London, New York, Paris, Sydney, and the likes. If you go to all those cities, the mix is always there. In my neighborhood here now, my neighbors are Greek, Indian, Filipino. I'm not saying I'm Nigerian, I'm Igbo, I'm whatever. Who cares? We are all human. The world is now a global village. So, as we are discussing this now, I want to believe most of our audience are even maybe in the Western worlds. Where it lies now, I hope what they are trying to cook against Gbedebo will not fly. But if it does fly, they will still try to use similar things later. How do we educate people? Is there a way we can like call people together, let them understand these people has nothing to offer you? When it's just time of election like this, when they see someone as a threat towards them, they will quickly look for something to look against. If they can use ethnic, they use ethnicity, they use religion, they can say it's education. If it's on this platform now, if we don't want OVA, we say, oh, OVA and Lokopi, That here is Dada. How will you vote for someone who is carrying Dada? Oh, show is Babin's score. Madam Icho is. They will just look for different things. They will quickly look. They can use your color of your shirts, and they will make sure they intensify that. And people that know nothing will amplify that as well. That's the problem. So for people saying ethnicity bigotry or whatever, it's not about Yoruba. It's about the people that has been in charge. They are just using one of their weapons they know how to use to attack that guy, and people are buying it. Simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Kolapo, Local P. Have you got anything to add to that with regard to Gbedebo Rhoses Vivour's candidacy?
Thank you once again. For me, the guy is just as good as every other contestant, because left alone for me, his candidacy might be driven by passion of sufferings from every other person. Why? Not because he may want to, maybe because it's juicy or whatever. His person, I think his passion is driven because of his suffering. Because I'll tell you today, if the politics they do in Nigeria, if the money they make is as low as what they have in the UK, yeah, I don't think we'll be having this nonsense of Igbo Yoruba who wants to rule Lagos or whatever. Because if they know that the office is like a punishment to oneself, no restless, no look at. Let me give you for example now. What's this guy? Sunak. Just how many weeks that they gave him PM, his hair has got grown white overnight. Stress. But if you put that kind of if this kind of office will run in Nigeria, bet me the Yorubas will even tell you, Iboma, please, we know you have strength, you eat akpu, or you go there and suffer and whatever. But because they know the place is milk and honey, they always want to use anything. We know it's politics. But my anger is those who we think they're educated, they fall for this narrative, and you and their excuse, like maybe like one man now come, like somebody says speaking one funny accent I don't understand. They will come, but they are the one who uses a platform to broadcast this same narrative. And gullible people who out there who are hungry, who are poor, who are jobless, they will fall for it. And what do? Social media is their tool. They replicate it. Before you know it, they start spewing nonsense to other part of the other tribe, maybe like from the Igbo, who are still under the same category of joblessness, illiterate, and they will take that as insult and want to retaliate. Before you know it, we have this rancor. So for me, I think we here, right? I think the most we can do, rather than talking about it, we should also learn to synthesize our environment. You know, especially maybe people back home. Like, look, stop this nonsense, man. Let's shame them. You understand? Let's shame them to their face. If anybody comes online, maybe a celebrity, artist, or whatever, if they do something of that nature, I think we should call them out, shame them. Like, at your age, 21st century, you are still falling for this gimmicks, this bullshit that they are using to divide us. You understand? Like, I think what somebody said, the elites, like I said, okay, what's it called? Tinubu, he went to what's called Elumelu's house now. They were hugging, dining together. Go and tell Tinubu that, by the way, any man want to take over Lagos, he will slap you, because that is not his thinking. You understand? It's not his thinking. So
and
please,
Elumelu was already recommending a young female minister. I'm not sure if you
caught that. You saw it. Yes.
Elumelu was introducing some ladies, and he said, if you need a young female minister, I'm recommending someone to you. So at the end of the day, they have no beef.
They have no beef. You understand? That's why even when the attorney was there, he's in America, whatever, like, when he would not deny that he didn't see those videos when they were called saying that, come, speaking Yoruba, if you vote whatever, you this and that. He never called them out, and he's telling us that tribal this, tribal that. By the time people like with his platform call them out, maybe those people will still like maybe apply brake on their pedal a little bit, like, okay, they're calling me out, okay, let me slow. But because nobody's saying anything and other people like them are fanning them, they'll think they are doing the right thing. Before you know, they create a divide. But people like us out here, I think we should call them out, shame them to their face, that what they're doing is wrong. And one that before I leave, like in America, if you call anybody, use N-word for anybody, you know the repercussion. You understand? I also think so. If there's also maybe a lot like that in Nigeria, whereby this tribal bigotry happens, there should be a penalty for that. I think it will still help to calm the situation. That's for me. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Loco P. So what I'm getting from, I mean, what I got from both yourself and Kolapo is the need for sensitization to educate people. That's all we can do, really. There's not much we can do apart from educate people, and hopefully, it resonates with our people because, and this is not just Yoruba thing. It's it cuts across
It's not.
because
It's not. Yeah.
the minute you speak to people who are probably not as educated, and this is not to sound elitist or anything, but it's easier for them to buy these things. Like we keep saying, most of us agree that the politicians would always divide to conquer. I mean, Ojiuzo Kalu has no issues. He's not complaining.
Yeah.
The Sanwo-Olus have no issues, with any Igbo man. They don't fear that nobody's going to take their Lagos from them, quote and unquote. But once you come down the ladder a little bit, there's a way it is sold to people like in the middle class or just below that, and those are the ones who take it and run with it and spread it. Maybe I don't know if it's done for free, if it is paid. I don't know what it is, but people just run with this idea of they're looking to take something from us. They're looking to take something from us. But the people sending you on these errands, they don't say it themselves. That was why I was asking the two gentlemen, my Yoruba brothers, that do the Yoruba politicians, top politicians, do they share this sentiment, or they don't? As long as they are, fed, fat, do they care or don't they care? And the answer I got from them made me quickly think maybe those brothers are more of Oduduwa Nation guys than APC guys or PDP guys, because the answer was more like, let's go our separate ways, or let's go, regional government and all of that, which is something that I would, if I was to choose, if I can decide to say I have all the power in the world, I wouldn't even say break Nigeria. Let's go back to regional, government. Let everybody, like it's been stated there, let everybody develop at their own pace. There'll be healthy rivalry. You can develop at your pace. Of course, I still have my worries with regards to that, in the sense that one of the questions I keep asking is, if we were to go, I mean, not that it would happen overnight, but if we woke up tomorrow and they said to us, Yoruba Nation, there you go, not out of Nigeria, but, Western region, Eastern region, the Northern region, like Mohammed said, they don't care about Northwest, Northeast, North Central, just lump it together and say the North. One of the questions I keep asking myself, and I've asked a few people, and nobody seemed to give me the answer yet, which, the guys on the panel in the comment, you can probably say, I ask, if the Eastern region was to go today, who are the top 3 people that would vie for the premiership? Because don't forget, it is still going to be monetized. It's still going to require a lot of money. They will still come with the mindset of Nigeria when it comes to campaigning and all of these things. So who has the war chest to go against the Rochas of this world, or the Ojus or Kalus of this world? Peter Obi has money, so he probably would contest. But my worry is, when we say Western region now, 1 second, just to put out a few names. When I say Western region, the people who are not playing a significant role, right now in Nigerian politics, someone like Ayo Fayoshe, you see him at the background. But someone like Ayo Fayoshe, don't be surprised if he comes up and he says he wants to be president. I'm not saying I have anything against him as, being president or prime minister of Western region, but these are the people who are complaining and crying that they've wrecked us, they've ruined us. So I keep asking the question, even when we go if we go as separatists or whatever, who are the people that would lead? The only advantage I see is every 4 years you get a chance to change it. Whereas in Nigeria, the Igbos now, maybe you have to wait another 36 years before you even get a chance. But I'll quickly go to, I think everyone has spoken so far. Okay, CM, in 1 minute, then I'll go to Dr. Chidi. Sorry, just one thing. For anyone, sorry, CM, just one quick announcement. For anybody that's added to the panel, please, you need to put your camera on before I'll bring you onto the stage. I've seen a few people being added. So until you put your camera on, when I can say that your camera is on, I'm not allowed to add you onto the panel itself. So when you're in the background, if your camera is not on, I won't be able to add you. Thank you. Go on, CM, 1 minute.
Okay, yeah. Like the question you posed, if the East should be, we dare not do money back. Look, this politics of money bag in the Southeast is because we are in Nigeria. If you allow Igbos to select a leader among themselves, they won't go for money bags. The likes of all Jews or Kalo, I can tell you, Rochas or Krocha, they won't have a chance. Because an average Igbo man, we sit down and tell you that, look, we won't vote for this. They know the type. It might be a retired civil servant who retired as permanent secretary or something. Somebody will just nominate him. because the awareness our people have is not money politics has never taken root in the Igbo land. That's why godfatherism doesn't work, because anybody can spring off from anywhere and they can do something. So on our own, that is the fear people always express. They feel that when you go, we play politics of money, and then those with money will lord it over and then spring up. No way, it can't work. They may sponsor from the background, but I tell you, if it's left for the people to decide, they know the type of character they will go for, because they will tell you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Now we go to Dr. Chidi. Dr. Chidi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. On a day, I brought some Ghana Must Go bag of money for you guys. So please, after this, I want everybody to
old currency or new currency?
Note.
Old currency or new currency?
Old currency.
See, wait. You know, the old currency.
Now we deal with dollar. Now dollar obedience.
Relax. You know that the old currency, the reason why they changed old currency is because Buhari was fighting with this Agbado so that he will not win. And Buhari is a good man. Then Mohammed is a good man, and Emefiele is a good man. And so wait, don't complain. Just wait. Just suffer it for 5 days, and then the election will be good. Story.
Dr. Chidi, story. Once upon a time.
You know, bring original palm wine for me.
Everybody
not green supply me Colorado. So I can't
everybody don't dey chop breakfast now. Guys, please, I don't want to.
You live in Colorado. Why would you that live in Colorado?
I don't want to abuse the time you gave me.
They stay inside water. It's making you water drink.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I don't want to abuse my time. You see, to tell you the truth, I don't even know what the topic is, but you know, like by default, if they just touch you, you can just run for 10 hours about what is happening in Nigeria. You don't need to know what they're talking about. You don't need to know what the topic is. But I know 2 things I came here to do is to help remind you guys that we have an event on Monday, and I'm sure Dr. Domejis must have talked about it. He's one of our media sponsors, so I just want to beg everybody to join in that day. We're going to be doing Enugu State Governorship town hall. It's going to be on Monday. We're trying to make it really good. We want to use that to set an example of what it should be, and we're making it open. It's an interview. Any of the candidates, we're not begging. If you don't want to come, that's your business. Where you people apply that you want to become governor of Enugu State, we are calling you for interview. You will come, we'll ask you a question, because we are going to employ you. We are the ones that you apply for work. So we will interview them, and then we will decide who we want to vote for. That's what we're going to be doing on Monday. Now, coming to all this this story about Igbo, Yoruba, and you see, I don't know why people are not wise. I've always asked, why is it that it's only during election? That's when you begin to hear all this story. I mean, come on now, it's too childish. You already know now. During election, that's when you will hear that Igbo man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Hausa man. And the one that pains me most, when people talk about Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, I used to say that, see, we have we have a lot of disregard for our fellow Nigerians, and we can be very rude and insulting when you look at people who have over 600 indigenous languages, and every time you want to talk, you say fairness is if it's not an Igbo man, Yoruba man, or Hausa man. That's fairness for you. Have you ever thought about your brother who is a thief man, who is from Nupe, who is Ishan, who is Ishekiri? Have you ever thought about them? So you that even think that you're right when you say it's not Igbo man, it's Yoruba man, it's Hausa man. See, you have just do you know what you do? You just flush the rest of the other tribes inside the gutter. You didn't even think. You didn't even think that there is somebody there that is your friend, and you expect them to just take just accept that it's okay for you to never talk, well, even if their tribe is 2 people. So that's one thing I would want Nigerians to always consider before you open your mouth and think that you are talking from a position of justice and fairness. And if you open your mouth, you just say, the other time he was a Yoruba man, now it's a Hausa man. So Igbo people, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo people, you were the most racist and marginalisticated kind of people. That is English, by the way, is marginalisticated kind of people.
This your Igbo, when you just manufacture today, we get to prepare dictionary for them.
So that's what I have to say about that. I think that thing is the most simplest 419 that I see that they do to people. Let me tell you something. Like I think it was you that was saying it. You see all these people in positions of leadership. They love Tinubu will never do anything knowingly. He doesn't want people to leave Lagos. So no, they don't want people to leave Lagos. How many people? Who is the indigenous person of Lagos? Who is the indigenous person? How many percentage is the indigenous person in Lagos? How many percentage is the indigenous person anywhere self to start with? If everybody lives anywhere, all the people that came, and by the way, everybody came to somewhere. Nobody, go and read history. Everybody migrated to where they are right now. So when you turn around and tell people to go, you should go. Because nobody was planted in the place. They didn't grow now. It's always war, where people fought war. The grandfather of your grandmother carried your mother and ran away and brought her to one place. They eloped. It's always one story. And they went to market. The rain fall. Bridge can't cross the water, so our people can't sleep there. Or they went to work, or they slavery. It's always something that brought somebody somewhere. So what are you talking about? You know? So we should not be falling for these useless things anymore. Okay? And don't forget our program on Monday. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Chidi. Your chances are very high of
please,
the candidates turning up, because these days they seem to be turning up to everything. They're very humble. We're seeing a different type of candidates. You know, everybody's kneeling down and begging people and appearing everywhere. So if you tell them to come to your show, your chances are very high. You are inviting them at the right time.
So let's appreciate Obi for that.
They're still licking ice cream now.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Chidi.
Question for Chidi.
Go ahead.
You have a question for everybody. What's going on? Because we need to go to.
Okay.
Yes, go on quickly.
That's what we'll talk every minute.
What's your question?
Chidi, I'm coming now. On the show you are having, is it that are we coming to just to listen in, or we can bring a question of our own? Do we have opportunity of asking them a question on our own, or just the moderator that we?
No. You will ask them questions. We're putting them on a hot seat. You see, what we don't understand is that these people they don't even know what they're. If politicians understand what they're asking for, they will be so humbled. Somebody is stressing himself to come and apply for a job where he's going to be the chief servant. They are servants. They are applying to come and be your servant, to come and serve you, not Oga. Just in Nigeria, we flip things. So when they come there, tell them, hey, stand there. What's your name? Come. Are you sure you know how to wash toilets? That's really what it is.
Okay.
They are
we shall not be addressing the
servants.
excellencies of that, we get the drift.
I wanted to answer this question for him.
Okay.
Last 2019,
make it like
he ran for
20 seconds.
No, question for the 2019. I know he ran for governorship election in Enugu State.
Go on quickly.
What happened? Why didn't you like Shore did run again this 2023? What happened?
No. See, I'm not a greedy man. You see, I'm a very fair person. I've gone there, I've done that. Can you imagine amongst the whole population of people, somebody like you've not contested, and I start going again? I'm waiting for you. You go and contest like I've contested, then I'll come back again. So I don't want to be a greedy man. So I'll support you.
You just sound like one of the politicians also.
Oh, you haven't got money.
Okay. Yeah. So
Thank you, guys.
We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Dr. Chidi.
Right.
Now we go to
man.
What happened there?
Is too quiet?
Sorry, just checking. Ify, was that a show? Okay, just checking. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Ilu Blessing, you're next.
Good evening, all.
Oh, that's my sister. She took over the computer for a minute. Sorry.
Right.
I think
sorry. Go on,
I think I just joined now. I don't know. Maybe I should. Okay. Good evening. I said I just joined. I don't know. Maybe I should speak now. Maybe I should listen a bit. I know.
I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, listen.
Based on what you've listened to so far, if you feel like you've got anything to contribute at this minute, we'll take it. Otherwise, you're welcome to hold on, listen to what people are saying. Then you can join when you feel ready. Okay.
Okay, let me speak. It's my turn. Sure. I think it's my turn. Turn by turn. Wait my turn.
No comment.
All right. It's my turn, though. Should I continue? Okay, Ovie. Welcome. I know you call my name. Also, what was? Are you listening? Are you hearing what I'm saying? Sure.
We can use
Okay, welcome to the show, though. I wanted to go back from the last our guests we have today, what they said, Now listen to those guys of the select of tens. One, I'm so angry with the chief. He started so many things that will get somebody angry, right? Trying to instigate. I don't know what he's trying to put into the system. Reviving back the Biafra war. How Igbo, it's not even like, okay, this is a civil war, this is a war. How Igbo attack Hore, how Igbo attack Ikeja, how they bomb Ikeja with plane. These are, I don't look at those stuff. I see like this is one of the problems we have in Nigeria. One of the problems we have is those that they are so learned. They are pushing so much hatred and ethnic bigotry among ourselves. Then I recent years back in all of us stay in Lagos. Know how Lagos is, I will just speak the Russian, like we from the eastern part. We get one idea that's only Bikona Bashoko. Like we have one thing in my place. If I live in your place, I'll contribute to the development of that city where I live. All right, that's how we do. If I have a land, if I buy a land in your place, I will pay the tax, help build the road, help put electricity, put water, do everything. But one thing we find out in Lagos, after you do all that, when you're trying to vote, you will tell them he can't vote, he can't tell us who to rule. That's where all this problem is coming from. When all this is being done, you produce a life by yourself, you do the road, you do everything, you pay property in your shop, you pay zinc that you put on, you pay for it. You make gutter, you pay for it. You put a sticker, you pay for it. You pay more than 10 local government state taxes in a little shop you have. You make a little money. End of the day, when it's time to vote, they will tell you cannot vote because you won't tell us who to rule Lagos. That's where all this problem used to come from. And since I was born, I'll be hearing Lagos no man's land. I'm not hearing anybody that people that push this narrative that also the Yoruba that push it. I never see my Igbo brother calling Lagos no man's land. If they want to push it, they will push it like one man show. I heard this political season. I hear you from Mike. Mike now that who pushed this thing up. He pushed it. Now one man pushed it. They keep on pushing the narrative. I've not seen any of my Igbo brothers calling Lagos. I just hear it as the narrative. I don't hear it. I never see any of them call it. They push out the narrative during election season to make things not to work. So on my own, this guy come here. When I come here, he tells us here that in the north, you cannot divide the north because northwest, north, they see themselves as one. If you're telling them north is northwest divide, they will even answer you what are you even talking about. They don't even see themselves as northwest and northeast. They see themselves as the same. Between the south, we come Yoruba and Igbo will start dragging something that don't have no meaning. I say, just like Tom, I call them Tom and Jerry. You know, where I call Tom and Jerry, what are they fighting for? Nothing. They just run up and down, destroying things. What are they fighting for? Nothing. Best of friends, best of everything. Yoruba and Igbo are the best friends I ever had in this world. We do everything. In every Igbo person, you must say Yoruba person beside it. In every Yoruba person, you must say Igbo person beside it. Both club, sport activities, so whatever, class, everything. In every Igbo person, the Yoruba person must be beside it. In every Yoruba person, Igbo person must be beside it. But when we come to fix Nigeria, we'll just be shouting, quarreling, and the promoting propaganda that make no sense. Don't look at this guy running for governorship now. Actually, people wanted to vote with annoyance. All right, they want to vote annoyance. Okay, you didn't get to be. Let's get governorship. That was a trying to vote. And some party members didn't buy it. They thought he wanted to take over Lagos. How is that possible? What is not possible in any way? It's not possible anyway. So I'm just calling my Yoruba brothers. Not that every Igbo man wants to take over Lagos. I say it again. Wherever we live, we develop that place. We pay tax. We do everything to make that place congestive enough for we to train our children and live a happy life. Not that we are trying to take over the place. I can't come in a place where there's no road and I have money to make the road. I leave it because it's not my land. Then I park my car 2 miles away and walk home because of I don't want to do the road. So when you do all those, you made the road. It's okay. You want to take over the place. That's where this problem is coming from. There's no light. Through electric pole, we bring the light to a little 4 or 5 houses. Okay, I put the 2 poles, it becomes an issue. So this is only where I see issue is. I don't see any issue with Yoruba and Igbo. You always like cat and dog, come and do things together. But at the end of the day, some people will come here and begin to tell me how Igbo bomb Ikeja. What are they trying to do? No, I don't even understand that. So I just leave it for here now. I'll still come up and a little contribution.
All right, thanks, Uzo. The only thing I'll probably say, just a bit of not pushback per se, but you said that you've not, and I'm not gonna, of course, challenge what you've experienced in life. But I've had some Igbo people say it's a no man's land. I've had all sorts of people say it's a no man's land, and I totally disagree with that.
As I said, I started hearing this since I was born.
Exactly.
I've started hearing narrative, so I don't even know where it comes from.
And I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying, just to put a balance to it. I've had people of all sorts. I've had some Yoruba people push it, that even when you ask them who said it, they can't tell you who exactly. But I've had some Igbo people say it as well. So it depends on who you listen to. There's a particular clip that's been circulating online to say they held a space somewhere. Some Igbo people saying they're going to take the land and all of that. Honestly, I've just not listened to it intentionally. But what I find quite interesting is the fact that we choose to believe what we believe as human beings to suit, whatever we want out of life. When there are lots and lots of Igbo people telling us to say, oh, we're peace-loving people. We just want to go about our business. Yes, we agree. We are loud. We're this and that. We're, braggadocious. But some of us will choose to just go and find 1 clip or 2 clips and believe those people as though they speak for the entire Igbo race or Igbo tribe. I don't believe they do. It's the same way nobody can speak for me as a Yoruba man. So, I'm just imploring people, don't just focus on the negatives. Yes, it's something to pay attention to. You don't want to lose your heritage. I'm a proud Yoruba man. I'm from Ogun State. You understand? I'm proud Yoruba man. Anyway, don't let's go into that. But I cherish my heritage. I live in the UK, but I speak Yoruba to my children. They understand a few words of it. The older one understands most of the things you say. She might not speak it fluently, but I'm a very proud Yoruba. I speak Yoruba more than a lot of people would even believe. Like my parents were quite old when they had me, so I speak very deep Yoruba, and I love it, and I'm proud that I do. So it's not something that I want to lose or do away with. And if there's genuine threat to your land and your ancestry, you fight back. But for me, I'm just trying to see.
Well, sure. Just understand what I just said.
I'm not talking about you now. No, I'm not talking about what you said. No, not you. Just general conversation now. And like people rightly said, why does it come up every 4 years? And this is what people need to start thinking about, not those who are pushing an agenda. See, somebody pushing an agenda, you can't convince them. I don't engage them. I'm not interested in those people. You can't convince somebody. You see, you can't wake somebody who is pretending to be asleep. You understand? If you're asleep, I can wake you up. If you are pretending to be asleep, I can't wake you up. So somebody who is out to push an agenda, those ones, just pack it. They will go away after the election. But for those who are genuinely concerned, what they need to think about is, why is this coming up now? Would we still be discussing this in 6 months? Or would it go away, park it in the parking lot for another 4 years? This is what people need to think about. If there are genuine threats to the Yoruba people, of course, it's something to pay attention to. But I personally don't think it's serious because it comes up every 4 years. If it was genuine, it's something that we would talk about every day of the year and not just election season. But I'm meant to be moderating, so less of me. Ilu Blessing, you're ready to speak to us. Go on then.
Okay, yeah, thank you, and good evening, everyone. So, though I posted some things because, as you mentioned, it's good for somebody to actually preserve his culture, heritage, and values. So, coming up every 4 years, I think it's bad for me, especially Lagos area, because I think its motive is just political. But at the same time, if something has happened before, will people want it to repeat itself? No. I'll be citing an example of Ilorin. Because I'm an engineer, but I like history a lot. I normally try to know, anywhere I get to know their history. Even presently, I'm in Port Harcourt, I try to even know what's happening, what are the history of these people, so that I will know how to even conduct myself. So I think I was discussing with a lawyer's friend about some days ago when this thing came up. And I just want to know some things about Lagos. And that's when I was able to get some EndSARS concerning a case that was instituted in 1921 in London, just to put the record straight about Benin and Lagos heritage. I think I posted it when Mama Esho was saying some things that I just have to put it straight. The same thing, I'm from Ekiti. I know what happened between 1888 or to 1890 something between Ekiti and Ibadan, when the Creed War broke out. I think it's one of the things that happened. Again, if you go to Ilorin also, what happened, why Ilorin was lost. If you go to Akure too, the heritage being linked to Benin, and Ikere Ekiti also, which is still causing some issue within the original owners. Maybe we call Ogoga of Ikere, then Olukere, that is still there. So people don't just want to lose everything because it has happened before. But coming up every 4 years, I think that's one of the things someone like me, I'm actually against, because they are using it for a political move. Gbedebo is a Yoruba man. So, like me, I was born to do, my mother is from Ekiti, my father is from Ekiti, but they're not from the same town. But that doesn't say I'm from the other side. So people should not just use it. And that's where we need to come up again as highlights to enlighten those people at home, especially those that are not lettered, to let them know it's for this. But people are afraid for listening to their heritage. If we flip it back again a bit, if we go to Ife and Modakeke people are from Ibadan. They welcomed them, but they were going beyond their boundary. If you remember 2000, 2001, when the fight broke out, and a lot of people, they lost their life because of want to maybe annex some areas that belongs to Ife. I think that will get back to the road that that didn't pass through Ife again. That was this expressway that passed through the back of Ife. If you know that place, we are going to Akure. So there are so many things that's happened, and people want to protect that heritage and culture. I think that's what's happening. That's what is actually happening in Lagos. But coming up every 4 years, I think it's something that we need to just dissuade and ensure that people don't just use that opportunity. But in the real fact, looking at what happened in Ilorin, I know they will always want to say, because even within Lagos alone, apart from the incursion of even other tribes within Yoruba, other indigenous from other states in Yoruba land, people in Lagos, they are worried. They still want to hold tight to their heritage. When people talk about Lagos, if not because of state creation, Eko is only just the mainland area, the marina side. Those are the other people. They are from, like Ikorodu, they are from Ijebus. Even during the western region, during the Lagos colony, they talk about Lagos colony is just about Apapa, Ikoyi, Obalende, then to VI. Other parts from Igamu straight down to Ibadan, they are part of Western region. Like Surulere, Oregun, because my grandfather actually worked in those places during the Western region. So those parts are part of Western region, and the Ogba area, Oregun are planned by the Western region, Awolowo State. So, but before it was created and now annexed as part of Lagos. So, and some of those areas, they have their balance, they have their king, which they are first class. And nobody just want to lose those heritage, and that's why you can see people coming up. But people are now using that as a political tool every 4 years. But the fact is, people might be looking at what's happening in Loring and don't want it to be repeat itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilu Blessing. That's quite educative, and I totally align with you. Like I said, you know, a lot of us that are on the fence on this issue would take it a lot more serious if it was a genuine concern that wasn't brought up during the electioneering period. Because for me, it's been politicized, so it's hard to take you at at face value. But I totally agree with you. The Loring case with the Afunja and all of that is still fresh in the minds of a lot of you. We're going to go next to Ike. After Ike, we go to Adeviki, and we'll go to Forefathers. So, Uncle Ike.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, and welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Listen, I was talking to some of my classmates in CMS Grammar School in Lagos, and I think that the question I would like all of us to answer is, when Gbedebo contested the chairmanship in Lagos in Ikeja local government, he lost. There was no issue of he's an Igbo man. He contested on PDP. There was no issue he's an Igbo man. Now he's contesting under the Labour Party. And because APC felt that they lost Lagos and they want to get Lagos back, and they tried to play the tribal card, and a lot of people are falling for it. If Gbedebo was contesting under the platform of APC, are we going to hear this today? Are we going to hear that Gbedebo is from an Igbo man? No. So, I mean, some of us who lived in Lagos for so many years, who has so many friends in Yoruba land, more than the Igbos, who I am an Igbo man, but I have a lot of deep relationship with a lot of Yorubas. I don't think that we should fall into this trap that they're trying to put us to fall in, because it does not exist. It is all for political gains. They want to get Lagos back. APC want to win Lagos back. And because of the obedient movement, the fire that is burning in Nigerian political landscape, they don't want to lose grip of Lagos State, but they're going to lose it, because you know why? Because of this tribal card that they played, they are going to lose Lagos. APC is going to lose. They are not just going to lose it, including the House of Assembly. They're going to lose Lagos, because the same Yorubas are going to vote them out of office. Because if you talk about Igbos, if the whole Igbos in Lagos should vote for Gbedebo, is he going to make him governor of Lagos State? No. So why are we playing this card, this APC brought up, under this last minute politics of Gbedebo is an Igbo man. Gbedebo is, we live in the developed world. We are too big to play this card. Where we live, we give an example of the Prime Minister of Britain. In America, people from different parts of the world, even in Britain, they are not American. They become American citizens and they become political office holders. We have a lot of Nigerians in the finance department in the US. A lot of Nigerians that are part of the finance department in the present Biden administration. Who is talking about who is talking about they are Igbos or they are Yorubas or they are from Nigeria. So what I'm trying to let us know, let us not fall into this trap every time. Because if you are a Nigerian and if you have not lived in Lagos, you have not really felt Nigeria at all, because Lagos is just like New York. If you travel anywhere in the US and you have not been, somebody asks you, have you been to New York? You say, my friend, you have not been to the US. So that is what Lagos is all about. For me that schooled in Lagos, for me that did business in Lagos, for me that lived my life in Lagos, Lagos is my home. I don't see myself as an Igbo man in Lagos. I see myself in Lagos as a Nigerian. When I lived in Kaduna for 6 years, I didn't see myself as an Igbo man. I saw myself as a Nigerian living in Nigeria. The problem we have is a problem that has been existing for a very long time, because there is one of our problems is this. If you go to the eastern part of Nigeria, for example, or the south, you might not be able to find any real established Yoruba man in the east or in south. Nobody is denying them not to go there to establish, but it's that mindset. But you see, an Igbo man is always like what Uzo said. Wherever an Igbo man goes, becomes his home. I live in an island, and this is my house. This is my home. I built my house here. I'm building a second house. I'm building an apartment. This is my house. If I decide tomorrow that I'm relocating Nigeria, I'm not going to carry it on my head. This is my life. This is what it is. A lot of us feel most of my friends, when I was during those days in school, even when I ask them, let us go to East for holidays, they're afraid to go to the East. But I go to Ogun State, I go to Ibadan, I follow them to their towns and villages. It is when I begin to follow them to their places, they begin to realize that this man doesn't mean any bad thing for us. And we begin to go to the East. Then every holiday, we all go to Imo State or go to other locals, go to my village. So listen, this is what our politicians do all the time. They want to use something that to divide us, to make us hate ourselves. I said in this platform, in some other platform that I used to join, I said, after this election, we all will remain Nigerians also. Sure, we will remain my friend also. We will remain my brother tomorrow. So why do we have to kill ourselves for this politician who don't mean no good for anybody? So my last submission is this: let nobody fall into this trap, because this is all politically motivated. I just give an example. If any of you can answer me, if Gbedebo was a governorship candidate of APC, can you hear this? What is going on now? No. The answer is definitely no. So I don't know why even learned men, when I listen to Yorubas in national television, beginning to support what this card, I just ask myself, which kind of a country do we want to turn Nigeria into? Because I can't understand that somebody is trying to play this card about Lagos. Lagos is just like New York. Anybody can live in Lagos. Anybody can do whatever you want in Lagos, like every other state in Nigeria. But let me stop it. Let me drop
all
before
right,
you. When you talk about, when you're trying to talk
30
about
seconds,
real culture or your heritage outside politics, that is understandable. We can talk about that, but not in this political season. But when you want to talk about defending your heritage, that's a normal thing. Everybody will want to defend his heritage. It's normal. We can talk about that in other time, but let us remember that this thing that came up now is all about politics. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you very much, Uncle. Ade Vicky, you're next. Welcome to the show. Sorry to have kept you waiting. You've got the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And I'm so happy to have this privilege. I've been following this show for a while now. I've tried to join the chat. I remember that some days ago, I kind of hollered to show. I don't know. You won't know it's me because it's a different name. Um, and I had to put my name. I had to put Ade there so that everybody can see that I'm Yoruba. Okay, so I mean, it's past midnight here. I'm in London, by the way. Um, I came here, and I wish I had been able to come in earlier when the two men, the two Yoruba men that came in, with Dr. Franklin when they were here, because you see, I'm so I don't even know how to express this. I'm I'm so disappointed with the way some of our people are thinking and the way all this tribalistic, ethnic bigotry that is going on. And especially since this election period, I've had to kind of do a kind of cancel culture with some of my Yoruba, you know, close family friends and even like family because it just seems like everything, they don't just seem to get the picture. Some of these people, they are well educated, well traveled, even some of them are living abroad. Still, they see the whole obedient movement or even the whole concept about Obi as something ethnic. They just don't want to see it otherwise, no matter how much you try to explain anything to them. Now, this whole thing about calling, um, honestly, I must also say something. I have a big issue with one man, whatever he calls himself. That man, I mean, I know Dr. Damages is a very, he tries to keep
Patient.
yeah, yes, yes. And he tries to keep a very, like a journalist and all that. Everybody, it's like have your say and all that. But this man, he has his own show. I mean, from what he keeps saying, and he keeps saying this all the time that it comes that his own show it's more broad-minded. He has more intelligent and objective people coming there. For God's sake, if that is the truth, then why? If you think the people that come to Dr. Damage's show they only have a one-track mind or they're not as enlightened as you are. Why do you keep coming to Dr. Damage's show? I think somebody should ask him that pertinent question. And then he comes in and is insulting everybody and trying to speak this horrible, because I live in the UK. I mean, his accent is pathetic. Let me just stop there because that man really drives me off the wall. Honestly, I'm so pissed with him. Let me not talk too much about it because now it's really getting me emotional. Okay, let me go back to the issue of this Yoruba Igbo thing that is going on. Now, I don't know when this whole thing started, but I started hearing about it when recently, in light of Gbedebo Rhodes Vivour's candidacy, like he wants to be the Labour Party person contesting for the governorship of Lagos State. Now, the thing is, I was actually having this discussion with somebody yesterday, and I said something. I said, you know what? I think for every action there is it's like this thing is a cause and effect thing. So what I mean by that is that if it is true that some Igbos have been saying something like what do you call it, Lagos is no man's land, it must have been that something would have triggered it. And look here, I'm not trying to defend anybody, I'm not trying to be like the mouthpiece for the Igbos or trying to pander to the Igbo like somebody has accused show of doing. I don't have to pander to anybody. And I keep saying something. I am not a Yoruba. I am not Igbo. I'm not what I'm a Nigerian. I don't belong to any tribe. The only tribe I belong to is the tribe of the human race. So as long as you are on the path of justice, as long as you are fair and you practice equity, I am your sister. Now, the whole issue here is this. I believe that the reason why, what could have triggered that statement that Lagos is no man's land is probably because of all these agberos that were, they keep threatening people and trying to say, you this, like Yorubas will say, Iwo Omo Atorunwa. I mean, someone like Show will understand what I mean by that. They will call people that come from outside, Yoruba land, they'll say that they are from Omo Atorunwa, like that means they've come from, somewhere else. So because of that, and threatening them like, you have to leave our land, that's probably why people would say something like, oh, Lagos is no man's land. And for me, I actually argued with the person that was having this discussion with yesterday. I said, in a way, I would actually agree that Lagos is no man's land. And please, whoever thinks otherwise, if you can just give me a minute to explain that. Like, I live in London, for instance, and London is like similar to Lagos. And for those who live in New York is sort of like that. Every major city in the world, they have something in common, which means you have people from different races, different languages, tribes, culture coming together to build that place. Now it gets to a point that the place becomes so multi everything, to the point that it almost becomes what you can call a no man's land, which means that it gives opportunity to anybody to be able to claim that, okay, this is my land. This is because maybe even my grandfather was the first person, or maybe my great grandfather was the first person to live here. So even though we are not originally from here, but we have made this our home for 3-4 generations. So it's become our home. Now look at the UK, for instance. London, the mayor of London is an Asian man. Am I right, Show? Am I wrong?
Yes, yeah, correct.
Yes.
You're
Now,
right.
the
You're right.
same thing, the prime minister of the United Kingdom is also Asian. So in a way, this country is almost becoming like that. Now, these people that come and try to play this tribal card, the pathetic one
You are
among
right.
them are actually,
You are,
yeah, yeah,
you are right.
yeah. So the pathetic one among these people, they actually, okay, they live abroad. Someone like one man wants to know that is speaking that fake British accent is living here in the UK. Okay. And a lot of them, they live abroad and they still have this mentality. And this is the same people that will be quick. Okay. They'll be quick to play and put up the racial card in their workplace. If a white person says anything or does anything within their organization, they will quickly say, oh, this person is being racist. Now, these same people, okay, they are playing the same thing to a fellow Black person, and not just a Black person, to a fellow Nigerian. So I don't really understand them. Rod Vivour, from what I hear, his father is Yoruba. It doesn't matter where his mother is coming from. The thing is, in the whole, all the cultures in Nigeria, we have something in common. We have some things in common. And one of the things we have in common is that the child takes the ethnicity, no, the first ethnicity that is attached to the child is that of the father. So, and another thing, I'm sorry, I don't know if I've gone too long, but let me
30
just
seconds.
conclude
Yeah,
by
round
saying
off in 30 seconds, please.
they
Yeah.
will just conclude by saying something. Now, in terms of them saying, oh, it doesn't speak Yoruba, what BS is that? This one man, for instance, I'm going back to one man, he is raising his children in the UK. Maybe one day we want them to go back to Nigeria, and maybe some of his children might want to vie for one position or the other. And these children, they will be coming with British accent. They probably don't even speak a word of Yoruba language. And then is it going to be right for anybody to say that his children are not qualified because they don't speak Yoruba? My my nieces and nephews, who are some of them that are living there in Nigeria, they don't even speak Yoruba. The few Yoruba words, when they speak it, it doesn't come out clearly. Does it mean that if any of and these people, both their parents are Yoruba? Does it mean that if they come out to contest for a position in Lagos or any part of southwest Nigeria, somebody will now attack them that because they don't speak good Yoruba, it means that they are not real Yoruba? I mean, it's just BS. I'm sorry if I've taken too long, but I mean, it's my
Yeah,
first time.
that's
So
all right.
thank
I
you for
mean,
taking.
yeah, exactly. So it's your first time. You've been trying for such a long time. So I thought, we would indulge you. I think it's what Rudolph would have done himself. But thank you very much for your contribution, Ade. And also just to let you know, yourself and myself, we've been called. Well, I was called that before you joined. I was called a Gen Z. I had to Google what year because I heard millennials and Gen Z. I don't know where it starts. I had to check the Gen Zs, when does it actually start? Because someone in the comment section said, "Oh, sure, it's a Gen Z who doesn't understand the deep knowledge or deep fact." So I had to check. The Gen Zs actually are from 1997. I was about leaving secondary school then. So if you think I was born after 1997, I was just about leaving secondary school. For whoever wrote in the comment section, I read it, I laugh. It doesn't bother me. I don't get annoyed. It doesn't, So, but yeah, to whoever wrote that in the comment section, I look young for my age. Thank you for the compliment. And Ade, you've been called another Gen Z Yoruba people. As long as you don't agree with the narrative, a lot of people are
I'm not
pushing.
Gen Z. I'm not Gen Z. I'm probably older than that person.
Yeah, so as long as you don't agree with what people are saying, on platforms called Omo, which means a bastard or born out of wedlock or one of those things, I've been called all sorts because I don't align with the APC politics and all of that. So BQB, I was hoping that BQB would join us tonight, but for some reason his camera is not working. Would have been nice to have his, take on matters because he said I don't live in Lagos, so I don't understand what's going on. It's like Lagos is on deep secret. Maybe there's a membership to
I didn't
understand
tell you.
what goes on in Lagos. But Ilu Blessing, we'll come to you. Let's just go to Nandi. I know you joined earlier, but he left for some reason. So Nandi, please, go ahead.
Can I say good evening all, and wherever you may be. So for me, I just advocate for peace because let me just give an instance. About 2 months ago, I saw just a drawing that someone made about the three main
Sorry,
tribes
one
of
second.
Nigeria.
So sorry, Nadi. Nadi? Sorry, is this coming from you? There's an echo of feedback. If you've got YouTube open and StreamYard, you need to close YouTube and just stay on
Okay.
StreamYard, please.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Thank you.
Is it okay now?
It's okay, but they see hold back a little bit.
I don't even know. But
No, it's still echoing.
Hold on, please. I don't.
Or everybody mute their mic.
No, I have only this
Okay.
YouTube open.
I think we're good. I think maybe that was Adi. I'm not sure, but Adi's left now and it seems to be okay. Coincidence or not.
Okay.
But go on. Sorry, Nadi. Sorry to interrupt you.
So I said there was a picture I saw in Facebook. It was like talking about the three major tribes of Nigeria. So I commented there. I said I prayed because my father I was born in the north. I grew up in the north. Not like I grew up in the north. So I said what I just made a comment. I wish like the day like everyone will love each other. We can eat from the same plate. Man, after this, I got more than 20 very, very deep insultive words. What I want to bring is that, there's a stage where we all have to think, think like human beings, like to live peacefully. Because I see like the way people comment like, yes, I'm a Biafran, I'm this, I'm a Ududua, Some people are ready to kill, but in other way, think the other way, like of thinking, but this kind of there is deep hatred among all of us. Let us change the way we think, because all of us, we are Nigerians. No matter how we take it, we are Nigerians, and this bond cannot be broken. Understand me? So I just advocate for peace, and also we need to pray. Yes, some people might not believe in this, but I don't even just want to say much. But I just advocate for peace and just for all of us to love one another. About this, all this like this man is from Igbo, from this. It's just people with a small brain are talking that. So this is all I want to say. Thank you. Hello?
Sure, are you there, sure? It's like this network
Like it
is
froze.
giving problem. Sure, are you frozen?
Nigeria has happened to show.
and he is the coordinator or moderator. Sure.
Forefathers, I think forefathers, the same thing to Abi. Okay.
No,
Okay, no.
forefather is
Okay, no, yeah, I can see him now. He's here.
Yeah, I think he should be back. Let me get him back
No.
on.
Okay, now you have double show now, double show in the show.
Remove the old show.
Double show in the show.
Yeah, sorry, I was kicked out. And I just
something is happening. I think it's the network.
Forefathers, just to let you know,
Sure,
this
if you
quick
can.
Sorry, is there something wrong?
You are appearing in two places.
You signed it twice.
The more the merrier.
I tell you. I tell you.
No, this is the more the confusion, not Maria. The more the confusion. I don't know.
Are you seeing two of him? I can see only one of him.
No, it's
if
one.
I
No,
put
no,
one
one.
of him now, it's only one of him now.
He two came back again.
Yeah, it's one
Two?
now.
I can see only one.
He came back again. Two came back
No,
again.
two now. Two.
Seriously? Where are we seeing two? Okay, maybe it's on the front end, but on the back end, I can see only one.
I can only see one. Yeah, I can only see one as well.
No, because both of you are the back end. We are seeing two here.
I'm seeing two.
Let me see if I can. Oh, this one. This other one seems to have stuck, and it's not getting thrown out. I guess we may just have to ignore it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll leave it to you, Sure.
Sure, if you can you hear
I'll
us?
drop a message in the background in the prayer chat. Forefathers.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I should I speak? Sure, should I speak?
Yes.
Yes, go on.
Okay. Regarding
please go ahead.
Yeah, the topic. Regarding the topic of discussion, I think the reason why this stuff keep rearing its head up is that Nigerians, we ourselves, one, politics always comes in and you try to use it to get one over the other. But normally when this is happening, there are underlying truths that tends to come from it that is resulting in this type of issues. Otherwise, if there's nothing there, you will not have anything to bring up, is it? So, like if an Igbo man is in Lagos and says that there's no, it's a no man's land, they have to understand the sensibilities of people that are from there. Because even in London, we know that the people that speak Cockney and they have some specific people that used to be Londoners and they are faded to the background, even if they are faded, but they are still there. And you can't necessarily just say, oh no, you don't belong here, or it's now a free land. And because it rubs people off the wrong way, especially when around that land is full of the people that you are rubbing off the wrong way. You have to take that into account, because the reason why I say this, you have the same kind of behavior in the South areas too, with some Igbo people when they speak to South people. They sometimes some of them will just completely disregard that the South actually exists. They say there's nothing like you people. It's like we are standing in front of you speaking different languages and everything, and you don't even regard us as if we exist. And that type of consciousness that lack of consciousness leads to problems. This has led to problems in the 60s until today is still happening, and this is what is plaguing that region. I don't know how they raise some people where they don't even understand that if somebody is speaking a totally different language for you, they have a riverine culture. They are totally different, but you just dismiss them outright. And even till last year, you see them on, even in Lagos, they are, when they have this flip TV and they are on the street, they were still doing the same thing, dismissing somebody from Akwa Ibom and as if they don't exist. I was like, why do you do this? It's not helping you. Because it's making people target you even more. The South Side is going to target you. The Yoruba is going to, everybody is targeting you. And you don't seem to be self-conscious that you are doing these things. I don't, for the life of me, I've spoken to a lot of Igbo people and I keep telling them, why do you keep saying these things to people? Why? You can't keep saying these things. When are you going to learn that even no matter how, because the truth is, I've never heard of Igbo people attacking other people. I've not seen Igbo people like gathering. I've not really, maybe this happens now and again, but I've never seen Igbo people attack other people before. They may mean well, but they don't seem to understand how other people think and how protective other people are of their own heritage. Maybe because a lot of other people are not going into the Southeast as much in recent times. I don't know, but there's some truth there, that they are not self-conscious about how they interact with other people. There is a reason why in the north the same thing will happen. There's a reason why in Dubai the same thing will happen. You have to become self-conscious. Literally, I was even speaking to Igbo people. I was saying, one Igbo guy, I was telling him, you guys need to set up an organization to be checking the temperature of the people around you, so that you can't keep getting attacked over and over again. Because I get tired of seeing Igbo people getting attacked. Why is it that Igbo people specifically get attacked? Every part of Nigeria keep getting attacked. In River State, they took Igbo people's property. They seized it from them, something that they worked hard for, because some people won't respect other people's way of life. It's doing them a lot of damage, and that stuff. The reason why I feel a little bit more passionate about it is because it's also not helping the South. It's doing the South a lot of damage. Because if the Igbo people and the South people were working very well together, those areas would be more developed by now. Why is it that, do you know that I was talking to some Londoners, Americans, and Africans, and a Cameroonian came on screen to argue with me that the reason why the Amazonian region of Cameroon didn't join Nigeria was because of their encounter with Igbo people. How these are truths I'm talking about here. We can't keep rubbing things all over beyond this under the this. And Igbo people, as clean and nice people as they are, they have to remember that when you are around people, watch the people, bring the people along with you. There is this thing they say, I think bringing them somebody along with you so that they understand where you are going and everybody's on the same page. There is something to be said for that. I call it the Abel's syndrome, whereby Abel is doing his own thing and is perfect and doing everything perfectly. But guess what happened? Cain get jealous and boom, attacked Abel. This is the story of Igbos everywhere they go. They don't mean harm. They've never attacked anyone. They go and do their own business, mind their own business. People attack them repeatedly. That needs to stop. Igbo people need to start understanding why that is happening. The cycle has to be broken one way or the other. You can't come to Lagos and say, oh, it's no man's land. Yeah, it may physically be no man's land, but saying it to people that are from Lagos and Yorubas that are surround that area, some people will feel rubbed the wrong way by it. Because they will feel like, oh my God, I'm not going to your own place to come and tell you that your own town is no man's land. It's not nice for you to be telling my own the same thing. And people feel, and not to mention, physically on the ground, they see you taking over a lot of things. Like because Igbo people are very, very hardworking and very prosperous. Whatever they put their hand, they see you taking over a lot of things, and suddenly you are telling them that the land is no longer theirs. What do you think you are telling them? I don't think they are even aware what you are telling those people. You are telling them that you are about to be exterminated. We are about to take over. Then they will react. For the life of me, I've had long conversation with so many people. I keep asking them, how is this possible? How is it that your community cannot be self-aware that you need to bring people along with you everywhere you go? Yoruba people, you hardly see them getting targeted anywhere they go. because what they do is they toe the line of the society that they are in. They try to, even if they try to do anything, they try to bring the people along with them. The same thing with the job people, the same thing with even outside people. You hardly see outside people getting targeted like in the Middle East or anywhere, nothing like that. So there is some truth there, and I'm saying these things, and I know some people will think that I'm targeting people, I'm just hating on Igbo people. That's not what I'm doing, because I hate seeing it too. I hate seeing Igbo people keep getting targeted repeatedly. I don't even know what it feels like to be in a country where you have been targeted several times, then they went to a war, your people, millions of your people died because of it. I don't even know what it feels like to be in a country, and many of us don't even put ourselves in the shoes of an Igbo man. Many of us don't do that. We don't understand how it feels. The moment I even try to glimpse it, the pain I felt, I'm telling you, if an Igbo man feels like that every day, you can see why they are behaving the way they do. But I say this trying to reach a balance here. There are some truths on the other side, but there is a reason why some of all these things are happening. Why Igbo people feel somehow like the country doesn't belong to them, and they feel like they keep talking about Biafra all the time, because your people were attacked repeatedly. Millions of people died. The country that has not showed you any sense that you belong in the country. But at the same, on the other side of the ledger, when you start saying these type of things to South people, and you say this thing to Yoruba people, you say some of all these things to Northerners, and then some of these things are actually backed up with action, you can see why these type of things happen. And I say everybody needs to start having honest conversations, and people need to start correcting things. I don't want to see one Igbo man getting hurt ever. I can't believe it even happened just last week in Lagos. It just keeps happening over and over again. Why does this thing keep repeating itself? Igbo people need to start taking account. They have to start protecting themselves. And how you protect yourself is by being aware of your environment. Be aware. Don't say things that is going to rub people off the wrong way. Maybe you feel upset about it because Igbo man, they are one of the most generous people. If they open their heart to you, they just say everything. They say everything. They just say everything. And I just think that we need to start having honest conversations about this. And we need to let me finish with this one. We need to detoxify some of this tribalistic stuff. And to do it, it's not based on just saying we need to, become conscientized. We need to put rules in place to stop it. Rwanda literally had to ban it to stop this nonsense. And there is no rule in place in Nigeria right now to stop tribalism. And in other words, the toxic one. Everybody has a right to be tribes, but don't use it as a way of dividing people against each other where they start attacking each other. There was a law that was being passed. Nigerians rejected it. If that law was in place, although you can also argue that Nigerians don't enforce laws, but if that law was in place, at least even if it's reduced by 5%, this toxic environment, if it reduced by 5%, Nigeria will be stronger for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, forefathers. Thank you. So we'll go to CM. I think. So is this a rebuttal? Is this a question for forefathers? Is it?
No, not really forefathers. I want to say something regarding the issue. Well,
Okay.
It's not really addressing forefathers. After all, I was born in
Forefathers,
Lagos.
I dropped a message for you in the private chat. Please reply to that. Yeah, go on, CM. Sorry, go on.
Just to take over. Okay. So actually, you see, sometimes what I call Igbophobia, that is the fear of Ndi Igbo. It didn't start today. But the issue we are debating today is somebody whose great-great-great-grandfather is a prominent family in Lagos, Rhoses Vivour, from Supreme Court, different types of judges, so many firsts. It happens that one of the Vivours, Oluwole or so, if I'm mistaken, married an Igbo woman like every other person and gave birth to Gbedebo. Probably Gbedebo loved the mom and he looked for an Igbo girl to marry. That same Gbedebo, somebody said here, contested for Ikeja local government chairmanship. Nothing happened. Today, the narrative is that is the way Igbo man want to take over Lagos. Before you know it, they've started implementing the agenda, very sinister agenda, attacking Ndi Igbo. For what? Is it possible that Igbo man? Gbadebo is a Yoruba man. True and true. It's like anybody, he's a Yoruba man through and through. People come to Europe, marry a white lady, gave birth to a child, later you take him to Nigeria, he's a Nigerian. Even the white people will also see the same way. So this issue of Gbadebo or something, so when I look at it, it's just a narrative to paint the Igbo black and then get at them. Nobody's interested. By the way, the whole Igbos in Lagos voting for Gbadebo, it can never win governorship. Take my word for it. The people that are voting against APC and Tinubu that may likely vote for Gbadebo are Yorubas who are tired. Even you, sure, you know, as educated as you are, you wouldn't like that. You are not happy that one man is changing is dictating who will be the governor of Lagos State since 1999. As a Yoruba, even if you didn't say it publicly, as a private person, you wouldn't be happy. But the judge is as Yoruba as anybody. But the judge kicked against it. Meanwhile, Tinubu that is changing people in Lagos is only because he's Yoruba, but he's not from Lagos State. Ambode, not from Lagos State. Sanwo-Olu, not from Lagos State. Probably Babatunde Fashola might be. So when they're saying all these things, they just narrow it down to Igbo man want to take over Lagos. I don't see the need. It's just a bad narrative, and we've been trashing it since all evening here. So it doesn't hold water. Igbophobia didn't start today, and it will never stop tomorrow. Achebe explained it in his book, The Problem with Nigeria. Igbos are boisterous, the way he say. They display wealth. So probably that is the envy. It's not a case of maybe that they went out. This issue of no man's land, it is not. It was even the Yoruba that said it. What is his name? Sanwo-Olu, during his inaugural speech, he said it, that one day Igbo man may even be governor of Lagos State. He said so. It's in his speech. So, but the thing is that when people want to whip up sentiment against Igbo, they load them everything. The question we have to even ask is, today, today in the South, I don't think Igbo man has a problem with a Bini man. I don't think Igbo man has a problem with Yoruba or Ichekiri. I don't think so. The problem has always been in Port Harcourt. Ikweres, they seized the properties of Ndibo, call it abandoned. Ndibo built houses all over Lagos. When they came back after the war, not only that the house was given to them, rent collected was given to them. These are Yoruba people. Why would Ndibo hate them? Ndibo shot gun opposite with the northerners in the north. They were slaughtered. But when they came back after the war, they recovered their property in Kano anywhere. They said, come and take your property back. It's only in Rivers State, not in Akwa Ibom. It's only in Rivers. When I mean Rivers, I mean that is Bayelsa and Rivers together. It's only there that they're talking of abandoned property. Why? Not even in Lagos. It wasn't abandoned. In Akure, Ibadan, people recovered their properties with rent. Even when the person didn't tell you, please keep it for me, they were running in the midnight, they left it. But because you know that the owner of this house is an Igbo man, you kept it for him in the hope that, well, if he comes back, good. If he doesn't come back, good. But when he traced his way back, he said, come and have your... There is no place, there's no property belonging to Ndi Igbo in Lagos. It's only the one belonging to Ojukwu as the leader that was seized by Lagos state government. But with Rotimi Williams as his attorney, he got them back under Babangida. Ndi Igbo did not lose property in Lagos. They did not lose in Benue State, even when thieves joined in killing them. They did not lose all over the north. It's only in Rivers State. Why? Why? It's not because of anything. It's just pure Igbophobia. That is why somebody like Wike, sure you are from Ogun State.
But you see what you are doing now. See what you are doing now.
If I
you are
should
saying
say,
it's just Igbophobia. Hold on. Let me just address this point. And this is the thing. This is the thing I don't like when Igbo people do this. You are just putting down to Igbophobia. Igbophobia in the north, in Dubai, in South Africa, everywhere. No, because sometimes we need to be confronting the truth, not just Igbophobia. Hide everything under Igbophobia.
This is Igbo.
All right, guys.
I'm trying to let me explain Nigeria.
One at a time.
It's not Igbo. In South Africa. They were killing everybody. They were killing in South Africa. They were killing Zimbabweans. Not just in South Africa. They were killing Zimbabweans. They were killing Ghanaians and even Cameroonians. They all ran away. So that is not an issue. Now, what I'm trying to point out is this is when you talk of abandon, you can never hear abandoned property in Yoruba land. Never. I'm saying it. Let them come out. Even in the north, despite the fact that the war took place in the north. But it's only in that river state. That is why I'm going to tell you this. The organization called Afenifere is for Yorubas. Anybody who says he's the secretary of Afenifere must be a Yoruba man. It must be. Somebody should say, I'm the Secretary General of Afenifere. That person must be a Yoruba man. How can somebody say he's the Secretary General of Ohaneze Igbo? He says it's not an Igbo. Ikwere is Igbo. But because of that Igbophobia, they were told that seize the property of your brother. That is what Wike, that is what Tambua is telling Wike today. Because when we want to talk about, because I know that's why when people are talking about Yoruba,
this is what annoys me. He just called River State Igbo. That is this kind of thing they do. They completely dismiss a whole area.
Listen, I said.
How about the other part of River State?
It's a lie. I said Ikwere. I didn't say Rivers. I said Ikwere. Don't put what's into my mouth.
Yeah, but you put Wike. You said Wike took River State. But you've chosen, you said Wike made River State listed for APC.
Yes.
No, we need to have this difficult conversation. We need to have it. You can't be sweeping things under the carpet.
Listen. I don't.
All right, one at a time, please. One at a time, okay?
Okay, so, please, it's my thought. Let me finish up.
CM, hold on, CM. In 1 minute, please round up your thoughts, okay? So we can keep it moving. In 1 minute, please, round up your thoughts. And for fathers, please, let CM finish.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is that, exactly. Rotimi Amwechi is Ikwere, Wike is Ikwere. Amwechi will tell you that he is Igbo. The former Secretary General of Ohaneze Igbo, Uche Okuku, is Ikwere from Ikwere local government. He was the Secretary General of Ohaneze Igbo. He handed over to the last person. Are they not Igbos? So what Wike is trying to do is the people like that are bringing the division. So he's afraid. That's why he's bringing up the bogey of abandoned property. Why is abandoned property only among Ikwere people? And that's what is causing. Igbo has no problem with Ogoniman. We don't. Kensado Wiwa came to Ohaneze Igbo, 1994. Dialogue with Ojukwu. He said, look, even with the Jaws, we never fought in history. This idea that people are saying it as Igbo and South or whatever, Ichekiri, let them tell you the problem they have with Igbo, nothing. Urobo, let them tell you the problem they have with Igbo, from time immemorial, nothing. It's only that Ikwere that want to, because they stay in Port Harcourt, whatever is there, they grabbed it. And they feel that if they say they are Igbo, the brother will say bring. That's why they will say they are not Igbo. They are not Igbo. How can you come from Ikwere and be Secretary General of Ohaneze Igbo, yet you are not Igbo? How can somebody from Kwara State, Ayo Okpadoku, attend the Afenifere meeting? He says he's not Yoruba. Is it possible? So this is the area we are talking about. The issue of Gbedebo transcends all these things. Gbedebo is just Tinubu trying to because they are going to lose Lagos. And people that will make Tinubu lose Lagos are not Igbo, are the Yorubas themselves, because they are tired of Tinubu's regime. The vote of Igbo cannot make any Igbo man to win. So that's what I'm trying to say. This idea of Igbophobia has been there and it will continue to be there. Why is this always there? It's not among the Yorubas. We all know this.
All right. Thank you, CM. Thank you. that got heated up a little bit. So what we'll do now, I'm going to go to, one second, Ilu Blessing. I'm going to go to Okija, because Okija just joined us. After Okija, is Mama Echo still awake? So after Okija and Okija, we'll go to Mama Echo. I'll come to Ilu Blessing. I'll go to Pukuli. And I'll go to Kumai. We're rounding off. We're rounding off. Except
can I take a minute to respond to that? Because what he said, he didn't necessarily address any of the point that I made.
Because
I wasn't addressing your point. I was only
you are not addressing it. You sidestepping it. This is the problem. This is the problem. We talk sideways, and the issues remain.
It's not sideways. I say Igbophobia is the problem. That's all.
No, it's not Igbophobia.
That is all.
There is something triggering it. I'm telling you, there's something triggering it. But what did you do? You just said it's Igbophobia.
Can I speak?
What is Igbophobia?
One at a time.
Okay.
What
pretend as if it doesn't exist?
Okija is the one who's speaking.
Somebody who has hate. Somebody who's poor.
When we end the show, you guys can talk at the background.
You see?
You know.
The Jews.
All right, guys.
The Jews were killed.
Fathers, please. If you mute your mic, it's giving feedback.
No, the Jews were killed for
Okija,
being Jews because
please,
they have shops.
go ahead.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
So
go on,
it doesn't matter. People that want to kill somebody, they will have a reason to kill someone. That's it. It has nothing to do. Forefathers, you were saying something. You said, you just talk a lot of nonsense. That they took their property because they did not respect the way of life of those people. What way of life? What are you talking about? Don't you know that you are perpetuating this nonsense? As educated as you are perpetuating this nonsense, what way of life did Igbo respect? Igbo and the Igbo people, don't they have the similar culture? What are you talking about? You see, when people are poor, when people are ignorant, when somebody comes to their area and he does better than you, you feel hatred, and then you want to persecute that person, you want to do anything to take from that person. That's what is happening. It has nothing to do with way of life. What way of life? Did Igbo climb their mother? Did Igbo climb their mother? Did they their shrine? Did they do this to their shrine? You just talk, you educated person, just perpetuating this nonsense. Igbo, they've been killed in Nigeria since before independence. Just because they are Igbo. Igbo, they everywhere. They go and mind their own business. People say that Igbo, they show. Igbo, they don't even show. Igbo, if see an Igbo man with all his money, he's wearing slippers. But he has a big house in the village. They don't even show. I mean, people just, bring up things. Bring up, even up to now, Jews, the people still, have things against them. The KKK, they will march and say, Jews will not replace us. People will just, fermenting or they talk nonsense. This perpetuates every day. People like you, God, I never wanted to talk about, this kind of issue, here today. But, listening to you forefathers, I was embarrassed that you should be talking about this. What? Just tell me what did Igbo do? What way of life? Just tell me. Just give me one.
Okay. So you ascribe what happened in the entire river state to just Ikwere. That's what you are missing. There is a bigger part of river state. Let me explain to you. The first group that wanted to secede from Nigeria. The first group that wanted to secede from Nigeria was the Ijos. Isaac Adakaboro. If you knew him, you understand the grievances of the South. And this is not only from the South, it also happens in Cameroon. So when those people saw what was happening around their areas, they felt like the Igbo people were taking over everything, and the resources of Nigeria, which was, I don't know, understandably being used to develop Enugu, and they felt like, okay, we got all the oil, we don't have anything. Do you know that in Bayelsa State, where they first found oil, the first filling station was built sometime around 1990 something or so.
Where was the first oil
So
found
hold
in
on
Nigeria?
now.
Oloibiri
In Bayelsa. Oloibiri in Bayelsa. That's where it was first found. So when
was it drilled?
Hold on, that's where it was first found. I don't know what you mean by that. There's no other place that they ever mentioned. So these areas, they felt marginalized by the Igbos, and when the civil war occurred, that they were the first to secede, and guess who put them down? It was Ojukwu that put that secession movement down. After Ojukwu put that secession movement, within a year or so, you had the Igbo war happened. That's the civil war happened. Then the Nigerian government went and released Adakaboro because he knew that Adakaboro was a nationalist. He wants to protect their own people in the south. So what I'm trying to address here, I'm not saying it's justified that they should seize Igbo property and all the rest. I'm saying it's just putting it down to Igbophobia is not good enough because people are dying. Your own people are dying. Hold on. Stop it. Just stop it. Your own people are dying, and you just put it down to Igbophobia. That is not very responsible to protect your people. You want to know why it's happening and deal with it. Igbophobia is just a logo.
Adakaboro was not for South. Adakaboro was not for South. Adakaboro was for Ijo. South does not. Ijo is not South. Adakaboro was for Ijo.
Now you are beginning to hear it. You see, this is what I mean. You see, you hear the kind of terms that they are using.
Adakaboro was for Ijo.
I think we've deviated.
That is the thing. Adakaboro was for Ijo.
You see the terms that they're using.
Adakaboro was not for Bini.
But they were the majority in that zone.
That is history. You're twisting history.
You are twisting
history.
Now you are beginning to see the reason why. You're beginning to see the reason why you get this type of pushback from people. They don't see other people.
All right.
All right, forefathers, we'll move on from that swiftly. That's fine.
What are you talking? You're just making this up.
I'm not making it up.
It's only for Ijo he was fighting for.
All right.
Adakaboro was not fighting for Idibio. Idibio is part of South. Adakaboro is not fighting for Efik. Efik is part of South. Adakaboro is not fighting for the Ekoi. Ekoi is your Goja. It's not fighting
so now
for
you know them. But you didn't bother to mention them when you mentioned River State.
Adakaboro is not fighting for Ndokwa. Ndokwa is part of South in Delta. Adakaboro is not fighting for Chekiri. Chekiri is part of South.
You see, now you are beginning to see what I'm talking about. You see the reaction they are getting. If a South person is trying to let them understand, this is the attitude you get. They try to shout you down.
You twisted history.
Now you're beginning to see what I'm talking about.
You are the person shouting me down. You are the person shouting me down.
Everybody calm down.
You are not.
Everybody calm down.
See what happens. Okay.
Everybody calm down.
Okay. Ndibo, before.
Hold on. I'll put everybody on mute. Please just hold on for a second. Let's take a breather. This could be a discussion for another day. I'm sure if Rudolph sees this, he might be interested and setting up a debate, and you can, gentlemanly discuss it. I know it's something that will probably trigger emotions and people will want to shout the next person down. But what I keep saying is the next time somebody listens to this clip, somebody who's not watching live, or whoever's watching live, they can sort of understand how we got here. But somebody clicks into this video in 6 weeks, in 2 weeks, they hear 4 or 5 people talking over each other. Honestly, I've listened to clips, not even politics, different discussions, 3 or 4 people talking at the same time. I close it because I can't even make sense of what's going on. So I understand it's passionate and all of that, but please, I don't even mind this discussion happening tonight, but it has to be more civil. If we're shouting over each other, it won't work. It's just not going to work, So I was even planning to round off in the next 10-15 minutes. I don't mind waiting for another 22 minutes, make it 1:30 a.m. UK time.
Don't worry, you can go. I'm here. Why you? I thought you were supposed to go.
If you're happy,
I'm happy to stay. I'm happy to stay here.
So,
I'm good. They will be more civil if I'm the one. If I'm the one moderating, they will be more civil. Don't worry. You see, I've had all this conversation with CM before. I've had this type of conversation in a civil manner with CM for hours behind the scenes. So the fact that he's acting as if we never had this conversation before, it tells you that he never listened to anything I said that day. He never did.
Yeah, the truth. Let me say something. Yeah,
let me finish what I was saying, please.
Let me say something. The truth.
One second. So, Okija. So, sorry, Lokopi, 1 second. Okija. So, I can't tell you how to spend your 5 minutes, but this is what happens when you get your time and you take it to address somebody. It would not that you do it all the time, but the danger is if you say, forefathers, what you said, the minute you use your minute to address somebody, they will want a rebuttal. And when people come and say, one man said this, one man said that, you see, I spoke about one man, but I didn't make him my target of whatever. I just brushed off, made banter about the accent, and I moved on quickly. So please, spend this time to educate people to share your insights, to let us know how you feel about these things, as opposed to going after forefathers. You can address what he said without necessarily calling him out to the point where he feels the need to defend himself. But carry on.
Okay. All right. Anyway, what I want to say is this: people will always hate people no matter what, even if they are good. The Jesus Christ, his apostles, people killed them. They were martyred, even though they were good people. So it doesn't matter. That's the world we are in. Some people, they have their mind, it just shows so dumb and retarded. They just they don't think right. That's the thing. So it has nothing to do with whatever Igbo did. During the Igbo, they worked hard for what they got, because even when the white men came from history, Igbo, they were not educated. It was the Igbo people that were clerks in Igbo land until Igbo started going to school and they took over, and then that's what happened. It's in the history. Anyway, but I want to say something about the thing is I'm happy what is happening in Lagos because the APC, they know they're going to lose. That's why they are jittery. But I think they are playing into the hands of people, because people will hate them for what they are doing right now. They want to portray this guy as an Igbo guy, and that will make a lot of Igbo people even to vote for him. Actually, fair people online say, "Oh, this is the person." Look at what is happening right now. Igbo might become the president to the ninth, May 29th. So you better beg this. We better vote this guy because he's going to protect us in Lagos. But anyway, like issue of I don't know why people take like people. I've heard it in Lagos. I've heard Yoruba people say that Lagos is no man's land. But I don't know why people would just appropriate that and put it on Igbo people, or even they see a clip of one. So when somebody is speaking, when an Igbo person is speaking, they will use it to. You have to try to judge people as an individual. You can't just like somebody said because it's on video. Then you say all Igbo people, like people might even say some stupid thing, but they don't really mean it. I've like in Lagos, the thing when Buhari contested, I think when he was in CPC, one man, one guy was running for I think House of Rep, an Igbo guy. Another Igbo guy told him no, he shouldn't run for House of Rep. He was like, why? He said, leave Yorubas to run for it. So but anybody who has never heard something like this will say, oh, Igbo, they want to take over Lagos. People are individual, just judge people. But Lagos, just like a lot of people have said, Lagos is different. Lagos should be an example of what Nigeria should be. So Nigeria, if wherever you are Nigerian, you are qualified to be run for office wherever you are. But people like one man, that comes here. Listen, Nigeria has moved on. I thank God for young people, not even young people, even old people. People are getting married, like whatever Vivour, Rhoses Vivour. His parents, they got married. Igbo and people, Yoruba and Igbos are getting married. Hausa and Igbo are getting married. People are getting married, but only people who have hate in their heart. They don't know what is to do. They are so deformed in their mind, in their soul, that they have to like see things, look into things, and then be talking nonsense. But thank God, one day, eventually, all of them, those people that will have those bad souls, they will disappear, and the free will rule the world. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Okija and Okija. So we come to you, Ilu Blessing. I know you've been itching to say one or two words in. So Ilu Blessing will come to you, and from there we'll go to.
Okay, thank you, Sure. Okay, sorry, I wanted to respond to Adiviki. Again, I like the energy in the room, but we need to just take it easy, because whatever we do here, so many people are watching, and they pick something, they see us as intellectuals, and with the kind of because some of those things we are saying, they might likely take them out, and again go ahead to act in the same way. So, as I mentioned before, we need to respect each other. No matter what we do, anywhere we find ourselves, the heritage is still there. Like, as I don't know the region, I've not lived in this Nigeria, outside land, Igbo land, where all those areas I've lived there. But one thing that my father taught me is I need to even study the environment, know what they want, and be able to align with their culture. Align what they want and what they need to hear from you. Say it. What they don't want to hear, try to know it. And that's why at times when we see others saying some things that are not too complimentary, please, we need to watch out. We need to just watch out. So that's just my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Local P, it's time to get up.
All right. Wow. Anyways, my own take is very straightforward, and I want everybody to listen and listen really good, right? You see, sometimes indirectly we are falling for the gimmicks of these people who wants to do this divide and conquer. All right. Mohammed, I think the other time he came, he said in the north, there's nothing like, because those guys, because we feel they are deprived of education, they are smarter than us. We who we think we are the doctors, the professors, we fight amongst ourselves because of what one buga, like I'm more than you, I'm more than me, this and that, for nothing. I will say this, not as if I'm supporting what forefathers is saying, right? I will say this from experience, like I said, I'm a civil engineer, I was a civil engineer in Nigeria. And okay, sorry, I'm still a civil engineer, but in Nigeria, I've worked in different communities. So I said before, like, whenever I tell them this is where I'm from, they always show me the picture of the Oba of Benin and they give me history lessons of whatever I didn't know. You understand? I've done that in Aoda, they tell me it's from Benin. I've done that in Emoha, I've done that in Abua, I've done that in Elemen. They always give me the history with connection with Benin. And to maybe CM on the Okija, if you look for the history of Prince Akalaka of Ikwere, right? If you check, I won't tell you anything about it, but just on your own check, you will see some history about him, you understand, Ikweres and the Benin. You understand? So I'm not saying whether you are saying this because the name sounds Igbo or whatever. I don't care about that one. But like for me, research have taken me there because of the nature of my job. Even in the Southwest, the same thing, I think Ilobe something about Ondos and other stuff or whatever. That's what Ilu Blessing. Something about Ondo, Benin, and whatever. So like Benin have come a long way, have this blood relation with these tribes. And like I said, not supporting what Fufara is saying, Asaba, Onuchugbo, Ogwashuku, right? They don't even regard them as real Igbos. You get Ebonyi. They don't see regard them as real Igbos. So Igbos are still doing that on their own local way. You understand? Not saying that what the Yorubas are doing right now to them is okay. No, I'm not supporting that. But I'm just trying to let them know that look, even within the Igbos, they still have this, you are not real, we are real, like that. I forgot the name of this place that I went to. Anyways, but what I'm trying to say is, in the Igbos, they have their own issues. I think probably they are the best people to deal with it. Not because they are Igbos. Whenever they see their flaws, they want to cover it. When they know they have flaws, I think they should call themselves out so that people watching them will not say that, oh, it's because it's Igbo. That's why you are covering it. You understand? If you are a real Igbo, you understand, and you see something that is not worth doing or saying, call them out, at least to set a good narrative and set a good precedent so that others listen to you, they will learn. You understand? So for now, I think let me say that so that other people speak because of time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just gonna say one or two things and I would log out myself, and forefathers will carry on. I would send the link for those who want to join and carry on with forefathers.
If I can assure, before Local P leaves, please just let him know one thing. Local P, regarding what you said about Asaba and the Ogwashukwu and all the rest, there's a man called Dennis Osadebe, former premier, Western region.
And Ebonyi.
And Ebonyi, yes. And there's a man called Dennis Osadebe, former premier, Midwestern region. He's from Asaba. He wrote a book about the history of Asaba people. If you look for the book and read, he will tell you the river. There's a place called Dunteje in Anambra State. They are from Asaba. They are settled in Asaba. There's nothing like from today because of time. There's not this idea of real Igbo, not real Igbo, is a creation of after the Civil War to divide in the Igbo.
The Obi of Onitsha will not agree with you. The Obi of Onitsha will not agree with you.
Listen. Obi of Onitsha is highly regarded in Igbo land. There's nothing like real Igbo. I'm
But
from Anambra
Obi of
State.
Onitsha will tell you, Obi of Onitsha will tell you they are from Benin.
I'm coming so that I don't lose my train of thought. I don't see myself as a different Igbo from somebody from John Modo from Onsoka. I don't see myself a different Igbo from Rafu Wechwe from Ogwashiuku. All these Igbo these are former presidents of Ohanese and Igbo. There is nothing like real and the not real Igbo. These are just a creation of Nigerian media. To us in Igbo, it doesn't exist because it's one language, one people, probably different dialect. Sure, we tell you that there is a dialect, Undo dialect, different from a little bit from Ijebu or from Ijesha, but they are Yorubas. You can never dispute that. So that is the way it is in Igbo. If somebody from Nsukka, Ngba, Aba is speaking Igbo to me from a Nnewi area, I will find it difficult to understand a little bit. But we are the same Igbo. This idea of real and not real, we will tell you. If you call somebody from Abakaliki, if we say, ask him, are you a real Igbo or not a real Igbo? And hear what he will tell you. Because when people are outside, they give you a name you do not bear. But if you bring somebody from Ogwashiuku and sit him here with me and ask him, do we regard you people as real or not real? Let the person speak with his mouth. This is a creation. This man called
you know what says this?
This Okowa. Okowa is from Abo. Okowa is from Abo. Go and hear what he tells you about Igbo people. Go and hear what he tells. Okowa is if Atiku wins, he should be the vice president. He's from Abo, very far from Nsukka. But let him go and tell you, ask him about Igbo. So when people create a narrative and give you a name in order to hang you, that is the Igbophobia I'm talking about. Igbo has no real and no real.
But it's coming from Igbo. But it's coming from the Igbo.
See, listen. Which Igbo? Which Igbo will tell you that I'm a real Igbo? I'm not a real Igbo. It doesn't exist. It's what people say.
Favor, right?
Yes, please.
Do me a favor.
Yes.
I said something about Prince Akalaka, right? Ikwere Prince Akalaka. I said you should do research about him. Do me a favor. If you have any links with the Obi of Onitsha, whether even the current one or the previous one, Obi of Onitsha, do me a favor. Ask about the history of Onitsha, right? They will tell you, he will give you a history of how they came from Benin. I've said that to many Igbos. You know what they told me? No, Onitsha is not the real Igbo. That Onitsha. Check, do your research. I'm telling you the truth, right? See, I'm in River State, right? I've gone to Anambra, I've gone to Imo.
Let's have show live. You know, we can have that discussion, please.
When a Yoruba local P,
look at what the Obi.
Do you know that the Yoruba said? Do you know?
Push Obi of Onitsha.
Listen. Do you know that the Yorubas? Do you know what brought about what we hear today? A Yoruba man will say that Gbedebo is Igbo. Can you believe that? Even you that is not Yoruba, you will dispute it.
We know that is a lie. We know that's a lie.
So that is so for somebody to tell you that that Onitsha is not really Igbo, and Igbo man saying it, you know it's a lie. It's a lie.
What about what the Obi of Onitsha said that they are from Benin, from their history?
Look up, I will tell you the story, but let you leave.
Obi of Onitsha tell you they are from Benin.
I will tell you the story.
Yes. Bro. See. I'll bet any amount. Shaw is here. We'll send the money to Shaw or anybody. We'll bet any amount.
Yeah, so make it in pounds.
I'm telling you, any amount, whatever, even the net account. See, hold on. I'll bet any amount, I will double it. Bet any amount, I will double it. Okay, go and look for any research on Onitsha. Call anybody you know in Onitsha Palace.
I was born and raised in Onitsha.
Wait, no. See, not where you were born. Whatever information.
Okay, let me tell you.
Wait, call anybody, even the prime minister of Onitsha. He's called the Iyase of Onitsha. You understand? Go and check. Find out. I say bet any amount. I will bet double. We will give to a show. Just call anybody in the palace.
Yeah, they are from Benin. But let me tell you the story. You don't listen.
You will also bring your own. You will also bring your own. You know.
This is what I heard from the Obi of Onitsha himself.
Let me tell you. Look up. The story is this. Look up. Aro people in Nigeria. I mean in Igbo land. They are like in the Igbo going all over Nigeria. Arab people, they used to like go everywhere. They were medicine people, okay? So Arab people went to Benin. They lived in Benin Kingdom, okay? they had good relationship with Oba. Okay, so they had their own king, Ezechima. That's Ezechima. Okay, so let me tell you,
it's from Delta. Ezechima is from Delta.
Yeah, so
the Delta land, the current Delta land. Ezechima is from current Delta land.
Okay, so you see, Igbo people and Bini people, they have some, some element of similar culture. Like they have 4 market days. 4 market days. Bini people have it. Bini people they have it. They learned it from Igbo people, from Arab people that came. So just like the story of Joseph in the Bible, another king came that didn't know about that relationship between Igbo and the Oba. And that king came. So they would dispute. They thought that in Igbo they were becoming too many of them, that they would take over the land. So there was war. In Igbo land, sometimes they define it as Aga Idu no Oba, the war between Idu and Oba.
What year was that?
I don't have all those things in history, but I've read it. So okay, let me tell you. You heard the story and you believe that, and then I'm telling you, you don't want to hear.
I said from the Obi of Onitsha. Do you know more than the Obi of Onitsha?
I will find the book and tell. So when they were fighting,
you know more than the Obi of Onitsha?
So hold on. When they were fighting, Igbos were retreating. Okay, coming back to Igbo land. So that was how they, some people, they stop. Other people go back. Like Ibuzo, Obulisiuzo. Those are places in Igbo land. So those people, they came, they used some of the names in Igbo land to give those places they were across the Niger. Like he told you, some even ran from to Nteje, Asaba, like Asaba people. It's story about Nteje. Nteje people were living in Asaba already. So these people came and joined them. So and in Asaba, you have people coming from Benin and you have people from Nteje. So these are just Igbo people coming back, that they formed communities as they came back. So the people came back, and they, because they believed in Benin for a long time, they adopted some of the Benin culture. That's why like Obi of Onitsha, his throne, whatever, is just similar like Oba of Benin. So that's the history.
It is similar. He said it's from not similar. It's from. See, I've been to Oluchugbo.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. What happened? It's not that they were Benin people.
All tell me the same. The Obis in Oluchugbo, in Mogwash, Agbo, they all tell me the same story with Onitsha, Obi of Onitsha.
Listen, I've gone to palace, the palace of Obi of Onitsha. I went to school with Onitsha indigenous. I went to school inside Onitsha. That's where Onitsha people live. That's where I went to school. So we had these issues. Some of them, they talk this nonsense. So some people that know history, we straighten them out.
Okay, so you think now so the information coming from the Obi of Onitsha now is wrong?
I said some people will tell this story, this stupid story.
I said I'm quoting the Obi of Onitsha. I'm telling you.
Which Obi of Onitsha? Which one?
Is it the current one?
I think yes, the current one, because
not him.
No, sorry, I've forgotten his name.
Ofalo Kabwe.
No. That means the former one. No, that means the former one. I don't know.
That was the Obasanjo's father.
Obasanjo's father.
Yeah, the one that they said it was Obasanjo's father. That one was succeeded by Ofalo Kabwe.
Wait, no, that name don't ring a bell. That name don't ring a bell.
It's Ofalo Kabwe. After Ofalo, then this one. Okay. After Ofalo, then this one.
I think there might be. Can I just say something? I think that there is some truth in between what both sides are saying, because if you look at on the ground, and this is why I've always wondered why people that sound like Igbo in language say that they are not Igbos. And I've always wondered, could it be because the Igbo people colonized the area once, got them to speak their language, but retreated? But from what Okija just said just now, seems to be highlighting something that happened in the past, where some people from Onitsha area moved to Benin, and on their way back, they were setting up areas.
Arab people are from Abia State, Abia.
Okay, all the way from there. My point is that all the way from there, they made it to Benin. Sorry. Let me just try to highlight something here, because that is something very interesting. Because if they made it to Benin, then on their way back, they were setting up this thing along, because they are natives there. If the natives had a different language, but somehow the Igbos got them to be speaking their language, you can see why those people say they are not Igbo. Even just like we speak English, but we are not English people.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So that could explain why you see that. And someone like CM disputes that those people are Igbos, but there is a reason why they are saying they are not Igbos, and this could explain it.
Some of them are, because I've had this discussion with someone from Delta, from East, I think police. I've forgotten his community, a professor. So we had this argument, like sorry, my phone is making noise now.
See, local,
we have this
there is no real Igbo, no real and unreal Igbo. People are the same.
Hold on.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Right? I'm telling you what I'm getting inside
the community.
Igbo.
Exactly. Whoever says it, I know.
When I discuss history, when I discuss history with them, right? See, I called two states. I called Delta and I called Ebonyi. I didn't call Anambra. I didn't call Abia or whatever.
I know what you say.
I said Ebonyi because Ebonyi probably close to Afikpo and whatever from behind the Akwa Ibom, whatever.
Yeah.
Ebonyi and Asaba. You understand that? I call those two states. I'm telling you. See, I don't enter communities. My job, I don't enter communities. You understand? So
exactly.
If I'm talking this, I know what I'm talking about. So I tell you, like, if I introduce myself that this is where I'm from, right? They take their time. They don't give me more the Obis or the king. They give me more history. You understand?
That's
so
what we are told. I'm not doubting you, but I'm trying to let you know.
Yes.
I know. People are telling you. It's like here now. Sure, here we tell you that Gbedebo Rhoses Vivour is a Yoruba. Sure, here we confirm it. But it's also the Agberos in Yoruba land that are telling us, oh, it's Igbo man. They want to come and take over. It's not Igbo.
So
like one man.
That is the Agberos in Igbo land now that is telling me this one.
See, but you have to acknowledge that he's saying that leaders in Igbo land are telling him these things. So I don't know why you are dismissing him.
No, real. This issue of real, say this is a real Igbo. That's what I do.
Except you want to say he's lying, but if you acknowledge that the leaders are telling him these things, you shouldn't blame him.
No. See. Get me wrong.
I'm not saying you are lying. What I'm telling you is that when they tell you,
No, hold on. I did not say get me right. Don't misquote me. I did not say it's the Obis and the or whatever it is that are telling me those states are real, that are not real. No. Those are just community dwelling in those places. But the only thing that the kings and the Ezes and the Obis are telling me is whenever I introduce myself as somebody from Benin, they always give me history of how they came from or how this and that. But the vibe, youth area, like everybody here, I have one friend from Asaba. Oh, Asaba, he's an Igbo guy. No, that's no. I'm just about area boys dwelling community.
Okay.
But the kings,
okay.
Understand? Those are just giving me historical lectures.
One question for you to put this in perspective, local for you. Is it true? You are from Benin. You are Benin. Is it true that the Oba of Benin is from? Is a Yoruba man. Is from Ile-Ife. Is it true?
Okay, let me give you a story. Let me give you a story to that. Yeah, you see, the Ife. You understand? The name before it was called Ife is different from Ife it is today. It wasn't the name. It was called UHE. You understand? It was during when the son of Ekaladira in Ife, when he was asked to come back to his father's throne in Benin because he ran from Benin because they wanted to kill him. His father was you see the Oba era, right? It started from the 20th century, sorry, from the 12th centuries. But before the Oba era, there was the Ogiso era. You understand? It was the son of the last Ogiso, which the queen mother did not give birth to. You understand? That they wanted to assassinate, because the queen mother wanted to assassinate is one Hasgate that bought that first only male. That the queen mother wanted to assassinate, that they took out and ran. He found his way to Uwe, which is now Ife. You understand? He was there. Probably the only argument, like if he met people there or not, that was the issue. You understand? Because the old Alafi of Oyo and the former Oba of Benin, they had this lecture where they came together and was lecturing everybody. You understand? So it was the son of that prince that left, that the talisman, what we call oracle, through talisman, said, there is a prince, there's a bloodline, sorry. that was supposed to take over, because after the last Ogiso, there was interim reign king that was there. That the son of that interim person that is not bloodline wanted to continue. That was what God brought war between like Republican kind of people in Benin and the monarch kind of system people in Benin. So the traditional did the Charles or whatever discovered that there's a bloodline that's existing. That was how the charm or whatever directed them to Uhe, then which is now Ife, and the prince that left that time was probably the head. I think that was how the Oduduwa name started from Ife. You understand? Then the prince of that guy was the one who was supposed, because it's a bloodline for Benin, he was the prince of that guy that was supposed to come back and rule because it's a bloodline. But the person that was in charge then, interim, did not allow, fought a war against him. That was in the outskirts of Benin. That was where that name came out. Ile Ife and Ile Ibinu. You understand? That was how that name came out. So meaning land of versation, which is Benin, and land of love, which is Ife. That was how the name came out, and that's been so. You understand? When even anytime they do this coronation, because I always attend all coronations, whether Obi or Obong or Calabar or Oba Benin, I attend most times away from Nigeria. You understand? They always give the history. They'll tell you how it started. You understand? And coming from centuries upon centuries, right from the first Oba Erika in the year 12th century. That was the first Oba that we had in Benin, Oba Erika, the first in 12th century. Before then, there was the Ogisos. So it was the Ogisos. Okay, let me put that. Ife, the person from Ife, the bloodline from Ife is the father of Oba of Benin. But the bloodline for Ife is the son of Ogiso of Benin. That was how it is.
So which means can somebody safely say that the Oba of Benin is a Yoruba man, is a Yoruba blood? Is it correct to say so?
No, because his father is a bloodline from Benin.
Okay, so it's not correct.
No, it's not.
No, they are saying it's not correct because Ogiso is the son of the Ogiso.
Okay, yeah, no, you see, why? Because I know somebody has given me.
His name is Prince. His name is Prince.
I know. Somebody has given me a bit of. Somebody has given me a bit of this history, the way you said it, and you concluded.
Sorry, say what? Say that again. Sorry.
I said somebody has given me a bit of this history, and the person concluded the way you concluded that the Oba of Benin, the bloodline is Benin, not a Yoruba blood.
Okay, so
I agree.
Let me tell you something.
Yes, I agree to that. So
let's put it like this, right? Hold. Let's put it like this, right? Your son, right? Your son went.
No, I agree. You've already made the point. I agree. You confirmed.
Your grandson.
You've already made the point. Lokopi, you've already made the point. I agree with you.
He's trying to draw a parallel. He's trying to draw a parallel. So it's not like he doesn't understand what you're saying.
That is the thing. I've agreed with you because the history you gave me, I've had it before. In the end, the person told me that the Oba of Benin is a Benin blood, not a Yoruba blood, which you agree to. And I take it. But the thing I want you to know is this. When somebody tell you there are real Igbo and not real Igbo, that is insulting to Igbo civilization. No Igbo is real. No one is unreal. That is just the aspect I'm having. Because do you know why I'm saying this? Do you know why I'm saying this? Okay. If this is not a political creation, I do not see why me from Anambra will be more Igbo than somebody from Ogwashuku or somebody from Abakaliki. It doesn't. We are the same.
Okay,
we are the same, even right from history.
That somebody posted recently, right? When
because of development
in Enugu, I think they found out that the supposed candidate of the governorship for that, I've forgotten the party. Recently, I just saw the video recently. I think the guy is from Ebonyi, something like that.
Yes.
And the community there, they were angry that we will not allow an Ebonyi man I'll be our governor in Enugu. I can send you the video.
Yes.
Not today.
No, exactly. So because that is why you know in those days, let me put it this way. You know in those days, when you had Bendel State, somebody from Ueli can contest to be the governor of Bendel State.
Ogbomudia is not even pure Benin.
Okay, yes. But because they've created Delta and the Edo, somebody from Ueli cannot contest to be governor of Edo State. Because Ueli is not part of Edo State. So that is why somebody from Ebonyi cannot be dreaming to go and contest to be governor of Enugu State, because Ebonyi is no more part of Enugu. So that is in order. I
Fair
agree
enough.
to
But
that.
they speak the same language. But fair enough. They speak the same language. Fair enough.
Yes, exactly. So I agree. If the people of Enugu said, no, you are from Ebonyi, go to your state, it's in order. The person should not try it at all. To me, it's in order. You are not. Yes,
Why
you are
is it
from
in order?
Ebonyi State. You can call.
No, why is it in order? Why is it in order?
No, why it is in order is that the person has told you I'm from Ebonyi State, but I'm living in
It did say,
Enugu.
it
And the
did say
people
it's
of
a boy. I think the normal discover internet wizard that used to discover witches are wizard. Like
yes,
rumors start
okay,
that it's from Ebonyi State, and that was what
yes,
caused this whole brouhaha.
exactly.
Not
But
that you
did
said
the
it's from
person
Ebonyi State.
deny that is? Did the person deny that he's not from Ebonyi State? Did he deny it?
No, I think.
Did he deny?
See, okay, I don't know if he was.
Did he
denied,
deny?
but for them to be two parties, one agreed that it's not from Ebonyi State, while other parties agreed that it's from Ebonyi State. So for one party to agree that
okay. In that case, it's a controversy. So I thought it's a clear court. So
that's what I'm saying.
so if it's a clear court, then that is a different thing. But if there is still a case of just like propaganda they are carrying in Lagos that Gbedebo is Igbo, it's not Yoruba because he bears a Chinedu name and the mother is Igbo, the wife is Igbo, but the father is a Yoruba. That is the what. But if the thing is clear cut, I do not see why he should attempt to be a governor of. Go to your state. That is the same thing. I'm from Anambra. I can't go to Imo State.
Before I go,
If
the
you are
word
born
Lagos is
and
no
raised
man's
in Imo,
land.
if you are born
I
and
think
raised
the
in
word
Imo, pay
should
taxes
be-
there, have business
the word
there, so you
is
can
a
contest
plus.
governor for Imo State.
That word Lagos is no man's land. I think it's a plus for that land, meaning the land can accept anybody.
I
Anybody
disagree
can
with that
excel in
also.
that land. I don't think it's a derogatory word for anybody to say Lagos is no man's land. I think it's a
No.
because hold on. Wait, let me
Whether
finish.
it's
Hold on,
derogatory.
let me finish. Hold on. What I'm trying to say is right. If people are accommodating, you understand, it's no man's land. Not because it's not like it's no man's land, so the Igbos can come and collect it because it belongs to nobody. No, there is history to everything. History cannot disappear. You understand? Just extinct and nobody will know. Everybody knows their history. You understand? I think the word itself is just because even me, I was born in Lagos. I mean, born in Lagos. Ebute Meta. You understand? I grew with that word. Lagos is no man's land because that's what they'll tell you. They'll say, have you seen every state? Welcome to Lagos. You understand? And like welcome. I think the reason they give that term is you will never see a signboard that will tell you welcome to Lagos. Like you see, welcome to Delta. You understand? They'll tell you. They'll say this is Lagos. That's what they will tell you. They will not. You never say signboard tell you welcome to Lagos. And you see in other states, welcome to Anambra, welcome to Delta. You will never see it in Lagos. You see like this is Lagos. You understand? So I think it's just a word to make sure that Lagos is accommodating, friendly, family. Let's build it together because it was former capital of Nigeria. Let's be together. So I don't think that word, because that word is a long term. Maybe it's even older than me. I don't even know. You understand? Because at least
I can never support the saying that. I can never support that Lagos is no man's land.
No,
Ohaneze ndị Igbo nna ya
not
nwe
for
odo
the meaning. See,
said
not
it
for
in
the
Lagos
meaning that you
that
think.
Lagos belongs to the Yorubas.
No,
Lagos
hold on.
is for the
They're
Yorubas.
not getting the point. They're not getting the point. See, they're not getting the point. Shaw said, I think it was it Shaw or Ilu? He's saying that it's some parts that it's not the whole Lagos that belongs to the Benin. That is Aworis, which is the mainland that belongs to the that Ikorodu is in Jebu, Via is in Ekpe. So it's like, as in every tribe or some part of Yoruba, some part of Benin, they made up Lagos. Lagos right now, that it's because of the geographical whatever that they map everything to become Lagos land. So if they say Lagos is no man's land, it doesn't mean that the land really belongs to one person. You understand? If the people from Ijebu, they have Lagos, and people from Ikorodu, whatever they say they come from, they also have Lagos. So as it belongs to nobody, but not in the real English literary sense that nobody owns it. So we are coming to claim it. You understand? There are people who are aboriginals who are there. It belongs to them. You understand? So, but I think that word is just it's contest. It's contextual. If you say the word is just because I can go there and excel and progress and live my life there without no form of tribal sentiment. I know you're not here. I cannot progress. I think that is what it's supposed to mean, not this political narrative that they are selling right now. That's what I'm trying to say.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but I'm almost tempted to draw a parallel between it just came to me now. Lagos is no man's land, that is said. Because looking at it now, you see a lot of people who are not even indigenous Lagosians
Yeah.
get offended when they hear someone else say Lagos is no man's land. I'm tempted to draw a parallel between the N word. You see, there's a way Black American rappers use the N word freely when they rap,
Yeah,
and it's
content.
accepted. And every Black man uses it. Well, not every, but a lot of Black men feel I'm entitled to use it, the N word. But you are not allowed to use it. I think it's almost similar, because I don't think a Lagosian, an indigenous Lagosian, will be offended if someone from Oyo or something, a Yoruba, that they class, okay, you're Yoruba. When they say, they might not be as offended as when somebody who is classified as foreign say it. So that's the way it feels, because you see a lot of people even get offended about this Lagos thing, and not even Lagosians. So it's almost similar if you understand, especially for those of you who live in the US, you understand the N word, the blacks are sort of free to use it, but anybody else, you can't use it. It's our business. Don't get involved. That type of, I think that's the way I see it. I might be wrong. People might crucify me and say you're talking out of your backside, but it's almost that way.
That word, that's phrase, Lagos is no man's land. It has been, like I said, if you're not older than me, because I was very young, at least I was born in 74. So I know that if I was young hearing that word. So that word is when Nigeria was even better. Not this witchcraft.
I don't like people. Personally, I don't like people saying it. Lagos belongs to the Yorubas, whether they are Wario or they are not. I don't believe, because you know why? Nnianwu Odo Ohaneze Ndi Igbo came to Lagos as he Ohaneze said it. He told Igbo, said, look, Lagos where you are belongs to the Yorubas. Nnamdi Kanu said it in his broadcast that we are wasting your time. Lagos develop it. No, I'm coming. I'm coming. No, because listen. He said be there for 1 million years. It's like we are in London. Lagos belongs to the Yorubas. That's why they have the Oba of Lagos. It's as simple as that. Why
should we take it because it came from Nnamdi Kanu? Why should we take it because it came from?
Hey, I didn't say that. I told you Nnianwu Odo too. Nnianwu Odo said it. The former president of Ohaneze Igbo. Yes, no, it doesn't mean even a devil can say the truth. Even if you hate Nnamdi Kanu, if he says something that is honest, you have to pick it.
Because of the political era that we are, not to this guy came from me, because sometimes his name is labeled with some certain things. We are talking about way back when Nigeria was seen as somewhat sane.
Because do you know one thing with me is that I like to respect authority and I like to quote authority. For he said it in Lagos. He came there. That was when they destroyed the Igbo votes at Yokota in 2019, when the Oba said it. He said Lagos is not no man's land. Lagos belongs to the Yorubas. Nnianwu said it, and it was carried headline. So when people now come and then maybe one Agbero will say something, I'm coming.
You said 2019. You said 2019.
Wait, was it or 2015? Something. You know the time they burned the Igbo votes in Okota.
See, as at the year 2000. I can't even take that as a good word. I'm talking about words that have more than 30 years right now, or more than 40 years. That phrase, it has been existing more than when whoever was using it with a clear conscience, not because of any hatred, animosity, or whatever. The people we're talking about is people of the political devilish practice age, whatever. I'm talking about words.
I don't even support it.
It's as old as maybe more than 40 years.
I do not even support that. To be honest with you, because do you know why I have to say this? Is because because in Nigeria, I don't like this attitude of maybe something like when you get to like the way Lagos is, no matter what happens there, it's a Yoruba land. It has been settled. Yeah. Nobody is disputing that. So excuse me. But what I do not want people is maybe one Igbo man who is a conductor struggling in Lagos, we suddenly tell another Yoruba man, Lagos is no man's land, and you take it up and you start to say Igbos want to take over Lagos. They say this. That's what I don't like. When you want to listen, do you know that
if you use it in the wrong context, you correct it, put it in place. If you use it in the wrong context,
so let them understand that people like that. Let them understand that people like that. When they say it, you say, who said it? It's one reference of Igbo man who is struggling with life in Lagos because maybe he's having hard time. Then he will say something like that.
Put him in his place.
Then tomorrow they will say Igbos are saying that they want to take over Lagos. Lagos is a lie. Lagos belongs to the Yorubas. I can say it anywhere.
All this narrative.
Prominent Igbos have said it.
People who don't even have jobs.
They said it.
People who struggle daily for their life.
So that is the thing.
The lady that came earlier on used London as an example by saying that Lagos technically is a no man's land. Some people say it and some people don't say it. This is a problem sometimes. Some people will say something and then they will use it to generalize. Generalization is where some of the issue is. But I still go back to the point I'm making, that if things like this keeps happening repeatedly, I'm getting tired of seeing it. And I don't know how somebody can just say, oh, it's just because of Igbophobia. No, there has to be a solution to this. There has to be a reason why this is happening, that do something to address it. Because I'm tired of it. You might like to think that, oh, I'm just picking on Igbo people. I have Igbo blood flowing in my veins here. So don't give me this thing. Because I see when I see our people getting killed, I don't like it. When I see our people getting discriminated against, I don't like it. And when you tell the people that are getting discriminated against that, okay, maybe something is going on here. Why is it that you people are not doing anything about it? You say, you just put it down, a tag. This thing. No, it's not a tag. Look for a solution. Because there is always a solution to these things. And I don't think it's rocket science. Other human beings are in this world. They are able to navigate without getting targeted constantly like this. And this is what annoys me. When you tell some people, they will just say, oh, no, you shouldn't be saying that. They just hate us. That's the reason why. That is not true. People don't just hate people for the sake of it. If even me, I can have a child now, my child will go out and do something rubbish, I might defend him. It doesn't mean that my child is not a twat. He didn't go and do something twatish that has resulted in that kind of behavior. We should not make this about tribal stuff. We should make it about the practicality of the fact that these events keep repeating itself. Why does it keep repeating itself? Do you see that with Yoruba people?
It's an election cycle. He's doing an election. He said that's what we've been saying here. Every election cycle.
It's not only election cycle. It's not only election cycle.
Please, can I say something before I go? Can I say something before I go? There's so much argument going on. Sure, can I say something?
Yes, go on. Forefather is moderating, but please go on.
Listen.
Am I? I didn't know. I thought you were still moderating. But as long as you are here, you are in charge.
Listen, I just want to say something. Each and every one of us are living outside Nigeria. And some of you who live in the United States of America, you know what it takes for you to become an American citizen. Wherever you live, including where I'm living right now, you know what it will take you to become a citizen. You have to adjust and adapt to everything about the people. Even in America, you have to learn American the way they speak English. So what am I trying to say? Ask yourself a question. Because we are talking about Nigeria. Can you tell me why the Jews are killed every time? Why are they targeted? The Jews, what are the offense? So I want you to go in and sleep and think about what I just said. If you talk about Igbos, why are they killed? Why are the Jews being killed?
I know the reason why the Jews are getting targeted too.
I don't really know, but what I'm trying to say is this. The Yorubas, the Igbos, the Hausas, or the river people, the South people, they have this mindset or they have this attitude. Somebody that is from Ogun State will see somebody from Elijah in Ondo State. The same respect you will accord somebody from Ekiti State is not the same that is going to give somebody from Elijah in Ondo State. Sure, he's a Yoruba man. This is everywhere. There is no peculiar place that you don't find them in Nigeria. People from South, what do they call the Calabar people? What do they call people from Akwa Ibom State? Or people before they divided Calabar and Akwa Ibom State? What kind of respect do the people from River State give to people from Akwa Ibom State? It is everywhere. All of us did not fly from the blues. We came out from Nigeria. We lived in Nigeria. among ourselves and we lived among ourselves as Nigerians. So why is it that we are making it as if that we just came from the blues, that this kind of thing doesn't exist? It exists, but some of them exist just for nothing. For example, Local P said, I went to Lagos in 1978. 1977 is when I went to Lagos. I was hearing this Lagos is no man's land since 1977.
Exactly. That's what I said. Exactly.
I did my secondary school one in Omawa Seminary School. Then I went back to, I decided to change, not being a reverend father. I went to Lagos and I started my school in 1977 in CMS Grammar School, Bariga. And from that time to this age that I am today, people are still saying Lagos is no man. Not Igbos are saying it. Everybody that
everybody's saying it. Everybody.
So why should you attach that label to the Igbos? I am speaking from experience. I lived in Lagos for more than 28 years. It is a language that people say with a clear conscience, just like Local P said. People who say it don't say it that they are saying it that you want to take over the land. That's not the meaning when they say Lagos is no man's land. It's just like New York. I gave an example of New York. But I did say something before I'm speaking now. I told you, I said, listen, if this is not a political season and you want to talk about your traditional heritage, that's a very good discussion, but we should discuss it not on this level of tension that is in Nigeria because it's a political season, so that people don't misunderstand from where you are coming from. Because politics now will, poison the minds of everybody in Nigeria, that even when we see the truth, we pretend that it's not the truth. We want to use a very long grammatic expression to defend it and cover it up. That's not my point. My point I'm trying to say is that wherever you go, you must learn how to adapt. You must adjust yourself in order to fit into the society where you find yourself. You are living in London. The way you live in London now is not the way you live in Nigeria. Sure. Most Nigerians who live in the US today, who went to Nigeria and got married to a woman, they went to US, and when they go to 6 months, they divorce. If they were living in Nigeria, it wouldn't happen. Even in London where you live, women controls everything. The woman you married and brought to England can decide tomorrow to kick you out of your house. That's the truth. It's not our culture. It's not our tradition. But that is what is obtainable where we find ourselves. But you have to adjust yourself to that in order to be able to live with your wife peacefully. Even if it's a Nigerian, it is even more comfortable to live with a woman who is from the country where you are living. My wife is from the island of Bonet. And she's more or less pure an Igbo woman. But what I'm trying to say, let us just face the fact. Let us not use this to continue to dig so many things that generations we don't even know. We are making research. We are reading. We are making research. The research that has not helped anybody, that has not moved Nigeria forward, but continue to divide Nigeria. Because tomorrow, my Yoruba friend, tomorrow will not say tomorrow, oh, Ike is no more my friend because somebody said Gbedebo is not, it's an Igbo, or Lagos is no man's land. No. It's a friendship that is built on trust. It's a friendship that built as a Nigerian, not as an Igbo man and a Yoruba man. So please, let's let go this. Let's stop trying to create unnecessary tension among ourselves. Because I don't know where I'm going to meet you tomorrow. We meet on a platform on screen here. Tomorrow I might decide to come to London. I say, sure, can you accommodate me or can you take me around London? And because we are talking about Igbo, Yoruba, and I say, okay, no, because you sure said, why should an Igbo man say Lagos is no man's land? That is an archaic mentality of understanding, because it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't change who show is. Because you believe in what you are saying, and there are facts to what you're saying. But there are times you want to present a case. You look at a certain environment and you check the particular word that is supposed to use at a particular time, because we are in a season that all of us understand. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we cannot discuss things that has happened so many years before, or we cannot find a common ground where we can say, okay, let's let this go. But the season we are is not this season. So this is what I am trying to say. Please let us understand. Even where I'm living today, it took me more than 2 years to adjust myself, to adjust the life the way they live here. And that's why I have been able to succeed in this place, because I was able to adjust myself. I didn't come here with the Nigerian mentality or an Igbo man mentality that I must survive. No. It took me 2 years to study the people, study their culture, study their behavior, study their way of life, and I fit into it. And today, my life is as easy as going to buy food in the supermarket. I didn't come here to show them that I'm a Nigerian, I'm a fast man, I'm intelligent, I'm an Igbo man. No. Applicable to all of you that is here right now, wherever you are living today, you didn't go to London and begin to show them, hey, I'm a Nigerian, don't you know I'm a Nigerian? No. You have to adjust. And because we have been able to adjust to this kind of environment, it is us that is supposed to be teaching our people back home. Listen, this is the right way to live. All these things we are doing is not the right way. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much, Uncle Ike. Quite passionate. I'm just going to make my submission and I would log out. It's 2 o'clock Saturday morning in lovely Kent. I'm just going to go back to the Gbedebo thing. I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know. But once again, for those who are seated at the back, Gbedebo is a Yoruba man. Gbedebo is a Yoruba name. His father's name is Olawale. His family name is Rhoses Vivour. You can trace their record. They are not missing. We know what schools he attended. Everything is there. You know, people have peddled all these fake emails to say they contacted MIT. MIT say he didn't study there. Even some of the construction of the English. They peddled also all sort of fake emails.
Witchcraft everywhere.
So there was a screenshot of email that they said they claimed to send to MIT, and MIT replied, and they replied from, even if you typed your jargon English in the one that you claimed you sent, the one that you received from MIT, you read that and you just laughed. Like it was so poorly written. You could tell straight away that that was just some Agbero, educated Agbero, half-educated Agbero that tried to do that to appease their paymasters. So Gbedebo is a Yoruba man. It doesn't get more Yoruba than that. He's from Lagos, so he's qualified. If people say he has no experience, he will learn on the job. If that's what you want to hear, that would annoy some people. It's the fifth largest economy in Africa. It's this and that. It's not your business. Let people vote for who they want to vote for. Whoever gets the most votes wins on Saturday the 18th. Experience or no experience, or let them deal with it, because all the people that have governed, they were never governed. I mean, who became governor after they were governor before? Nobody. The first time you were governor is the first time you're governor. So don't come and tell me he has no experience. If the people of Lagos, those who live in Lagos, pay tax, work in Lagos, if they decide to choose him, so be it. If they decide to retain Sanwo-Olu, so be it. You can't force people and coerce people, and nobody should be intimidated. And and it's part of the things I was saying the last time I was on the show, and I said, some of the politics we play in Nigeria, it's quite appalling to see. And someone told me I have to go to heaven to see the sort of politics I'm looking for. I'm not saying that there's no clean politics anywhere. Politics is dirty, but we don't want deadly politics. There's a difference between dirty politics and deadly politics, where people are told without balaclavas, without covering their faces, that you cannot, if you're not voting this party, leave. We're not joking with you. The other lady almost lost her eye just because she wanted to exercise her franchise. And I'm saying those are the sort of politics we want to do away with. And the party that is perpetrating this is the party that people want to get rid of. Like someone rightly said, that maybe there's a lot of Yoruba people who are not happy about the colonization of Lagos, and they want to try something else. If that's their wish, it's democracy. Let them try it. And if it fails, then you can tell them to say, we told you so. But you can't force people. Nobody should force anybody. Gbedebo is not contesting to be Oba of Lagos. So all this, he has Igbo blood, does not count. The Obi of Warri, his mother is a Yoruba woman. But it's the Obi of Warri today.
And I see Yoruba people every time, that guy is got drip, like he's good looking guy and all of that. Sorry, I call him guy. Sorry to the people of Warri Kingdom, I apologize. The Obi of Warri, sorry, I shouldn't have said the guy. I was checking his Wikipedia the other day. He was born 1984, younger than I am. So I saw him, and every time you see his video, anything dropping from a private jet, and you see ladies, like, oh my God, he's so handsome, is this and that. And there are Yoruba people under such comments saying, oh, he's part Yoruba. They're claiming him because success has many fathers. Failures are orphan. His mother is Yoruba, is the Obi of Warri. Gbedebo is not contesting to be your Oba. So he doesn't need to speak Yoruba to you or something to say all these qualifications. It's all politics. Olu of Warri, sorry, Olu of Warri. Yeah, sorry, I beg your pardon. Olu of Warri. So Gbedebo is qualified. If people don't vote him, then he will lose fair and square. But don't say he's not qualified. It's all politics. So I don't pay attention to all this half-baked Agberu nonsense talk that they talk. So please, for those who are going to be voting, because all of us here we're not going to be voting, but for those who are going to be voting on the 18th, please don't forget LUP 77, LUP 70 something.
Papa, Mama, Pikin.
Sure. Do you believe that it is the Yoruba vote that we make Gbedebo, that we decide?
What is the population of Igbo people in Lagos?
Yorubas are tired of Tinubu. That is the thing. That's what I want people to understand.
Let people vote for who they want.
Exactly.
Let them vote.
Exactly.
See, if Gbedebo loses, I won't lose sleep over it. If he wins, I'll say, okay, there's something new. Let's try it. It's true. Why are people so hell-bent on it must be APC in Lagos, otherwise Evans will fall? No. Evans will not fall. This IGR that is being touted, that is generated, I give APC credit for generating it, but it's the spending of it that people are worried about, are questioning. And the fear is, if Gbedebo wins, would he start to open the can of worms? Would he start digging into this?
They're scared of that. They're scared of that.
He will.
Since 1999, that is the greatest worry. And I ask the average guy who's never benefited much from Lagos, why are you worried? What is your greatest fear? Why are you so worried? Let the people who've benefited, potentially or allegedly stolen money in Lagos, let them be the one to lose sleep. Why are you, regular guy, worried about it? What is your greatest fear? That Gbedebo will win. And all of a sudden, what changes for you? So Gbedebo wins on the 29th of May. So he's sworn in. What changes for you as a regular guy? Nothing. Your life probably gets easier. So let people vote. If he wins, good for him. If he loses, he should go and learn and try it again. So this is where I would leave it into your hands, forefathers. I wish you guys all the best. 2 o'clock, catch some sleep, and I will see you again tomorrow.
No, it's true. I need to catch sleep too. We're all in the UK together. I need to catch sleep too.
Let me do this. Okay, so what I was saying, and
forefathers, you can end the show and go to the back, go to the behind. You can end the show.
Behind the scenes. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, before everybody leave,
I'm not yet.
I'm married to an Igbo woman, right? CM. Before I tell you, say some people say Igbo will not be real. I know what I'm telling you. I'm talking from experience. I'm married to an Igbo woman.
I know now.
I won't tell you which state. Then before I open my tell you, say, some people are saying Igbo, some people are not real. I know what I'm telling you about.
Local P. I think we have answered this question. You see, there's politics.
Local, you're a good in-law. Don't worry. It's all this thing. No, do me? I use myself for example. I am not a better Igbo more than any other person.
Yeah.
I can never say I am better Igbo than you.
Hold. I like what you said. Why did that word? Where did that word fly out from? Better Igbo. Where did it fly out from?
Why I have to say just to
not you. That word is an old word too. Better Igbo. Where did it come from?
No, not that. I say better. Sorry, better.
Okay, fine, no problems. But the word better Igbo, does it exist?
Igbo doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Do you know why it doesn't exist? Before they said Midwest Igbo.
Or Bendel
from there to Bendel Igbo because of state. Now Delta Igbo. So if they divide Delta again, they will say something Igbo. So it's artificial.
Is it one or not one?
One.
We are one. We are one.
We are one.
Hold on. I think this is the thing. You see, from what you described, Okija,
Yeah.
they are not exactly okay. Are you going to say the Nigerians and the English are one? Because
No,
the
but
Nigerians speak English language. Because you described a situation whereby the some Igbo people were in Benin and they retreated back to the Igbo lands,
Igbo,
but
yeah,
while going back, they set up settlements, and I'm
yeah,
sure there were locals there when they set
yeah,
up
yeah,
those
yeah, yeah. Of
settlements.
course, yeah, yeah.
So those locals that started speaking the Igbo language,
Mhm.
are they now Igbo people? If they
No,
say that they are not Igbo,
yeah, some of them, like I told you, I've had this discussion with a professor. Actually, I thought he was Igbo, and like I was saying something, I mentioned his Igbo-ness, whatever. So he said I'm not Igbo. So I was surprised. Actually, that was this been like years ago, like I've been up to like 15 or 18, 20 years ago. So it's not Igbo. So that was the first time someone from Delta told me that he was not Igbo. So I was like, how? So he started explaining to me. So he started making. So I started reading. So he told me that even though he has Igbo name, his first name Igbo, his last name is Igbo, that he's not Igbo. And
Original.
he told me the story. And he collaborates with the story I just told Local P about people retreating. So
yeah, and
people
that's the only thing that makes sense because I've always been wondering why would these people that speak Igbo, because I know in Delta State we have Igbo, the people that speak Igbo language, why would they be saying they are not Igbo?
yeah,
I've
see,
always been wondering, and then it occurred to me
Okija,
that the only reason that could be is a form of colonization that occurred. That's the
Okija,
only reason why
listen.
they would do that.
Here's the
yeah,
thing you made
but
mention of.
mostly Oshimili people, they were not, like going Oshimili people towards Obaru, like River Niger divided between Anambra and Obaru, Anambra. Those people, they were like, they were like, they were not maybe afterwards, but originally they were like the same thing with Igbos across the other side of the river, that's Anambra. Like
The,
Anambra going towards a delta. Where the Night River Niger gets tributaries. There's another Obaru. There's Obaru part of Anambra, and there's Obaru part of Delta. But those are one people. Like this guy what's his name?
Okwane, Pat your tummy. Pat your tummy.
No, the Ali Chukuma. Ali Chukuma,
Okay, yeah,
the
yeah.
physician. Yeah.
Okwane. And this lady in Rise News, OG Ojinika Okpe also.
No, George has she's Kwale.
Okwane.
she's calling.
Eh,
Calling.
Yeah.
Okwane.
Yeah, Okwane. I see somebody they say Kwale. Yeah. But when you talk about the Oshimili people, like towards the Niger, Obaru,
Yes.
or those people like aligned with their brother from Anambra.
So,
No,
Okija, earlier on,
here's the achievement you made mention of.
Okija, earlier on when I was making the point I was making, I know that sometimes when I say stuff, it comes across as bruising and a little bit harsh coming
Now,
across
your
because I
voice,
have
your
to,
voice,
no,
your
no,
voice.
because I have to try to balance things out because this is why when problems occur in a situation there are always two sides to the story, and when you hear we keep seeing one side, which is people keep attacking the people in different places. That's the only thing you see, but you don't see the other aspect. Like I don't know whether it was you that asked why Jews get attacked and all that. The reason why they get attacked is partly the same reason why Igbos get attacked too. When you think about it, because when you are developing stuff and the people around you are not part of the process, you don't take them along with you. That's what generally happens anywhere you go. That it doesn't matter who, whether you are Jews, whether you are Cypriots, whether you are English. If you don't take them along with you, you're going to have problems with you. You see what I mean? And I've had this discussion with CM before. I told him, there has to be a way where you will make sure that your surrounding, you are at peace with everybody around you. Because if you are not at peace with them, then one day you're just gonna look, you're not gonna look, that you're not gonna know what's happening, and then they will come and start attacking you for reasons that you don't even understand, and that shouldn't necessarily be happening because it's a sad thing because I was in River State, I saw what happened in River State, I saw a landlord, and besides, it's not only Kwere. There are Rivers people that took Igbo people properties. Yeah, it does. Ijaw people that took Igbo people property. It's not only Kwere that did the same thing. So that is not a nice thing to see. Even when I was young, I knew that doesn't sound right. That you take somebody's property, but they are arguing that that when people were there, they were taking their stuff and they were dominating everything and all the rest of it. And the reason why this is why I keep asking. Why is it that this stuff keep repeating itself? Because I saw with my own eyes from the documentaries when Ojukwu declared Biafra. When he declared Biafra, you see, these are the kind of things that happen. Biafra included River State, Bayelsa, this thing, included all those states, but none of those states had any say in what was happening.
No, there was a council. People from all those areas. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them.
They call it a Eastern Consultative Assembly. I remember.
But forefathers, look at this. Okay, everybody has his own issue in Nigeria. Yorubas, okay, we say they party a lot of Wambe. We don't begrudge them for having a Wambe. That's their life. You respect them.
You're also educated, though.
My plumber in Lagos. He would just any small thing better. Guy, get any job for me. I need to do party with this weekend. I don't begrudge people, but I'm not gonna use him. Say every like Igbo people, they say they're quite different from other Yoruba people. They say they are more economical. So, but you can't just say because the way people live their life, you're going to attack them. Okay, for instance, let me tell you this experience. I have this experience in Lagos. My first time in Lagos, I went to do my industrial training. I was studying geology. So my extended cousin, big man in NNPC Lagos. So he was I was calling his number. Nigeria, all trunks are busy. Call. I was calling from Oka.
Okay.
So I didn't get him. So I went to Lagos, to meet him. Went to his office. So saw an Igbo man. Somebody that looked at an Igbo man looked like I said maybe it's an Igbo man. So I approached him. Told him why I came. Man, this man, it seems like there was earthquake. This man was screaming at me, yelling at me. Why did I come? You scream. My Kesere cousin was not there. I didn't know. This one was screaming at me. I didn't know what was screaming at me. Why did you come? Why are you talking to me? So this, people were all around. So another man, he called me aside, asked me what I explained to him. So he said, "Oh, your cousin, he traveled. He said, I've gone to Greece. Yeah, that's a Yoruba man. The one that's yelling at me was Igbo man. The one screaming at me, the one screaming at me, Igbo man. The one talking to me nicely, Yoruba man. He explained things to me, told me how the process worked. Told me when my cousin was back. That was it. That's my Nigerian experience. Okay, then when I started doing my industrial training, I was we were working we were drilling borehole for Lagos State government, and I was working with this company. We were in it there, and then one day our driver from Akwa Ibom, we sent him to go and fix the car. He went to the office to Ikoyi to collect money, fix the car, come back. We have official vehicle, and then the other. So he came back late. So we were worried, where is this guy? Where is this guy? He came back late. It was, his face, swollen, with anger. So, someone, I asked him a question, where have you been? What happened? What happened? He just ignored me. Some other people, we mix of us, Igbo people, Yoruba people. My supervisor was a Yoruba man. Some other guy from, Benue State, mix, if a Kwale man. So all of a sudden, he started screaming, this Akwa Ibom. Why is it all Igbo people, all of them selling papers, everywhere they are selling papers. That was his anger. So he went to buy papers. Any shop he went, they gave him price. He didn't like the price, Igbo man, so he was angry. So what do you want Igbo to do in this situation?
I think what happens, this is why I talked about bringing people along with you. One, either you integrate them as part of the trade, or you make sure that there are activities that
he's a driver.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I said either there are activities that you participate in the community that ties you to you have to be embedded in the community. I think this is why we hate elites in our Nigeria right now, because rich people are richer than us.
If you don't want to do papers, okay. For instance, I had a prototype I used to buy from China. One of the guys that sold it good for me, Yoruba guy, and I liked him so much. I need to give him credit more than I gave other Igbo people, because I saw him as a hustle guy, somebody hustling. So you can't
Do you know?
But other
Do you know?
people,
Do
they didn't have any
you
income.
know Okija?
Are you going to?
Okija.
Is your
Okija.
personal business? Are you
Okija.
doing? Are you doing natural
Okija.
therapy in your business?
Okija. One more minute. 1 minute.
Sorry, hold
You
on.
know,
Now, I just want to be, because since it looks like I'm the only person on the other side of the equation. There is the other aspect is that when
which other side are you talking about?
No, don't worry, you'll find out soon. So
you can't late.
So this is the on the other side. You have to ask yourself when Igbo this is, let's say you have some Igbo people dominate a certain business, which is all fine, but remember in society as we know it now, when you see rich people like Tinubu and you see all these people that are Dangote, you see people don't like them because they don't feel like they are being taken along.
No, you don't like them. I like rich people because I want to be rich.
No, okay, you like rich people, but you know,
Nigeria. I don't.
But you don't. But a lot of Nigerians call them satanic and all kinds of stuff. They hate them, and many of them are also from this in the southeast. So you can see that the reason why people don't like them is because the progress is not following all of them. You see, they see themselves suffering while other people are enjoying, and I don't think it's necessarily any.
It has nothing to do with the money. It's the way they think. It's the way they reason. They have to change. You know,
but you see, but you're not going to expect them to change. You're not even like Tinubu that has security and everything. You're not going to expect them to change. What is going to keep repeating itself is they keep attacking you.
If you allow me to say this suggestion, wait, please hold on. Do you know from all what we've been saying now regarding Igbo and their relationship with their neighbors? Let me put it this way. To me, I'm tempted, assuming I can see a bit of one or two sponsors. I will do a PhD research on this. I will be honest. Go down the whole of South states, because these are mainly the neighbors. The whole of South from Ogoja up to Edo State, because then get to Benue State and Kogi. Then the only state I will go to that is not part of, that is not having a bandwidth southeast, I go to Lagos. I use it as a control. Because the rating I will interview are all the people in there, just ask them. I will make it a blind questionnaire. Don't put your name. I don't need your name. But I will structure the questions and then ask them, maybe up to 10,000. I just take it at 10 to 15,000 people. Bring it, analyze it, and then come up with it. And we'll come up with something. And on that one, they publish it.
Those people,
I promise you.
Would they have knowledge of their history?
No, I'm coming because I will use the local language. It might not be English, but I will carry a interpreter from any local so that I will explain to them what I want. So they can use their own language.
To be simple, I'm telling you what they say because I've been in River State and go ahead.
No, it's just to make it a bit of a research so that if we are not saying we can quote it as authority. So I will say I want to do a PhD research on something like the Igbos and their neighbors.
Or maybe somebody has already
Nigeria.
done it. Maybe somebody has already done it, but it's obscure and maybe it's something to be dug out.
If I do literature search, if I do any
Igbo history as of the 13th century, 12th century? Anyone you've seen, whether or you've heard of any history of the Igbos, 15th century, 16th century, 12th century? Do you have any?
Yeah.
Or have you heard of
Yes,
any?
I had. The one I have is about archaeology excavation in Ibuku area in Anambra State. That is the one I had. Like from archaeology. Excavation,
not about a people, like a name, a people.
Not about sociology, of people or this. Just archaeological findings in ancient Igbo civilization in the town. So I can because I can feel that I know. But what we are saying now, to be honest with you, it is worth researching. Because this is an idea. It just came to me now. And if I'm to do it, I will refer to this discussion we are having here as well as sort of the inspiration
I
to
will
do it.
shock you,
Because
I will shock you, I will shock you.
because
If you do that
sometimes
research,
are you going to
you will
sponsor
see
me?
that
If you can,
everybody is related. If you do that research, you see that everybody is related.
Oh no, no, that's for sure. We
You will
all
see
tend to
that,
be related. But let me give you one instant. Let me give you one instant.
Most
Nigerians are from Kenya. Igbos, Yorubas, Ijaw people, we came from Kenya.
We all came from that this thing one blood.
if,
As a matter of our
if somebody
genetic
can,
lineage is the
if
same
look
by and large.
look as a good in-law. If you can sponsor me, I will volunteer to do that. I will volunteer to do it.
See, ask yourself. You see, while you were talking, what came to mind was what came to mind was the Fulani that came to mind, and the Fulanis, they came into the north, and they were able to mingle among the groups. Even dominate. You can even argue that they are the most dominant group in the north there, even if they are smaller in population. Mingle among the groups, I don't see frequent attacks. You see,
come on, there have been so much attack.
No, against Fulanis.
Because they dominated the people that they use religion and they use religion. And
I've never heard of where on the street there's a riot that they targeted Fulanis in the north. Ever.
It's different. Their fight is different. It doesn't have to be the way it is.
It's only with cows. You see, with this cow struggle that they have with the ones that are grazing cows. Those are the only frictions you see. But you don't see them like the northern people turning on them, say seizing their property, stuff like that. So maybe there's something to be learned from there. You see, it's not because they are stopping the Fulanis from progressing, but the Fulani somehow manage to integrate themselves, act as a glue between this and the people. There is something to be learned. This is why I keep saying, when you just say it's just down to hatred, you can't just leave it to that. People are dying. You just say it's down to hatred.
What is happening now between the Hausa people and the Fulani people in all this banditry?
In doing this research, you have something like what they call a hypothesis, which in the end it may be wrong. Let's say my hypothesis is that it's down to hatred. I will start with it. But maybe after doing the research, no, so I will have it in mind that this could be, because the essence is, if the research supports it, I will say yes, it supported it. But I may in the course of doing the research, I found out that it's not even what I may discover a new reason. Because in that case, I have to be empirical. I have to say, from Akwa Ibom, Ibibio, Efi, Kekoi, Ijo, Ogoni, Urobo, Ichekiri, all those go Ibini. So by the time I interview about 15,000 people in their local language, compile it, whatever I'm saying, I can now say, oh, I set out to confirm the doubt that it is a hatred. But I now found out that from empirical evidence, because people will prove it, from empirical evidence, it is not even hatred. It is maybe something like this, something like this, something like this. Because that is the purpose of research. You just do it blindly and then find out, be open about it. So
the truth is hatred. The truth is hatred, but what is breeding the hatred? That is the source of the true problem.
Until
it's hatred. You can't tell me that somebody's killing you is not hatred. That's hatred, all right.
Osu in those days, Osu, the way my father explained it to me, is people that embraced something like a shrine and oracle to protect them instead of the usual how do I put it? Sort of people
people
that people that
we were pagans now, or rather,
I know. No, let me explain. You may explain it better, but let me put my own. So these are the people that, because they are the people because they embrace one type of they are giving to one type of shrine or something.
Deity.
So a deity, something like, then the rest of the community may say, because you are not doing it, then sort of we ostracize you, or we don't sort of cease sort of intermarriage or something with you. As a result, it's like you are left on your own. So they call them the Osu. Not really that they do anything, no. They call them Osu. So no, it's true. That is the way.
Oh, come
That is
on,
why
they do something to them, man. They have
Okay, see,
that's why I brought in that word.
Don't do that now. They avoid them to keep plague.
Listen, the origin. Are you talking about the origin or what? Because the origin of
no,
Osu started from
not origin, but who are they? Who are they?
Yeah, when you cause to say Osu, Osu. Why did they use
anyway,
that word?
yes,
Outcast.
They have an origin, and their origin is being descended from that origin. Okay, and then if you get married to an Osu or Ume or any of these so-called outcasts, then automatically you become an Osu.
Good. Osu is an outcast, right?
It's an outcast. An outcast is.
Yes.
You see, in fact, you can understand it better if you have read Things Fall Apart. You know how the Osu.
That's why that's why I brought Osu.
In those days, abomination to have twins. All right. So when they are born, they are sacrificed to the gods. So those were how the Osu this thing started. So all those people that were sacrificed to the gods in those days, because of the primitive belief of the African or maybe the Nigerian or the Igbo, that you don't have, if you are born, if you have twins, that's an abomination instead of being a blessing. Okay, so the children of those people now they begin to have children and multiply. So that is how Osu begin to spread. So
That's
hold on.
Can they later form a tribe of their own, as maybe a tribe of their own, as Igbo tribe of their own?
No. Yeah, they have like in my place, like in Ukore, where I come from.
No, it's a tribe.
There's a place in a community. There's a name. What is the name of their community? That is where they settled in my.
But it's in a way it's a caste system now. In a way, it's a caste system where they cast some people separately from
anybody from them, and they're usually very beautiful. They have very beautiful.
Oh my God! You see,
you become an Osu also.
You see that's gonna. So, but see, how did he originally start? Let's just simplify. How did he originally? Is he a conquered people that they just said, okay, you are going to join Osu?
No, it's simply those that are sacrificed to the idol.
No. Jude, it's not. It's outcast. In Igbo, there's injustice in Igbo land as well. Okay. So, for instance,
coming to my table.
Yeah. So, for instance, if someone is persecuting me, or is hurting me, taking my land or whatever, so what the person will do? Look, I will go to an oracle. I will say, Oracle, I am yours. Everything I have is yours. So nobody will attack me already. So now I belong to that oracle. So they call me Osu, cast away. Nobody touches me anymore.
So you mean those people put themselves in that situation?
It's not the same thing, sacrifice to the idol.
Hold on. Seriously, hold on. No. This is a very important information that Okija is providing here. Are you telling me Osu's willingly? Hold on now. I want to hear it categorically so that every 200 people that are watching from YouTube should hear it. Are you telling me the Osu people willingly, when they are said, I want to be Osu?
Yeah, so when they give themselves to that deity, hold on.
Yes, it is not. It is not.
The other caste system, in Igbo land also. Aro is also another caste. Aro, like I just told the story about Aro. Aro people, they are all over Igbo land. They were medicine people, so they used to go to and be medicine people. So when they go to, for instance, Aro people in Okija, when they come to Okija now, they will be on their own. So they will marry, some of them, a lot of them will come to different villages. They will maintain their relationship, be a community in a community. Okay, so they marry each other. If they want to marry, either they marry each other, they go to Aro and bring.
Yeah, but the question is, did they willingly, happily say, I want to be Osu? Every family that became Osu, that's how they became Osu.
It's not. The Osu you called
those dedicated to the Osu. For instance, there are some people, maybe someone owned them, okay,
and someone presented them to the god, say, okay, now they're gonna be serving this god. So that person
somebody presented them.
Yeah,
somebody presented them. Okay, now this is forced now. Okay, they are multi. Where is the majority of the population coming from? That's what we want to know. By and large,
I don't know because I didn't.
Okay, let's allow CM to shed light on
this. See, calling them, Osu, they call them, just like Okija was giving an example. When they go like somebody is having a land and you feel you can overpower them and take their, these are ancient, in the ancient days. Then the person will say, Oracle, please, I came to you, protect me, guide me, because of I'm running away from, enemies are attacking, all this. Then you, the person trying to grab him, because he has gone to Oracle, you stay back, and they are called Osu, because they are now protected by the Oracle they run to. The guy didn't call himself Osu, but it's for you to sort of bring that demarcation, say, this is Osu, and then the person will sort of procreate, multiply among themselves as they are growing. People know them, say, these are the people. So you hear it through the bloodline, they call the person Isosu. It might be your great
everything. Okay, I just want to clarify. Every single Osu went there under pressure.
Why are they for
under pressure? Yes.
I mean, it's usually under pressure. Yes.
Okay.
They went there under pressure, but they were not literally forced to become, like, they were not taken there like you have to become Osu. They chose to go in that direction.
They are seeking protection.
So they went to seek protection. Okay. Yeah. If that is the case, I think if that's what you are saying, then I think I will take that on board.
Because they went to,
I will need to confirm it though. I will need to confirm it, but if that's what you say, I will accept it.
Listen, let me read this into let me read this.
Because they.
Let me read Chino Achebe to you. Say corroborating Achebe, DK 220. That's DK 2009. Defines the Osu as people sacrificed to the gods in Igbo traditional religion to serve as deities or the gods in the shrine. Their services to the deities are obligatory, and they must fulfill it as long as they live in their community.
That's why they
sacrifice. You see, that's the thing. But you see. I know, but the question is, the sacrifice, is it forced sacrifice or willing? They volunteered for the sacrifice. He doesn't explain that. He just says sacrifice.
The sacrifice.
It is you now.
Like when twins are born in those days.
That's why. Let me put it. The fact that I want to take it from where I stopped. The fact that they went to the oracle for protection, you, the person, sort of, we now see them say they have been sacrificed to. They are now, they let the oracle now use them as a sacrifice, because they are going there to seek protection of the oracle, because a force, maybe you are overpowering them, or the community is overpowering them because of their possession, like Okija made notes to. So the only way is like you going to say, let me get the police on my side, so that police can protect me. So by going there, you will now say, oh, they've run to the oracle. Okay, they are now a sacrifice to the oracle. Let the oracle use them. So you take away your hand, and then put a law trying to say, let us communicate, intermarriage with them, mingling with them, that type of thing. So they themselves will start to procreate, and then their generation, they will say, oh, their generation of Sudan the line. Probably the real person that did the thing must have been over 500 years ago. But because of the bloodline, they say, do not marry from there. The great-great-grandfather is this, or the great-great-great. That is why when they want to marry, you have to ask questions. But that was before. So that is how that outcast Osu came about. It's not that they did anything extraordinarily wrong. It's just that they are seeking protection because they feel that the oracle will protect them. They're just like me and you. Because they did it, then the community.
But what you are saying here, if I'm reading it correctly, they said, look at what they said about the Osu. It says offenders of the gods who were found guilty of great abomination were cast away so as to avoid the anger of the earth deity and to prevent the spread of abomination among the citizens of the state. These outcasts were identified as Osu. They were either sold to slavery to other men or were delivered to be enslaved to certain deities who were believed to ask for human sacrifice during festivals in order to clean the land from abomination, thus leading to the purchase of a slave by the people. Another view on the history of the Osu caste system centers on ostracization. I think that's what, yeah. So it says this occurs when a person or group of persons who refuses the order of a king or the decision of a community are banished from the community, thus resulting in the victim and his descendants being called Osus. So it appears they have two different narratives.
The second one is what I'm explaining.
There are many routes to being Osu. Osu is just a name, that a broad name given to anybody that
described as outcast.
They are forced into that bracket. Yes.
Yeah, this guy is still telling me that it's not true, even if I'm reading it from as if I'm the one saying it. I'm reading it. People are funny. Yeah, he's telling me it's not true. Like I'm making it up.
Guys, let me show you guys this thing. Somebody just sent.
You are muted. Jude, you are muted. I mute you again. Oh my God.
About you people. There is somebody just sent this to me now. It's so heartbroken. You guys should listen to this.
Let me settle myself first now. If you record me, I'll video you so you won't tell the police I touch you. It's what you always do. It's very wrong of you. Yes, I'm letting you know this. Just 2 years that you came to Europe, you can behave like this. Yes, guys, be careful of the kind of woman you marry and bring abroad. Guys, be careful. No, you talk to me like this today. I trained you to become a nurse. You are a nurse in the UK today because of me. Guys, invest in yourself. No, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to take you to court. I know it's a woman's world here in Europe, but I'm going to win. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, give me time. Guys, I pay my rent in this house. I pay the rent in this house, guys. Guys, I pay. Guys, be careful.
Oh, I thought she was leaving. Is she throwing his property out?
No, look at this is not Africa. I have to let you know this is not Africa. When you have the watch
Yeah? She said this is not Africa.
Yeah? Who came to UK 2 years ago when she was nothing.
Do you know this thing? It makes me feel sad. Stories like this.
Is she leaving or she's throwing him out? I'm not sure which is which.
She's throwing him out.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The guy went to work last night. Before he came back, he has already packed his clothes in the bus.
You see, if there is any reason why I want Nigeria to work, it's because of something like this.
Judgment shall come. You see, these are things. When people do these sort of things, they think they are getting away with it. They don't know. Judgment is coming.
Exactly.
I can't believe I've been kicked out of my own house by a woman I brought to Europe. The woman I brought to Europe, trained her, and she became a nurse, and she kept me outside my own house. I'll go to court and I'll fight.
Good luck with that.
Just an argument they had the previous.
You're not going to win in the UK or this in the America. You're not going to win. You don't win against the women.
They just, according to him, they had an argument the previous day. And they wanted to talk to her about the argument. That was all.
But this thing is this, like you said this in Judean. I may be wrong, but this is an experience I had. While I was at Mansfield, an Indian invited me to his house.
Hello, hold on. Breaking news. Say it was a skit.
What was that?
That video was a skit. Breaking news.
Was a skit? It wasn't real.
Yeah.
So you see, Jude, you see, this, I don't know whether to trust you again. Now, this kind of thing, why do you always bring this
Yeah, but
weird
it
information
happened.
that is not.
It happened.
Jude, you need to check the information you are sharing with people.
Hold on, guys.
You can't just bring information like that.
They just sent it to me, right?
Yeah, that is Nollywood, now. You should have said it's Nollywood. Yes, isn't it?
Oh God,
it's make believe.
Jude, do your due diligence a little bit before. But it's all right. But the truth is, things like that do happen in the West, where sometimes when people go overseas, they get kicked out of your house. It's a bit of a sad thing. But I just hope, if people are doing, people that do that, they don't know the bad thing, the kind of omen they are creating for themselves. It's not a very good thing to do.
It's not a very
and
good
you see, the reason I decided to show so that I know, you see, like what he just said now that it's a skit. Because when I first watched it, I couldn't believe it. But then I said, okay, let me see whether anybody can have information about this, about the authenticity before. So that's why I said, okay, let me
Okay, that's why he shared it.
So
okay.
We will, somebody will, who probably knows about it, test whether it's true or not.
It appears too much of a make believe, to be honest with you.
I know.
I wanted to raise it.
I said, before somebody, I didn't even share it. I said, let me find out first from us.
But it's not that make believe. I've seen men in the UK here where they lost everything. Just the wife kicked them out, and then the wife moving with a boyfriend, and the man has to still pay for every. See, it's terrible. Sometimes it does happen. It's not made up.
It's a skit. Exactly. That's why it's a skit, but it's still happening anyway.
No, there was one that happened that I heard of. It's America. It's a truck driver, right? You know this truck driver because there's so much money in truck driving in America.
Trucking.
So the guy, and because of the money now, sometimes you go long distance to make more money. You don't sleep home or whatever. So this peaceful day, the guy came home one day and saw that he saw his wife with another guy in the house, and the guy was normally
is he in Texas?
In Texas, yeah. There was
that some tough guy.
Yeah, and what the guy called and the woman called the police. Like the guy said, "Yeah, I caught this B word, this bit with this N-word guy in my house, this and that." And the police said, "Sorry, as far as this guy is your wife's guest, I can't arrest the guy. I can't ask him to leave your house. As far as your wife is concerned, he was the one.
Wow.
He was the one who
you get back
him to
and you
come
find a man inside your house, riding your wife."
I just told myself, that day, they
said it's always in Texas. It's always in Texas. Why?
Well, it's in US. I don't know.
I think they have a lot of Nigerians in Texas now. So
that's what I want to say.
It's in Nigeria.
So if you are going to US, don't go to Texas. Go to a white dominated area and have your peace. Don't go to Texas. It's true.
If you are a typical Nigerian man, you go to the West with your wife, and you've not been in the West for too long, and it's really dangerous actually, because the way you behave in Nigeria, if you translate it to the Western society, the women are gonna turn on you very quickly, and sometimes even the men too are also, they have to check themselves, because the moment you move a woman from Nigeria, you bring that to the West, the equation has changed. Be careful from then. The way you behave, you can't behave like the ladies in Nigeria. Even if she gives you an impression at first, she's listening, she's watching TV, she's seeing everything that is going on. Before you know it, if you keep behaving like that, you are going to end up on the street. So you have to set a standard whereby the standard should be that if she tries to send you out, she is the loser. That's the standard.
Yeah.
She is going to be the loser. If you put yourself in that situation, you are going to be okay. I have a friend of that I know here.
Prenup, and you sign prenup, or what do you call it? I don't know what you call it, American term.
Prenuptial agreement, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Prenuptial.
Yeah, if you go and try that nonsense with Nigerian woman, they'll be like, no, I'm not involved anymore. If you want to sign that, they're not going to take anything from you. They're not going to like that kind of marriage. So I have a friend here that had similar problem where the woman took almost everything from him, and they are arguing over the property. He's trying to settle with her, but she doesn't want to. She just wants to make his life hell. You see, sometimes these type of things, it becomes so bitter that they waste a lot of money doing it, and they have a lot of money Something that he could have easily settled. They are spending thousands or tens of thousands of pounds in court because the woman is angry about one thing or the other, and this lady earns a lot of money. I'm telling you, man, Nigerians, they work very, very hard here. They make a lot of money, but sometimes the reason why you don't see them, bringing stuff back home is because they are busy wasting it here doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, and it's not very healthy. And I really don't like seeing, our people. So I also think that when our people come here, there should be something or kind of organization that they can go to for help. There is nothing for them.
Sorry,
There's
I don't mean to
there's no
divert
like.
us. So let us go to the topic we're doing.
Oh, go move on, Jare. This one is serious. This one is really serious because we have so many thousands of Nigerians coming to the
Broken
UK.
homes.
Yeah,
Broken
and I
homes.
am telling you, if you go to the courts, all these family courts, you see many Nigerians there. If you go to anywhere that is negative in the UK, you see Nigerians are overrepresented. You don't want
Do
to be
you
seen
know?
that.
Okay, can I shock you? Do
You
you
need
know
something to support them.
in
Yeah.
California here this year? When was it? Is it this year or last year? Over 6,000 filed cases in courts of divorce in court right now. For this year alone, well, I mean, 2 months. I mean, 3 months, 2.5 months approximately. We have gone, and we have had such amount of cases that have been filed.
How many are they Nigerians or just anybody?
Well, mixture, not just Nigerians,
It's really bad. Some of all the things that happen to our people here, I really feel bad for
It's
them.
true.
And I even see
I do
there
feel
was
it.
there was a Ghanaian woman too. This stuff happened to her. I was like, our embassies and our community, we don't have any support for our family members because many of them
It's
they come
true.
here with Nigerian attitude and they fall short of the
It's true.
system here. And you will see social
It's true.
services on their case, and they will be ripping the families apart, and nobody is there to support them.
It's
The only semblance of support is church. That's all.
Well,
That's all they have.
why can't we
it's true.
why can't we hold this woman as in this one where you hold the office forever because that very like really call her and school her on how to
Oh
really do
my
her job.
God, man, that woman, no, don't. That
As in,
woman, don't
That is
mention
there.
that. If you mention that
nobody,
woman, then
I
she
think I
triggers
think
me.
nobody's really talking to her. Nobody's really
I
call
don't know.
her. Like, come
I
here.
really wish, like, if I go to Nigeria, I seek that woman out. Is she based in Nigeria?
This is based in Nigeria now. Why would
I
she
really wish if
You
I go to
see,
Nigeria, I would seek her out and talk to her face to face.
I used to like that woman a lot too,
You know,
when I
you,
was in
there's
you
nothing
Nigeria
know,
because
ahead.
you know,
she's
Nothing
a
in,
ahead.
very good
Nothing
journalist,
ahead.
right? But
you
one
know,
thing
in
is that they said
probably
it's like there's a demon that is in this government of Nigerian government or politics.
Once
The
they enter,
moment
they
you
talk
enter
to
there, your brain completely get twisted. In fact, it's like the demon
you know,
possess you
you
that
know,
you will no
you know,
longer think like a normal human being again. Honestly, look at Festus Kemu.
you know,
Festus Kemu
sometimes
before used to be one of the best lawyers I love in
in
Nigeria.
marriage,
But look
in
at him
marriage, and
today. He's a caricature of a normal human being.
in marriage and relationship, what works for one person may not work for the other. One old man told me this. He said, if you bring your wife from Africa, from Nigeria to this place, sit her down, let her understand that you people are here for a short time. You want to work hard to be able to establish something down Nigeria so that when you go back, you have a good life. You set it as an ambition so that whatever you are doing, if she buys into it, the tendency that you people are going to split may not be there because he said, I'm here for a short time, just for the good life. Let's make what we can make here, establish and help people down there so that if we are going back anytime at old age, that you can be here in a care home. You wouldn't like to be here in a care home at old age, just like me. So let us work hard, even if we get something down in Nigeria, so that with it we can then go back. If she buys into it, the tendency that two of you will be working towards a common goal is high. But if she comes and the first that this is the ultimate place, you have the right, you may lose her. But
And
always,
they can change their mind too. They can change their
yes,
mind.
they
To the
can change their
family.
mind.
I think
Pardon?
still go down to the family because I remember
Yes, it's still
I
part
was
of
young.
yes.
I was young when I think my dad was saying this to somebody. I just overheard him. Like he said, if you want to get married, right, don't marry from a broken home where you are married to a lady where the father and the mother did not stay together. It was an advice that he said and stuck with me right from when I was young. You understand? So I think it starts with the family. You know, the way the mother treats the father is the same way the daughter will treat you. There's no magic abuse about it, except it's just the divine intervention that somewhere along the line the girl was able to, get proper lecture on how to become a mature woman or wife or whatever. But if they are from broken home, that's why they will tell you your first role model is your parents before you get external influence from school and other stuff. So you see what you see what your mom do to your father. That's what you believe is done to men, your husband, your future husband, or your boyfriend, whatever. So I think it still starts from the family. So men should still be careful before they marry. Look at the family background. Look at how the dad is behaving. Look at how the mom is behaving. By the time you see that, you'll be able to project how the wife will become without even,
Yes. You see,
And sometimes
local.
is it not the environment too?
It does not mean that the wife, if it's from a good home, like we said, he may come abroad. Situation may like to change him, but because he's from a good home,
what she learned from the family is there. It stay forever. It
exactly.
doesn't leave.
That's what I'm saying. Because she's from a good home, there's a way you will talk to her. You say, "Look at, is it because you came abroad? Don't you know the family you come from?" There's a way you talk. She will remember. She will recall. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean that once in a while she may like to stray, to go astray. But there's a way, even if it's the people talk to her anything, she will quickly retrace. So that's that.
It depends on the deviation that has occurred. Because it depends. You see, what the West does is it misaligns the male and the female, the husband and wife in most cases, whereby if the wife has a different way of doing things, the husband has a different. Before you know it, they start having differences. And not to mention, if another woman or man gets involved in the relationship in the West, the way you treat it has to be different from the way you treat it in Nigeria. Because you try to treat it the way you treat it in Nigeria, you will be surprised. Because remember, they are telling them things. They are telling women you are allowed like men. You don't have to listen to that. Listen, and the community is not. You see, our community in the West is not as strong as, let's say, the Indian community or the Chinese community, that they really are overbearing, making sure that these things are enforced. So you will see a case whereby even if the woman is from a good background, the moment she goes to the West, she learns a thing or two. She has one friend or the other. The friend will be telling her, why are you doing this? Why are you doing it? Come on, get on with it." And she'll be looking at her friends. She will just turn on you. And if you are not aware of it, that's why the ultimate thing, the way I look at it is that if you are bringing women to the West, you have to treat them like somebody, just start from the beginning. Assume that this woman is in the West and she's like somebody that has been here for 10 years, and act accordingly. If you behave like somebody that is in the West and with a woman that is in the West that is deserving of having a partner, chances are that she's not going to leave you. You have to act at that level. Otherwise, she's just gonna say, "Oh, this guy is with me like I'm still in Nigeria." You're gonna see. I'm gonna show you, and before you do it, she'll find a way to show you.
She's in the West. Then why will you go to Africa and pick somebody else? Why don't you pick somebody?
Then don't leave. Don't bring her to the West, because that's why I say the environment changes them. It's not only their character. The moment they move into a different environment, you start seeing different behavior. And a lot of Nigerians fall for this big time.
And again, what we tell you is that if he's the type that always tell you, "I've been here since we haven't traveled home. Let's visit home, at least spend some time at night." You know that yes, because such a person telling you, prompting you, he said you have to save money this year. You have to save ticket. Let us save ticket. Let us go home. You've not been home for a long time since this. That is the thing. So he's trying because he's not planning to leave you. So that's why I want you to go home. And then you may tell her, that's where you now tell her, "But we are planning to do something now. We have to save up." So such a person,
she's not going to
no
go.
matter. She's not going to go.
They don't go. You see, do you know how many people I know now? I was just thinking about while you were talking that I know their husbands have gone home. Even the ones that are from Jamaica, the husband have gone home, but the wife is staying here in the UK for 20 years, 30 years. They will not leave. Because they've already have accustomed to this privilege that they have here. They don't want to go back and lose it. Yoruba women, they stay here. They don't go back again. I'm telling you, this is something I've seen.
Because of this, the thing they get here is true. But some people will tell you, you see, that's what I'm saying. If there is a reason why I want Nigeria to work, it's because of this. Because if our country is really working, let's just say the way, let's say in the 70s when Nigeria was at the golden age, 74, 75, 76, 77, people
Golden
don't just
age.
come to the UK. And that is the golden, that is the real time Nigeria was
Did we
shaking
have
Africa.
golden age? Did we
No,
really
no,
have
but
golden
see,
age?
No,
honestly,
no,
at
no,
that time,
golden in the sense that no, forefathers, golden in the sense that the respect as a Nigerian worldwide is there.
okay.
The economy is okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Because then China and India used to come to Nigeria as
Uh,
Burkina Faso.
do you know
See, they used to
when Nigeria
respect us, but we never moved.
Nigeria used to supply judges to African countries, chief
Yeah,
judge, high court judge, professors of law. So that's what I'm saying. So then you come into UK, America is just to take something, you go back. You go back. So it's not so that then the culture,
Okay,
everything, if
there's something I wanted to ask. I get what you mean about this culture. I just wanted to move away from that a bit. Regarding, because there was this question that occurred to me that I was having a conversation with somebody. It occurred to me that, to show you how deep we are into this mindset where we can't fix our own stuff. I was speaking to somebody and he was like, "Oh, we're comparing North Korea to their country. It's like, why would I want to be like North Korea? Because North Korea has this, North Korea doesn't have this, and I can't be able to travel." Then I asked him, "So because you cannot travel the world, you are willing to subscribe to people that will enslave you and be your population be enslaved?" And this is a very intelligent person that I thought he was like, "Yeah, why should I have to be like a North Korean that is not allowed to travel?" And this is a question, and you'll be surprised, and I believe that even on this panel, you will hear people that will still sound different because it's not so clear cut. Some people still believe that you can eat your cake and have it with the West because they think that you can still be nice with them, and you will never be like, you can't subscribe to being like North Korea or like China in the early days and stuff like that. What do you think about this? I'm asking everybody. If they offer you freedom, but the West will try to ostracize you the way they ostracize North Korea, would you accept it? And you are able to defend yourself anyway.
not to
Would you
me,
accept it?
I will start from the point of nationalism is more important to me. My country should be more important to me. As long as it helps to give, because look, you are respected as a citizen of the country you come from. You might be the friendliest country to the world, but in terms of you can't stand your own. That you may think that, I mean, not really different. Say you are free anyway. Let me just use the word free, loosely or in any way. But at the end of the day, economically, politically, you are really not independent. That respect is not there. Why not be nationalistic? Your own country, do it the way you want. As long as you are yourself, forget about some people may measure you with their own standard, but deep down they will give you the respect.
You see,
But
that's
they
an
may not.
interesting way to look at it.
No, it's true. Yeah, it's true. It's true because they may say this is their own standard. You are not measuring up to their own standard, but by your own standard, you are happy and you are making it.
Yeah.
They will give you a respect because
I
you are
think
not because you are not dependent on them. You are more like a real sovereign nation in whatever it is.
sovereign nation. Yeah,
The sovereignty you have, no matter how, is there. So I'm using North Korea because do you know why I say North Korea? North Korea, America will tell you, or China, or where they say they know where North Korea is, but they may not have need to engage them. In other words, North Korea is their own, and then they are bubbling. Even if you call it in a small bubble, they are happy with themselves and they are doing what they are doing. That their sovereignty, that their independence, they got it. But you are lost like you're a basket case. Although you can fly like a bird on the air all over the world, but invariably you are porous, you are nothing. So to you, to them, you are nothing to them. You are nothing because you rely on them for advice, you rely on them for this, and they can easily manipulate you because they've done it once and they work. So they keep you aside. Do you know why? There's something I read in Time magazine in those days. America said why they feel they are powerful is, he said their spy jet entered Russia airspace and came out undetected, entered again, came out undetected. They say that yes, they are really a powerful country. That's how they feel they've arrived. So in other ways, there's nothing that gives a country the prestige it wants if it can be on its own. The degree might be different, vary from country, but to them, you have to be original. You be original. Just practice what you need. Be yourself.
Okay, CM, I think you are making it hard for people to disagree with you now. So look, what do you think?
The thing is, we say because this idea of freedom, idea of somebody trapping you in your country, you can't travel. Why are you traveling? Because of what you see on television. You want to go and see what they show you on TV, and you felt trapped. If you have everything you have in there, excess, you are living like a king. Why would you want to travel? Just why? Except maybe you want to travel.
But what if you are not living like a king though? Like they could sanction you and life could be a little bit difficult.
Good, fine. So if you're not living like a king, that means you are not free in your own country. Then that would the only reason you want to live if you're not free in your own country. But if you are living like I tell some people, this blah. If as Jimmy Jonathan know himself that time, he come as he enters youngest educated president we have. It changed things. Nigeria will not have 247 light. Will not have this.
But you said you conflated two things that I find interesting. You said if you are not living like a king, you are not free in your own country. What does that mean?
Look,
people can be poor. People can be poor in their house and still be free.
Not poor. Not poor.
That king is relative. That king unquote,
exactly.
because you define your king. Exactly.
I'm assuming poverty.
No,
I guess
poverty has nothing to do with freedom.
Okay, king. No. I mean that when you say king, do you mean freedom?
Yeah, freedom, liberty to
okay. Yeah.
Like rich, wet, like living like
okay.
And you can walk proudly, your head on top of your shoulder, raise your head high.
No, just to come in again. If you're a country and you are guarding your sovereignty, you will be respected. They may not say, but you will be respected.
Guarding your sovereignty in a particular way, you are guarding your sovereignty, and you are forcing your ideology on people's head that do not align with you. Maybe by killing them, arresting them, you are taking away their freedom.
It might not necessarily be that extreme. It might not necessarily mean.
Okay, fine.
It might not necessarily be.
Okay, so let's say let's use the North Korean one as an example. Would you prefer Nigeria is sovereign as North Korea, but not this thing? At the moment, almost on every metric, North Korea is better than Nigeria. To be fair, I don't even know why I should be comparing them.
But do you know that in international politics, America or the West want to impose their ideology on the rest of the world?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, that's the name of the game now.
So
is Jude still there? Jude doesn't discuss geopolitics. Jude, I know you brought that video to our attention.
You guys are marginalizing me. You guys are marginalizing me.
We are not. We know now.
You guys are marginalizing me.
I was just waiting to bring you back in now. So, what did you get the question? CM, making it hard for him to have his own opinion, so that because I don't want you to, because you are giving so many good reasons why they should agree with you. So I want him to, because Jude may not agree with you, So did you hear the question, Jude?
What was the question?
The question was about if, say, they ask you to live in a country like North Korea that is sovereign, able to defend itself, free by itself, but it's not doing so well, and they are also under sanctions, so you cannot be able to travel freely around the world. Would you choose to be part of North Korea, or choose to be like Nigeria, where you are poorer but you can still travel all around the world?
I'd rather be in Nigeria and travel and have that freedom.
I told you.
Even if you see, in as much as everyone in Nigeria everyone in Nigeria is like, especially the masses, it's like we are all they're all in a concentration camp, right? But then the difference between Nigerian concentration camp and that of North Korea is that Nigeria there is a way of escape. You can escape if you want, but in North Korea there's no so much way of escape. No, so it's like you just have to be there and worship one man. In fact, is they have a god and their god is King Yong Yong, their emperor or whatever.
The God that you are worshiping, what did somebody not make him up to? What is the problem? The point is that you are secure and you are free. Is that not the better this thing?
Which one is
it's like Biafra. You have your own Biafra that can defend itself. You don't prefer that over traveling overseas?
Let me take you up on Jude, let me take you up on this. Like what you said, you prefer, you said as a Nigerian, you prefer your freedom, you can move and this. Do you know that an average, let me put it this way, when you to the West, they see you with your green passport. There's a way you are looked upon. We all know that because of our image.
I understand, but it's still better than it.
I know. Is it that he prefers that? That is crazy.
No. I'm coming. I've not made I've not finished. Now, a North Korean somewhere, all they are putting across to an average citizen of North Korea, they are not holding him or her down for any offense. They're only talking about their political system, their country. That is a collective offense on them. But your own is that they are looking upon you the way the West are seeing you, like Nigerians are moving about. What actually is driving this people out of their country? There are hundreds of thousands every part of the world. I don't want to say whether you do Korea or nothing, but that in North Korea, where they are, you may feel that they are trapped. But to them, there is a respect the world had for North Korea they may not have for Nigeria because of sovereignty. They feel that this exactly. They feel because that their sovereignty, they are guarding it. But in your own case, you are free to do everything. But averagely, you are not better than. Remember, they are not calling North Korea the poverty capital of the world. Do you know that?
That is true anyway. That is true.
They are not they are not the poverty. You are muted yourself, forefather. They are not the poverty capital of the world.
Sorry. Let me just give some. Let me. Oh, they are quite corrupt. If they want to be. Let me give you some metrics from North Korea.
Nigeria is ranked number 1 in all of this evil thing in the world.
See, hold on now. Let me give you some metrics from North Korea. North Korea, they have the life expectancy in North Korea is about 73, 74 years. Why in Nigeria is 50 something? Literacy rate 100% literacy rate. Why Nigeria nothing close to that? So almost every metrics, if you look at it, they are doing better than Nigeria. So, but at the core of it is their independence. That's at the core of it.
Exactly. That is sovereignty we are talking about. That is their sovereignty. Okay. Juden, do you know that freedom? Let me put it this way. That it is true that you have freedom to move, but do you know why Nigerians really move? Is it not because of hardship?
It's because of hardship now.
Is it not because of hardship? So exactly, majority. But the North Koreans, because look at the literacy rate 100%. There's no way you will have literacy rate 100% and you have abject poverty. It can never correlate. No. Do you understand this? The literacy rate cannot be this high, then you will be that poor. You can't.
And
there's
they
no
are
correlation.
technologically advanced. They are more technologically advanced
So
that's why I said
but you know that there was a time it was really hard for them. America, by the time America was done with North Korea, 85% of all their structures, like Nigeria now, all the buildings, 85% of them completely destroyed in North Korea. They built everything back up, and you know one of their slogans, Jude. You know what are those slogans? That they are willing to chew grass than to bow down to the US. So they went through all that to build what they've got. But the question I'm asking you is that you are saying that you would rather have enjoyment, that's ability to travel freely now, but you are not willing to do. In other words, you are not willing to do the hard work that they did to get themselves to this point? You see what I mean? Why were they able to do that to get to the point? And this is a very interesting question, because many Africans like to think that, oh, we want to do our own thing, we want to do our own thing, but they don't want to do the hard work. That is the difference. They don't want to go through the difficulty that it needs to get to where they need to get to. They would rather have that easy life, travel overseas, and enjoy the perks of this thing, being able to travel around, instead of being willing to do the hard work to progress. So, Jude, what do you think about that? Because they didn't get it easy at first. As a matter of fact, even America's sanctioned them for decades now. And yet, look at them today. They worked hard to get themselves here. They didn't need America to do that. They did it themselves.
Remember its leadership, okay? Remember they have, yes, even if I don't like the dictatorship of the dictatorial system that they practice there, but then the leadership they have was able to set the pace, and everybody fell in line. You know, the leader showed them a vision, and every one of them came to that vision and pursue it. But we have visionless leaders in Nigeria and in Africa at large.
You see, this brings me to my next question. You see, what got them focused was that they saw their country being destroyed by America, 85% of their structures being destroyed, bombs being dropped. So they saw it physically, and they were alive when some of those people were still alive today. So yes, they were able to see the enemy. But Nigerians, it's harder for our leaders to marshal us because we don't see the enemy. You see why it is very, very hard for us. It takes a lot of knowledge and education of our people to do that, and nobody's doing that education. Nobody's telling our people that, you know what, we need to get our act together.
Is to avoid part of what America did to them before, right? That they kind of devote almost all their resources in building nuclear weapons as a deterrent to any country.
Missiles, everything, yes.
They have, in fact, the missile they have, I don't even know. Honestly, I don't know.
It's so many. It's just
so many.
They've just been building the missiles.
And that is giving teeth to their sovereignty.
Exactly.
That's
you
what,
can't mess with them.
Give it
You just can't mess
because
with them.
as a country, they expect, because I believe that the West will respect you. The West will give you a respect.
Of course,
if
they
they
will
feel
respect
that
you more.
there's some measure of authority you exude in world politics. They may disagree with you, but they will give you that respect, knowing that yes, at least they know you are there.
Yeah.
But in our own case is that for 60 years we are still beggarly. We run to their country on individual.
Did you know what I saw on TV today that is so disgusting? I think it was on this in Arise News. This banker guy came and talked about World Bank, and he talked about how their economic policies towards Africa wasn't good. He even talked about the political economic hitman. This guy talked about it on Arise TV. Then guess what he advised the next president of Nigeria to do? Go straight in and work with the World Bank. It's like, who are these people? Like you just said, you know about the economic hitman. If anybody watched that documentary, you want to run the other direction. But yet he says, go straight to them again. It's like this is what they never learn. And they keep miseducating our people constantly. And this is something that, we need to be picking up on. That this is what is going on. This is why our country, we don't move forward. Because this will come along and make people think that the World Bank mean well for us. IMF wants to help us. No, they are not there to help you. They are there to help themselves. Whenever they give you loan, they will tell you not to recruit. They will tell you not to do this. And most of the money ends up in their pockets anyway.
In fact, let me tell you what I've learned in international politics. And I will say it. George Bush, the junior George Bush, when they were signing this Kyoto and the big polluters and all those things, you know what he said openly? I saw it on TV. He said, "I can never sign any agreement that will put Americans out of work."
Oh,
simple.
That's
he
how
said it.
now.
Everybody knows. See, in America, he said, what does not benefit America? America is against it. Anything they want to do in this life, their interest.
Thank you.
First. If there's no interest,
So you see, so it was that day I concluded. I said, so this idea of you pollute the air, climate change, all those it just to
They don't care.
it's politics to suit them.
Let us welcome our brother into the village square.
Yeah, Dr. Emezie Daniels.
So Dr. Emezie is in the house.
Are you a medical doctor or you are a doctor of philosophy?
No, medical because it's spelled and fully. So now medical doctor.
I think forefather needs some injection, doctor.
Don't buy this.
This
is the one that wants to travel. He doesn't want independence. See, doctor, go ahead.
Forefather is suffering from no problem.
You see, to be honest with you, that's why I said, that's why I said, this Western world, if they give you a pill, a tablet to swallow, insofar that you see that, look, if you say no, you stand by no. Because for George Bush to say that, it was Obama that came, politics started signing. George Bush said he would never sign it, and he didn't sign it throughout his time. So, and heavens didn't fall. Because he was particular, he said if we do it, they reduce their production or whatever. He said, no, it will put the Americans out of job. I will never do it. So why can't our people say, if World Bank give you conditionalities, we give you this, but you reduce your civil servants, you reduce this. You will tell them no.
We don't even need their money. Have you even done the math? Some of the money we borrow from them, we don't need it. If you what they call the whip round. They call it whip round in this here in the UK. When they say, oh, everybody donate money. If Nigerian government said, okay, we as a community, we want to do this, let's donate money to do something, we will be able to raise the same money. I don't know why we keep borrowing money from these people. The amount we borrow from them is not worth it.
Do you remember when Jonathan was contesting with when Jonathan was contesting with Buhari, the first Buhari election? What was John Kerry doing in what's it called in Nigeria every time, flying Abuja up and down? What was he doing? Interest. So they will always tell you, no problem, we will give you the money for security, give you the money for health, give you the money to fight malaria, give the money to do all these things.
They never give him money for security. They never do that. That's the one they never give.
Can I tell you guys something? Right?
At least they get foreign aid for security, now maybe for UN.
Do you know?
Just enough to keep you alive.
That's not the reason. I'm saying guys, let me say this, guys. The simple reason why Nigeria, a country like Nigeria, borrows money is because of corruption of the wicked leaders. If we have good leadership in Nigeria, Nigeria will be one of those countries that should be borrowing money to countries, not we going to borrow. We have been lending money to countries.
But you just said it yourself now. See, Jude, you just said it yourself. You don't want to go through the hardship. See, Jude, you don't want to go through the hardship to get to the good side. If you think this thing is gonna be easy.
Talk about hardship, I don't understand what do you mean by hardship?
Because if your government are telling you now, every month you bring £50 from $50 from America, donate it to this thing. Would you agree to do that? No, you will refuse.
Donate it
to Nigeria, so that we can use it to start building our infrastructure.
For the way you reason at times, I don't understand.
I'm asking you a straight question. Would you do that?
Do you know what
you will refuse.
Am I going to donate money to Nigeria because Nigeria doesn't have money or what?
Exactly. For that, do you know?
Because we don't actually.
You know,
Jesus Christ,
ask CM. We've done the calculations before. Nigeria is broke right now. We've done the calculation before.
Because of what? Is Nigeria broke because they don't have money? Nigeria is broke because the leaders have stolen all the money.
Wait. When you say broke, when you say somebody is broke, is it broke with cash or broke with assets? Is it broke with cash?
Broke with cash. Because if you do the calculation from our oil, and even if one drop of oil is not stolen, it's still not enough. We don't even have enough money.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Is it only oil that we can sell?
Oil, gas, all of them. None of them is still enough to fund our economy properly.
see
None of
Okay,
that.
listen to this.
The people, we are not tapping into the people. That's the problem. We are not doing value-added manufacturing, and that is what is killing the country.
We don't need all those, guys. We don't need all those.
Okay, you tell me where we are going to get the money, Judy.
Throughout last year, right, a tune of almost 700,000 barrel of oil were being stolen. In a day, calculate it how much it is with the current.
I've done the calculation. Even if
in a month, hold on.
Judy.
In a month, they are stealing. In a month, our leaders are stealing $2.something billion worth of barrel of oil. Okay, the one they are stealing. How much is Nigerian? Now, how much is Nigerian budget for each month? Tell me, how much is Nigerian budget as a country? Our budget each month. How much is our budget? Is Nigerian budget each month up to $2.something billion? Let's say $2 billion a month.
No, I think it's just about Nigerian national budget.
Only 700,000 barrels that are being stolen, which they themselves recorded. They told us that this is what that is being stolen. And then our Nigerian Nigerian monthly budget, if you break it down, their monthly budget as a country is not up to, or let's say $2 billion, right? Now imagine the ones that are being sold, which nobody accounts for that, right? Listen, Nigeria is able to form.
Jude, calm down. You just said Nigeria's monthly budget is $2 billion.
I said, let's say it's 2 billion, right?
Okay,
and
let's just say it's 2 billion.
The barrel of oil that is being stolen every month, if you calculate
Hold on now. Calm down. I just want you to understand the magnitude of what we are dealing with here. Do you know the UK spends over $1 trillion every year on its economy? Trillion, not billion. $1 trillion. In other words, 1,000 billion. The UK. 1,000 billion. The UK economy. The UK economy, they spend that much. I think up to £1 trillion. So if you are hold on now. That's what. So you understand the scale of the gap that we are living in. So don't be surprised your country is suffering when they are spending about $3 billion, $4 billion per month.
Wait, you can't compare things like that. Okay, an average doctor in UK, how much does he earn?
UK is wasting money. UK is wasting money.
It's true. No, I agree that UK is wasting money. But when you look at the scale, we are talking about 10, 20 times scale here. We are not talking about 2 or 3. And this is a smaller population country.
Jude. Are you aware that in Nigeria, right? Nigeria has the highest cost of road construction in the world. Are you aware?
Yes, recently they started doing that recently.
Even the money to run governance.
Nigerian economy. Let me tell you why we say Nigeria is. I'm coming. Let me tell you why. No, that is a viewpoint. Let me tell you why we say, because I've analyzed this here before. Nigeria is poor, and they tell you this. This is the reason.
I don't know why that lady was telling. I don't know why that lady was telling me that it's not. It's not even. Hold on. I want to correct you. Hold on, now, Julia. No, I want to correct you something. It's not even 1 trillion. This in pound. It's 1 trillion pounds. In other words, if it's in dollars, it's 1.2 to 1.3 trillion dollars. Look, I'm looking at it right now. The UK annual spending. Okay. That is not anywhere close to what Nigeria spends. And you think you're not poor?
Just agree to wasting money.
This is the point I want to make. I want people to take it from there. I want to put Nigerian population as 200 million. I don't want to let through whether good or bad. Let's say 200 million. You cannot be 200 million and not be productive. You believe in running the economy. Oil price goes like this. And the oil is an instrument.
Exactly, it's not
But that is the only one we are tapping into now. It's the only one we are tapping into. We are not tapping into anything else. That's the problem.
Why are we not tapping?
Jude, I just told you to be donating. Jude, I just told you to be donating $50. You refuse. I said we should tap into you. We have to tap into you, Jude. We have to tap into our people. You refuse. That's the problem. You wonder why your country is poor? You refuse.
Let me tell you why now. I'm trying to explain to you. Oil, that's what they call oil politics. Oil is the way it is volatile. This is the graph. You can't continue having it. Nigeria has no production base for a population of 200 million. No manufacturing base. You are not rich. You are not. You are not rich with your population. Yes,
you don't even understand the point I'm making.
No, Jude, the way Nigeria, you can't run. You can't. I'm coming. I do. You can't run an economy based on what you take out of the. What is happening?
No, I'm showing you now. So we see let's see the expenditure other countries are spending, and let's check Nigeria, UK, Nigeria. This is UK. I hope you are seeing the evidence. I provided you there. Then look at the Nigerian one. Then let's see Nigeria annual this thing government spending. Look at that. Just look at that, and you wonder why your country is suffering.
Expenditure, how much? Expenditure in
it's making us even look bad. 7 billion. I hope it's not 7. That can't be right. I think they mean $7 billion. It can't be right. Oh yeah, 70 billion naira, which means about equivalent to around 10 billion or so. This is dollars or so. No, it's 7,000. It's 7,300.
It's 7 trillion.
Yeah, it's 7 trillion. Yeah. Yeah, it says 9 point something trillion at the top. Yeah, 23. It says 9.7 trillion.
In 2019, the other one 7 trillion is 2018.
Yeah, and the spending has gone up now, though. It has gone up significantly in Nigeria. But even then, it's tiny compared to this thing. If you convert, hold on, Jude. This in let's convert this to pounds. In pounds, let's convert it so you see the comparison. Look at that, it's 17 billion pounds. 17 billion pounds versus 1.0 something trillion pounds that the UK spends for 66 billion people. Nigeria is over 200 billion. No, I'm just trying to let you know. And when I ask you to donate $50, you're complaining.
Do you know Can I say something? Please listen to me. There is no need. You see what you're even showing right now, right? There is just not much need to it. But the fact is that Nigeria has money, but our problem is corruption. Even the oil, let's assume
there is corruption here too.
Hold on.
Not like in your face.
No, you can't compare the corruption in UK to corruption in Nigeria. Are you kidding me? Come on now.
Okay.
Let's be sincere, man.
You see, Jude.
Okay, 2000.
You cannot be running.
No, go on.
Did anybody get?
You cannot be running.
Continue.
Okay, go ahead, CM.
Knighthood for Johnson's dad. Is it not corruption? Knighthood for his dad. His dad has to get knighthood, and people are complaining about it. You see, corruption is not everywhere. Good luck with that word. It's everywhere.
You don't know what the dad did now. You don't know what the dad did.
The dad didn't do anything. I'm from the UK. He didn't do anything.
You won't know.
You cannot be. You cannot be running around
your thought at times is baffles me.
Don't worry, I still need your $50. $50 every month.
Economy. Okay. What I'm trying to say is this. 200 million people. You extract oil from the ground, maybe gas, maybe gold. That still cannot make you a rich nation until you have a manufacturing base.
We know. No, no, okay, no. Who is
So,
manufacturing?
so because
You mean
Nigeria hasn't got that,
production?
because Nigeria hasn't got that, that is where you have to see the level of poverty in the country.
See,
Because
TM,
the oil you are
TM.
extracting, given that no one is stolen, oil is not stolen, gas is not stolen, you are even getting gold. That still cannot make you, because look at your population.
No, TM, listen. You
James,
say
CM, how much do we get from gas?
Wait, hold on. You say manufacturing base,
Yeah,
right?
I disagree. I disagree with them.
Right? We don't manufacture anything, right? But we naturally manufacture something. We naturally manufacture something. You understand? Which is crude oil, gold, cobalt, lithium, right? Do you know how much they take from because the stupid government, they are thieves, they don't let us know that there's money in cobalt and in lithium. If you calculate
all those
the
precious stones, they are not accounted for. It goes into the pocket of our leaders.
And cobalt, you know how much is from there? They are giving you oil. Take you think oil is the richest, whatever. No, you understand? It's also as rich as cobalt, lithium that they take from behind you that you don't know. You understand?
Okay. Hold on. Let's just slow down first. So we are saying that apart from oil and gas, there are other resources that is being stolen that should make us rich.
Very rich, very.
Okay, so
the gold in Zamfara. Does anybody know how much comes from there?
But do you agree that we have more of oil in terms of natural resources than any other resources that we have in Nigeria?
No way at all. That is totally wrong.
So you think that there is another resource we have in Nigeria that is more financially profitable than like what?
Bitumen.
Like what? Bitumen.
Bitumen we have is more. We realized almost 3 times what we are realizing from oil.
I don't see countries queuing up to buy bitumen. No. What do they? Is it only for road and and tires here and there?
Do you know how much it costs to tie a road?
No, bitumen is not really.
Yeah, but
you see those.
But I'm saying that no countries are buying it like they buy oil. That's what I mean.
And who says so?
See,
because there's no bitumen price per barrel or any of that stuff that you see. It's only
research.
This is political, right? The oil thing is political. You understand? If because of it's not everybody that can use cobalt and lithium to make what they want to make. You understand? I understand because you see maybe the mass demand of crude oil makes oil to be the richest and this and that. You understand? But we can also make millions of money. To tomorrow, Dubai is still having money. Is it from oil? You understand? They are still making money from other sources. You understand?
Because they are utilizing their people, and the thing is that our people refuse to engage with the system.
No, but hold on now. Okay, imagine the money a senator is earning. Is I just want to end that money.
You see, you can keep worrying about that. Or hold on. You can keep worrying about that. Or you look at Yemen. Yemen is at war. Look at their life expectancy, almost 65 years. Look at that of Iraq, 69 years. And look at that of Nigeria. You can worry about that, about your leaders or the people. Engage. You have to find a way to engage so that we stop this nonsense. Look at the life expectancy in Nigeria. What we are doing to our country.
What's the cause of death?
The cause of death, all kinds of stuff: poverty, bad healthcare, bad road, name it.
No. Others that you mentioned might be war.
What?
War? Nigeria is 53.
War? Nigerian death toll from conflict is far lower than the amount of people that die in the US every year. So it's not that big when it comes to war. The Nigerian death toll for conflict is less than the number of people that die from gun violence in the US every year. So it's not the reason why this number is this. This takes millions of people to create these numbers.
No, that's something that our own might be sickness. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying war. I'm not even killing.
In other words, we don't have good healthcare, isn't it? How is it that a country in war, Yemen is at war, has a higher life expectancy than Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying now. Is because sickness kill more people, you understand, than war.
Oh, sickness, okay. But when you're at war, you don't get good hospitals. When you're at war, you should die more from sickness. Like Kwashoko, no. Did you know what happened in the Civil War?
When you
The
say
civil war in Nigeria, millions died.
When you say war, we are fighting. One might be dying every day, or no death a day, or something like that. But in Nigeria, thousands die daily.
No. What you forgot is that during war, all your infrastructure are a target. They can bomb hospital, bomb everything if there's no health care. So
And they still
war,
manage to live
everything
12
is a
years
target,
longer than
including
Nigerians.
schools.
Jesus Christ, this is a problem. No, let's ask the doctor here. The doctor needs to contribute to this because this is life and death situation here. Doctor, are you there?
He's there.
So what is going on here? How can you explain this, that the country that is at war has a life expectancy that is 12 years higher than that of Nigeria? Did you hear the question? See, how is it that the country that is at war...
Life expectancy, different things. Yeah, of course, I heard it. I heard the question. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I think it's delayed, but go ahead.
It's delayed.
Yeah, yeah. I said when you talk of life expectancy, so different things are involved. First of all, you have to look at
Why is this thing having echo? I don't know.
what we call infant mortality. So infant mortality. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, infant mortality plays like it's a measure where you is part of what you measure in knowing a country's
Put up forefathers put up infant mortality according to countries. Let's see. Put up infant mortality.
life expectancy.
Put up infant mortality rate.
Yeah, so
yeah, yeah, go ahead. I think you know what? Maybe according to countries. So let's see whether they list them. Yep. I think they probably have quite a lot of them in Sierra Leone.
Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria tops. You look at that. Nigeria is really big on that map there. Let me see.
Yeah. In
Look at Nigeria's this thing.
Let's see the
When you
index.
highlight it,
Let's
look
see
at the number.
Okay, look at where Nigeria is. So almost 90 or thereabout. Either 80 or
deaths per 1,000 is 72. If you look at it at this end, when you remove the amount, 72 per 1,000. And if you go to Yemen, it's far less. Even if they're at war, they are still far less. But many African countries have very, very high one. Look at that, 74.
Exactly. That's why I said it's sickness, not war. It's sickness.
It's an African problem.
It's a health, sickness.
But when you say sickness, who cures sickness? We don't have good health care. That's the problem. And we don't take care of our people. And
can you hear me?
yes, you know what you need to do. Go out and come back in. It looks like there's a delay that has built up over time. So when you go and come back, it's gonna cancel it out. Go and come back.
As in, leave the room and come back to the room again.
Yeah, leave the room and come back in. So it will sort out this thing. Yeah, it will sort it out. Yeah, it will sort the delay. So if you look at this thing, Africa is like covered in very, very bad light there. And the only country that is outside Africa is got that color is Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Afghanistan was at war.
Yeah.
And
look at South Africa and Algeria. Algeria is good. Look at Algeria.
Yeah, they are a lot better. Yeah, Algeria. All North African countries are better. All North African countries are better. Egypt, all of them. Not Morocco, all of them. Tunisia, all of them. And this same behavior, what you are seeing here, must also be the military map too. The moment you go to the north, they are more secure. The moment you come here, rubbish, all the
West
way down.
Africa and Central Africa.
Yeah, or rubbish all the way down. Even in South Africa too, it's all a little bit rubbish, but you know, they are Europeans.
Maybe they escaped because of white.
We really screwed a lot of things off ourselves, and I don't know. Let me see where I can zoom in a bit. Maybe that will help. This map, it tends to resist zooming in. I think Eritrea, this is one country that is a little bit hard to track down. You see, they are quite low. You see how low that country is. That's one of the most secure country in sub-Saharan Africa. They call it the North Korea of this in Africa because they are very, very strict. So look at how low it is. So it tells you that how is it that a country like this? Okay, let me check other countries actually.
So which means this infant mortality is really a business of West Africa and Central Africa.
Yes, and if you look at it, East Africans are also going at it too. Look at it. This is East Africa now, Mozambique.
Except Somalia.
Somalia is terrible.
Somalia
is terrible like Nigeria.
72, just as bad as Nigeria. They have been fighting relentlessly for them to catch up with Nigeria. They have been fighting for decades to get to that number. Nigeria, we didn't need to fight to get there.
You see why Nigerian own is so surprising or very shameful is that what we improve infant mortality or lower it. What I mean improve, I mean to drop it, to crash it. We are not investing. We are not investing in human capital, in healthcare delivery, in education and poverty. That is why these things are there. And it's been long.
It's deliberate.
It's been long for that. If not that Yemen is at war, that may even bring down their. I don't think, because given the type of country they are, they could have gone above 70. But because you can say, okay, yes, they are fighting a war. But Nigeria is that at least for the past 40 years, we are not fighting any war. We refuse
to. Look at Syria. Syria was at war too. Syria was at war. Look at them, 18. They were at war. There's no excuse. See, our problem is that we are not tapping into ourselves.
Okay.
These people were at war too.
Can we also look at the political undertone in this one? Like, where did they get the data from? Is the data really correct? Or the data is just to put out there?
People that collect this data, they know what they are doing by and large.
To get help from UNICEF, are you sure it's not the data is not put into put out there for UNICEF to come in and fund and support with fund or whatever? Because Nigeria is not for anything.
I think statisticians that put this data together, they put all kinds of caveats and variations. They account for certain dark areas and all the rest. And it does make sense though. If you look at the map, it makes sense.
They all come from the ministry that's political.
See, if it was political, they would have isolated a country like Eritrea for one of the worst ones. If you go to North Korea, they will want to give North Korea the worst score, isn't it? But yet North Korea is doing very well. Let me see whether I can find North Korea on the map. I don't even know where it is.
And if you look at it technically, you see these regions like they
just spread North Korea should be here.
They are rich in
that's North Korea. I've got North Korea now. You see that very, very low, 11. Very, very low.
For Africa, that region, if you check that region, right, that region is rich with natural resources. That region invented all those places, all rich with natural resources.
Yeah, you see that people will be laughing at North Korea. Nigerians will be laughing at North Korea. Oh, Nigerian! I've heard so many Nigerians say, "Oh, North Korea is a backwater and all the rest of it." But look at them. Look at their number. Less than that of Nigeria. Like stupid less than that of Nigeria. It's almost as if they are doing very well.
No, the thing is that whenever a statistics favors Nigeria, they believe it. If it does not favor them, they will dispute it. I know we have.
Jesus Christ! Just look at Oman. Oman is 6 out of 1,000, and Nigeria. This one is 45, and Yemen is at war. And look at Africa. Look at North African countries. Just next door to them, that is black. Bad things starts happening.
That's why I said, are you sure?
Like the moment it's a black country, bad things starts happening.
Are you sure it's not political? I said it just. Are you sure it's not political?
It cannot be. What
data.
You see, just even without looking at this data, you will know that Nigeria is not performing in all indices. Human development, we are not.
Let's leave Nigeria now. Let's look at neighboring countries now. Like I said, that this region are regions that are rich with mineral resources, natural mineral resources.
Look at Ghana. Look at Ghana.
Ghana is
Just
quite
put your
low,
hold on.
actually. It's quite low.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, they look at Senegal or Gambia. You see, at the
Gambia
age.
too is Senegal too is quite low. Compared to this in Nigeria is really like we are sitting on top of the black people and just like ruining everything for them. Like our numbers, we are using to ruin everything for the entire group, and the trouble we cause for our people is unbelievable.
You see,
Let me see China.
The thing is that,
China 5.
You see, you
Australia
might
3.
You might be 200 million and be sharing 200 billion. But you may be 50 only or 50 million and be sharing 120 billion. So that is the thing. It is not that Nigerians believe that because you tap oil, you tap gas, maybe all these minerals. That is not what we make. You have to have a production manufacturing base. Because that money you are tapping, you are taking it out to buy the services what you should have provided for your country. So invariably it's capital flight. That doesn't make you rich as a country.
You also need a population that is paying into the system to build infrastructure. The population is not paying into it.
Until you give your population education, skill, good healthcare, that is when you transform them from population to human. Sort of like what they call it, human. You not call them. What is it? There's an economic term they use. So until you give people skill, they are not yet productive. It's not like HTI. Until you give them skill. So in Nigeria, we just have people without skill. That's why we don't contribute per capita. Yes.
This money I'm talking about. What is this money used for? This budget. What is it used for? Apart from salary, what is it used for?
You see, look.
Nigerian
budget, you're asking.
US one is going to blow the charts.
Exactly. You see, no complete answer. You see? This money has squandered. This money has squandered.
That makes you poor now.
Huh?
That makes you poor.
No, the people are poor, but the country is not poor. That's what I'm saying. Nigeria is not poor. Nigerians are poor, but Nigeria is not poor. Because that Nigerians are poor, but Nigeria is not poor.
See, why do you say Nigeria is not poor? Just because we have resources under the ground?
No, hold on. See, okay. Now let's do it like this, right? Your father is a rich man, but you trip to school. Is your family poor?
No.
No, the way you conquer poverty.
That is not the case for Nigeria. Nigeria, just because we have natural resources under the ground doesn't make us rich.
Exactly. Remember when we were looking at North Korea, they said the literacy level is 100%, isn't it? Literacy level,
100%. Yeah.
So which means,
let me put it now. North Korea.
Which means they are more likely to be productive, skilled, and everything. So the poverty rate has to drop.
100%. That's ridiculous. And this is supposed to be a sanction, a country under sanction that is doing this with other sanction.
I don't think that's correct. Right? That's reality-wise, it's not true.
See, you are telling them their data is wrong.
No,
put Nigeria, forefathers, put Nigeria. Let's see.
No. All their margarine will pop up here now.
Why you want to spoil our eye now? Why want to spoil our eye?
It's not so bad actually. I think it reached 77%, which is not too bad. It's bad, but not too bad. Yeah. Who is that? Is that Okija?
Can you share my screen?
All right, I'm bringing that up now. Let's do that. All right, that's it.
Again,
validated result.
Forensic
of what?
This is
validated.
from the Obi camp. I think the ones that they are counting. Wow, now it's getting close.
No, APC published that too.
ABC published this one.
Yeah.
No. Send the link. Send the link to the private chat, please. Let me confirm this. That is crazy. Do you know what that's fake? You know, the fake accounts are showing up every day.
I see mine. I know who I harass from.
Na Kayame account with that. Na account. I know account.
Seriously, that is the number. Did they still win with that number? And Labour second.
The one validated already.
Okay, so far there's still more coming through.
Yeah, they're still validating.
Okay, more is coming through then.
Okay.
This is not the final number.
Wait, hold on first. Who is doing the validation first? Who is doing it? Is it foreign forensic?
Everybody now. My neck.
Okay.
See, this INEC, they've totally messed up Nigerian election. So up to today, so this figure now.
You see, honestly, I know why. Now I know why Atiku was going for the cancellation, because he has seen that, look, most of Tinubu's votes was from Labour. So if they should go for anything legit, he is not even coming. He will not be in the picture. So for that reason, let's just cut it.
No. It's coming. When they tabulate all the results, it's not gonna be the same. Labour is gonna go up by about 400 in Lagos.
No, I know that. Yeah. That's why I said Atiku, PDP, knowing what will happen, that most of Tinubu's vote was from Obi. So if they do the thing normally, he will still not win. So for that reason, let's cancel everything. Let's scatter everything. Let's do it again. Any.
Yeah. His numbers will go up. Will go down in Kogi. Go down in Ekiti.
So Okija. So up till now, you can't see this thing on the INEC website.
Didn't I send you a website the other day to validate results for Labour? I sent you a website to go help Labour. I was helping. I was validating. I was, validating.
They said the Labour people took theirs down, and recently they took theirs down. I think that's what they were saying online.
No.
But the number is not similar to this number. It's quite similar.
Okay. Yeah, I've been doing this. For this is a result of uploaded. These are uploaded results.
See, do you know what happened? They do about that BT. Another who can say this one?
Nothing.
So I can spoil somebody else.
Yeah.
Exactly. When I saw this, I knew that we are done for. This is easy to read. The moment people start writing this stuff down, you're in trouble. They are the ones writing it by hand. We can't read it at all.
See, do you know what? You know what happened? You know what happened? The Beavers. This photo was not from Beavers, right? The original photo was from Beavers, but what they did, they took the same photo and blurred it and uploaded it back.
Yeah, so you can't see it.
So you can't see it. Yes, and they took a picture, blurred it, then put it back.
Look at this one. Look at what this guy did.
Oh my God, this is massacre.
Name polling units.
What? Why? Can you hear me?
Hi. So we resort to writing by hand. When we have facial recognition system and fingerprint, we resort to writing by hand. Oh God. You write by hand, then take a picture and upload it again. Everything we make it hard for ourselves. Ouch. Just print it out with receipt and send it online.
If they can get River State only, if I get one state, at least that would drop Tinubu State and add to Obi State plus FCT. I think that's game over for these bastards.
No, it's not going to be game over because Tinubu still wins a lot of 25%. Tinubu needs to lose at least 4% of his votes on the spread so that he doesn't get enough 25% in all those states. That's what you need to happen.
Okay, even if you lost the state,
can you hear me?
Oh yeah, doctor, we can hear you.
I mean, he's gonna make 25%.
Can you hear us? Okay, the line is better now. The line is better now. So let's go back to infant mortality, please. So Okija, we'll get back to it. And we are trying to fix Nigeria here, while we are on this panel, so that we will make sure that this number starts coming down. Let's see where we can. Where is this page again? So sorry about the internet issues. So carry on from where you were, please.
No. What I was saying, you people were talking about
life expectancy in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why is it that it's low compared to other countries in the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I was saying is when you talk of life expectancy, is the number of years that one is expected to live here on earth from the date of birth to when you die. So that is basically what life expectancy is all about. So in measuring life expectancies, there are factors that comes to play. First of all, you have to check a country or a nation's infant mortality. So where you have high infant mortality and where you have when you have like a high level of people dying from maybe diseases, epidemics, and other things. So when you compare these two factors, so that is how you can decide life expectancies of a country or a nation. So in Nigeria,
even mother
yeah,
in childbirth too. Yeah, I think childbirth.
yeah, no, childbirth, that's what I'm telling. Childbirth is the same thing as infant mortality. When you say childbirth, it's after, infant mortality is the childbirth, right? So the number,
What about the mother? Dying, the mother dying too.
yeah, that maternal, that one is maternal mortality,
maternal
right?
mortality. That I think that is also.
Yeah, that is also a factor. But basically, in terms of life expectancy, a woman dying already, she's, you can't put that into a factor because she's already past that age of infant. So when you want to calculate life expectancy is for a child. I just told you that life expectancy is calculated from when a person is born to when that person lives here on earth. So that is why they take in consideration infant mortality more than maternal mortality. I hope that is
Yeah, but
clear.
maternal mortality should be equally as add to the, that's because I assume that it's a spread of on average how long everybody lives. Let's say you have 10 people born each year. Some of them, die
Okay.
at the age of 1, while others die at the age of 5, and others at the age
Okay.
of 6. Then the average will be somewhere around 4. You see what I mean?
4. Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah.
kind of spread I think. So the mother will be part of the equation, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Maternal mortality is still a factor when you talk about life expectancy. But when you want to measure like individually, so maternal mortality, you're just looking at a set of people, like maybe a woman. But when you want to measure life expectancy, you're looking both at both the female gender and the male gender. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So it's not just the woman that you're looking at in this in aspect of life expectancy. So that is why I feel WHO they are using the infant because infant is both a male and a female that is expected to live for a particular number of years within a country or within a nation.
Yeah. I think that the one that actually you are right. The infant mortality one is the one CM asked us to check. But the
Okay.
discussion started from the life expectancy. That
Okay.
generally, the general population, why is it that Nigerians don't live as long as Yemen that is at war? And Yemen has been at war for 8 years.
No. You're getting it wrong. Life expectancy is calculated not based on countries that are fighting war or maybe like in case of maybe when you have tsunami or whatever. So life expectancy is calculated based on what that country has been offering in terms of health, in terms of standard of living, in terms of provision of like good educations, like what is it called, development index too. So those things are all in consideration when you want to calculate life expectancy. Not because Yemen they are in war now, you will not say that their life expectancy will just reduce drastically. Not really. And again, if a country is in war, you don't put it in that aspect of calculating their life expectancy because that they are already in a state of, will I call it maybe not just disaster, but there is a war going on. So that shouldn't be a yardstick for you to calculate their life expectancy at that point.
No,
Do you
I think
understand?
the reason why I say that because one would think when there's conflict and the healthcare system is
Okay.
in distress and all
Yeah.
the food supply is in a shortage because of the conflict, that you
Okay.
would think that people that are experiencing conflict and instability will have less this is healthcare, less food supply.
No, no, no.
In other words, they should have lower life expectancy. Hold on, my point is
No,
that
no.
Nigeria is at peace. Nigeria is technically at peace, and but we are poor and we are mismanaged. Hence, our own life expectancy is
No, no.
coming across as being
No,
lower.
no. What
So go
I,
ahead.
yeah. I want you to understand this. Yemen is fighting war now. Maybe this war you're talking about started maybe like 5 or 6 years ago. I don't really know the data.
8 years ago. 8 years.
Okay, 8 years ago. Yeah, but this life expectancy have been calculated maybe within a period of 20 years back before the
Yeah.
war. So that is what they are using. They are not using the current, maybe Yemen is fighting war now. So that will not come into play because it will not fit into the criteria of what should be used to measure life expectancy of that particular
Yeah,
country.
but the
So
point is
forget
that
about
they started measuring the same time as they are measuring Nigeria too. Even if you go back 50, 60 years, Nigeria still, they too went back. Yeah, their number is still better than ours.
Yeah,
no, I agree with your point, but Nigeria went to war too, and they too went to war, and the UK went to war too.
No. Nigerian war you're talking about, I hope is it not the civil war you're talking about?
Yes, the civil one, yes.
Yeah, so that happened, I think, in 1950 something to 1959 to 60.
Yes.
So that is not what the WHO used in measuring our own life expectancy. So moving forward,
hold on. I need to drill this down because this is, you see, me, I'm one of those people that are very, very skeptical. Even if you're a professional, I'll always like you to convince me with your profession. Okay, so I need to get clarity of results here. So I'm looking at Vietnam now. They too had a war, just almost a similar time as Nigeria. Look at their life expectancy, how high it is. So, and I think their war was even more brutal. But yet, look at their life expectancy. So, why is that not feeding through to be like Nigeria today?
Yeah, you just made a very important point. You said they had a war and it was almost the same with what happened in Nigeria. But the thing is that over the time, they've improved in their healthcare, they've improved in their in their human capital index. So they've improved in not just healthcare, they've improved in their will I call it infrastructure, they've improved in their economy. So they've when you compare the level of poverty in Vietnam compared to the number of people that are poor in Nigeria, you find out that we have a very high level of poverty. Like in Nigeria, we have almost 70% of people that live below $1 per day. So these are factors that put in place in calculating a country or a nation's life expectancy. Whereas when you go to Vietnam.
But what I'm trying to highlight is that because I felt like you were trying to say that, because ours were calculated from earlier dates, hence maybe that of Yemen was looking better than ours.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I told you that I asked you a question. When did Yemen started their war? And you told me it's just 8 years ago or thereabout.
8 years ago,
yes. So this life expectancy you're talking about must have been calculated maybe 15 or 10 years ago. So I don't really, I don't work with WHO, so I don't know how, if they calculate their life expectancy based on, is it yearly, is it after 5 years, is it after 10 years? So yeah, I hope you understand what I mean. So there should be a duration where that they used in calculating each country's life expectancy. So this one you're putting up now is as of Somalia. 2020. Right?
Yeah, Somalia, they've been at war for more than 20 years or so.
Yeah, so you see, because they've been at war for a long period of time, so it has affected their life expectancy in general. Because of so I think in Somalia, and they will be having what we call large number of people that are poor, and they will be, and their healthcare system will be very at a very bad state. So this cumulatively affected their life expectancy, because you just said it now, they've been at war for 20-something years. So compared to Yemen, which have been at war for just like 8 or 7 years, so their life expectancy should be better compared to Somalia. I hope you understand. I hope you're getting my point.
Oh
Yes.
yeah,
So,
yeah, because
in a nutshell,
they had a bit of peaceful period before this time of Somalia, but one could
Okay.
look at it and just say 20 years of war versus 8 years of war. What did you expect? 20 years of war will have a little
No, no,
bit
no.
more impact.
No, no, you
It's
see,
not like
even
that. Can,
even
yeah, even
even
if
if
Okay.
yeah. Continue. Somebody was about saying something.
okay, yeah, I
I
was
don't
saying
think
it's
it's
me. So
maybe
I said,
the hospital.
even if you come out of war, if you did not improve your healthcare
Yeah,
facilities
exactly.
and other indices,
Exactly.
your life
Exactly.
Yeah,
expectancy might even be
exactly.
going down. So that is the
Down.
problem with
Yeah.
Oh
exactly
no,
the problem with
That
Nigeria is that
yeah.
Nigeria never
it's
invested
more
in
than 30 years
anything.
actually. The Somali war is more than 30
Yeah.
years.
No,
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
thank you
You
very
see?
much.
I think in a
So
nutshell, it's not the death per se. It's not the really die.
It died. No, no, it's not like that. I just told you there are factors. There are factors
Yeah, I think
that plays in.
I think they
Yeah,
use
there are
really,
factors that plays in calculating a country's life
yeah,
expectancy. Not maybe when there is a war or something. No,
really death or
it's not
something.
like
Yeah.
that. So I just
No,
told you about
hold on. I think you are. I like to dispute the idea that maybe the war doesn't affect your life expectancy.
It does. Not that it doesn't. Like
no, no,
no,
no.
Because
You
it
don't.
does.
You're not
We
getting
agree.
it.
because you
No,
just
it
said
does
maybe
in
if
a
there is a
way.
war, that you said maybe if there is a war, it doesn't affect your life expectancy. That's why I felt
No,
like that.
no. What I mean is when there is a war, you will not use because there is a war to
only
calculate
war to
those
judge.
people's to judge those people life expectancy at that point. I hope
Yeah,
you understand what I mean. Yeah.
I
So
think see the reason why I said I put it like that. Yes, I don't think war is the reason why that you don't use war to say okay, war is at the tag. You just notice that
okay.
because of the war, more people are dying. You see what more people are dying earlier
No,
because of the
no,
war.
no,
That's how it
no. In
fits
life,
through,
No, no,
isn't
no,
it?
no. It's
Or
not
am I
like
wrong?
that. It's not. No, 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 no. You're getting it
No.
wrong.
In life,
It's
no,
not.
in life expectancy, you are
I
much
just told
more
you what like
concerned. You are much more
about
concerned
yeah
about peacetime.
about from birth.
From
Yeah,
peacetime, it must be during peacetime,
yeah,
because
yeah,
the moment you integrate war, a bomb can be,
it's not.
something like it will sort of change your calculation. Either you wait
Yeah,
after
of course.
when the end of the war,
Hold on,
then you start to
hold on.
calculate the life.
Let's look at the definition of life expectancy. It says life expectancy is a statistical measure of average time an organism is expected to live based
Mm-hmm.
on its year of birth. You see what
Yeah,
I
of
mean?
course.
So
Yeah,
based
that's
on
what
its
I'm
year of
telling you.
birth.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
when they calculate that, and based on that this thing calculation, then they say, okay, these people are going to live so and so this in years. If you are
Mm-hmm.
telling me that in Somalia they said 50 years ago Somalis will be living this in 50 years, I doubt that's what they are going to be calculating.
And
No,
I
you're
also
not
think of
getting
this,
it.
right?
Um,
I think they do it from like I think it was the doctor was also saying like it can't just be from inception for a particular date. I think
no,
after
yeah,
some 13 years, you scrap that data,
yeah,
take new data again.
yeah. Of
Maybe
course,
like
of
every
course.
20 years or every 10 years or
Yeah.
50 years.
Every 5 years. I don't know because.
Exactly, that's the reason why. That's why I even take that this year. That's in terms of the UK, because the UK they review it all the time and they will tell you that it's going up. The life expectancy is going up. So that's why I'm thinking that during the reason why it is changing is because they are taking more and more recent data. You see what I mean? They are not going with old data anymore. So that's why when a war is happening, you would think during that war, when more and more people are dying, that data will feed through into the life expectancy. Am I wrong?
Sorry. Pardon, please. I didn't
That's,
get what you said.
I mean, during just like during time of famine or during time of war, the
Mm-hmm.
data that is coming through about life expectancy during that period will feed through into the actual outcome for life expectancy calculations.
Yeah. When you talk, I've explained this to you before, so I don't know how you want me to explain this to you again. I just told you that war, like when you talk of life expectancy, is from when a person is born, according to what you just read from internet, from when a person is born to when that person is expected to live here on earth.
Yes.
So when there is a war, it has already breached that factor, which is from when somebody is born to when that person is expected to live. Because let's take for instance, okay, somebody is born today. Normally that person is expected to live for a number of years, but you throw a bomb and kill that person at that particular time. So you've not given that person that number of years is expected to live here on earth. So it shouldn't be a factor for you to calculate that person's life expectancy. But when a person is born, when a person is born, the person passed through normal what we call delivery, like the person is delivered normally, he lived a good life, and there are things that are provided in terms of good health, in terms of what would I call it, infrastructure, in terms of people not being impoverished and other factors that place in place. So you check. So within this period that person is born and when is expected to live, are there factors hindering that person from getting this life which the person is expected to live here on earth? So if there are factors hindering those things, so that will not decrease the person's life expectancy here on earth. So if those, let's say for instance, maybe you have good health, your infant mortality rate is good, your economy is good, your healthcare is good, your educational background is good, your human development index is at the higher side. So these factors will increase a country or a person's life expectancy here on earth. But you shouldn't be using war to calculate somebody's a person's life life expectancy here on earth, because it doesn't fit the criteria which is used in measuring somebody's life expectancy here on earth. That is the point I'm trying to understand.
You see, another way to look at it. Another way to look at it.
It's supposed to be simple, but go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Okay, and another way to look at it is that you are expected to live without being affected by war.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, that should be
yes.
too.
So that is. So when you are giving birth today, it is assumed that you will live,
of course,
based on absence of war. Then you live until you live that 59 years. So they will until it starts increasing. So if there is a war to cut short your life,
it shouldn't be a criteria now. Then
it shouldn't be a criteria. You can't use it to measure life expectancy, because ordinarily if there is no war, you are expected to live for 70 years.
That's why it's called expectancy. From that word expectancy, that is what you're expected. So when there is a word, that expectancy has been removed from the equation.
Exactly. It has been removed. So war is one of the things. War is one of the things that
affects life expectancy.
War
increases the death rate. No, because I'm looking at it right now. I say life expectancy tables are calculated based on death probabilities.
Okay.
According to FAR's death rate method. This is what I was trying to highlight. That the death rate is not only when you are born, the rate of death affects that equation that they are calculating. Because death is increasing.
Understanding what I'm saying?
And the death of rate and the death rate increases during war time, and war increases the death rate. The chances that somebody will die is increased during wartime.
That's how I understood it at first.
Wait, hold on.
But that is not life expectancy.
No, they are saying that it is tied to it. They are not saying it is it's a factor. It's like saying if you want to reduce somebody's life expectancy, you kill them. So that murder has reduced the person's life expectancy or the calculation in that this area.
That yardstick is it used for all countries? Is that same yardstick?
Yes, it's for all countries. It's for all countries. Yeah.
Because there are countries that are more war prone than others, so they can't use the same yardstick for all of them.
I think that's what they do. The death rate, that death rate, I think is really matters, because if people are not dying in your country, then the life expectancy generally will go up, and the average age the elderly people are dying also accounts for that too. And it makes sense. Life expectancy, how long are you expected to live? That is what they are trying to calculate. If people start dying in the country rapidly, the life expectancy is meant to come down. They don't have to go back 50 years to say, when people are dying 50 years now, at the age of 50, they say because we calculated it this in 70 years ago, and it was showing this 80 years, we still keep it at 80 years. You can't keep it at 80 years because in reality, people are dying now. That is what I'm trying to highlight to the doctor, that because these people are at war and the people are dying more rapidly, it's feeding through into the number. But compared to Nigeria, that we fought our war a long time ago, ours is still very low. Why is it so low?
Because we did not invest. This is the reason, forefathers. It is expected that after the war, you rebuild, because war brings destruction. So after the war, you rebuild. By rebuilding your schools, you look at your healthcare delivery system, education, then skill acquisition.
Yeah, but how did North Korea rebuild? Why are we not rebuilding like they did? I told you to donate $50. He refused. All this type of attitude is not helping. When we are supposed to be donating money to our country to build the country up, we keep refusing to help our people, and you wonder why our people are dying.
So you see, Nigeria, the thing that we improve our lifespan, we don't invest in it. So we are morals. You see, we are not at war technically, but we are at war. That's why we are dying of disease. Because if you improve all these indices, you lower poverty and disease, then the life expectancy will be increasing. But we don't.
And if you look at this map now, this map that I'm showing you now, if I show you in terms of military too, you'll be surprised. It still looks like this.
Infant mortality.
It still looks like the infant mortality. But if I tell you the military strength of a country, it still looks like this. You will see that the African countries are still constricting, and the mortality rate is higher in African countries. Everything is just the same way. They are all linked.
You see, there's something about North Korea I learned today, and thank God you brought it. Literacy level 100%. That says everything. That's okay.
Crazy.
Let's say it's not 100. Let's say it's 90. Let's say it's 90. It tells you a lot, because when you have a literate population, the poverty rate must drop. The poverty rate must drop. Then the disease, the incidence of disease will also drop. Then because they have more skill, employable, high income earning, everything, all these things will increase the standard of living, and then life expectancy will move up. It's a bit of economics and public health. But Nigeria. No, it's true now.
African countries. All African countries.
Forefathers, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I have a patient now. Maybe like in the next 10 minutes, I will join back the.
All right. Yeah, it will be great to have you back. Yeah, thank you for coming.
No problem.
Nice one.
This is infant mortality rate. You see, let's put it this way. Okay, just leave this. I want to make an analysis. In terms of mineral deposit, maybe oil, crude oil, Nigeria cannot compare with Sierra Leone. We have more deposit. But why is it that our infant mortality rate, we are competing with Sierra Leone? Why?
That's the problem.
So it means that really we are poor.
People don't want to believe it.
Because you see, I'm looking at all the statistics. Look at Sierra Leone 80, Nigeria 72. But in terms of what is in the ground, Nigeria has abundance. Sierra Leone may not have as much. Yet, look at the way we are competing with them in terms of poverty rate or infant mortality. So what you are trying to say is that despite all those minerals we have, we can be anywhere, but we are poor. relative to our population, because we are not manufacturing anything. We don't have a production base. All we do is run tier
That's a
economy.
lot of debts. That's a lot of debts.
Exactly.
People that should be
Okay.
alive that are dying.
Exactly. So you see, technically we are still poor. Based on these statistics I'm looking, we are poor.
It's
You can't
clear
come
now.
and
It's
tell
very clear.
because if you tell somebody Central African Republic, poor country, they don't have this. Sierra Leone, they don't have deposit. Somali, maybe they don't have. Oh, Nigeria has mineral deposit. But why are we in this bracket? So which means technically we are poor.
Yeah,
That is
that's
the
true.
meaning. We are poor. That is
Jude disagrees with that, and there are Nigerians that will line up and say we are rich. Even Pacos, I think Loco said Nigeria was rich.
It's like what I told you, assuming somebody is to do it for a PhD. They said what we discussed earlier, Igbos and their neighbors. We may have so many conjecture, but let us go to the field, talk to about 50,000 people, local from everywhere, and get a data. You must get something new. There must be something, so that when you now make it becomes empirical and scientific. So this one, you can't tell me, oh, you've taken it away. You can't tell me that Sierra Leone is a poor country. It's okay. And then you ask the person, Nigeria is a poor country. He said, no, Nigeria is rich. He said, but look at the infant mortality. Not much of a difference.
Just look at that. That is Scandinavian country one, another Scandinavian country show up here, another one again. It's like how many of them? Norway. There are just many of them on that list. And then you go down European, Japan, Singapore.
Just about two. Norway 1.79, just call it 1.82. Then Sweden 2.15, just call it 2. Finland 1.88, call it 2.0. At approximately, then what is the other one? Denmark. Is Denmark there?
Denmark is not here, which is interesting.
Okay, Denmark is not okay. Just let it for. So what we are trying to say is that you see, somebody will ask somebody now, Sierra Leone. Oh, Sierra Leone is a poor country. I agree. What of Nigeria? Nigeria is not a poor country, but the infant mortality rate of the two countries is almost the same.
It's ridiculous.
You agree just on that Nigeria is poor country now. You agree just now, not quite long.
That's what I'm. No. I'm trying to.
I thought you were saying Nigeria was rich though.
You said Nigeria is poor.
Yes.
You said Nigeria is poor.
Nigeria is a poor country.
But you just said just now that Nigeria is not a poor country now. But look at
no, it's not what I say. Maybe I didn't hear me very. I said we are saying Nigeria is a poor country because I'm trying to. No. I'm sorry. The way I put it was, if you ask If you ask somebody, Sierra Leone is a poor country, he will say yes. You tell the person, Nigeria is also a poor country. He said, no, Nigeria is not a poor country. Then you now ask the person, look at the infant mortality in Sierra Leone, because you have to use a measure. Look at the infant mortality in Nigeria. Look at the life. It is interesting to look at the life expectancy also of Sierra Leone and Nigeria. Life expectancy. So when you look at this, you tell the person that you cannot be poor and be competing with Sierra Leone. I mean, you cannot be rich and be competing with Sierra Leone on life expectancy and infant mortality. So when you tell the person,
but Nigeria is not poor.
No, to me,
it's like, poor. I don't know why you keep saying Nigeria is not poor. Nigeria is poor. We are currently, as we sit here, we are poor. Even if we didn't lose one drop of our crude oil or gas, we are still poor. We don't have enough money to spend for our country.
We don't have.
So, because one person sit down and lie to you that he used billion to build train from Kaduna to Niger Republic, inflated budget, then you believe that Nigeria is not poor.
I'm using the national budget our country is using, and I'm using the fact that if you look at our roads, they've not been able to build it.
Now, for that, which country
Okay. Where is the money on the ground now? We are not seeing the money on the ground.
Loco, what do you use?
They are the ones using the money.
What are they doing with the money? Are they using it to chew the money? They are using to build something.
If you see Saraki picking with the cash for the club, they spend $1 for slipper. Ask them. Now the money they go.
That is not enough. It's not enough money. They don't have enough money in their pockets. That is my point.
I want you to establish an index that we are going to use.
Okay.
That establish if you don't want life expectancy or maternal mortality or infant mortality, establish an index. Because if you tell somebody that you have crude oil or gold all over Nigeria, they are still in the ground. What they want to see, the way they measure poverty.
Okay, hold on.
That's why they say Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, not because they didn't see bitumen and all those gold.
Exactly.
Okay, so
that's why they say Nigeria is the poverty capital. It's because of all these public health indices, life expectancy, infant mortality rate, maternal mortality.
Beggar on the streets.
I can't believe North Korea is just 25 million, you know. That is small population.
My own what I'm saying here is still the same, right? Look, if not for offense way for, I go to Waka pass. If for the fact that our Nigerian politicians, right, they get this money and they use it properly, you understand? Regardless of the death, mortality or whatever, you understand? It's not. How would I put it now? Okay, see, okay, let me put it this way: you have goods in your shop, right? But you've not sold them because sometimes we use words to become rich, to become
yes,
paper money. We think words is paper money sometimes. It's not really paper money. We can have words in assets, we can have words in liquid, we can have words in stocks. You understand? You have stocks in your shop.
Yes.
You understand? You're also rich. You don't have the cash, but you're also rich. You understand? It just takes you for you to sell one of your stock and use it to get not cash, but get something that you want. It might not be cash. So you have goods in your stock.
You have to settle your loan.
No, hold on first now. What you say loan? They are still taking this loan and still squandering it. They are selling your crude, they are squandering it. I'm not putting loan because if you put loan is not caused by the country. Loan is caused by a certain group of individuals that wants to make the country dry.
But it's from those assets you are naming. You have goods you have. It's from there you are going to sell to pay your loan. Remember.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not counting. If you are counting loan, fair enough. But I'm not using loan. I'm saying let's assume now they cancel Nigeria loan today. Are we still poor? If they cancel Nigeria loan today, are we still poor?
We are still poor, actually. Even if they cancel loan, we are still poor.
Oh, they've cancelled it before.
Well, see, to be rich, you need to be generating a lot of money to be able to spend.
They will die. They will die.
You must have a production base as a country.
No, I agree. See, I'm not saying we should not work. I'm not saying we should not work. No, we should work. If we work, right, everything will not become like bonus, double, or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is like, if we decide to say, okay, look at Dubai right now. I don't know if you've gone to Dubai to work, right? You see Dubai people, right? If you go to work with them, they will come late. 10 o'clock is when they resume. 1 o'clock, they close and they go home. They are doing the same work with you. But you will come there 7 o'clock in the morning. They burn you where you live before closing time. You are sacked. You understand? And those guys, they pay their full salary. No question, no nothing. They come, they all smoke cigar, they go and do cruise and whatever, and they come back. Then you will just be there doing the work. They are the same level with you. The same, you're not, you are the same co-workers or whatever. You start the same office, the same duty, the same responsibility. But they resume as they like. Sometimes 11 o'clock. They close 1, 2 if they like. They will tell you they want to smoke. They smoke and they come back as break. Before you say, they close. You don't see them again. End of the month, they get their full salary because there's money. You can work as bonus, but there's money. Even Gaddafi, Gaddafi was even doing that. Once you are an adult or whatever, maybe up to 18, whatever, they'll tell you get a house, you get a wife, you get a job because there's enough. So that does not stop them from even working. They still work. So what I'm saying is like working will not be like bonus or work for yourself, while your resources will not be like bonus or use it to do more infrastructure or futuristic development or whatever. That's what I'm saying. So we are not working not because nobody's working. People are still working because if people are not working, they will not be saying tax that they used to do some little things.
And anyway, before I leave you, I want to see if I can sleep a bit. Do you know why? One thing I want you to understand is that the world know of all the minerals and all the things we have in Nigeria. Even
Yeah.
our potential as a human being, in terms of people
Yeah,
that are in the
human
West.
capacity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they know.
But why they call us poverty capital of the world is because of all this infant mortality, life expectancy, everything is dropping sharply. And
But
then they know to improve it. There is
all
nothing
those,
on ground.
all these
They
statistics
know all
coming
this.
from WHO, UNICEF, IMF, all those international,
Yeah.
whatever. Do you
Yes.
think they really love Nigeria or they love Africa?
It's not a question of love. It's the reality.
No,
It's
hold
not
on
a
first
whether
now. Okay, now let's do it like this, right? Let's do it like this, right?
it's
Hold on. See, let's do it like this.
okay.
Let's use COVID-19 for instance.
Uh-huh.
That just happened, right? You saw the number of deaths, the charts that the what's the Nigeria COVID-19 whatever, I've forgotten the acronym they used
Okay.
to call it. I've forgotten. You understand?
Okay.
Where the Ministry of Health was given. You know, many of those statistics were not correct. The death rate, they only tell you the death rate. They did not tell you the recovery rate. You understand? You know, many of those statistics, they were not correct. They were just increasing the death rate, increasing. How many burial did you see in your state? Did you hear in your state compared to the chart that they said died? Just let's use COVID-19 for instance. When
That's
you
a
see the
pandemic.
No. Africans didn't die
Yeah.
from COVID-19 now.
That, that,
Africans have too many things that wants to kill us than COVID-19. So
that's a
hold on.
pandemic.
Fine,
That's a
but
pandemic.
no, but fine. But the statistics they were releasing,
Uh-huh.
the weight was increasing.
Mhm.
Do you believe those deaths were really happening in those states?
I did not believe.
Exactly. Why won't you
Uh-huh.
believe?
Uh-huh.
So, but those statistics,
but that is Nigeria.
will
Listen,
be sent.
listen.
No,
Uh-uh,
those
uh-uh,
statistics are
uh-uh,
sent to WHO. Those statistics are
uh-uh,
sent to the WHO.
uh-uh.
And you
Our
say,
maternal mortality rate, I'm coming. Our maternal mortality rate, life expectancy, and infant mortality. It is not we that send it to, it is not us that send that figure to World Health.
okay,
How it came about is
mhm.
they will check the population that are within school age, that are in school in Nigeria.
Yes.
Relative to what we have in the north, not out of school children, they will record it.
Who is it there?
Huh? Now, the World Health will record it now. Nigerians also have it.
Who is giving them? Who is giving what data nation? Who is giving them?
they collect the information from inside the country
They collect
from data that is available.
They have every office. They have office in every country. They have representatives.
No, but it's coming from the Ministry
World
of Health.
Health.
No.
World Health.
It's coming from the Ministry of Health in Nigeria. Ministry of Health. From each state, it's coming from Ministry of Health to Federal Ministry of Health before they give it to the WHO.
So okay.
No,
Let me stop you there. Are you saying no? Wait. Let me say.
No.
So
The
which means wait. So does it mean Nigerians are inflating the number of out of school children and giving to World Health?
Hold on. Okay, hold on. See, keep that your thought. Keep it on one side. Just oppose it with what I just told you. The NCC, the COVID-19 death rate, the charts they were giving. Just oppose it with that. And you said you don't believe that chart.
But they didn't say that. They didn't say that Nigerians were dying at a higher rate than Europe in any way.
See, listen.
So I don't know why.
I can't juxtapose it, and I'll tell you why. I cannot juxtapose it, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
COVID was a pandemic. Nobody knew it was coming. It's once in a lifetime. Listen, man.
The result they were giving. Did you believe that result?
You see, look.
Did you believe it?
I told you I do not believe it, but you cannot use it to juxtapose this. So this is a COVID was just out of the blues. So nobody see. Listen. 20 years ago, they've been preparing all this. What is it called? Maternal mortality rate, life expectancy, infant mortality. It's been going since 30, 40, 50 years.
Okay.
Pandemic wasn't there. Maybe who knows the pandemic we are going to have in the next 10 years.
Okay.
So this is just like out of the blue. You treat it as a distinct and then take it away.
So
It's not what they used to judge.
A ministry that can lie with that data.
Let me tell you one thing again. Where you have the highest death rate from COVID is United States.
Good.
Followed by Brazil. But that doesn't mean because America has highest death rate, it affected their life expectancy.
No. See what
it does not.
No, what I'm saying, like, I'm not talking about other country right now because that COVID-19 chart that they gave.
Yes.
Because most of us know, or I know that they lied there.
Yes.
You understand? You will not expect me to trust whatever data is coming up from these other places concerning death mortality rate or life expectancy, because they can also politicize it and use it to enrich themselves based on who they be, based on what we know them for. That's what I'm saying.
No, I get what you mean about that, but I don't think they are going to do it for all African countries just because they want to use politics.
What I'm saying is that all the other indices I've mentioned is an ongoing something, whether pandemic or no pandemic.
Yes.
Pandemic just come, they treat it and take it away. So that has ended. That's why I gave you example of America having the highest death rate. So, but then America life expectancy is still high. So they removed that one. It's not because of that bogus figure.
No,
maybe America had the highest. That one has gone. So what I'm saying is that out of school children cannot be an event of 1 year or 2 years. It's an ongoing something. Out of school children. Infant mortality is not, it's not like pandemic that just came 2020. By 2021, the world want to get rid of it. 2022, we are looking for the vaccine. But out of school children is a build up over the years.
Okay. When you say over the years, is it every 50 years, every 20 years?
No. Every year, it continues building like in Nigeria.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying now. If a ministry can lie with that death rate in that COVID-19 this thing, because it's the same ministry. It's the same ministry. Any ministry that can lie for one particular pandemic, what stops that ministry to lie for this other data? What stops them to lie?
But they've improved.
No, what's
okay. See. Let us even not look at data. Let us. No. I'm coming because this data is produced by somebody. I want you just to use your best of judgment. No. I'm coming. Because if we continue arguing data, let's just say tell yourself the truth.
Okay.
Do you feel Nigerian enrollment in education is what it should be given our population? Do you think so? Because this one, just be your own judge.
Okay, look, see. If you say school children,
enrollment, yes.
If you say enrollment, if you say being in school, look, from the southern part of Nigeria, right? We are trying. You understand? Because let's not give into the fact that we see young children that hawk pure water or this and that. Most of them still to school. You understand?
Yes, I agree.
Before selling the pure water.
Yes,
you
I agree.
And the one that you know that yes, this is out of school children, from their dressing, from their look, they look malnourished, they look unkempt, they've not even had bath for like 7 days. Those are the children you really see that you understand. But in the eyes of the foreigners or Western civilized country, that kid is selling pure water. They don't look at them that they still go to school. They look at them as child labor. Like child whatever. We know that yes, most of them still go to school. After school they sell pure water. But in the eyes of whoever is the eyes of the world, they see those children that no, they don't go to school because every child supposed to be at home, not working.
Okay. Let this is the way I judge it. Those ones, like in the south, like you said, maybe they still say pure water, go to school, all those things. I agree. Let's say they bring our life expectancy, they bring our infant mortality. Let's say they leave it at plus 10, which is, but let's say it's good at plus 10. If it, okay, let me just say plus 10. Then those ones like Almajiri, you see them in the north. You know they are more in number. You have to understand
I
that.
know,
Uh-huh.
of course.
And then those ones are bringing like say minus 100. You add it to plus 10. It gives you minus 90.
Minus
So
90.
automatically, the gain you must have thought you gain from the south, the number coming from the north will dwarf it and then push you, put you to a negative this thing that you never expected. So that is what we are saying. You may gain. It's like now you come out, you say, oh, I'm having 100 million naira. You are happy. But you are owing somebody 550 million. How much are you having in total? You are having 450 and you are still owing. You see, you are still owing 450. So that is the way I look at it. That whatever gain the southern part of the country we make in terms of making our life, infant mortality better. The fact that the greater part of the north joining into the statistics, we push it down. So we come, but that's what we look at it. It's a tale of sort of two unequal halves. Over there, that is because all these things we are talking about, I once mentioned it here one time. If this Nigeria is, let's say, something like from Benue State to the Atlantic, all these figures we are seeing, it wouldn't be there. For one thing, our attitude to embrace, who is this? Our attitude to embrace Western education, acquire skill. Come, what is happening? To acquire,
Wait, is it the guy that is speaking? Wait, is it the guy that is speaking?
I don't know. I thought he's bringing a statistics. So you see, that's why I was saying something like from Benue down to the Atlantic, whether east, south. If we are to be Nigeria, we can't be competing with the level we are. For the reason by that, one, from Oron down to Lagos, the ambition of every parent, take your child to school.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have, you do. So despite the fact we might not be to the level of America or Japan or North Korea now, but we will go above Somalia. We can't be competing with Somalia. We may be competing with Egypt or maybe all those countries. So that's what I'm trying to say, that one, our life is, that's why I said whatever gain we think we are making in terms of anything. The fact that the Human Development Index of Nigeria, whatever you get from the north, sort of pushes it down to the negative side. So that is what they are checking, because when they want to check the whole country, they check it together and say, that is when they look at all this and say, this is really a poverty capital. Poverty in the sense that they will match your resources. This is the way they calculate it. When they bring all those your resources, they said, okay, this is where you are. What if we use all these resources and plug on these people? Is it enough to lift them up to where they're supposed to be? They say it's not enough. So they are still a poverty. That is the poverty they are checking.
I don't think they use resources. I think they use the living allowance, or like what they say. You say Nigerian lives on.
Okay, is it minimum wage or living wage? Is it?
No, living wage, which is less than $1 a day or whatever, something like that. I don't think they use resources. They use the physical.
Okay,
like, I think that's what they use, because if they use resources, will beat many countries. So I don't think they use resources. You understand?
Do you know why? Do you know? Let me tell you this. Do you know why Nigeria needs
even if we have resources, it's not going to matter. The resources they don't cost as much. I think if I play that video, so you see in terms of natural resources in the world, it makes up a very, very tiny proportion of world trade. It's not a big where the real money comes from is where you manufacture stuff, where you make stuff, and the money you generate from your people. That's why we are poor. We rely too much on natural resources. In economics at your level, they taught us that the major source of government revenue is taxation.
It's tax, of course. It's tax.
It's tax, not crude oil or any resources. So a productive country means that you have a skilled workforce. Those workforce are paying tax, and it is that tax that will boost the real revenue of the country.
But in the case of Dubai, it's not now.
But people are working in Dubai. People go to Dubai to work.
But it's mostly like tourism and the oil they still sell that still gives them the money.
But the money they go to do and mind you, Dubai, I understand, had investment in major corporations of the world, like all these BMW, Volkswagen, Google. They say Dubai invested money there. I've read this somewhere.
Okay.
Invested their money. Something like just like the way you put your money in the stock market, it will be
Yeah,
yielding. So for future. So they all have all this. What Nigeria should do, that's why when Obi is saying production, I agree with him.
No, I agree with production. It gives you-
Production comes because there are a lot of things. Production comes with skill. That is when your people will need skill. When you have this skill, you work. You enlightened populace, you work, you pay tax. Government takes the money. That's why government can afford to say, GEC of Canada, come and mine this crude oil. Do what? Do this. All we want is Nigerian geology graduates, petroleum engineers will be working there. When they work there, the federal government will now say, this is a company, we want you to pay tax. All of us working there, we pay tax. The money is coming to federal government in terms of tax. Two things are taking place at the same time. You are becoming rich by taking taxation, and then your citizens are getting skill. So the literacy level will be rising like that of North Korea. You see it? So when they now want to calculate your life expectancy, human development in there, everything will be green. So it won't be in the danger. So that is what production gives you. Now, if we do a rentier economy, we sell what is called a crude oil and take the money. The fact that we are selling it like that without adding value to it. Remember, we say crude and import petrol. We are not adding value to it.
Which is crazy.
Yes, we are not adding value to it. We've lost skill that people should have gained by it. The money we are making, that is what breeds corruption, because it's rentier. When you bring it back, the people there will now recycle it. It is not going, particularly to develop your population. You end up, according to Kingsley Moghalu, you worship the god of small things. The day you wake up and the oil price crash, it will affect your budget. Because you've budgeted at a level of maybe $50 a barrel, and they crash below. If it goes above 50, you put it in excess wealth fund. If it crashes, if it crashes below 50, you say budget deficit, because there's no other place. But if your citizens are working, why you are not paying them? They are even paying you tax, and they are civilized.
But CM, right now, even we have a lot of people, our citizens overseas, that can pay significant amount of tax that we are not getting back. I don't know whether you've engaged in this debate that we had once about taxing the diaspora, and it turns out that countries normally have what they call tax treaties.
I've had it.
Yeah, Nigeria doesn't have it with America. And even when we have it, we have very, very bad ones that doesn't benefit us.
Governor, my governor Soludo is an economist international. He said it. He said he went to Anambra in the diaspora. So even if it's $10, he said it.
Yeah.
He said you should bring it. Do you know what he said? You know this book I showed you one day about Israel, startup nation. It was from him. I read it. He mentioned it one time, so I bought the book. I read it. He's saying that the Jews all over the world are contributing money to build their homeland.
Yeah, we are not. We are one of the only people that technically we do it through family members, but we don't do it like a nation.
That is it. So Soludo of Anambra State said he will now tell Anambra and the diaspora, say even if it's $5 or every month, set aside for your homeland. You bring it home, we use it. So that's what we are saying, like pay only that you are own. You're saying Judeans should do, you think Jude should.
No, all those ones that have money that don't contribute, they should be bringing $50 every month. You see how Nigeria will start shining.
No, in that regard, it can Obi now, right? Why did everybody in the diaspora, most people, at least larger numbers, why are they supporting Obi? Because they are like, oh, there's something to look forward to. That's why people are putting resources there. You understand?
Okay,
Sending money to Africa it's easy. Sending money to support the country, to build the country is easy. But
But
you have to
who
see something that attracts you, that, oh,
exactly is
this
true.
government wants to do something, and
I
the
agree.
government is here and it's not having enough money.
I
That is the
agree.
only time we can
I
send money
agree.
happily.
I really feel
I
bad for
agree.
Nigeria that a
I
country
agree.
that Nigeria
We
at this
now see
juncture
that
in time.
you are using this
It's
money,
true.
you are
It's true.
squandering it.
See,
You are
see,
entering
True.
private jet.
loco. I really
It's
feel bad
true.
for Nigeria at this critical time. I believe that the
Not
last
only you.
8 years and the next 8 years is going to be very critical for Nigeria. But
Obona Dada,
yet we have sickly presidents in
It's
office
true.
during that period.
It's not
It's really a
exactly.
wasted opportunity we have. I wanted to play this video so that we have an idea of the failure of Nigeria, how it's costing us globally, and it's costing a lot of black people problems. This is globally. Let me show you this so that we'll see how we can link it up. So let me just play this so you have an idea.
Okay, this lady. Okay,
Ikra,
she's crying.
volume.
Can you hear it?
No, volume.
Volume.
Hold on, you can't hear it.
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me take it out again and put it back on. Hold on. Take it
I
out.
think the
Stop
volume
sharing.
of the volume of that video is low. Increase that.
Oh yeah, okay. Let me add it again. Let me just start so that I'll make sure I did it right. Sometimes I get it wrong.
I think the YouTube, the video volume. If you check this,
Okay, yeah.
Increase that volume.
Is the volume? Is the volume? We need.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was just a law passed like 5 days ago that the Jim Crow laws are being reinstated.
Are you sure?
That shouldn't be happening at all. And I know you may be wondering, this is like not my normal content on here, but I'm sorry. And I just have to make this known because what the fuck? What the actual fuck? It's why? I really don't understand why people do not like me. Do not like us. Because of my color of skin. I don't understand. I really don't fucking understand. What the fuck did I do? I'm so fucking sorry that I was. I'm not gonna cry on here because. No, but this has to stop. I'm so serious. This has to stop. It has to.
I want to start this video off with.
So now you could hear what other people say, but it doesn't matter too much. The idea I wanted to convey was what is going on around the world and how our nation itself is affecting what is going on with our communities around the world. If you look at this thing now, this guy recently, you know,
the African Union speaks out. I really was not holding my
you
breath
know about this one now.
I know the black guy, that black guy, the owner of the show.
for them to address.
Yeah, but do you know about this
because
case? The Tunisian president said that the black people are trying to replace them. So let me just move that, and there's no point. CM, do you know about it?
No, I do not.
Okay, let me just try to play it fast so we don't spend too long on this.
No, you can summarize it. You don't need to play it. Just tell me.
Okay. The idea is that these leaders, the Tunisian president accused black people of coming to his country, and they are looking to replace them as Arab people. So because of that, they started arresting black people and getting them out of the country and stuff like that.
Chasing them out of their house.
Chasing them out of their houses. They are even outside, some of them. And you saw the American lady, and this is just a tiny sliver of what you see. The suffering of black people all around the world. If I show you Haiti, you just like Haiti is even worse. Even Peter Obi has been to Haiti 10 years ago, or I think 13 years ago. So he was there. So, and the failure, the reason why all these people are suffering everywhere is because of the failure of Africa. And at the top of Africa is Nigeria.
No, that's
this
not.
is,
we agree.
so all these things, I'm linking them back to the failure in Nigeria. And if you look at the problem in Nigeria, on paper, it's not that hard to fix. It's just to get the people on the table, on the same page. To start putting resources together and building a country. And this is why all these people that want to fight, I say, no, this is no time for fighting. Because our people are suffering all over the world. And if you carry on like this, look at what is going on. If I show you news about what is going on elsewhere around the world, let me just show you BBC so you see. The whole world is realigning itself, and we are just sitting there like sitting ducks. Let me see what I can. We are just sitting there like sitting ducks, allowing everybody to do their own thing. Well, let me see. Was it on that politics I was just looking at? Where is that? This thing? Because do you know that this is Saudi Arabia and Iran now? They are looking to start having peace talks. They are beginning to start having diplomatic relations now. They've opened diplomatic relations. Saudi Arabia and Israel must also have that too.
No, that has been in the pipeline since.
Why they are speeding it up now?
Why do you think they kill Gaddafi? I beg you. It's a game plan, my brother.